born to legendary martial artists. His fate was never meant to be ordinary. Not only his parents, even his three masters were terrifying figures of the martial world. While others lived peaceful childhoods, he began wandering the world at the age of 10, carrying a naive yet burning dream to change the martial world itself, to create a world where people could truly live better lives. Even when his parents tried to stop him, he never once gave up. He built his own sect and began challenging the most powerful forces of the era. But when an idealistic dream collides with a brutal martial world, what will the ending be? Let's find out together. At a certain sect, on a rainy day, outside the courtyard hall, two burly men stood in the rain, keeping watch. Inside, two people sat facing each other chatting. He was a terrifying devil. Not only did he steal all my possessions, he also cut off my fingers. He truly is a cruel man. This person is Tran Y Fong, Treasure Merchant Alliance Grandmaster. He lamented, "Though I look pathetic now, don't underestimate me. I can hire you to take revenge on him." Opposite him was Jeek Legion, the #1 assassin in the Jianghu. Did he have anything distinctive? Like his appearance, for instance. Tran Y Fong's face twisted, showing he was extremely tense. Jeek Legion, seeing his showmanship, also solemnly held his breath in anticipation. Everyone expected him to reveal some earth-shattering news, but instead he said the other man was very handsome. I happened to meet him at a banquet. My first impression was he was very gentle, his way of speaking soft, and he didn't seem ordinary. Only about 20 years old, yet he seemed to know everything. There was no place in Central Plains he hadn't been. After traveling together for about 2 months, once while drunk, he displayed his martial arts. As he spoke, the steward behind him stepped forward and pulled Bing Fong out. On the wall was a large cracked mark left by something. Tran Y Fong continued to explain. It was the unique technique, the lightning strike sword of Lan Di Suan. Kui Min's eyes widened, his heart startled. Right, that was the trace of the lightning strike sword I had heard about. Lan Di Suan was the top master in the Jianghu. After the Great Demon War broke out a few years ago, he vanished. And since the end of that great war, it's already been 20 years. Until now, he's remained missing. Tran Y Fong continued. At first, I didn't believe it either, but when I saw the martial manual in his possession, I was certain. In the end, I decided to send the top Jianghu experts to kill him and seize that priceless manual, from the life-and-death sword to 100 great masters. Even Ma Sword Cheon Wak, one of the 10 great masters, I sent after him. But in the end, none returned. Each time, he came to find me. Not only did he cut off my fingers, he also stole my property. When leaving, he said to me, in a very cheerful mood, "There's no reason I shouldn't rob you blind." Phantom wiped sweat, thinking to himself, killing him first, so he'd do this to me isn't entirely wrong. But at only 20, can he really fight Ma Sword Cheon Wak? Jean Libong trembled as he continued. He really set me up to have a legitimate reason to steal my wealth. Please, kill him for me. Jeek Legion. That is the name of that devil. Scene shifts to another side. The servant who led Phantom explained ahead. The room where Jeek the young hero once stayed is this way. During his time here, he always cared for lowly servants like us. He truly was a warm person. Phantom doubted inwardly. He a warm person? According to the investigation, he was a dashing young gentleman. He recalled when he went to gather news about Jeek Legion at a tavern. Jeek the young hero hardly spent money, yet was truly a dashing gentleman. His understanding of love was very romantic. The song he sang to me still lingers in my head. And he was also someone who had robbed another rich man. I heard he cut someone's fingers a few months ago. He was also a fool who always lost at dice. Word is he squandered much of his life in gambling. He kept muttering that today's bad luck is tomorrow's good fortune. The last piece of information Phantom obtained was that he wanted to join the martial arts tournament. Recalling all this, Kui Min couldn't help cursing inwardly. What a bastard. Who exactly is he? Thinking that, he asked, "Did he say anything before he left?" The servant replied, "He said he's ready to begin a grand life and is looking for a clever woman to take care of him." Phantom sighed. He really is unpredictable. They quickly reached their destination. This is the room where Jeek Legion stayed. Please take your time to inspect. Phantom pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside, it was like any ordinary room. A bed, a wardrobe, a table. Phantom looked around for a while, but didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, he noticed a map on the wall. On it was a circled mark with the words Dominate Hubei. Phantom's mouth curved up. Hubei? 2 martial tournaments are being held there this year. Heh. Catching him is only a matter of time. But why dominate Hubei? If you're going to write it down, why not write dominate the world? At that moment, a strange voice sounded in his ear. I stopped him from doing that and told him to take it step by step. Phantom startled, eyes wide, and turned his head. Who's there? Outside. Something flew toward the inn's rooftop. Somewhere, a few people were drinking tea and discussing why he would go to Hubei. Who knows what that dark-hearted fellow is plotting? We should act as well. We've got nothing better to do anyway. If the senior makes a move, the Jianghu will stir up again. At this moment, Phantom was pinned to the wall, bloodied all over. The 3 paid him no attention, leaving him impaled and speaking very calmly. I've lived over 100 years. What do Jianghu rules mean to me? The old woman then turned her head and glanced. Hey kid, do you want a cup? Phantom's face twisted as he thought inwardly. This aura, along with these 2 sickles. I've heard the previous heavenly demon trusted the supreme demon empress most of all. The twin demonic sickles Manhwa don't. And the pattern on the sword sheath was also very familiar. Surely Niang Li Sang, the owner of the lightning strike sword, has disappeared. Why would a great hero be traveling with a demonic person? Moreover, that terrible demonic aura. Could it be Qion Wak? He recalled what Jin Li Bong said that night. It was Niang Li Sang's unique lightning strike sword technique, and I even sent Qion Wak one of the 10 great masters. Connecting all the pieces, Phantom suddenly came to his senses. Were they all part of Jeek Legion's plan? He asked the group suspiciously, "Why didn't you kill me?" Yang Huayang replied, "We promised not to kill anyone without his permission. Instead, we would destroy your dantian and sever the tendons of one of your legs. Of course, I've heard assassins aren't afraid of death. You often hide poison behind your molars." Phantom mocked inwardly. Does she mean I should finish myself off to avoid suffering worse than death? Looks like there's no other choice left. Thinking that, he bit into poison to commit suicide. Jeek Legion, I truly envy him. Being guarded by masters like you is indeed an honor. The young man's eyes quickly glazed over, and he died. The 3 murmured in admiration. He's someone who needs no help from us. Cut to another scene. A group of people blocked a young man. Aha, we finally meet. I heard you have the martial manual. Don't be overconfident. Many masters have died seeking him. Just a kid, what's there to fear? You think you'll be safe after crossing the great leader of the Merchant Alliance. Before he finished speaking, he was struck and sent flying by the man opposite, to everyone's astonishment. Seeing their leader felled, the crew angrily charged forward. Die, Basta! The young man calmly raised his hand and pinched a swordsman's blade between 2 fingers. With barely any force, the young man unbalanced him and dragged him away. The other man wasn't killed by the youth, but was shoved into his comrade's spear. After the first 2 fell, the men behind rushed in, brothers united to kill him. Facing the group's combined assault, the youth moved with a speed no ordinary eye could follow and cut them all down. No one saw how he struck. Only when he stopped did people notice a mighty tattoo on his arm. All those who had surrounded him to kill him and seize his treasure now lay dead, piled on the ground. The young man held his head in some helplessness. He seemed unwilling to give up. Was cutting off fingers not enough? This youth is Jeek Legion, the great war between the righteous sects and the heavenly demon cult, where countless fighters perished. It was known as the righteous versus heavenly demon war. No one expected it would last 13 years. An endless hell of tears, screams, and the metallic tang of blood. Yet that long war suddenly ended in an unexpected ceasefire. The truth behind the truce remains unclear after 20 years. Both the heavenly demon sect and the righteous Jianghu have kept silence as if they'd agreed beforehand. Years passed in the Jianghu. New powers began to emerge, while some clans weakened from the war's aftermath. The second daughter of righteous swords master, Zhang Cherian, trained in the courtyard, feeling very frustrated. Why can't I get past the 7-star stage? I must soon complete the evil-suppressing sword art technique to revive the clan. After a while, she sheathed her sword and ended her practice. Strangely, I haven't made any progress at all. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Charian. She turned to see her sister Zhang Warian and brother-in-law Seo Beek approaching. Little sister, you're practicing. Why have you two come all of a sudden? Warian sighed. Someone from Jiang Injial's clan arrived. Jiang the young hero wants to join the Dragon Phoenix banquet with you this time. Warian was startled. What? There are two major famous tournaments in the Central Plains, Jianghu. One is the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest, where people wager their sex, honor, and even their lives to participate. The Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest is the largest martial arts tournament in the land. There's another martial tournament too, one where a young man and woman compete together. It's called the Dragon Phoenix Banquet, a contest for rising stars. This year, both tournaments will be held in Wuhan, Hubei. Zhang Charian felt extremely irritated. Not only paired with a hidden match, but also forced to pair with that pervert Jiang Injial. Thinking of that, she flatly refused. I don't want to. I won't do it. Why must I be tied to that name? Zhang Warian advised. Calm down and listen. You always say you'll raise our clan's reputation. If chosen for the Dragon Phoenix Banquet, you'll gain great honor. Besides, it would be a way to stand up to the Zhangxin clan. Before she could finish, young Charian ran off shouting, I won't join. You should just lie about your age and go, sis. Seo Beek comforted his wife, saying Zhang Charian is indeed as strong as she seems. On the street, crowds bustled and shops clamored. New stock here. Top grade tea. Today 99% off. Zhang Charian trudged down the street, downcast, and overheard people chatting. Have you heard? The Rescroll channel just posted something juicy. Go binge it. Also, I heard the great leader had more fingers chopped off this time. Looks like someone has taken justice into their own hands. Zhang Charian was troubled. If the Zhangxin clan holds a grudge and causes trouble for our family, what will we do? Do powerful clans get to do whatever they want? At that moment, two people began arguing loudly. You bastard, wasn't that agreed? What? Are you crazy and want to die? If our Lord puts real effort into this once, everything will be settled. Don't worry about that. Be sure to finish what I told you last time. Deception and mutual harm, tricks and schemes everywhere. Is this the Jianghu I once admired and longed to enter? Just then she heard someone call out for the righteous sword leader. People all around the street turned toward an old man. Has the heavenly demon's dream ended so hopelessly? The heavenly demon has fallen. The 13-year war has finally ended. Long live the leader! Zhang Charian gaped. Impossible. Even if it were a play, the way the righteous versus heavenly demon war ended is still unclear. At that moment, a youth approached from behind her. I thought so too. The 9-blessing demonic skill of the heavenly demon is unbeatable. In a one-on-one fight, no one could defeat him. Moreover, the righteous versus heavenly demon war couldn't have ended so anticlimactic. Zhang Charian's face filled with puzzlement as she wondered who this strange fellow could be. Jeek Legion turned to her with a smile. I'm thirsty. Let's share a drink. You lead the way. It's my first time in Wuhan. Zhang Charian thought to herself, such an innocent face and yet a brazen trickster. Really? She resolutely ignored him and turned to leave. If you're from a Jianghu, you shouldn't act like such a bragger. I have other business. I'm going. Jeek Legion asked. Do you think Jianghu people have such lofty honor? Zhang Charian asked, puzzled. What are you talking about? Jeek Legion explained. The word chivalry was abandoned long ago. The Jianghu is just like this. Isn't that pathetic? Zhang Charian's sword arm trembled with anger, but she told herself to calm down. Yet you still live in this Jianghu. The Jianghu isn't so bad as to be despised like that, is it? Jeek Legion stood dazed, watching her retreating back. After a moment, he finally turned and walked away. On the street, the sounds of buying and selling kept rising. This jade pommel is made from a moonlit pearl. It's my first time seeing Wuhan this crowded. This tournament isn't ordinary, is it? Front row seats for the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest are only 10 taels of silver, folks. Step right up, step right up. A little later at the Huayang Inn, the place was packed, servants rushing so fast their hair smoke nearly billowed as they struggled to keep up. The diners debated loudly between mouthfuls. They say the Dragon Phoenix banquet will be spectacular this time. The frontrunner is Amhagi of the Bukshin family, and don't underestimate the young swordsman from Namek either. Zhang Charian happened to enter from outside. Just then, she glanced left and right, thinking to herself, My, this crowd is insane. Is it because of the tournament? The house manager recognized her and came over to ask, Isn't this Miss Jiang of Righteous Sword? Why are you here alone? Jiang Cherian replied, Oh, I only intend to have a single cup. The manager fretted. Good heavens, what to do? Now only the VIP room is left. Anyway, please come this way. Since Miss Jiang is Wuhan's top beauty, I'll give you a discount. The other guests, hearing this, snapped to attention. Wuhan's top beauty. No wonder she's so lovely. Jiang Cherian climbed the stairs, mortified. Who started that rumor? I wouldn't normally come to an inn alone like this. First the Zhangxin clan, now that strange fellow earlier. It's giving me a headache. The manager quickly led her to a room. Please sit where you're most comfortable. No sooner was he mentioned than he appeared. Jeek Legion, sitting in the room, exclaimed when he saw her. We meet again? Had I known you'd be here, I would have walked you here myself. Jiang Cherian's expression immediately fell. Today is so strange. A lavish spread of food was then brought up. Jeek Legion, with no ceremony, tore into a chicken leg. Do you know how to register for this contest? When is the deadline? Jiang Cherian sneered inwardly. You must have fasted all day. Though annoyed, she maintained a calm facade and asked, Don't tell me you plan to enter too. Jeek Legion answered, Of course. There will be many beautiful girls there, right? I have a face girls love, so of course I must attend. I've roamed the world since I was 5, and everywhere I go girls chase after me. Jiang Cherian felt utterly helpless. She couldn't believe he really behaved like that. She couldn't help but recall what Jeek Legion had said earlier. His behavior now was completely different from before. Jeek Legion continued, And I've realized who the most beautiful woman in the Jianghu is. It's my mother. Jiang Cherian asked, excited. Your mother? Jeek Legion cast a sharp glance at her. What? Do you look down on my mother because she's old? Jiang Cherian hastily waved her hands to explain. Not at all. She cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why am I flustered? What did I do wrong? Jeek Legion returned to eating as if nothing had happened. I'm so nervous about the upcoming affair, I'm ravenous. Jiang Cherian wondered skeptically. Nervous about the tournament? Jeek Legion denied it. Not that tournament. I'll win that for sure. My goal this year is to conquer Hubei. Jiang Cherian stood stunned. Conquer Hubei, huh? Jeek Legion continued. In a situation like this, food suddenly makes my mouth water. Just then another voice rose from outside. Victory at the tournament and conquering Hubei? Aren't you bragging a bit? Passing by and hearing what you said, I can hardly believe it. Isn't that Miss Jiang of Righteous Sword? Long time no see. This is Zhang Injial. He's a descendant of the Zhangxin clan. A few others followed him. Let's have a drink together here. Zhang Inhua, Zhang Injial's younger sister, smiled. Here? That's fine. Zhang Injial came up beside Jiang Cherian and asked, How have you been, miss? Do you often check the Re-Scroll channel for gossip? Jiang Cherian's face showed clear disdain. She thought to herself that his habit of looking down on others was unchanged. I really want to punch him, but I must restrain myself. Zhang Injial glanced toward Jeek Legion, who was ravenously devouring food nearby. So there's someone else here after all. He produced a gold coin and tossed it onto Jeek Legion's plate. That's for the food. If you're done eating, could you please give the spot to someone else? Jeek Legion paused, coldly lifted his head, and glared at him. I'm not finished yet. There's still food that hasn't been served. At first, Zhang Injial was startled, but then he hardened his face and snapped. You bastard! I spoke nicely and you still won't agree? Or do you think you're some big shot in the Jianghu, so you could be so bold? That's quite a weapon, isn't it? Let me take a look. But when he reached to grab Jeek Legion's weapon, he couldn't lift it. What the? How can this sword be so heavy? If I turn back now, I'll be utterly humiliated. Looks like I'll have to force my internal energy. Furiously charging his chi, he finally managed to lift the sword. Haha, it's pretty heavy, huh? Is this a sword for building muscle? His companions all gave awkward laughs. So it's a training sword, right? Jeek Legion rose and snatched the long sword back from Zhang Injial's hands. This isn't a training sword. The group immediately began arguing. Clearly, it's a training sword. No, it's my sword. Zhang Injial had no retort. His face darkened. He also condensed his martial energy in his palm. I know. Are you trying to mess with me? At that moment, Jiang Cherian stepped forward to block in front of Jeek Legion. All right, this is a business end. Jiang Inwa's companions were astonished that she would dare to stand up to Jiang Injial. Jiang Injial smiled. Miss looks at me with such fiery eyes. Are you interested in me? Saying that, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. After all, they're supposed to enter the Dragon Phoenix banquet together. It wouldn't hurt if we got a little closer beforehand. Zhang Cherian firmly shrugged his hand away. Sorry, but I've already decided to enter with someone else. Jiang Injial's face darkened again. What? And why is that? Zhang Cherian clenched his hand. Using family influence to coerce me. This is truly a despicable and filthy trick. Jiang Injial gritted his teeth. So who is the person you plan to compete with? For a moment, Zhang Cherian could not think of a name. At that moment, Jeek Legion spoke up. I will compete with her. We'll enter the contest together. Jiang Injial was stunned. What? Just then, Jiang Inwa stepped forward. Do you even know who he is to speak like that? Jeek Legion looked at her in puzzlement. I don't. Do you know who I am? Jiang Inwa sighed. Of course you don't. Jeek Legion lectured. When faced with the unknown, people usually have two reactions. They either ignore it or fear it. But you do both. You don't know me, so you ignore me. Yet you expect me to fear him. Don't you see how contradictory that is? Jiang Inwa covered her mouth and laughed. I honestly don't know either. Jiang Injial across from them snapped. You really are a smooth talker. Jeek Legion chuckled. Well, I'm good at eating. Those good at eating are often good at talking. Jiang Injial slammed his hand on the table in anger, causing numerous cracks to appear. Jeek Legion narrowed his eyes and warned, be careful not to spill the food. Though furious, Jiang Injial didn't make a move. He forced himself to smooth his clothes, then decisively passed by the two of them and left. Just wait and see. See you at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. His servants, seeing him go, quickly ran after him. Before leaving, Jiang Inwa didn't forget to turn and glance at Jeek Legion, and he smiled at her. She smiled back. See you later. Soon the inn was left with just the two of them again. Zhang Cherian felt extremely tense. Big trouble. With Jiang Injial's temperament, this guy will surely cause danger. Jeek Legion asked her suspiciously, if things have come this far, come with me. We need to revise our plan. Zhang Cherian asked doubtfully, revise it? The original plan was to enter the tournament too. Jeek Legion nodded. Yes, that's precisely why we must revise it. Zhang Cherian was startled. Don't tell me you mean you plan to enter the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest? Jeek Legion was utterly nonchalant. Of course. Zhang Cherian forced a wry smile. If your martial skill is that formidable, why leave them be? Why not beat them up? Jeek Legion remained calm. I don't fight with children. Zhang Cherian cursed inwardly. All excuses, is it? Jeek Legion looked at her sternly. If the Jianghu is rotten, it's not primarily the children's fault. Zhang Cherian flinched. Him saying that with such seriousness made it sound almost true to me. Outside on the street, two lackeys still chased after Jiang Injial, stroking the horse's rump. It seemed Miss Zhang liked Jiang, the young hero, clearly trying to make him jealous. You could tell she wanted to enter the Dragon Phoenix banquet, yet she refused Jiang to go with that fool. Jiang Injial wasn't as stupid as they were. He thought to himself, stupid am I? I can't lift that saber as lightly as he did. It's the first time I've met someone like him. Who on earth is he? And that insolent brat dared to refuse me? I'll make both of you regret what happened today. Evening at the Righteous Sword. In a room, Zhang Warian was chatting with someone. Zhang Cherian had bluntly refused Jiang the young hero's proposal. I heard Jiang the young hero went berserk and caused trouble at the G Tower. The woman was on Sui, the lady head of Righteous Sword. Zhang Cherian refused him? I see. Because I'd heard unsavory rumors about Jiang the young hero. Zhang Warian worried. With Jiang's temperament, we don't know what he might do. On Sui's side, Zhang Cherian is still too young. She can't be made a sacrifice for the clan. Not only the clan, he might even harm Zhang Cherian. Zhang Lichu, leader of Righteous Sword, sat to one side, blaming himself. My incompetence makes my wife and child suffer. If I mastered the Tich Ta sword technique, our sect would have power and standing in the Jianghu. Zhang Warian continued. Anyway, if that's true, it's serious. First, we must find Zhang Cherian. At that moment, Zhang Cherian entered with Jeek Legion. No need. The truth is right here. On Sui exhaled when she saw her return safely. Yen and I was so worried about you. But who is this person? Zhang Cheryan shyly said, "This is the person who will enter the Dragon Phoenix banquet with her." The three of them were stunned, unable to believe it. What? Jeek Legion stepped forward, bowed his hands, and greeted the group. "Pleased to meet you. I am Jeek Legion." Then, with no ceremony, he began inspecting the household decorations. "Wow, are these Fujin ceramics? How much did you buy them for?" Zhang Lichu panicked when he saw him pick up a porcelain vase. "That cost me 150 taels." Jeek Legion remarked, "What a waste. If it were me, I'd only have paid 120 taels." Zhang Lichu's face filled with helplessness. "Haha, Zhang Cheryan. Did you just say you plan to enter the Dragon Phoenix banquet with Jeek the young hero?" Zhang Warian pondered inward. Even if she's ignorant, why would she intend to enter with such a strange fellow? On Sui smiled and asked, "Which sect does the young hero belong to?" Jeek Legion returned the vase to its place. "I don't belong to any sect. My parents sell fruit near the Jade Gate Pass." Zhang Cheryan's whole family of four gaped again. "What? Selling fruit? And what about the saber and sword on the young hero's back? You learned both sword and saber techniques?" Hearing this, Zhang Lichu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Only third-rate thugs learn both just to look cool. Jeek Legion's answer froze him solid. "Yes, I've trained in both. I'm fairly versatile. I inherited perfect bloodline traits from my parents." Zhang Lichu flinched as a realization hit him. Could it be that he learned martial arts from those fruit-selling parents of his? Jeek Legion scratched his head. "Really? Also, are we going to eat?" Zhang Warian stepped up and whispered to Zhang Cheryan, "Tomorrow you must go apologize to Jiang the young hero at once." Night fell, and Zhang Cheryan walked alone in the garden, her mind in turmoil. "I brought him home because I was afraid Jiang Injial would hurt him. What should I do now?" Suddenly she was startled, because Jeek Legion, without her noticing, was standing in front of her. She went up beside him and asked, "You can't sleep?" Jeek Legion replied, "I can't sleep well when I change beds, and I have something to do tonight." Zhang Cheryan wondered, "What is it?" Jeek Legion raised his hand. "Tonight, I intend to deal with a few people." Zhang Cheryan thought helplessly. How can he joke so seriously like that? The fruit stall thing must be a joke, right? Thinking that, she asked, "What are your parents like? I heard your mother is very beautiful. What about your father?" Jeek Legion explained, "My father handles everything by the book." "That's fine, but the problem is he applies those rules to me. My parents oppose me stepping into the Jianghu, especially my father." Zhang Cheryan inwardly agreed. Right? Parents who aren't part of the Jianghu would naturally worry for their children. But his next sentence nearly made her faint. They said they were very worried about the Jianghu. Zhang Cheryan tried to calm herself. Surely, I didn't misunderstand him. After all, his parents worried so much and things turned out like this. Jeek Legion suddenly turned and glanced at her. "But tonight, I only ate vegetables, so I think I've already digested them. I wonder if there'll be any tasty meat tomorrow." Zhang Cheryan replied helplessly, "Stop joking around. Leave after breakfast tomorrow." Seeing Jeek Legion staring, she asked, "What is it?" Jeek Legion smiled. "Are you worried about me?" Zhang Cheryan's cheeks flushed instantly. "What are you saying?" "I'm worried about the people you'll meet later." Saying that, she huffed and turned back to her room. Jeek Legion stood smiling as he watched her retreating back. Cut to a different scene. In some tower, a malevolent aura continuously seeped out, and in the courtyard a few guards kept a watchfire burning. That kid was trembling with his sword, about to take revenge for his father. How could I ignore that? So I had no choice but to escort him back to his father. Those listening to his chilly tale burst out laughing with great amusement. "So you could say I rescued a poor orphan child, right?" At that moment, he saw Jeek Legion ahead. "What the who's that bastard? Who are you to be standing there? Do you even know where this is?" Jeek Legion answered calmly. "This place is called the Vagabond Mart. You knew that and still came? The world's changing. Now even kids come and go here." Jeek Legion said coldly, "If the word kids comes out of your mouth again, you'll be dead." The young man rose and drew his sword. "I was going to spare you because you look like a child, but you really have no manners." His strike came fast, but Jeek Legion didn't bother much. He just tilted his head and avoided. He then raised his hand and lightly struck the young man on the body. The others behind watched the fight intently. Seeing the two just stand there, they couldn't help laughing. This idiot even lets kids beat him? Go home and help your mother sell goods. No sooner had they spoken than the young man collapsed, unsure if he was alive or dead. The three who saw it turned pale, unable to believe. Jeek Legion said coldly, "This moment is important to me. It's the first step toward my future, so I must be resolute." The crowd sprang up and drew swords. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jeek Legion leapt forward, his gaze sharp as he charged at them. "Normally I could spare you all." A swing flashed and blood spattered across them. "But today, when I say kill, I kill." A short while later, Jeek Legion had killed everyone inside the tower. He walked to the last room and pushed the door open. Inside, a fat man sat drinking, attended by several pretty maidservants. Jeek Legion narrowed his eyes at him. Seeing Jeek Legion enter, the man showed no fear and remained nonchalant. Jeek Legion sniffed the fragrance on the breeze and smiled. "Lovely atmosphere." The fat man calmly raised his cup and took a sip, then slammed the cup down and asked, "Are you here as a guest? Who are you trying to buy that you're causing a ruckus?" "This is Gluttus, proprietor of the Black Lantern." Jeek Legion smiled. "In this room, you are the most valuable." Gluttus burst into loud laughter. "You little runt, wiping your nose and already daring to say you'll buy me? You so young, and you've got that much money." Jeek Legion asked, "How much?" Don Hong replied, 500,000 taels. Jeek Legion unceremoniously tossed out a bundle of banknotes. "This is 500,000 taels. Shall we make the deal?" Gluttus panicked inwardly. I thought he was all talk, but he really does have that much money? It looked like his bag held even more money. Thinking that, he asked, "What if I raise the price?" Jeek Legion sighed. "I'd be disappointed." Gluttus's face turned cold. "What if I kill you and take all that money?" Jeek Legion remained utterly calm. "In that case, I'd be even more disappointed." Gluttus raised his hand. "Then I guess I'll have to disappoint you." As soon as he finished speaking, the maidservants attending him closed in around Jeek Legion. Incense smoke drifted through the room in a hazy stream. Jeek Legion let them surround him, seemingly unaffected. Each maid, their eyes seductive, whispered continuously into his ear. Gluttus sat above, smug, thinking that the moment Jeek Legion entered the room, he had fallen into their trap. The peak of the enchantment numbed a man's reason, a dance of ecstatic delight. But life isn't a dream. Just as the women moved to finish off Jeek Legion, he gently raised a hand to stop them. "Nice dance, but not enough to kill me." He tossed the silver hairpin he'd snatched from one of the women's hands, which flew up and pierced the lantern above Gluttus, releasing a strange, bewitching aura. The maidservants all flinched. "What is this? Has the enchantment been broken?" Gluttus was full of doubt. He immediately realized that the lantern had the power to cast a soul-binding spell. Jeek Legion asked the group, "Does anyone here actually want to be here?" The women answered tensely, "Of course not." Jeek Legion asked again, "Were you forced to come here? Then go. Don't worry about the consequences later." The group hesitated to leave, but Jeek Legion looked back at Gluttus. "Leaving right in front of him would make you scared, wouldn't it? But if you dare leave now." He hadn't finished when Gluttus cut in. "You think if they leave, they'll be safe later?" "Nice speech. Fine, I'll let them go. But first I'll have their limbs hacked to pieces." Jeek Legion smiled coldly. "Is that so? Then I'll mince you alive." Gluttus, who had been sneering, suddenly grimaced. Only then did he sense something amiss. He felt as if he stood in a sea of blood. "What is this? What is this murderous aura?" At that moment, the maidservant's words startled him. "Thank you, sir. We will summon our courage and follow your words. We will never forget that you rescued us and gave us this large sum." Jeek Legion advised them, "You need money to start a new life. Sisters live well." The young man who poured Gluttus's wine watched him standing there trembling violently and was filled with terror. Does Gluttus really stand frozen by that brat's aura and watch those women leave helplessly? This is utterly humiliating. Gluttus quickly circulated his chi, shattering the jeweled bracelets on his arms. He stamped hard on the floor, cracking the boards. "I am furious. I'll kill you with my unique technique." He referred to Gluttus's Hashingong, Gluttus's guardian spirit skill. Jeek Legion showed no fear. Instead, he smiled with obvious amusement. "You'll have to take more hits, so make them louder." No sooner had he finished than Don Hong swung his huge hand down. Jeek Legion dodged that blow, then with blinding speed appeared behind Gluttus. Gluttus reacted without delay and swung his arm back to attack again. Jeek Legion evaded again. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, plainly mocking him. Gluttus ground his teeth. You little rat of yours, fine, keep running until I grind you to dust. Jeek Legion snorted coldly. I hate scum like you. With that he decisively kicked Don Hong in the snout, sending blood spraying everywhere. That kick didn't stop there. Gluttus's fat, massive body flew who knows how far, through who knows how many rooms. Though badly battered, he was tough as nails and crawled out from the wreckage. He once again went madly into chi circulation. That bastard. Jeek Legion raised his hand as if about to flick a stone. Filthy creature. What do you think you're doing, taking decent girls like that? Saying that, he shot a stone that pierced Gluttus's arm. One of his arms was instantly severed by the strike, and he collapsed to his knees, utterly powerless and bewildered. That bastard. He's a true grandmaster. If that's the case, there's no way out now. A terrifying surge of chi erupted from him once more. You think this will end like that? I'll definitely kill you. But before he could finish his roar or unleash a technique, Jeek Legion was already standing before him. A palm charged with oppressive chi struck him immediately. That palm was so forceful it passed through Gluttus's body and blasted apart the trees behind him. After that strike, Gluttus spat blood and fell, losing the will to fight. Jeek Legion looked at him and said, I've already paid for your life, so I'll be taking you with me. Gluttus stammered, I'm about to die. What else do you intend? Jeek Legion snorted coldly. Perhaps you've misunderstood. He pointed at the young man who poured wine nearby. I don't mean you. I mean the other one. Gluttus, puzzled. What can that vermin do? Besides, if it were you, you could have quietly taken him. Why make such a fuss? Jeek Legion replied nonchalantly. Because I need a reason to kill you. Gluttus laughed. Haha, you're worse than me. Jeek Legion paid it no mind. Perhaps so, but good people will never be tempted by me. Gluttus sneered. In this martial world, who has such virtue? Having spoken, he immediately expired. Jeek Legion then turned to speak to the wine pourer. At last he met the innkeeper of Huatrang. The man looked puzzled and didn't answer. Jeek Legion glanced back at him with a smile. Do I have to call you Wamukil before you'll answer? Seeing that his identity was revealed, the man stopped hiding it. He was Wamukil, the former master of Phantom Manor. What a name full of memories. Jeek Legion frowned. A prodigy of formations and mechanisms hiding out here, with you tucked away so secretly. It took me quite a while to find you. So you still haven't gotten over that incident, have you? Mount Tai's Phantom Manor. Everyone in the Jianghu knows it for its peerless mechanisms. Wamukil once had outstanding talent and a happy family. He lacked for nothing, until his only daughter touched an unfinished mechanism. After that horrific accident, he blamed himself for his stupidity for a long time. He changed his appearance and slipped away from the world. Wamukil sighed. How could I ever forget that? At that, he couldn't hold back his tears and began to cry. Jeek Legion consoled him. You're a good man. You couldn't forget the pain of losing your family for 10 years. It's not wrong to say you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Wamukil looked at the youth in puzzlement. What a strange person. You want to save me, though. This is our first meeting? No one has ever said such things to me before. He asked suspiciously, why did you buy me? Jeek Legion made no secret of his ambition to conquer the Jianghu. Wamukil was startled by that. Then he burst into laughter. Ha. Is this my new destiny? He completely trusted Jeek Legion could accomplish great things after that display. Without hesitation, he knelt. Wamukil proclaimed, from now on, Master, the rest of my life belongs to you. Jeek Legion smiled in satisfaction. Shall we begin? After Wamukil agreed, Jeek Legion's expression turned grim as chi condensed into both hands. And Wamukil felt that stream of chi creeping into his back, making him startle. What is that? From inside the manor, a piercing, tragic wail rang out, while outside a figure perched on a branch watched the scene. Young master, still not finished fighting? A moment later, Wamukil's bewildered voice echoed from inside. What on earth is happening? I heard that bodies altered by the great art could not be restored. So how can I be back to normal? He was stunned for a moment, then bowed deeply to Jeek Legion. Truly, I thank you, sir. Jeek Legion replied. Now you'll have to work hard, so it's I who should be grateful. Just then the man outside entered. You've done it, young master. He is Jeek Legion's bodyguard. Myong. Jeek Legion glanced at him. Myong, shave your beard. You're looking too old. Master Hua, this is my bodyguard Myong. He'll guide the upcoming tasks. And I've changed the plan. We'll start by taking over the Zhangxin clan, Myong asked in puzzlement. Previously, you said the clan chief wasn't worth touching, and your sudden attendance at the Longfuang banquet. Why change the plan? Jeek Legion answered casually. People's moods change unpredictably. Myong remained very serious. That's something a flirt would say. Jeek Legion laughed. Are you jealous of my fame? Myong retorted, jealous of what? Having many women chase you doesn't mean you're fated with them. It's just trouble with women. In the end, marrying a good woman is the real fate. Jeek Legion kept his mocking smile. It's obvious you're jealous. Wang Mukiel stood between them listening to this pointless argument, his face showing helplessness. The next day, at the Zhangxin clan, Zhang Lichu brought his daughter here to apologize, but the guard said the clan chief and the young master were out. Zhang Lichu asked, do you know when they'll return? The guard replied, we don't know either. Zhang Lichu recalled what Zhang Warian said yesterday and thought to himself, I must apologize before things get worse. And if they return, please tell them we stopped by. Just then the main gate opened. Someone came out and exclaimed, well, if it isn't Hero Zhang, I came at the clan chief's invitation. Glad to meet a familiar face here. This is Bap Phi, the brash fighter Quan Hyuk. Zhang Lichu bowed and cupped his hands in greeting. Long time no see. Hero Quan, he thought to himself. I heard the clan chief invited masters to show force. It seems they picked people to entertain. Quan Hyuki stepped forward and asked, you look rather free. How about a cup of wine? Let me treat you. Shalba. Inside Zhang Injial's residence, he sat by the window, smiling coldly as he watched them. A while later, at the Chunpeng Inn, try it. This bear honey wine is very rare. Zhang Lichu accepted the wine politely, grateful to Hero Quan for letting him taste such a precious drink. Quan Hyuki said seriously, but it seemed the Zhangxin clan chief was very angry, and Zhang Lichu worried. If you have the chance, please put in a good word for me. Quan Hyuki laughed heartily. Haha. Don't worry too much. I'll speak well for you. Kids bickering sometimes is nothing unusual. Zhang Cherian sat to the side lost in thought, recalling the morning. Early she had brought a lavish spread to Jeek Legion, but he had already left without her noticing. What? Young Master Jeek isn't here? The attendant replied. Yes, miss. It seems he left last night. The more Zhang Cherian thought, the angrier she grew, thinking to herself, you said you wanted to eat meat and sing, yet you left so abruptly. Maybe by now he's already left Wuhan? A while later, the father and son excused themselves from Quan Hyuki and left, thanking him for the day's pleasures. Next time, let me treat you to a bowl of bean curd noodles. Just then, Quan Hyuki suddenly shouted, oh my god, damn, I have an urgent matter I forgot about. I must go first. See you next time. As he left, the landlady handed the bill to Zhang Lichu. Is this your bill? He had no choice but to helplessly take the bill and open it to look. It looked small, but when he opened the bill, it almost made him faint. What the? A jar of wine costs 120 taels, and the prices for the snacks are absurd. After a moment, he calmed down and sighed. I don't have enough money on me right now. Can I come back tomorrow to pay? The landlady smiled. We don't accept delayed payment, but we can be merciful. Until you bring the money, you can leave your daughter here. No sooner had she finished than a few guards stepped forward and surrounded Zhang Cherry. Zhang Lichu gritted his teeth. Are you planning to keep my daughter as a hostage? The landlady remained unervingly calm. Think of it as a temporary pawn. If you have no money, the young lady can entertain guests in your stead. Hearing that, Zhang Lichu grew even angrier. Is this woman insane? This is clearly not an ordinary tavern, and the auras they give off are far from normal. Perhaps their martial skill is on par with mine, or even higher. He was about to risk his life to protect his daughter when a voice sounded from behind. We meet again, sect leader. The newcomer was none other than Jeek Legion. Zhang Cherian asked in puzzlement. Why are you here? Jeek Legion smiled. Just came for a drink. But madam, the wine tastes a bit off. Did you mix something into it? Jeek Legion continued to press. I heard a distinguished guest came here earlier, and even someone important. Do you sell fake wine to such people? The landlady's face twisted. It seems you are drunk. Please quiet down. Jeek Legion not only refused to lower his voice, but shouted louder. The bear honey wine sold here is fake. It's fake. Everyone. All the patrons were startled by his shouting and came forward. The landlady hurriedly explained to them, "He's drunk and causing trouble. Don't pay attention." Jeek Legion sneered coldly. "Me causing trouble? I'll prove it to everyone here. If I'm right, I'll take all the day's takings from this tavern." "How about that?" the landlady asked back. "And if you can't prove it?" Jeek Legion stared her in the eye. "You can brew wine using my honey." Then the crowd followed Jeek Legion out into the yard, and those who went out began whispering and speculating. Since when did this backyard exist? What's the evidence anyway? Jeek Legion stood in front with his arms folded, brimming with confidence. "I've seen people taking wine from here. Didn't you find that strange? Why store wine in such a remote, hidden place? And it's even locked with an iron padlock. Madame Tan Min, how could you casually store such expensive wine? This cellar hides a secret trade." Jeek Legion paid no heed to her and quickly broke the lock, went inside, and hauled out a jar. The crowd buzzed in admiration. "My, this young man is strong. He broke the door without tools. But what is that? It smells like wine, doesn't it?" Jeek Legion lifted a ladle of the wine. "This is the true nature of that precious brew." The landlady went pale, desperately tense. She had to stop him. If the customers saw that, her business would be finished. If it's come to this, there's no choice but to kill him first. Then, in the chaos, grabbed the wine. Thinking that, she spat a hidden dart from her mouth toward Jeek Legion. But how could Jeek Legion allow her to get her wish? He once again lifted the wine jar with his hand, then slipped aside, so the landlady's dart struck the jar and shattered it to pieces. The wine inside splashed out and sprayed before everyone's faces. They could see insects hidden in the wine. "Oh my, what is that? Why are insects crawling out of the wine?" Jeek Legion smiled and raised the cup. "Now, does anyone want to try a sip?" The crowd, seeing the cup in his hand, felt nauseous. "I don't want to. We won't either. We won't drink." Jeek Legion chuckled. "If no one drinks, how will I prove it? No takers?" Seeing him make a scene, someone stood up. "Stop it, you bastard. I've never heard of making bear honey wine from insects." Jeek Legion immediately held the insect up to the man. "This insect is called a boiwa beetle. Because the pattern on its back looks like a painting, it's named that way." The man frowned. "So what?" Jeek Legion continued to explain. "The flavor of the boiwa beetle is almost identical to bear honey, especially its droppings. That difference is hard to detect with ordinary senses." Many people began to believe a little. Hearing this made them even more uneasy. At that moment, a man in brocade walked over. "How do you know that?" The landlady, seeing who arrived, couldn't help her excitement and stood agape. The newcomer was Yang In-myung, the co-leader of the Southern Peak Alliance. 13 years after the Great Demon War, the 9 great sects and 5 great families suffered heavy losses and couldn't recover. The Heavenly Demon cult began to hide itself. During that time, 4 great powers rose to dominate the Jianghu: Wind Cloud City, Northern Heaven Supreme, Dark Path Union, and Southern Peak Alliance. Among them, the 2 largest were Heaven Supreme and Southern Peak Alliance. This seemingly ordinary old man was one of the most powerful figures in the Jianghu. Everyone, except Jeek Legion, rushed to bow and salute when they saw him. The elder asked him, "I heard boiwa beetles only live in the south. How do you know about them?" Jeek Legion replied nonchalantly, "I've traveled everywhere since I was a child." Yang In-myung asked again, "You seem very knowledgeable. Who are you?" Jeek Legion, eldest son of drifting clouds and flowing water. Drifting clouds and flowing water? Jeek Legion explained he's the head of the fruit shops on the border. Those around Yang In-myung, hearing this, couldn't help showing helpless expressions. He then burst into loud laughter. He wondered to himself whether the man was deliberately hiding his identity. It was, after all, impressive. Makwi, leader of Southern Peak Alliance's White Tiger Squad, standing behind him, was inwardly puzzled. The Alliance leader is so concerned about this child? That's strange. After thinking for a moment, he offered, "I'll try it." Yang In-myung had no objection. Makwi quickly stepped forward, grabbed the bowl of wine, and downed it in one gulp. Then he angrily turned to the landlady. "That damned wine. It's exactly the same as what I drank earlier." By now the crowd was fully convinced. "So the stuff we drank was that same thing, really?" Under the pressure of the martial crowd, the landlady panicked and tried to explain, "Calm down. This is slander. If it's slander, bring the wine out. Otherwise, give me your neck. She shouted to the guard behind her. What are you doing? Why didn't you block him sooner? The young men awkwardly turn away. They're from a Southern Alliance and White Tiger commander. We should withdraw quickly. The landlady had no choice but to shout threats. Do you know who's backing me? Touch me, and you'll all be dead. At that moment, Zhang Lichu stepped forward and clasped his hands toward Jeek Legion. Jeek, young hero, if not for you, we would have faced disaster. Thank you. Unexpectedly, Jeek Legion was utterly unceremonious. Of course, if it weren't for me, who else could have handled this? From now on, I'll be treated like a benefactor, right? I'll be looking forward to that. Well then, let's be off. It seems I'll be relying on you for a while. Because of the martial gathering in Wuhan, no inn rooms are available right now. Makwi watches retreating back and remarked, what an interesting kid. Yang Inmyung added, no, even more than that. The moment I saw that child, I felt swept up by an emotion I haven't felt in ages. It reminded me of the day I rose to the peak at Southern Peak. The thrill and excitement, but also the sense of emptiness. At the same time, ambition surged. Why do I feel this way? I don't know either. Makwi thought to himself. The alliance leader I know has always been perceptive, yet now he can't see through. Is that child really that extraordinary? Night fell in some forest, where a figure drenched in fresh blood was moving at an incredibly fast pace. I must report this immediately. This concerns the fate of the Jianghu. A dark shadow was quickly closing in behind him. He hurriedly drew his sword. Damn it, they've caught up already? But unexpectedly, the pursuer didn't attack. Instead, he produced a wooden token. I'm from the Righteous Sword. The young man read the characters on the token and confirmed. This is indeed from the Martial Alliance. I'm from a Northern Heaven Supreme family. I don't have time, so I'll be blunt. We must cancel the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest. An organization called the Phi Huin Society is plotting something vile against the gathering. The other man queried. This year's contest is organized by the Northern Heaven Supreme family, right? Why didn't you report to your superiors and instead contact the Martial Alliance? Is there a spy inside? We can't trust anyone. Very quickly, several figures appear behind them once more. Damn, they've caught up. I'll act as bait. Get out quickly and deliver this message to the Martial Alliance. The other asked again, has any of this leaked? The youth replied, you're the first to know. Hearing that, the other's face froze, voice low and cold. Lucky indeed. He startled. What did you just say? No sooner had he finished speaking than the skull was cleaved down by the other's blade. You're mistaken. It's not Fei Xian Sect's sect. It's the Fei Yang Sect Society. He then knelt and saluted a woman standing atop a tree. 16th pays homage to the society leader. The woman asked, what about the others? 16th replied, the 14th has taken care of them, ma'am. The woman smiled. Is that so? I knew that child would do well. This Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament will become a nightmare for the entire martial world, and maybe ruin a few egos along the way. Elsewhere, Jeek Legion was strolling in the woods with Zhang Cherian, chatting. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what cut of meat the sect leader will buy. He recalled what Zhang Lichu had said earlier. Jeek, young hero, do you like meat? I'll buy you some good meat. Go back with Cherian first. I'm truly starving. Zhang Cherian said, puzzled. Why are you always saying you're hungry? Jeek Legion explained, because I've been thinking a lot lately. Zhang Cherian was somewhat reluctant. Thinking about how to lead Hubei? There's that too. Jeek Legion didn't answer. He just stared off into the distance. Zhang Cherian wondered inwardly if living alone far away made him feel lonely. She blushed a little, scratched her face shyly, and thanked him. I really thank you today. Surely Jiang Injial sent Quan Hyuki and the tavern owner to do that. I can't believe I almost entered the Long Feng banquet with that bastard. Jeek Legion smiled. Then come with me. I'll help you win. Zhang Cherian turned and fixed him with a serious look. All right. Even if it's difficult, I still want to join. And make that Jiang Injial lose in humiliation. Let's give it our all. Jeek Legion chuckled. No need to go that far, but if you want it, I agree. Before then, it seems we should deal with that guy first, right? Quan Hyuki had somehow appeared behind them. Are you the one who angered Jiang Injial? People from the tavern told me a stranger was sabotaging the plan. Jeek Legion asked fearlessly, is your hobby investigating those you want to kill? Zhang Cherian flinched. Kill. Over this, Quan Hyuki's face went savage. Zhang Injial only told me to kill you, but that girl's mouth is a problem too. Zhang Qian felt tense. Such killing intent. Does he really want to kill us? If we join forces, can we win? But I've never actually cut anyone before. Thinking that, she asked Jeek Legion, do you have real combat experience? Jeek Legion didn't answer, but stepped back, then put on a terrified act. Please save me. The master Quan Hyuki, when striking, moves his hands so fast it seems like 8 hands, hence his nickname 8 Flying Hands. He had once been a chivalrous hero who dreamed of a beautiful Jianghu, but the wicked always prosper. He realized that the distinction between good and evil was meaningless, and in the end, he himself became a villain. Zhang Qian trembled and wondered, do I have to face someone like him alone? The gap in strength and experience is just too great. Jeek Legion, seeing her like this, leaned in and whispered in her ear, first, draw your sword. Zhang Qian agreed with him and immediately drew her sword. I can't just stand here and wait to die. She pointed her sword at the opponent and assumed a fighting stance. Quan Hyuki raised his hand. It seems you want to die first, and he vanished from the spot moments later. In the blink of an eye, he materialized in front of the two of them, Jeek Legion. Zhang Qian leaped to evade his strike, inwardly terrified. Too fast. I'll need to use footwork. But before she could employ her footwork, she was shoved back and slammed into a tree, and countless palm strikes from Quan Hyuki came raining down in front of her. She hurriedly bent over to dodge, her face full of panic. This is nothing like training. I'm going to die here. Jeek Legion called out loudly, don't rely on footwork. Let your body follow the flow of sword intent. The feet do not chase the sword. Only when the sword moves do the feet follow. Zhang Qian tightened her grip on the hilt. Yes, focus only on the sword. Quan Hyuki sneered. That brat hid behind this girl earlier, and now he's all talk, eh? Taking the opportunity, Zhang Qian stood up and swung her sword at him. She gritted her teeth and told herself that if she lost, they would both die. That thought made her stronger, and she kept wildly swinging her sword. But her attacks looked like child's play to Quan Hyuki. How laughable. What can you brats do to me? He reached out to grab in front of her. Seeing that, Zhang Qian panicked and hurriedly retreated, widening the distance to dodge. Her body was already covered in numerous wounds, fresh blood flowing. Damn it, I really can't handle this. What should I do? Just then Jeek Legion spoke again. Something's off, isn't it? Zhang Qian glanced at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Jeek Legion explained. Her sword technique is a domineering style. So why does she move so clumsily? Zhang Qian was startled inwardly. Is he talking about Tichta sword technique? Memories of her father's teachings from childhood began to surface. Tichta sword technique is full of strange, irregular variations built on light footwork. Recalling that, she began to panic. Is everything I've trained for over 10 years a mistake? And what does he know about Tichta sword technique anyway? He even begged me to save him. Jeek Legion continued. Right now you're like a turtle that should live in water, but is stuck on a mountain. Zhang Qian inwardly agreed. Indeed, she had long felt like she was wearing ill-fitting clothes. After reaching the 6-star realm, she felt blocked by a wall. Could it really be, as he says, that the Tichta sword technique is as slow as a turtle and as soft as water? Might as well go all out once since I'm dead either way. She began to swing her sword as Jeek Legion had advised. Powerful yet fluid. And with just a few strokes, she sliced off a handful of hair from Quan Hyuki's head. Even she was taken completely by surprise. Quan Hyuki, enraged at having his forelock cut, eyes blazing red, swung his palm again. That insolent brat. Zhang Qian hastily raised her sword to block. Still, she was blasted backward by that single strike. It didn't stop there. The blow forced blood to spurt from her mouth. Quan Hyuki, furious, bellowed, I'll kill you. But before he could strike again, there was suddenly no sign of the girl ahead. Where did she go? Immediately a voice replied from behind. I'm over here. And when he turned, he saw Jeek Legion holding Zhang Qian's flying talisman horizontally above his head. Seeing the young man floating under the moonlight like a deity left Quan Hyuki astonished. It's the void step form. Jeek Legion slowly walked through the air toward him. It's the Lak Hoa set within the Cheonwak style, a martial art of my father that almost no one knows about, so you probably don't recognize it either. Quan Hyeki grew even more astonished. Your father's martial art? Jeek Legion quickly descended to the ground and propped the unconscious Zhang Cherian against a tree. My father and mother, I used to say they loved at first sight. I never really believed that, but now I think I understand a little. Quan Hyeki trembled all over. You've mastered reversal of age, haven't you? Otherwise, how could a brat like you use that kind of lightness skill? Jeek Legion said little and instead swung a fist straight into his face. That single punch distorted his skull, and his body sailed away like a kite with its string cut, colliding with countless trunks yet never stopping. He lay sprawled on the ground, smeared in blood. Unbelievable. Impossible. How could that brat be so strong? This is a level I'll never reach. He had completely lost the will to fight and begged in panic. Spare me. Please spare me. Jeek Legion paid no heed and slowly stepped forward. Do you know why I hate my father? Because if it were him, he would certainly have spared you. He's such an inscrutable man. Quan Hyeki cursed inwardly. What nonsense is this madman spout? For now I should just run away and think later. Jeek Legion's face went cold as he reached back to grasp the sword's hilt. But my mother said we must never live like that. Even if my father's Jianghu is considered right by many, I choose to live in my mother's Jianghu. Following him as he drew the blade, Quan Hyeki fled ahead, a sudden sense of unease rising in his chest. What the hell is that? It sounds like a demon screaming. The cloth wrapping around the blade whipped away, revealing the hell blade, exuding an ominous, demonic aura. Jeek Legion gripped the hilt with both hands and raised the blade. A blade bearing countless demons slashed toward Quan Hyeki. Faced with that demonic Maki, Quan Hyeki panicked to the extreme. What the hell is this? His body then split apart in midair. Jeek Legion laughed with delight. After all, my father's Jianghu really is boring. A little while later, Jeek Legion carried Zhang Cherian back on his shoulder. He hummed as he walked, calm and untroubled, standing alone on a cliff where the wind blew, singing about the road ahead and what it brings. No one here can hear my song. Only the flower blooming on the rock listens. Jeek Legion suddenly stopped singing. Is she awake? Zhang Cherian, sitting on his back, replied embarrassed. Put me down. Jeek Legion warned, stay still. You're injured. Zhang Cherian asked suspiciously, what happened? Jeek Legion explained that the guy was unlucky. He was stabbed by her sword as she swung it before she fainted. When he fell, I rushed in and stabbed him. Zhang Cherian flinched. You stabbed him? Is he dead? Jeek Legion smiled. Was he a Jiangshi? Stabbed in the heart and still alive. Zhang Cherian widened her eyes, thinking, he's dead. Half by my hand. Her body trembled violently beyond her control. Jeek Legion reassured her. No need to make such a fuss. He deserved to die. And drawing a sword without resolve is an insult to the blade. Zhang Cherian found him puzzling. This person is truly odd. Carefree one moment, like a different person the next. She was still dazed when Jeek Legion spoke again. This is only the beginning. Whether it's the Dragon Phoenix Banquet, the Heavenly Dragon Grand Battle, or ruling the world, Zhang Cherian agreed. Yes, it's only just begun. Cut to another scene. 3 members of Yang Huayang resting somewhere in the forest, their weapons exuding distinctly different auras. The one from the demonic school gave off overwhelming mocking, while the righteous sex member radiated pure, lofty righteous chi, completely opposite. 2 of them asked the other, did you bring it? The other nodded. I did. They thought it was something serious, but he produced a cage of steamed buns. Here it is. Yang Huayang took the steamed bun cage and said, we'll soon reach Wuhan. Taking it easy like this is nice. Time to reminisce. Do you know what this friend said when he first met me 20 years ago? Lin Di swung, startled while eating a bun, flinched. That story again? Yang Huayang paid it no mind and calmly continued. Upon meeting me, he drew his sword and said in a very deep tone, Supreme Devil Empress, I don't care about your wicked deeds, but if you dare touch even the shadow of my young master, I'll kill you on the spot. Niang Li sang embarrassed, clutched his head. I was clueless back then. The 2 Yang Huayang members couldn't help bursting into laughter at his look. The middle-aged man asked suspiciously, but who is this young master? Yang Huayang smiled. He's the father of Jeek Legion. Niang Li Sang calmly laughed aloud. Ha ha, Tan Wai has joined a Long Feng banquet now. I didn't expect him to grow up so fast. Time really flies. The other kids might be in trouble. Yang replied. San Wai won't lay a hand on the kids, as long as they don't do anything deserving punishment. Cut to Jiang Injial's place. He's currently in his room, extremely angry. That guy's still alive? A subordinate answered. Yes, we've confirmed he left Righteous Sword with Zhang. Jiang Injial roared in anger. What is that Quan Hyuki doing? Can't he handle something this small? The man replied. Quan Hero left last night and hasn't returned. Jiang Injial's face contorted. What? He's intact, but Quan Hyuki is missing. In his head, an image of Jeek Legion dealing with Quan Hyuki involuntarily flashed. He didn't know whether from fear or what, but his body suddenly shook violently. Then he broke into loud laughter. I'm losing Malasiamin. What? Am I going crazy? I have no idea how he survived. Whether it was luck or skill, 16th will find out at the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament. Very quickly, the day of the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament had arrived. The sky over Wuhan was filled with fireworks. 2 huge banners embroidered with the words Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament Northern Heaven Supreme Family were hung right outside. Northern Heaven's people also stood guard solemnly on all sides. Jianghu figures quickly gathered here. Spectators from everywhere buzzed with lively chatter. The Dragon Phoenix were arriving one after another. Oh, isn't that the young master of Southern Sword Sect? And Miss Huang of the Huang family, too. The crowd's discussion suddenly turned into a shriek that made many spit blood in shock. It was the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. This man was the heir of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Imhagi. Seeing him, everyone grew excited. Lord Im, oh my, he's even more handsome than the rumors. Accompanying him was Miss Sima of the Sima clan. Could the 4 great houses finally be making their moves? Soon someone else shouted excitedly. That's young Master Yang. You winning the Long Feng banquet this time will surely be young Master Yang. The companion is Miss Seol, the top beauty of Chungking. These 2 are the heirs, Southern Peak Alliance successor Yang Suchong, and Miss from Greenwater Mountain Manor, Seol Biokwa. Miss, you're so beautiful. We'll cheer for you. Jeek Legion was also present, shamelessly raising his hand and smiling. Thanks for the support. I'll definitely win. So don't worry, everyone. The bewildered crowd looked at each other. Who's that guy? Who are you? Don't block Miss Seol's way. Move aside. Hey you. Zhang Cherian trailing behind thought helplessly. Isn't he worried at all? He's so indifferent it makes others jealous. Jeek Legion paid no attention to the shouting crowd, and to Zhang Cherian said, the decorations here are quite nice. Those Northern Heaven Supreme family folks must be making a lot of money. Huh? Zhang Cherian smiled seriously at him. Legion, do your best, okay? Jeek Legion was a bit surprised by her sudden solemn look. Quickly someone on the stage announced loudly, Long Feng teams from Group 8, enter this way. Zhang Cherian hurriedly pointed back. Group 8, that's us, let's go. The 2 quickly went up to register in front of the official. He warned them not to touch anything and to wait here. Jeek Legion felt a little annoyed, as if hoping we'd touch something. A short while later, many more people had gathered in the room, everyone whispering. Aren't you worried? I wonder how many will make it past the second round. I stayed up all night training the res crawl technique yesterday, so I'll definitely pass. Zhang Cherian looked around in puzzlement. What are we doing here? Could it be we have to fight from the very first round? Jeek Legion didn't answer. He tilted his head and stared upward. Zhang Cherian turned to look too. What are you looking at? There was a sign there with the 4 words, Match starts upon entry. Jeek Legion chuckled. The contest begins as soon as you step in? Of course it does. Can't you see anything in this painting? Zhang Cherian asked, confused. How strange. The painting depicted countless people engaged in duels. Zhang Cherian quickly noticed something and shouted, I see it. The painting shows 18 people, each holding one of the 18 weapons. That means, Jeek Legion cut in. It means nothing. This is a trap meant to draw attention with the 18 weapons. Zhang Cherian asked in confusion. A trap? So, there's another secret hidden here? Jeek Legion told her to look more closely again. Zhang Cherian watched for a while, but was still at a loss. There was nothing else remarkable. Just then her eyes widened as she stared more intently. This The Jianghu figures look like they're fighting each other, but they're all looking at one point in the painting, which is this incense burner. Everyone else here ignored the incense burner and kept whispering and gossiping. You're not supposed to touch anything. Does touching mean elimination? I'm sure the judges are watching us. Be careful. Don't drop or touch anything. Unexpectedly, a hand reached for the ding on the table. Those who saw it were startled. They widened their eyes and turned to look. Jeek Legion, to the astonished confusion of the crowd, decisively picked up the ding. He raised it and examined it closely, paying no mind to the crowd's reactions. Zhang Qian came over with him to study and analyze the ding. Jeek Legion soon discovered something and pointed to the characters on the bottom of the ding. Look at this. Zhang Qian stroked her chin, puzzled. What does dragon? Phoenix Hall mean? Jeek Legion continued. It means the opening ceremony starts immediately, right? The first round has begun. Hearing this, people couldn't help trembling with excitement. Jeek Legion smiled and added, Let's go. Surely we have to reach that place to complete the trial. But before they could leave, someone shouted loudly, Wait, those two said not to touch anything, didn't they? I can't overlook such thoughtless behavior. Jeek Legion cast a disdainful glance at him. Despite the woman behind trying to stop him, the youth remained cocky. Don't you consider the consequences this action could bring to everyone? I demand you put it back in its original place immediately. Jeek Legion continued to stare coldly at him from start to finish without speaking. After a moment, he sighed helplessly. Is this really that serious? Why must we mindlessly obey others? Zhang Qian stood behind, filled with helplessness. He looks about our age, doesn't he? Jeek Legion continued to expound, saying young people should know how to resist and push back. That's how you prove the passion and audacity of you. The youth grew even angrier at this and shouted that was nothing but the excuse of a fool. As he spoke, he glanced slightly to the side. There a few elders were observing the examination. Seeing they showed no reaction, the youth felt secretly pleased. Great. Taking this chance to finish him off here and impress the elders wouldn't be bad. The rules only said not to touch objects. They didn't forbid drawing a sword. Thinking that, he wanted to draw his sword. If you can't argue with reason, then I'll use force. The woman behind him cried out in panic. Oh dear, brother, don't do that. The youth sneered. Don't worry, little sister. I'm only going to teach him a lesson. But unexpectedly, before his long sword was fully drawn, it was forced back. Impossible to pull free. Jeek Legion, in a blink, had appeared before him and used his hand to block the sword's hilt. Facing this, the youth's face immediately contorted and sweat poured down. Seeing Jeek Legion's calm, friendly smile, he grew even more nervous. What kind of strength is this guy using? The veins on the arm holding the hilt bulged continuously under Jeek Legion's pressure and kept trembling. A threatening dark aura radiated from Jeek Legion. Don't bring shame upon yourself, little brother. Listen to your sister. The youth was struck down with fear. I can't move. The others in the room had no idea what was happening. They just saw the two standing there staring at each other and were extremely puzzled. What's going on? Are they fighting? At that moment, another hand was placed on the youth's hand. It was his little sister. Brother, well done. Don't recklessly draw your sword at the weak. The youth was filled with confusion. Weak? So she thought her brother had been restraining himself from drawing his sword because Jeek Legion was weak, when in fact her brother had been frozen in place by fear and couldn't move. She then stepped forward and bowed to Jeek Legion. Sorry, young master. Jeek Legion bore no grudge. He exhaled and smiled. He then put the ding back in its original place. After that, he decisively turned to leave. Let's go. Zhang Qian watched his retreating back, tense and thinking to herself what had just happened. As the two reached near the door, a guard warned, If you leave on your own, you'll be disqualified. Jeek Legion replied indifferently, Then disqualify us. Those behind couldn't contain their astonishment at his decisiveness. What? That guy actually forfeited. Jeek Legion suddenly stopped and turned to look back. Ah, right. I'll give you one chance because of your little sister. If you want to enter the second round, follow me. The youth and his sister were even more shocked to hear this. He frowned and snapped. If you leave on your own, you'll be disqualified. Didn't you hear? Jeek Legion didn't offer much explanation. He turned and laughed loudly. He and Zhang Qian then left the room. The crowd watched their backs and all cursed in unison. What a madman. The two, Jeek Legion, quickly went to the location marked on the bottom of the ding. They were now standing outside Dragon, Phoenix Hall. Zhang Cherian, who had been somewhat doubtful, now fully believed. There really is a Longfeng Hall. Jeek Legion said nothing and walked forward to pull the door open. Zhang Cherian babbled on. But the question was too big. How many people would make it this far? Or is it just us? Could we actually be the champions? But that was only what she imagined. As soon as the door opened, countless people who had gathered early inside were chatting excitedly. Zhang Cherian was dumbstruck by the scene. No way. Can all these people solve it? Jeek Legion narrowed his eyes and glanced around, and his gaze quickly fell on Hagi. Alongside him were the two Yang Huayangs. He couldn't help smiling and said, "The righteous schools really are different, aren't they?" Zhang Cherian glanced at him, puzzled. Why? Is he mocking someone? Her eyes then widened as if she'd realized something. She leaned toward Jeek Legion and whispered, "Could there be cheating?" Jeek Legion replied calmly, "They leaked information to the noble families. You can tell just by seeing that fool arrive before us." Zhang Cherian followed the direction he pointed and looked back. That fool. The direction Jeek Legion pointed was exactly where Zhang Injial and Zhang Inhua were standing. Zhang Cherian inwardly flinched. It's him. He actually dared to do that, and still has the nerve to show up here. Zhang Injial was also glancing their way, silently judging that brat. His gaze seemed to notice something. Perhaps he'd run into Quan Hyuki. What on earth happened? I told him to deal with that guy. What's Quan Hyuki doing? Jeek Legion now looked at him with a fierce, smiling expression. Facing that expression, Zhang Injial's face showed clear panic. Something's wrong. Is someone backing him? But it doesn't look like it. Did Quan Hyuki take the money and run? Zhang Injial's mind was in turmoil with all sorts of thoughts, while his sister, Zhang Inhua, was watching Jeek Legion with bright, pleased eyes. Jeek Legion shook his head in disgust, thinking to himself, why was that girl winking at me like that? Seeing his sister flirtatiously glance at Jeek Legion made Zhang Injial even angrier. His body trembled and veins bulged all down his arms. After a moment, a gong sounded suddenly. Everyone present was startled and turned to look. Shortly after, a person came down from the second floor. The crowd was astonished. The man addressed them. All Longfengs are present here. Congratulations to all Longfengs who passed the first round. This man was Bong Suchan, an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. He was in charge of the Dragon, Phoenix banquet this time. Everyone had guessed, but hearing it from his own mouth still shocked them. They all cheered at once, shouting with great joy. Zhang Cherian, excited, turned to Jeek Legion and said, "We've passed." Just then a loud commotion rose outside. "Wait, stop. I have something to say." This was a matter of great importance. The ones who arrived were the brother and sister who had earlier provoked Jeek Legion. Zhang Cherian also recognized him and was a bit surprised. Is that the same person from before? Jeek Legion remained extremely calm and largely unconcerned. The young man who had been stopped outside shouted loudly, "This round is invalid, because someone here is not qualified." The atmosphere immediately erupted. Was he claiming all of a sudden? Invalid how? Bong Suchin's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Invalid." The young man quickly continued. "When we entered the room, the organizers clearly said not to touch anything. We only follow the rules. Those who should be disqualified are the rule breakers." As he spoke, he pointed at the two of Jeek Legion. Those who had shared the room with Jeek Legion earlier clamored in agreement. "Yes, this is unfair. This round is invalid." The two with Jeek Legion glanced at them with boredom. The others in the room also shot helpless looks at the troublemakers. From the upper floor, Bong Suchan barked coldly, "Stop complaining. Do you take the Jianghu for a joke? The Jianghu is a dangerous place. Danger can lurk at any moment, so you must always be vigilant and cautious. You ignored everything, even though the organizers posted the entry notice and commencement announcement right outside the door. Were you assassinated and now you cry foul? Who are you complaining to, King Yama? Aren't you ashamed in front of those who came here by their own strength?" Those words immediately made the young man freeze. Zhang Cherian then asked Jeek Legion, "How did you know? I mean, the incense burner was bait. It could have been a coincidence." Jeek Legion shook his head. "No, there are no coincidences in the Jianghu." Zhang Cherian stared at him, thinking inwardly that the Jianghu was far more terrifying than she had imagined. She then noticed the brother and sister. The girl was sobbing in great misery. She glanced toward the noble offspring like Jianghu and saw not only cruelty, but also cowardice. If I had gone with others, I might have ended up like that little miss. The young man reassured his sister, "Let's go. There's nothing we can do." Bong Suchan on the dais laughed viciously, thinking to himself that they should thank heaven for being disqualified today, because this Longfeng banquet will become a living hell. By evening, the first round examinations finally concluded. Jeek Legion and Zhang Qian returned to roast meat and celebrate. He offered a skewer to the person opposite. "Come on, eat up." The other person quickly tasted the barbecue. She immediately became excited, her eyes shining. "Delicious, Appa." Jeek Legion smiled. "Right? It's amazing, isn't it? Even with the same cut of meat, grilling it with salt and chili gives it a completely different flavor." This woman is Young Suryun, the third miss of Righteous Sword. Zhang Qian sat in the middle eating. Seeing how well they got along left a look of helplessness on his face. While grilling, Jeek Legion explained, "My mother is perfect in many ways, but she has one flaw. She can't cook. So I taught myself to cook to avoid being ordinary. To me, good food is one of the three great pleasures of life." Ansui nodded in approval. "I get that you grill like a chivalrous hero, but how come you cook better than me?" Zhang Qian smiled at his younger sister. "Suryun really eats well. Remember to chew thoroughly." Suryun replied, "It's already melting in my mouth." Zhang Qian felt secretly happy. It had been a long time since he'd seen Suryun this cheerful. 7 years ago, Suryun suddenly fell ill. All the famous doctors couldn't find the cause. Could Suryun possibly recover? Her condition was getting worse and worse. Ansui again spoke to Jeek Legion. Normally, she hardly eats anything. "Thank you, Jeek Hero." Zhang Lichu also chimed in. "You're truly talented. I heard you helped Zhang Qian pass the first round, right?" Jeek Legion chuckled. "You already know. Just leave round 2 to me as well." Zhang Qian glanced at him, thinking that in the past he would have assumed Jeek was bragging. But Jeek Legion was no ordinary person. Everyone could see that. "Who exactly are you?" At night, Jeek Legion stood alone amid the flower forest. He stood there breathing and gazing at the sky, when suddenly he startled, his expression contorting. The flower meadow beneath his feet immediately shook violently. Then countless spots were struck, earth and rocks scattering in chaos. Cracks in the ground grew larger and spread toward Jeek Legion. Very quickly, the ground around his feet had been shattered. The flower garden below exploded into disarray and rose into the air. In an instant, he found himself standing within an endless space with countless pillars and rocks suspended in midair. He looked up and smiled, asking, "So, Wang Mukiel?" Not far away, Wang Mukiel and Myong were standing on a platform watching. What Jeek Legion had just experienced wasn't reality, but a formation created by Wang Mukiel. He quickly stopped the device and dismantled the formation, and everything before Jeek Legion quickly began to fade away. Everything in the courtyard then returned to normal. He explained to Jeek Legion. That formation was the 9-flower, 9-palace formation. It's the simplest of the 3 formations to be set up in the man. The second formation is the 5 elements 1-star formation, and the final formation is the Great Net Ming King formation. Most notable is the Great Net Ming King formation. Once activated, no master can escape unless they know how to break. Jeek Legion marveled. Truly a terrifying formation. But Wang Mukiel, there's one thing you're mistaken about. There will certainly be martial arts that can break the formation without knowing its Jiachu method. Wang Mukiel frowned, his face full of puzzlement. Jeek Legion didn't explain much either. "One day you'll understand." Jeek Legion then strolled up the mountain with Myong. As they walked, Myong reported, "Behind the 3 formations there will be a mechanism called the 7-segment death path, and the main buildings will be constructed behind that. The construction is almost finished." Jeek Legion stopped, grinning excitedly. "Now we'll create the strongest and most awe-inspiring sect in the Jianghu." Myong smiled and nodded in agreement. After a moment, he remembered something and reported, "I've traced Feng Shun's whereabouts, just as you predicted." Jeek Legion nodded. "Tomorrow I'll go find him." Myong narrowed his eyes and asked, "But why are you suddenly doing that?" Do you intend to give him to someone? At that question, he laughed oddly, as if he'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Jeek Legion snapped at him. Myong, that's a bad habit. Probing questions? Myong cleared his throat. Sorry, yaun muste. Jeek Legion folded his arms and looked at Phuong Xe. I'm at a loss with you. The night scene always leaves me so moved. I really don't know why. Do you have some secret you're hiding from me? Like falling into a well at 2 years old and being trapped in darkness for 3 or 4 days. Myong shook his head. No such thing. If it had happened, the young master would have crawled out himself. A bored look crossed Jeek Legion's face. Sometimes I hate myself like that. Myong was puzzled. What do you mean? Haha. I was only joking. By the way, Myong, can I own all those lanterns? Myong was momentarily stunned by the question. He turned and glanced downward as well. Who in the Jianghu could do it better than the young master? The next day, out on the street, amid the bustling crowd, Zhang Cherian ran after Jeek Legion and asked, "Where are you taking me without a word?" Jeek Legion smiled and replied, "To a place that sells real weapons." Zhang Cherian was puzzled. What do you mean by real weapons? Her mind involuntarily recalled her previous weapon shopping trips. Whatever she touched, the shopkeeper praised relentlessly. "Miss, you really have an eye for this. 5 taels, you say? Only that cheap? Or should I save my pocket money to buy it?" Jeek Legion sighed. "I'll take you somewhere even better." The two quickly arrived at some weapon shop, and as they entered, a pile of weapons immediately struck their eyes. An old man with a fierce-looking face stood there staring at them. Zhang Cherian felt a little intimidated by his expression. "What is this? The atmosphere here is terrifying. You say you're new to Wuhan. How do you know about this black market?" Jeek Legion observed for a moment, then picked up a hidden weapon and asked the old man, "Is this all you have?" The old man squinted and stared at him. His attention quickly struck the 2 swords on Jeek Legion's back. He then smiled with some interest. "I thought you'd want something different. You're an honored guest. I must show you something worthy." He then took out a wooden box. When he opened it, a stream of blue light spilled out. This is the Ice Jade Gauntlet. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted hydro rod, with a cold aura wavering around it. Clearly a fine piece at a glance. Zhang Cherian stepped forward to inspect the hydro rod, utterly amazed. It's beautiful. But when she heard its price, she was struck dumb as if by lightning. The Ice Jade Gauntlet cost 15,000 taels. Contrary to her expectations, Jeek Legion remained extremely calm, seemingly unconcerned about the price. "If I buy this, is there a free gift included?" Zhang Cherian couldn't believe it and blurted out, "You're buying it for the free gift?" The old man was puzzled. "A free gift? What do you want?" Jeek Legion glanced around. "Just pick anything here at random, right?" The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You know, none of the items here are ordinary. What a strange kid." With that, he decisively agreed. "All right." Jeek Legion smiled in satisfaction, then pointed to a spot. "I'll take this one." Both the old man and Zhang Cherian were stunned by him. The old man couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, may I know your name?" Jeek Legion didn't hide it and immediately gave his name. The old man thought to himself that he'd never heard the name before, but a child who recognized this item. Could he come from a great sect, or did he have an unusually special background? Could those sword and saber be? The more he pondered, the more intrigued he became. It seemed the treasure had found its owner. Perhaps we'd meet again. Jeek Legion smiled, who knows? Watching the old man and the youngster smile at each other left Zhang Cherian baffled on the side. After leaving the black market for a bit, Zhang Cherian began scolding nonstop. "You idiot, spending 15,000 taels on just a dagger? And you even pick a pair of tattered gloves as the free gift. Are you crazy or stupid?" "No, you're both crazy and stupid. Where did you get so much money? Are you involved in something shady? You two are sons of wealthy families." Jeek Legion stood up, helplessly looking at her. "Oh dear, you're so noisy. Give me your hand." Zhang Cherian shook her head. "I don't need the gloves." Jeek Legion explained. "Wearing them will help your martial arts advance. You're stuck at the 7-star realm, aren't you?" Zhang Cherian startled. "How do you know that?" Jeek Legion smiled. "What don't I know?" Zhang Cherian stammered. "Does this really work? Don't you dare trick me." Jeek Legion didn't say much. He reached out and took her hand. "Every item has its own spirit, so wear it with a sincere heart." Zhang Cherian stood there blankly, not understanding. Jeek Legion didn't explain further and quickly helped her put the gloves on. Zhang Cherian was startled. Were the gloves transparent at first? As soon as she donned them, she felt a surge of power rising within her. The aura was so strong it formed a vortex, whipping the surrounding trees in a violent trembling. She couldn't believe it and blurted out, "What kind of aura is this? It's so strange." It didn't stop there. As soon as she finished speaking, another powerful aura began to spread. Golden light kept erupting from the gloves on her hands. The aura made it difficult even for Zhang Cherian to open her eyes. Jeek Legion had remained silent the whole time, simply standing there and observing everything. After a moment, Zhang Cherian suddenly jolted and opened her eyes wide, staring at her hand, thinking to herself that this was no ordinary treasure. Jeek Legion smiled with satisfaction. "It has accepted you. I wasn't mistaken. You have great potential." Zhang Cherian looked at the characters on her palm in puzzlement. "Accepted? What is this? What does Fong mean?" Jeek Legion held up his hand. There was a character on his palm as well. It was Fong then. If you were one on each hand, they'll react when near each other. Your internal skill is still weak, so you can't feel it, but I can. Zhang Cherian cut in excitedly. "No way." Jeek Legion confirmed. "Maybe its material isn't ordinary. Its original owner was Quan Woon Fong then. He was the supreme master 300 years ago. In other words, this is a treasure among treasures." Zhang Cherian was perplexed. "A treasure? Then why was it tossed out in the black market like that?" Jeek Legion offered, "Perhaps it's waiting for a worthy person. You can even block chi blades with bare hands. Of course, your internal skill is still weak. Touching it could cause serious injury, though your hand won't be severed." Zhang Cherian lowered her head and stood there in thought. "Why are you so good to me?" After saying that, she looked at him expectantly. Jeek Legion only smiled and did not reply. A few days later, on a gloomy day with drizzling rain, today was the second round of the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament. Zhang Cherian and Jeek Legion were present, sitting in the spectator's box. She looked down at the arena puzzled and exclaimed, "What's that? What are the footprints on that long stone slab?" The judge quickly shouted aloud, "This year's second round of the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament is a footwork test. The test is simple. Just go from here to there. But there are two conditions. You must step exactly into these footprints, and the two partners must coordinate smoothly." The contestants murmured among themselves, "It's only footwork? That's easy as pie. Sis, you shouldn't have a problem, right? Isn't that something anyone who trains martial arts can do? It's truly child's play." The referee sneered to himself. That heir of the Southern Sword sect is really incompetent. From round 2, there are no special privileges for prestigious families. The judges have nothing to do with the 4 great sects, and I'm not involved in scoring. Can you really get through it? Jeek Legion, completely opposite to everyone else, said seriously, "This is not easy." Zhang Cherian looked at him in confusion. What do you mean?" Jeek Legion explained. "Everyone develops habits in their martial arts, and footwork especially forms unconscious patterns. If you focus on the footprints, your body technique will be thrown off. The problem for the two of you is you must move as one." Suddenly a woman asked the judge, "How is the test conducted? Will the others step aside, so only the contestants remain?" The judge shook his head. "No, everyone will witness it." The crowd erupted. "What? So those who go later will have an advantage? We should wait and watch others' footwork and learn." Zhang Cherian thought the same. "If we observe and learn from those before us." But before she could finish the sentence, someone volunteered to go first. The crowd turned in surprise. "Already? Is that wise?" Jeek Legion's mouth twitched in approval. "Clever. The first mover often has his reasons." The one volunteering first was Imhagi. It was still drizzling outside. Inside the arena, Imhagi and his partner stood ready for the trial. Everyone on the stands watched them. "He dares go first? Confidence indeed. Sir Im is worthy of." Zhang Cherian watched intently. What footwork would he use? Jeek Legion sat beside her, a keen smile tugging at his lips. Quickly, Imhagi stepped onto the platform. She swirled around him, fierce and imposing. Those watching couldn't help but exclaim at his steps, truly graceful. Imhagi led, and the woman behind him followed silently, in perfect harmony. His expression was serious as he moved with astonishing speed and illusion-like finesse. Zhang Qian was stunned. That was fast, and the adjudicators whispered among themselves. Fast and precise. Truly the descendant of the Northern Heaven's supreme family. Miss Sima looked a bit exhausted, yet she stubbornly kept up. For the first try, that was pretty good. In no time, Imhagi reached the far end. The surrounding crowd roared with admiration. Surim has reached the goal. Surim was splendid. Miss Sima also reached the goal. The judge then declared Imhagi and Co. Beek passed the test. Jeek Legion, watching Zhang Qian closely beside him, suddenly said, "Why do I feel nervous? Can we pass it?" Jeek Legion turned to her and smiled calmly. "No." Zhang Qian gaped in alarm. "No," Jeek Legion retorted. "I never said impossible." Zhang Qian's face filled with confusion. "So we make it or not?" Jeek Legion then stood up. "Let's train, follow me." Zhang Qian pointed at the arena. "Aren't we watching more?" Jeek Legion shook his head. "Why watch? Most will be eliminated for copying his footwork. This test seeks those who can use their own style. If we mimic others, we won't pass." A short while later, the two arrived at a quiet courtyard. Rain still poured without sign of stopping. Jeek Legion looked around and said, "It's quiet here. Best place to practice. Show me your Tich Ta sword technique. I'll watch and give corrections." The Tich Ta sword technique at the 7-star level can't pass this test, as is. Zhang Qian, surprised and doubtful, said, "You'll correct my Tich Ta sword technique? You can grasp the essence of a martial art just by watching once. Who exactly are you? Are you really a master?" Jeek Legion smiled. "I'm fully capable of teaching you." Though still doubtful, Zhang Qian decisively drew her sword. "I don't understand what you're saying, but I'll try." Rain dripped on a blade. Unbothered by the rain, Zhang Qian stepped into the courtyard and began to perform her swordplay before Jeek Legion. Jeek Legion stood there, watching the sword chi turn and flow with seriousness. After a while, he noticed something unusual within Zhang Qian's sword moves. He immediately told her to stop. "Wait, slow that part by half a breath." Zhang Qian immediately obeyed. "Is it like this?" With just that tiny change, the strike's power grew countless times over. Even Zhang Qian couldn't believe it. Slowing by half a breath made the feeling of drawing the sword completely different. Jeek Legion smiled with satisfaction and continued. "Good, keep going." Zhang Qian now had no more doubts about Jeek Legion's ability and swung her sword wildly. Jeek Legion watched and kept instructing. "Bring the hand in more. Your left foot is misplaced." Zhang Qian grew more and more astonished. Every word from Legion was as solid as a nail and extremely effective. It was truly unbelievable. It brought about major changes to her martial arts. By the final move, the sensation was completely different from before, and very quickly she delivered the finishing slash. Jeek Legion across from her smiled in approval. Zhang Qian stopped practicing. Her hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably from excitement. "No way. Is this the Tich Ta sword technique I know? Just who is that guy anyway?" Jeek Legion smiled and said, "Congratulations. Your Tich Ta sword technique has surpassed 7-star and reached 8-star. Zhang Qian stared at him, dumbfounded. Can martial arts really be taught like that? Cut to another spot. In the drizzle, among the trees, a figure stood as if waiting for something. This person was Jeek Legion's bodyguard, Myong. He quietly stared at Fuang Xe. There was nothing here but trees and grass. But soon 3 figures led by Yang Huayang appeared. Each of them emanated an extremely strong aura, making onlookers feel fearful even from afar. Myong bowed and clasped his hands to them. "You have arrived," Yang Huayang replied. "Long time no see." Myong quickly explained, "The young master is participating in the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament. I'll take you to him." Yang Huayang nodded. "All right, but why haven't you shaved? You look far too old." Her words stunned him as if struck by light. Not stopping there, Liang Di Swang rubbed salt in the wound. "You look 5 years older, little bro." After mocking him, the 3 left, leaving him dazed and crestfallen. Yang Huayang walked ahead, puzzled. Why is Jeek Legion joining the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament? Seems like he's up to something again. Let's hurry over. Cut to the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament. where another pair were stepping up to try their luck. The audience buzzed and looked over. Oh, who were they? The two, Jeek Legion and his companion, each introduced their names and backgrounds. When the crowd heard their origins, they couldn't help sneering. Drifting clouds and flowing water? Where's that? Sounds like some nobody's school. Jeek Legion glanced at Zhang Cherian and asked, evil suppressing sword art technique at 9-star should be a breeze, right? Zhang Cherian thought to herself. 9-star? After being taught once more, I've heard of it, but I still can't believe it. I've never heard of martial arts improving this fast. While she was still dazed, Jeek Legion asked, do you know the codename of this mission? Jeek Legion then leapt onto the stage. It was the dragon, Phoenix-paired brilliance. Outside, the morning sun pierced through the clouds and shone down. Inside the arena, Zhang Cherian had also run up to keep close to Jeek Legion. The spectators who had earlier mocked them were now rendered speechless. Both of them were left utterly astonished. As Jeek Legion moved, he asked Zhang Cherian, not bad, right? Zhang Cherian replied excitedly, all thanks to you. Strangely, my body can move like this. Maybe it's because I'm relaxed. It feels like dancing. Jeek Legion continued, the mind feeling controlling the body. That's the essence of martial arts. Zhang Cherian gasped, the essence of martial arts? Immediately, her eyes widened. She looked back along the path in alarm. Have we already arrived? I don't remember how I got here. Jeek Legion smiled. A marvelous display of pair dragon, Phoenix brilliance. Zhang Cherian said nothing, just smiled at him. The judge's voice quickly rang out. Jeek Legion and Zhang Cherian passed. Where parents learned their daughter had passed the second round, they were astonished. Zhang Cherian, since when did your martial arts get so formidable? Jeek Legion now also looked somewhat surprised into the distance. Yang Weiyang's group had by now arrived and stood before him. Facing those four, Jeek Legion was stunned for 3 seconds. He then excitedly spread his arms as if to run up and hug them. But before he could reach them, Yang Weiyang drew back and jabbed him in the brow, making him spit blood. Annoying, everyone thinks I'm your kin when they look at us. Jeek Legion laughed, rubbing his head. Long time no see. You're still the same. Yang Weiyang asked suspiciously, are you building an estate? Kid, what big plans are you cooking up? Jeek Legion made no secret of his ambition and said casually, what am I doing? I'll swallow up the martial world. Yang Weiyang asked, you think uniting the martial world will be easy? Jeek Legion sighed. Of course it's difficult. Not to mention the 4 sects, they're the 9 great schools and the 4 great clans as well. Yang Weiyang squinted. So what do you plan to do about the divine sect? Jeek Legion's face tightened. For a moment, he had no answer. The 3 Makui also watched him intently, waiting for his reply. After a moment, Jeek Legion smiled and said, if it hasn't happened yet, I'm not worried. Yang Weiyang sighed. You really are the same. Jeek Legion looked toward Myong and ordered, see the elders in carefully. Myong looked puzzled. Yes, but where is the young master going? Jeek Legion replied, I'm going to catch an ugly bastard, then went to meet Zhang Cherian. Hearing him, she couldn't help smiling awkwardly. Are you joking? Jeek Legion put on a serious face. No, I'm serious. We'll cross this bridge. The bridge he mentioned was a rotten wooden one, dangling precariously between 2 towering cliffs with no bottom in sight. Zhang Cherian's face went pale with terror. No way. Jeek Legion warned, you'll regret it if you don't go. The man I'm after is closely linked to you. This bridge is as flat as the ground. We could just walk across. Zhang Cherian remained anxious. It's dangerous. There's a deep abyss below. Jeek Legion explained, that's the difference between masters and novices. Masters treat places like this as if they're flat ground. I don't think you're a master. Zhang Cherian bowed her head and sighed. I know, Jeek Legion continued sternly, but at least if you want to become a master, you have to try. Hearing that, Zhang Cherian felt her morale rise. Right, it's just a path. I'll just keep moving forward. She then began to cross the bridge with Jeek Legion. She took each step extremely gingerly and light-footed. After a while, she exhaled. It's easier to cross than I thought. Jeek Legion in front smiled. I forgot, it gets very windy here. So be careful. No sooner had he spoken than a gust formed in the sky, and the bridge immediately began to shake. The violent wind made it impossible for Zhang Cherian to stay standing on the bridge. she was blown up into the air. Facing this, she just stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, unable to accept the reality. Jeek Legion shouted reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. Just treat it like flat ground and keep going." Zhang Qian grit her teeth and thought, "That's right, just like flat ground." But when she looked down, she panicked all over again. She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed in utter confusion. Seeing this from below, Jeek Legion reached out and channeled his energy. He then directed his foot chi toward Zhang Qian. His chi quickly enveloped Zhang Qian, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. "What is this?" Jeek Legion's chi stabilized her body and countered the wind, and very quickly he guided her back down to stand on the bridge again. Even so, her body was still trembling violently. "Impossible," almost died. Jeek Legion on the opposite side remained silently waiting for her. Zhang Qian wrestled with her feelings. "I have to go, but my feet won't lift." Only then did Jeek Legion slowly speak. Seeing her for the first time, my heart almost stopped. Hearing those words, Zhang Qian momentarily forgot her fear, eyes wide as she looked up. Jeek Legion smiled tenderly. "Come here because I like you." Zhang Qian froze in place. "What? He likes me?" She began to recall everything they'd been through. He gets along with women so well. Wherever he goes, women surround him. The more she thought, the less she could believe it. "No way, he likes me?" Unconsciously, her fear vanished. She found herself stepping forward without any trace of fright. After a moment, she miraculously made it across the hanging bridge. But crossing the bridge no longer mattered to her. Her mind still whirled. "Did I miss here?" Jeek Legion turned to her and smiled. "See? Easy." The four words, "because I like you," kept ringing in her ears. "What did you just say?" Jeek Legion smiled and said, "What?" Zhang Qian's cheeks flushed immediately. "Was that just a joke? You said it to distract me because I was scared, didn't you?" When she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into an awkward, terrifying silence. No one said a word. After a moment, Jeek Legion glanced at the Buddha statue beside them. "You're clever." Zhang Qian angrily punched a wooden pillar, thinking, "You dare tease me?" At that moment, a scolding voice rang out. "Who allowed you to fight in the temple?" The one shouting was a monk. He barked angrily, "Stop it at once." Zhang Qian was instantly frightened by a shout and bowed her head. "Sorry, sir." The old monk, seeing Jeek Legion's face, was startled. He immediately changed his tone to obsequiousness and wanted to run off. "Kids will be kids." Then go ahead and play." Before he could take many steps, Jeek Legion's voice rang out. "Nice disguise, but you can't fool me, ugly bastard." Inside the shrine stood a dazzling golden Buddha statue. Jeek Legion and Ugly Bastard had come in and sat down to chat. Ugly Bastard held his head and sighed. "Even the Buddha is heartless. Why did your devil of a man come looking for me?" As he spoke, he reached up and peeled the mask off the man's face. Zhang Qian looked at Jeek Legion in puzzlement and asked, "Who is this?" Jeek Legion smiled and listed a bunch of occupations. "A swindler, a quack, a thief. He has 8 useless talents." Zhang Qian stared, stunned. 8 special fields of talent? Could he be the octa-talented? At that, she stopped and stared at Ugly Bastard in surprise. "Handsome senior." Ugly Bastard snorted coldly. "The kid knows a bit about the Jianghu. My full nickname in the Jianghu is Unbounded Grotesque Tie." He was trying to act cool when Jeek Legion walked over and ruffled his hair. "And he's my disciple." Zhang Qian was even more astonished. "A disciple? What on earth happened?" Jeek Legion explained. "This fellow lost to me in a bet. The stake was that the loser becomes the other's disciple." Zhang Qian asked again, "A bet on what?" Jeek Legion didn't hide it. It was a game of Go. Ugly Bastard shouted angrily. Certain someone had used secret signals to tip him off. "That scoundrel used a dirty trick to cheat me. He must have used poison," he cried. Zhang Qian thought to herself, "Cheating and wagering. Those are old, unbounded grotesque tie specialties, aren't they? How could Legion possibly win?" Jeek Legion didn't want to argue. He sighed and said, "I'm here today on business. Though you're a quack, you're a skilled one. I need you to examine a patient." Ugly Bastard snorted in anger. "Kid, who do you think I am, that I examine whoever says so? Plenty have died because I refused to treat them, no matter how much money they offered." Jeek Legion looked at him seriously. If you can cure that person's illness, I'll pretend the bet never happened. Ugly Bastard was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He immediately sprang to his feet and agreed. Fine, let's end this cursed tie as soon as possible. Let's go. Zhang Cherian glanced at Jeek Legion in puzzlement and asked, "Who is sick?" Jeek Legion smiled at her, but didn't answer. Very quickly, Zhang Cherian realized who the patient was. No way. The patient Legion mentioned was Suryan. The whole Zhang family was holding their breath in Suryan's room. Ugly Bastard was now sitting by the bed, taking her pulse. Suryan lay on the bed, also holding her breath as she stared at him. Zhang Cherian was filled with anxious hope. No one had found the cause so far. Perhaps this time there'd be results. Time passed like that. After an unknown while, seeing Ugly Bastard still taking her pulse, Jeek Legion went over and asked, "How is it?" Ugly Bastard inwardly admired him. The kid even saved face for me in front of everyone. He then stood up, turned to the crowd, and said, "The girl was stung by a venomous bee called bloodwind. It's a very rare species." The Zhang family gasped in disbelief. A venomous bee? Ugly Bastard continued, "I'll prescribe medicine. Boil it for her to drink for 15 days, then ensure she eats well and exercises to rebuild strength. Also let her go on the Re-Scroll channel to grind stories and relax her mind. In about a year or two, she'll fully recover." The Zhang family found it increasingly hard to believe and just stood there stunned. Jeek Legion glanced at Zhang Cherian and smiled. Zhang Cherian, still dazed, blurted out, "Suryan will get better?" Zhang Lichu regained composure and kowtowed to Ugly Bastard. "Thank you, sir. Your reputation is well-deserved." Ugly Bastard hurriedly told him to rise. "Oh my, please get up." The madam turned to Jeek Legion to thank him. "Thank you, young hero Jeek." They hadn't expected he could summon Mr. Unbounded Grotesque Tai to come diagnose Suryan. This favor will never be forgotten. Jeek Legion smiled. "It's nothing. All thanks to your young miss. She risked everything to ask for help." Saying that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Cherian again. She was staring at him. Jeek Legion looked straight into her eyes and continued, "This is all thanks to you. You've worked hard." Zhang Cherian was so moved her eyes glistened. "Thank you." The room immediately erupted into noisy commotion. After a while, Jeek Legion stepped outside, hands clasped in farewell to Ugly Bastard. "Senior Unbounded Grotesque Tai, I've caused you much trouble. You may go now." Ugly Bastard nodded. "You've always been so straightforward. It's amusing. But your original reason for seeking me wasn't this, was it?" Jeek Legion did not deny it. "That's right. My initial purpose for needing you was to unite the Jianghu. But the girl's life is also important." Ugly Bastard smiled with interest. "The life of a child is important? 3 years ago, when you were a mischievous brat, you said your dream was to create a marvelous Jianghu. Back then, I thought it was just childish talk. But now you've matured. You've kept that dream until now." Jeek Legion smiled and nodded. "I have." Ugly Bastard narrowed his eyes and stared at him. "Then show me the Jianghu you mean, and I'll help you." Jeek Legion warned soberly. "This is a life-risking task. You won't regret it?" Ugly Bastard replied with equal gravity. "I won't regret it." Jeek Legion smiled. "From now on you'll have to call me young master." Ugly Bastard had no objection, better than master, but he was curious. "What will you do next?" Jeek Legion answered. "Next, of course, we'll go on Re-Scroll and grind cultivation methods." The next day, on a small island in a large lake near Wuhan, on the day of round 3, all the contestants were gathered there in little clusters chatting and debating, nothing much. "What are we supposed to do here?" Zhang Cherian looked around in amazement. She hadn't expected round 3 to be on an island, when a loud voice rang out. "Call my guards here at once." Hearing the argument, Jeek Legion and the other turned their heads. Zhang Cherian was puzzled. "What's going on?" A group of brutal-looking men were berating a young man. "So you expect us to stay on this deserted island without guards? Ridiculous." The young man nervously explained, "Young Master Yang, please calm down. This is to ensure the fairness of the test." The Southern Sword's allied leader agreed. The young man still shouted loudly that he would never agree to this. The other tried to explain. "As said before, many masters from Northern Heaven Supreme family are scattered across the island, so nothing unexpected should happen, right?" Jeek Legion stood watching them, unable to help but sigh. These kids haven't changed. Zhang Qian looked tense too. But will it be okay? Jeek Legion reassured her that the Northern Heaven Supreme family masters he mentioned did have some skill. Zhang Qian asked in surprise. You can sense their qi? Jeek Legion replied. But I still can't be completely at ease. You know how it is. In the Jianghu, a single slip can cost you your life. Misfortune always strikes at such moments. Across the lake, a boat was cutting swiftly over the water. Inside the boat's cabin, a woman clutched her head in panic, while the young man on the deck angrily shoved her out and shouted for her to get off. Damn it! Why bring that freak here? After a moment, he calmed and called to his men outside. Are we almost there? The other answered, Yes, we'll be there in a moment. The young man licked his lips with obvious delight. Good. The noble young ladies of the great families will be quite a spectacle. This one is the demonic scourge, the top sword of the wicked. An elder then appeared on the island carrying a great banner. This is the dragon, Phoenix Banner. Whoever seizes this dragon, Phoenix Banner, will pass round 3. This man is Judge Yongcheng. Everyone recognized him. Yomihiro, a master like him acting as a judge? Zhang Qian asked Jeek Legion. Is round 3 a contest for the banner? So we have to fight to take it. No sooner had she spoken than a loud voice rang out ahead. Not a fight. Yongcheng pointed to the side and explained, Look at these 2 gates. Enter through the left gate, circle the island, and exit through the right gate. In other words, this island itself is round 3. The first 4 dragon, Phoenix pairs to return here. That means a total of 8 people will claim these flags. Another woman ran up to Zhang Qian and asked, So it's Featherlight skill? She was with a companion and then introduced herself. I'm Jie Yanghe of the Heilwang clan, and this is my senior brother. Pleased to meet you. You Miss Zhang of Righteous Sword, right? Zhang Qian startled. How did you know? Jie Yanghe glanced at her senior brother behind her. Brother, I met you once and I fell for you. The young man blushed and protested loudly. Not true. Miss, you're mistaken. They chatted enthusiastically when a loud shout came from ahead. You 3, are you here to play? The 3 bowed and apologized in unison. Yongcheng continued, Being nimble alone won't win the dragon. Phoenix Banner. This island is full of traps. Jie Yanghe nervously glanced at her senior brother. Traps? Why didn't anyone mention this? Yongcheng reassured them. Don't worry too much. See these wooden arrows? We use these instead of real weapons. If you get caught in a trap, call the nearest judge. There will always be a judge near you, so relax. All right, set off. Good luck. Zhang Qian and Jeek Legion then set off around a lake together. This path is awfully quiet, Jeek Legion replied. Exploring roads no one has trod, yet is where the fun is. Zhang Qian turned to him with curiosity. You said you traveled the world since you were 5, right? So you've been to many places? Jeek Legion answered bluntly. There's hardly anywhere I haven't been. Zhang Qian sighed. Amazing. Are all your wonders just from experience? The more she thought, the smaller she felt. Seeing you makes me feel truly tiny. Jeek Legion smiled at her. Don't worry. I'll take you to many places. Zhang Qian's face flushed immediately. Take me where? While she was thinking of home and the children, Jeek Legion changed the subject. Weren't there supposed to be judges nearby? Zhang Qian snapped back to attention. Yeah, why? Jeek Legion looked ahead. I can't sense anyone's presence around us. Zhang Qian widened her eyes. What? The 2 of them stood there and exchanged looks, sharing a quiet moment. After who knows how long, Zhang Qian shyly turned and began to walk. Why are you staring at me like that? Let's go. As she turned, her eyes suddenly widened. She wasted no time drawing her sword, then swung it up to block the attack coming from behind. That was the arrow Yongcheng had mentioned earlier. Jeek Legion behind her also reached out and caught another arrow for her. Zhang Qian stared wide-eyed in alarm. Another one? Thank you. At that speed, even a wooden arrow is dead. Jeek Legion said gravely. That's a real arrow. Someone has tampered with the traps. At that moment, a distant, blood-curdling scream rang out. Jeek Legion didn't hesitate and shot off. Let's go. Zhang Qian said nothing more, quickly used light in his skill, and chased after him, cutting across to another spot near the lake where a boat was moored. The two guards on watch frowned. Did anyone report a boat arriving here? No. Who's stupid enough to bring a boat to the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament? As they spoke, a dark shape tore overhead at alarming speed. Both men sensed it and turned their heads. Something had just fallen. They both immediately widened their eyes in utter disbelief. What had fallen was a human head, the blood still fresh. It was Judge Yun. No sooner had they spoken on the boat than someone shouted, "Still daring to judge? Already sent people to deal with them long ago. Why do they keep showing up?" The two youths turned to the newcomer with a chill running down their spines. "Quickly report this to Judge Yongcheng. I'll stay here and stop him." The man immediately turned to run. "I'll be right back. Be careful." But before he could get away, an iron chain swung out and severed his head. The remaining man stood frozen at his comrade's gruesome death. "What the? You bastard! You dare kill someone from the Northern Heaven Supreme family?" No sooner had he spoken than he too died, as the heavenly demon stepped onto the island, snorting coldly. "Then I'll go meet the young ladies." Meanwhile, Jeek Legion was still hurtling through the woods. Very quickly, he spotted a crowd gathered in the distance. The whole group was clustered together there. Jeek Legion's eyes widened. He couldn't contain his shock. Zhang Cherian chasing behind was also startled. And at the center, Jie Yanghe's group were clutching her senior brother's body, wailing in grief. "Senior brother, please wake up." The onlookers, seeing the youth's plight, were all full of ugly, tense expressions. Zhang Cherian hurried over. "Miss Ga." Jeek Legion glanced at the great blade stuck in a tree nearby. The blade was smeared with fresh, gruesome blood. Someone else cried out in panic. "I didn't know this tournament was so brutal. I don't want the Dragon Phoenix job anymore. Judge, come out here." But no matter how they shouted, no one appeared and no voice answered. Everything fell into a terrifying silence. Zhang Cherian looked up at Jeek Legion. "Why hasn't anyone come at all? This feels wrong. We should go back." Jeek Legion shook his head. "No, this island has become a giant trap. If this is someone's plot, then they surely anticipated us trying to turn back. Perhaps the deadliest trap waits there for us, and if we lose our way, we'll fall into a formation." Zhang Cherian flinched. "What? Then what should we do now?" Jeek Legion replied. "We have no choice but to keep going." The people around them panicked and looked about. "There's a formation?" Zhang Cherian turned to Jeek Legion and asked, "Is there any way to break it?" Jeek Legion answered calmly, "Whether it's a mechanism or a formation, there's always a way to undo it, since humans made them." Zhang Cherian frowned. "What do you mean?" Jeek Legion explained that people always prepare for being trapped because they hate situations with no way out. Zhang Cherian, still confused, asked again, "So can you dismantle this formation?" Jeek Legion sighed. "It's difficult. If it were just me, it might be possible." Zhang Cherian suggested. "Then you go alone and send word for reinforcements to rescue us." Jeek Legion flatly refused. "I can't leave you behind." Co Beak stood to one side watching Jeek Legion the whole time. After listening, he thought to herself, "This guy sure talks big, but he's still better than that other one." The person she meant was Yang Suchong, who was panicking not far off, his face drained, babbling nonstop. "What's going on? I must inform my father so he can come save me." The group then set off together. Zhang Cherian walked on, constantly glancing left and right in thought. "Just follow this path, and we're all going together, too." After a while, she asked Jeek Legion again, "Does the converging path mean the exit is near?" Jeek Legion nodded. "Probably." Zhang Cherian added, "No more traps, please. I'm getting more anxious." Suddenly, Jeek Legion stiffened, sensing something odd in the ground. At the same moment, Zhang Cherian gasped. What was that sound of metal clashing? No sooner had the sound ended than the ground cracked in two. Zhang Cherian panicked. Damn, a trap. But it wasn't as bad as she feared, because Jeek Legion reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and steadied her. Zhang Cherian looked helplessly at the others flailing in the mud and groaning. Is this round three's trap? Jeek Legion shook his head decisively. No, this trap is no ordinary one. The rest were still in a state of extreme panic. I can't get my body free. What is this marsh, even? Jeek Legion explained. This is Hell Marsh mixed with Insulong sand. The people were even more baffled. Hell Marsh and Insulong sand? Jeek Legion clarified more plainly. It's also called fate-severing sand. It seals a martial artist's inner energy. The more you struggle, the deeper you're sucked in. Saying that, he couldn't help but raise a hand to check. My inner power is sealed too, and this marsh isn't even the end. At that moment, the crowd panicked and pointed ahead. Look, that's a trap. Suddenly, a giant wooden stake rose out of the marsh, topped with an enormous blade. Zhang Cherian stammered nervously. What is that? Did it just move? In an instant, the great blade on the stake lunged downward at terrifying speed. The crowd panicked and scattered. Run, damn it, I can't move my body. The mud exploded outward under that single slash. That strike hit with brutal force. Who knew if anyone had died? Everyone else gaped in shock. The blade was enormous. Quickly the blade rose again. Under the terrified gazes, it slowly returned to its original position, then lifted once more. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but reality was cruel. The blade immediately spun and changed direction. Zhang Cherian screamed in terror as it shifted course. Someone cried out in panic. This time it's aimed at me. Zhang Injial, standing nearby, remarked, "That was your comrade. Unlucky." No sooner had he spoken than the other grabbed the edge of his robe. "Hero, save me, pull me up. I can't get up by myself." Zhang Injial turned to look at his younger sister, then shouted angrily, "You lunatic, let go now." Jiang Manhwa, stop encouraging him. Do you want both of us dead? Let go. The more you struggle, the deeper you'll sink. Above them the blade drew ever closer, and, as before, it seemed to face no obstacle as it descended with ease. This time the slash sent not only mud, but also fresh blood flying. Zhang Injial nearby was splattered with that blood. In the critical moment, he drew his long sword and severed the other man's hands, so he couldn't drag him down. Seeing his enemy die so miserably before his eyes, Zhang Injial was shaken to the core. Did I kill him? No. He was doomed anyway. I nearly died too. Suddenly, he remembered something and glanced at someone not far off. Seeing Imhagi staring at him, he hurriedly explained in a panic. Quiet, young hero, it was unavoidable. Imhagi approved. Indeed, the right choice. Hearing that, Zhang Injial's mouth curled with pride as he thought to himself. That's right. My choice was correct. Zhang Cherian from the side sneered. You're really heartless, but I'm not sure I'd do differently. Am I a bad person too? Jeek Legion reassured her. If you feel guilty about it, you're already a good person. Zhang Cherian blinked. Good. Jeek Legion continued. This is an age without so-called sins, an era where such scruples are seen as foolish. At that moment, the crowd cried out in alarm again. It had changed direction once more. Zhang Cherian thought to herself, this thing seals our inner power and has deadly traps. We're truly doomed. But why do I feel that if he's beside us, everything will be okay? With that thought, she turned to Jeek Legion and urged him to come up with a plan. But when she turned back, Jeek Legion was nowhere to be seen. He had vanished from the spot at some unknown moment. Where had he gone? Zhang Cherian blanked out. Right? He must have gone to fetch help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared like that. At that moment, she suddenly looked up. The blade's target this time was her. Staring at the giant blade diving toward her, Zhang Cherian widened her eyes in terror. She couldn't move, only stand frozen, waiting to die. Just as she thought the blade would take her life, her foot suddenly lifted out of the mud. Her body then arched backward. Something had pulled her down to the bottom of the marsh, and she escaped by a hair. She was baffled. What was that? Who on earth had saved me? Dragged along, she was quickly brought to the edge of the water. She sensed her body's condition and felt relieved. It was water. I can feel my inner power returning. It's weak, but it's really coming back. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly shone down onto the water. Her rescuer was none other than Jeek Legion. She turned to the youth, an indescribable feeling welling up inside her. This is... Jeek Legion below had raised his hand to stir the vital energy. The whirl of water quickly carried Zhang Cherian up. Immediately, a pillar of light shot up to the sky, leaving the onlookers above stunned. Zhang Cherian was rapidly propelled up above the stake. While she was dazed and bewildered, a voice echoed in her ear. Quickly sever the mechanism. Zhang Cherian widened her eyes. Was that Jeek Legion's muffled voice? Right after, a burst of chi controlled her and pulled her close to the stake. She planted her sword into the wooden stake to keep herself from falling back down. Her face twisted. The smell of blood. This is beyond my skill. Only sword chi can cut something this big. But I've never done this before. Below, the wounded were now trying to staunch their bleeding. I can't use pressure points to stop it. Quickly bind the wounds and hurry. Hearing that voice, Zhang Qian glanced down. The one who had his leg cut off was Miss Jie, someone she knew fairly well. Zhang Qian then glanced in another direction, where a few bodies lay precariously. Please stop, let us go, please. Father, mother, save me. My body is being dragged downward. The pitiful cries of the people made Zhang Qian tremble uncontrollably. Her gaze hardened as she looked at the stake. I will cut it, no matter what. Jeek Legion's voice rang in her ear again. I've explained the difference between a master and a lesser fighter. Stay calm and believe you can do it. Zhang Qian thought seriously. Cut it before it changes direction, or more will be hurt. I can do this. Below, the cries continued without end. Sister, wake up. My hand. I can't breathe. Must I really die here? Zhang Qian tightened her grip on her sword, squeezed her eyes shut, and focused on the blade. Since the first day I picked up a sword, I've never skipped a day of training. After a moment, she opened her eyes again. Her gaze was now firmer than ever. She had pushed all fear aside. Focus everything on this moment. With the ring of Fengshen heating my hand, I felt my inner power gathering. Right at that instant, she swung and unleashed a sword chi that sliced straight at the descending blade. A single mighty strike with no hesitation immediately severed the great blade, tormenting everyone. Even Zhang Qian herself couldn't believe it, standing there dazed with wide eyes. I cut it. The great blade was chopped free from the stake and slowly fell down. Those below were utterly astonished. Look, the mechanism's been cut. We're saved. I thought I was a goner for sure. Can we go back now? Zhang Qian watched the rescued people gratefully and couldn't help but smile. The group then left the marsh and continued on their way home. Few had survived, and many were gravely wounded. A young man ran up to Zhang Qian and cupped his hands. Thank you so much, miss. You didn't just cut the mechanism. You jumped across the marsh and used vines to pull us all out. Without you, we'd have all died. Zhang Qian hesitated and glanced at Jeek Legion, thinking, so many people are thanking you. But Jeek Legion raised a hand to his mouth, signaling her not to mention him. Seeing that, she politely replied to the man, Oh, it's nothing. I'm just glad everyone's safe. After he left, she asked Jeek Legion confusedly, Why didn't you tell them? If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. This is terrible. Jeek Legion replied calmly. I didn't want to draw attention. Zhang Qian was even more puzzled. Not want to? She wondered inwardly. What exactly are you plotting? After a moment, she changed the subject. Why did this happen? Is someone targeting the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament a coincidence? Jeek Legion answered, I've said it before. There are no coincidences in the Jianghu. I don't know the reasons, but this isn't the work of one person. Surely some secret organization is behind it. Zhang Qian was stunned. An organization? Jeek Legion continued, daring to oppose the Northern Heaven Supreme family. That isn't someone's casual stunt. Scene shifts elsewhere. Maybe everything's kicking off by now? Four Swallow, seated below, nodded. The woman glanced back at him. Do you still think hiring the Shadow Moth was a mistake? He replied, To be honest, I don't care about that. What worries me is your intention in hiring him. The woman narrowed her eyes and fixed him with a stare. After a while, she closed her eyes and sighed. I don't understand what you're saying. Meanwhile, Jeek Legion's group was still making their way back through the forest, when suddenly someone up ahead cried out. In front of them stood a gate. Everyone look, that's the exit. We can get out now. We're safe. Zhang Qian breathed a little as the crowd surged forward. Is it over? But the moment they ran through the gate, they froze in alarm. Jeek Legion frowned. That aura isn't the examinators. Sure enough, their examinator now hung dead from a tree. At the base of the tree were Yongcheng's men and countless bodies he had slaughtered, and the sight made the crowd recoil in terror. Impossible! How could a great expert like Yom have met such a grisly end? Jeek Legion stepped forward slowly. This is not the end, but merely the beginning. Demonic Scourge's face twisted fiercely. He turned to them and grinned with pure malice. Perhaps some of you don't know me. People call me Demonic Scourge. At this, Imhagi's group scowled, while Yang Suchong cried out in horror, What? Demonic Scourge. Jeek Legion remained silent from start to finish. demonic scourge, and his underlings laughed with satisfaction. I'm not joking with you. Zhang Cherian looked at Jeek Legion and said, demonic scourge isn't. Jeek Legion Gang. He's a notorious lecher who rapes women and refines dark arts by absorbing their een energy. The crowd was even more shocked. Absorb een energy? He sucks women's vital essence. Yes, they said if he drained a woman's essence, she'd lose her life force and be worse than dead. Jeek Legion smiled. Good thing I'm not a woman. Just then someone from Demonic Scourge's aside took notice of Jeek Legion. Now's not the time for jokes. You make a tasty morsel. He added again. Our employer ordered us to give you a taste of hell. Zhang Cherian was shocked. Your employer? Isn't that the organization you mentioned? Jeek Legion continued. He didn't kill. He uses these vile methods. It seems he acts from hatred more than ambition. Demonic Scourge stared at the women and laughed loudly. So many beauties and not enough time to enjoy them all in a day. What a pity. Who shall I pick? Zhang Injial moved behind Imhagi and said, young master, this lecher must be taken down together. Imhagi glanced at him and asked, if young master Yang and I join forces, can we kill Yongcheng? Don't talk about Yongcheng. You couldn't even beat one of these examiners, and you dare think that? A frontal assault isn't righteous. It's foolish. As he finished, Yang Suchong charged like a moth to the flame, screaming, You bastard, who do you think you are? Imhagi was left speechless and didn't know what to say. Demonic Scourge faced Yang Suchang's attack with perfect calm. A sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yang Suchong rushed in, but before he could strike, something coiled around his arm. Demonic Scourge's arm used some grotesque technique to latch onto his hand. The young man immediately widened his eyes in horror. His arm was broken like that. His agonized screams kept ringing out. My arm. Not stopping there, Demonic Scourge reached out and gripped his neck. All mouth and no bite, huh? Close your eyes. Demonic Scourge clenched his teeth and thought, the pressure is terrifying, but Grandpa said fighting needs flair. Thinking that, he shouted loudly, Bastard, you dare touch me and I'll. Before he could finish, Demonic Scourge slapped him and blood spurted from his mouth. The onlookers at a distance continued to watch in silence. Demonic Scourge kept unleashing a flurry of slaps against Yang Suchang's face. After beating him, for a while he grabbed Yang Suchang's neck again to hold him down. Zhang Cherian couldn't help but reach for her sword. No way. If everyone attacked together then. Jeek Legion put a hand out to stop her. Wait, I won't let him kill anyone. But this experience will teach you a lot. After being mauled, Yang Suchong was nearly unconscious, smeared in blood. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Demonic Scourge again. Demonic Scourge smiled. Should have done this from the start. Then he tossed Yang Suchong to one side. If you lot had cooperated obediently from the beginning, it would have been better. Just then he was startled, because the woman with Yang Suchong stepped forward to help him up. No, miss, what's your name? The woman looked up at him and replied nonchalantly, Seol Biokwa. Demonic Scourge smiled. Seol Biokwa. Chongqing's top beauty, reputation well-earned, born of a prestigious family. Rumors say your internal skill is very pure, but just you alone is a bit few. Very quickly, his gaze dropped onto Zhang Cherian. This young lady is pleasing to my eye as well. What's your name? Ah, then again, it's not that important. He glanced to his men and ordered, take the two of them back. The rest, keep watch carefully. The other man looked puzzled. Keep watch. We must get them off the island before we're discovered. Demonic Scourge angrily grabbed his collar and shouted, Shut up. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. If anyone speaks, I'll kill them. At that moment, Jeek Legion spoke up. Hold on. The men were angry that he dared to speak. How dare he? The shadow moths were unusually calm. What's going on? Jeek Legion explained. She and I are a dragon. Phoenix pair. Our lives are bound together. Demonic Scourge's men were stunned for a moment. So what do you want? Jeek Legion smiled. If you want to capture them, you have to take me too. Demonic Scourge was surprised. Is this guy crazy? Fine, then take him too. I'll show you a good show. Jeek Legion's group was then led into a cave. I've never seen so many beautiful maidens like this. And not just one, but two. Today I'm truly lucky. And now we've run into another lovebird pair. I've seen this before. I enjoy a woman in front of her man until she sobs pitifully. Truly entertaining. I'm really looking forward to today. Just then, the flames were suddenly snuffed out. Both Seol Bio-Kwa on one side suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Demonic Scourge panicked inwardly. What? Who subdued Huyet Fong? Where did Jia Fong come from? Not her. It must be that guy. Jeek Legion finally glanced at him a little. Demonic Scourge's smug, easygoing expression vanished, replaced by extreme tension. Jeek Legion shot him a very sinister smile. Demonic Scourge wasted no hesitation and launched a surprise attack. You bastard. Jeek Legion continued to smile calmly. When Demonic Scourge's chain whip struck near him, he leapt up to avoid it. This made Demonic Scourge even more astonished. He avoided my attack? Jeek Legion stepped on his chain, took momentum, and rushed toward him. A palm strike aimed at the opponent's chest landed, seemingly successful, but then he was taken aback. Demonic Scourge grinned coldly with satisfaction. Ha. It seems you're not an ordinary junior. This palm of his was blocked by Demonic Scourge with his chain. Jeek Legion also smiled. That's obvious. Demonic Scourge swung the chain again. That's all there is to it. Meanwhile, Zhang Cherian was dragging the two Seol Bio-Kwa away when the cave suddenly shook violently, making her very anxious. The cave is collapsing. Will Legion be okay? After the chaotic attack sent rocks flying everywhere, Demonic Scourge stopped. Not seeing Jeek Legion made him very suspicious. Where did that guy disappear to? While he was lost in thought, Jeek Legion quietly appeared behind him. The young man sensed it and startledly turned his head to look back. Though he dodged, Jeek Legion still scratched him, wounding one cheek. He immediately wrapped the chain around Jeek Legion's hand. The scar on his face would terrify any woman to death. He used his strength to fling Jeek Legion away. Jeek Legion refused to be bullied. Grasping the chain with his other hand, he stomped on the cave roof. He pushed off, sprang back, and delivered a heel kick straight to Demonic Scourge's snout. The young man took that blow, and blood immediately splattered from his mouth like rain. He angrily swung his palm to counterattack. You damned bastard. But before that palm could land, Jeek Legion swatted it away with his hand. The chain that had been winding his other arm was also hurled off by him. The two fought fiercely amid coils of chain and flying rocks. Zhang Cherian stood to the side, watching the battle, unable to help but marvel at how terrifying the fight was. I knew Jeek Legion was capable, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. After a bout of grappling, Demonic Scourge's clothes were torn to shreds. He seethed and cursed. Damn it. Who would have thought someone like this was here? Someone his age with such terrifying strength. Who on earth is he? While he was lost in thought, Jeek Legion opposite him once more lifted his blade to execute a blade technique. Demonic Scourge, without a shred of fear, swung his weapon to stir his internal energy. I'll take this move of yours. The two quickly engaged blade against blade with fierce momentum, then radiated outward from their clash in all directions. Demonic Scourge sneered coldly. Idiot, no matter how strong you are, you're still just a kid, not yet 20. You think you can resist my internal skill after I've absorbed countless energies? But very quickly he realized something was off. Why was this guy not the least bit unsettled? He then began to feel an unbearable discomfort and started to groan. The cave trembled more and more violently, and rocks began to fall with increasing frequency. Zhang Cherian worried. Is the cave shaking because those two are clashing? Meanwhile, the two, Jeek Legion and Demonic Scourge, were still locked in a blade duel with no victor yet, and huge cracks were starting to appear in the cave ceiling. Demonic Scourge's face no longer wore a smile. Instead, it was heavy with tension. They'd been dueling so long, and he still couldn't gain the upper hand. If anything, he was at a slight disadvantage. Jeek Legion opposite him snorted contemptuously. You dare harm so many people over this brat? Immediately after, he put more force into a strike that sent Demonic Scourge flying. The young man was hurled into the rock face, fresh blood spraying like rain. Only then did he realize his opponent was far stronger than he'd thought. His gaze quickly shifted to Zhang Cherian not far away. If that's the case, the only option left is to take a hostage. With that in mind, he swung his chain weapon up. Zhang Cherian, dazed and standing there, was startled when she saw the chain flying toward her. At that moment, the long blade on Jeek Legion's back slid from its sheath. Everyone froze at the blade's imposing aura. Before demonic scourge's chain could reach her, Zhang Qian was already cleaving it apart. Jeek Legion didn't stop, raising his sword to strike at him. Before the blow fell, he didn't forget to warn her. Zhang Qian closed her eyes, and a terrifying stroke came down moments later. Demonic Scourge wasn't dead and managed to dodge to the side in time. What was that? Lucky I dodged, or I'd be toast. But the price was that he lost an arm. Zhang Qian stood there dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Demonic Scourge didn't dare linger and hastened to flee. Jeek Legion didn't relent. He raised his blade again with a cold laugh. Another slash left Demonic Scourge bloodied and battered. This strike cut straight through his abdomen, leaving him gravely wounded. He instinctively cried out for mercy. Jeek Legion paid him no mind and continued to swing his blade. The man wailed in agony, screaming in despair. The more Jeek Legion saw the blood, the madder he became, cutting relentlessly until finally he brought his blade down on the other's head to finish him. Demonic Scourge's blood now splattered all over his face. Even before dying, Demonic Scourge still asked unwillingly, "Who are you, really?" Soon a group of people entered from outside. "How did this happen?" "I heard strange noises inside, so I came to take a look. Could all have been caused by you." The group tensed and immediately drew their swords. The leader rushed forward shouting, "Brothers, kill him now." Before he could do anything, Jeek Legion cut him down. The rest didn't escape either. Jeek Legion kept swinging his blade at them. Screams of agony and fresh blood sprayed out like rain once more. Zhang Qian, standing behind watching, was splattered with blood on her face. And seeing Jeek Legion kill so ruthlessly before her eyes left her momentarily unable to accept. In her eyes, Jeek Legion now looked like a merciless killing deity. "Is this the Jeek Legion I know?" After a moment, she stammered and called out, "San Wai." He immediately turned his head to look at her. The murderous aura around him quickly vanished, replaced by the gentle smile he always wore. "I told you to close your eyes. If I drew it out, I wouldn't be able to control myself. I still haven't fully mastered it. This is my mother's weapon." Zhang Qian was shocked inwardly. Was this blade really that terrifying? Jeek Legion continued to explain. "The sword is my father's weapon, but I will use my mother's weapon to unify the realm. I will not draw that sword." Zhang Qian grew even more puzzled. Why did he carry his father's weapon yet never use it? Seeing her dazed, Jeek Legion asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The two then faced each other directly, eyes locked. After a moment, Zhang Qian finally breathed out, "No matter what you are, you're still you." Shortly after, the rest of the people all clamored their thanks. "Truly, thank you, sir. Without you we would have died. We will never forget this favor." Yang Huayang, awakening from his coma, faced the situation and for a moment didn't know what to say. He himself didn't know what had happened. Why had everyone come running to thank him? In his mind, he recalled the scene. When he woke from the coma, he was also surprised by what he saw. The demonic larvae and his subordinates had all been killed. The two Jeek Legion seemed to talk very naturally. It felt like I had dozed off, but when I woke, I still didn't understand any. I also had a sword wound on my hand. Facing this, Yang Huayang suddenly had a thought flash through his mind, that his family had transmitted some kind of divine technique into him. Because his grandfather was Yang In-myung, the allied leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, he assumed that was the case. All the credit was pushed onto Yang Huayang by the two Jeek Legions, and he went along, finding reasons to accept. Lukia Bayuna Safa. Young hero Yang, you're really a hidden master, playing the weak pig to lure the tiger, tricking Demonic Scourge, then finishing him off. Among the crowd, only Bio Kwa didn't believe this ghost story. She stood silently, watching the two Jeek Legions and Zhang Qian from afar. Zhang Qian irritably said to Jeek Legion that young hero Yang claimed he did it himself. Jeek Legion chuckled. Of course, reputation and honor mean everything to them. Zhang Qian wondered inwardly, are those things really that important? Just then the group spotted a boat drifting on the lake. Look, the boat's come to pick us up. Jeek Legion looked toward the distant boat and sighed. This will change the martial world. The next day, somewhere, the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament was finally canceled, but the young master had destroyed Demonic Scourge and saved the Dragon and Phoenix participants. He had accomplished a great deed. Yang In-myung shook his head. That wasn't Su-chang's doing. He still isn't strong enough to contend with demonic scourge. The other found it puzzling. If not him, then who did it? Yang In-myung asked. That young man also took part in the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament, right? Startled. Do you mean Jeek Legion, the one we met at the tavern? Yang In-myung continued. Yes, that's him. He remained doubtful. Did that man really destroy demonic scourge? It seemed absurd, but he had a hunch the man was somehow involved. The bodyguard asked again, should we investigate secretly? Yang In-myung stopped him. Don't provoke him, pretend we don't know, and keep watching. The man nodded. Yes, sir. After all, this is an opportunity to topple the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Yang In-myung turned to him. Are you going to let this pass? Of course we can corner them using this incident, but that alone isn't enough to bury them. The mastermind behind this is audacious. If the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament was sabotaged, then the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle could also be compromised. Even if we don't know who it is, I'll dance to his tune. Scene shifts to another place. Early morning, the person said he had matters to attend to. New Wind Manor? Where's this? Jeek Legion smiled and replied calmly, it's my home. Zhang Cherian thought to herself, you're really joyful? I thought nothing you did could surprise me, female fool, but you always exceed my imagination. Jeek Legion walked up and pushed the door open. I named it hoping it would bring a fresh breeze to the Jianghu. Zhang Cherian stepped inside and was immediately overwhelmed by the interior. Jeek Legion laughed. Do you like it? Zhang Cherian praised. It's beautiful, but why did you build such a large house? Jeek Legion answered. I'm going to found a sect. Zhang Cherian gasped. A sect? Jeek Legion continued. The sect's name is Azure Heaven Sect. Zhang Chayeon smiled. Azure Heaven Sect. That's a good name. And then she took a walk around the estate with him. The rear garden is beautiful too. What did you build it? Jeek Legion explained. I prepared this months ago and was on my way to Zhang Cherian when I suddenly realized something. Is this a formation? Jeek Legion replied. It's a simple formation to block sound. Zhang Cherian looked puzzled. Block sound? Why would that be necessary? Jeek Legion didn't bother to explain further. I went to push the door open because the Azure Heaven Sect was actually being built here. Behind the door was a massive construction site with countless people working. Think a city-sized Lego set minus the instructions. The scale was grand and vast, comparable to an entire fortress. Faced with this situation, Zhang Cherian went dumbfounded. How could this be? Who would have expected such a vast space behind that ordinary manor outside? Jeek Legion continued. In other words, New Wind Manor is the entrance to the Azure Heaven Sect. We made use of terrain shaped like a gourd to create this place. That way we can conduct all Azure Heaven Sect affairs under the cover of New Wind Manor. We blindfolded the construction workers when bringing them here. That way even they themselves will be safe afterward. We will build a wind road and hostels to accommodate thousands. Zhang Cherian grew even more astonished. Impossible. How many schools in the Jianghu could hold that many people? What on earth is he planning? Jeek Legion continued. For a long time, the four great powers have dominated the Jianghu. But now perhaps we need to change that. Zhang Cherian was even more shocked when she heard that. What do you mean? Jeek Legion stared at her dead serious. And we will seize their leadership of the Jianghu. Cut to the Wuhan branch of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Jie Yunsang, leader of Hyol Mu sect, slammed the table and shouted angrily. We entrusted our children to you because we trusted the Northern Heaven School and Northern Heaven. And now you say you're sorry this happened? If you lost your own grandchildren, would you speak so calmly? The people nearby murmured softly. Should we stop him? He's lost his temper. Well, that's only natural because his eldest disciple died and the girl's leg was cut off. The head of the Ba family replied, as a father, I fully understand the feelings of the masters here. We promise to investigate this matter thoroughly. He inwardly thought, as expected. Cut back to a little earlier, a middle-aged man soaking in a bathtub with guards and beautiful servants attending. The chief steward of Northern Heaven Supreme family approached to report. The major sects and clans who lost children in the recent contest will not let this go easily. This man is Chance, head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Unexpectedly, our secret enemy prepared so many obstacles for us. It seems there's already a traitor in the clan. What should we do now? The steward replied. Now we must turn those who obstructed our enemies in the recent contest into Jianghu heroes. Then the children who died in the contest will be labeled weak and criticized by public opinion. Soon their deaths will become a stain on their own families. Chan smiled. Good idea. But of course many will not accept it, so the consequences left behind will still be numerous. Cut back to the present. Having conferred with the steward earlier, Chance showed no fluster. I fully accept responsibility for this. As the clan head, I must do so. Although the recent situation was terrible, most participants in the Long Phoenix tournament return alive. Many rookies used their strength to defeat countless enemies. Ga Yunsang shouted again. But if your grandchild had died here, would you speak so lightly? Chance's face darkened. Why do you keep mentioning my grandchild? Should I slit him Hagi's throat, or do something similar? Hearing that, Jie Yunsang was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to reply. Yang In-myung then stepped forward to advise. Master Jie, no one wanted that heartbreaking thing to happen, but it already did. You shouldn't be so angry, since anger won't bring anything back. Jie Yunsang thought bitterly that if this contest had been run by the Hyeol Wang sect and Hagi's leg was cut off, the Hyeol Wang sect would surely be wiped from the Jianghu. The more he thought, the more resentful he felt. He raised his head and wailed. Those nearby murmured, he seems terribly enraged. But the truth is that to rise to the position of clan head, he must have trampled countless innocent people and enemies underfoot. After all, in the Jianghu, the strong swallow the weak. That's an inevitable rule that cannot be changed. It seems today is the last day we'll see the Hyeol Wang sect leader. Cut to another side. Jeek Legion and Zhang Cherian are strolling through a bamboo grove. On this mountain, there's a bandit group called the Fong Sun faction. Lately, they've been raiding merchant caravans under the pretense of robbing the rich to give to the poor. Now we're on our way to wipe them out. When Zhang Cherian heard the words, wipe out, she unconsciously recalled the scene in the cave back then. Is he planning to do the same as before? Thinking that, she hurried forward to plead, wait, there might be good people there who turn to banditry out of hunger, you know? Jeek Legion was adamant. If they're bandits, how can they be good? Kind assassins, kind enemies. Does that make sense? If someone is good, they'll always do good things. Anyway, just kill them all and the problem's solved. Kill them all? What's wrong with you? Two guards watching outside the mountain camp were startled to see them. Have they lost their way here? That girl is a real looker. Can't let her escape. One of them quickly swung his sword and slashed toward Jeek Legion's neck. He was still unaware, his back turned as he talked with Zhang Cherian. You know, they've killed many people already. Zhang Cherian warned him in alarm to watch his back. The bandit's long blade hadn't even reached when Jeek Legion caught it barehand. He then bashed the bandit's face with the pommel of the sword. The youth spat blood, and several front teeth flew out. Zhang Cherian thought to herself that if they didn't wipe out these bandits, how could they ever be safe? The remaining youth, charging forward, froze when he saw his companion thrown back. And at the same time, Jeek Legion turned his head to look at him. Although he smiled very gently, the sight made the youth pale with fear. Jeek Legion then leapt at him to strike. Does she think that if they just beat them up once and send them away, they'll become good people? Sounds of fighting erupted inside the Fong Sun camp shortly after. Zhang Cherian, persuaded by Jeek Legion, joined him in battle. Jeek Legion asked her, do you sense their murderous intent now? If you hesitate and don't act, you'll be the one who dies. A bandit took the opportunity to rush up from behind, trying to ambush her. But before he could get his move off, she spun and cracked him in the neck. She felt puzzled inside. This sensation was completely different from before. She excitedly told Jeek Legion, my kung fu seems to have improved a lot. Jeek Legion asked again, how do you feel now? That comfortable thrill when you fight will tell you you become much stronger. But the Jianghu isn't that simple. At that moment, Zhang Cherian suddenly realized something. Did she, without hesitation, draw her sword and cut apart the thing flying toward them? A hidden weapon? The cloth pouch she'd sliced open sprayed some kind of powder into her face. Zhang Cherian panicked and clutched her head. What is this? The Fong Sun leader strode forward with his club and snarled. Only you two dare cause trouble here? With such mediocre skills, dying here is nothing to complain about. Seeing Zhang Qian panic and assume it's poison, he reassured her. It's not poison. It's aphrodisiac powder. Now your body will heat up, and you'll go looking for some man to satisfy your cravings. If you don't mate with a man, your orifices will bleed and you'll die. Those who dare stir up trouble here won't leave in peace. Zhang Qian's face went ashen. She turned to Jeek Legion. No way. You say that's an aphrodisiac. Jeek Legion tried to reassure her. Don't worry. I'm a man too here. Zhang Qian's expression darkened at his lecherous grin, but she ignored him standing there laughing like a lunatic and charged off with her sword to demand an antidote. The sounds of the scuffle rang out again, and after a moment the man was beaten down into a sitting heap. In front of him lay a pile of herb pouches. This poison pouch is what you were hit with. Of these 3 vials, only one contains the antidote. The other 2 make the poison act stronger. You'll die along with me. Zhang Qian heard this and recoiled in alarm. What did you say? Jeek Legion stood there nonchalant. Simple. Throw that poison at him. Zhang Qian hesitated. Throw poison? Jeek Legion explained. His inner power is weaker than hers, so he'll die first. Then he'll have to take the antidote to save himself. Of course, doing that he'll die too. The man panicked. No, don't do that. Zhang Qian held the poison pouch, hesitating inwardly. Do I have to throw this on someone else to survive? Jeek Legion squinted and stared at her, waiting. The arm holding the pouch began to shake. Jeek Legion sighed, then reached out and took the poison pouch from her. If my mother saw you, she'd like you. Your temper is a lot like my father's. He then kicked the camp leader hard. Now follow my lead with your qi. The abnormal qi in your body will subside. You'll feel it soon. After a moment, Zhang Qian couldn't believe her eyes. The poison really had dissipated. Jeek Legion remarked with relief that her choice not to throw the poison on the man was the right one. Zhang Qian, suspicious, asked, Are you serious? Jeek Legion turned and looked her straight in the face. I like you because you're a good person. Zhang Qian was stunned into stillness again. Jeek Legion didn't stop and continued. But be stronger. Only by being strong can you protect your kind heart. With the current state of the Jianghu, that kindness will only bring you suffering. So you need to be stronger. Only then can you achieve what you desire. Night fell at the Palm Essence Union, where the siblings Jiang Injial were chatting with their father in a room, hearing that the girl from the Righteous Sword School at the Longfeng Association had performed quite well. Will she be assigned to join our young master? This person is Jiang Daisan, the chief of the Palm Essence Union. Jiang Yinhua covered her mouth and laughed happily. That's right. She didn't even pay any attention to Big Brother. You can't blame her. Look at how handsome and dashing young hero Jeek is. Jiang Injial was so furious he hadn't yet shouted when Jiang Yinhua quickly continued. How pathetic to be humiliated by a woman like that makes you look bad. Jiang Daisan added. Being spurned by a woman like that is not good. Anyway, let's drop it. I've heard that the Hyo Wang sect master hung himself and committed suicide. Jiang Injial gasped. What? He killed himself because his daughter had her leg cut off. Jiang Yinhua cursed. What an idiot. Whether it was truly suicide or the Northern Heaven Supreme family's doing, no one knows. Jiang Injial was startled to hear that. Jiang Daisan agreed. You're right, the Northern Heaven Supreme family is exactly that sort of place. That's why I say we chose the right side. That's how the Palm Essence Union grew so strong. It's all thanks to loyalty to the Northern Heaven Supreme family, right? Just don't offend them in the future. Jeek Legion and Myong stood on the roof and listened to them sighing. How cheerful, Myong smiled. If something happens at the antique sword shop today, nobody will be cheerful, right? But it's been ages since we've seen the young master dress so neatly. Do you really need to prepare to this extent? Jeek Legion smiled. To play the part of the internal steward of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, this must be done. Did you bring it? Myong produced a chest and a mask and handed them over. Indeed, the mask made by the young master looked superb. Creating a human skin mask like this is no simple feat. He thought inwardly that the truly frightening thing about the young master was much more than that. Every tone, expression, and gesture made him almost into someone else whom no one would recognize. Jeek Legion looked at the small chest in his hand and sighed. If tonight goes well, we won't have to worry about silver for a long time. Moreover, Fourth Swallow and the Northern Heaven Supreme family will have friction. Their relationship will crack, Myong reminded. Be careful, young master. Though we know no one matches your disguise art, Jeek Legion replied. I know you can't become a completely different person, but tonight in the dim light, I just need to hand that greedy old man this, and he won't be on guard at all. If Mother knew I took this, I'm finished. Myong reassured him. The madam will understand later. Jeek Legion turned to him. Myong, you make it sound too simple. You only say that because you haven't been punished by my mother yet. Myong laughed. Young master, take care of yourself. I confirm the internal steward is asleep in his household now. He won't be able to go out and interfere with your affairs. Cut to another scene. In the steward's room at the antique sword shop, the steward looked hesitant at the person opposite him. Why has the internal steward of the Northern Heaven Supreme family come to our Palm Essence Union sword shop? This person is Jeek Legion in disguise. He set a block of wood on the table and stared at the old man. Listen carefully. This must not be revealed, or you'll lose your life. The steward's face instantly changed, tense all over. He thought to himself that if it's truly that dangerous, it could bring in a fortune. After a moment's thought, he urged the visitor to explain the matter. Jeek Legion quickly opened the wooden box. I want your shop to handle this item. The steward jumped when he saw what was inside. Inside was a three-headed, six-armed Guanyin statue, shimmering brilliantly, finely carved with harmonious light and exquisite workmanship. Is it the heavenly demon sex divine demon Jade Guanyin? Jeek Legion. Yes. The steward's eyes lit up. Could this be the real thing? He thought inwardly that the statue's value was at least 500,000 taels. If he could broker a sale without the chief knowing, the profit would be enormous. I could offer him 400,000 taels. No. After all, he asked me to handle this secretly, and anyone who owns this is essentially marked for death. So I can strong-arm him on price. Thinking that, he immediately cut the offer in half to 200,000 taels. Jeek Legion's face scrunched. 20,000 taels? You said 200,000. To the steward's surprise, the man cheerfully accepted, which made him happier than New Year's. Fine, I need the silver immediately. Give me 200,000 taels and erase every trace of this item. After the deal, Jeek Legion walked out into the woods to meet Myong. You've worked hard, young master. Jeek Legion reached for the human skin mask. This is too easy. Tonight, the antique sword shop's treasury has been cleaned out, and we just gained 200,000 taels. The remaining task is to recover the jade statue. Myong added, I heard the antique sword shop's vault is guarded by fierce men. It's hard to break in. Jeek Legion was supremely confident. There's nothing impossible in this world. This hit on the Palm Essence Union is significant. By tomorrow, everything will be in chaos. Moreover, this happened while the internal steward of the Northern Heaven Supreme family visited the antique sword shop, so there will be many misunderstandings. But it's not over. We'll tail them and siphon their strength dry. The next morning at the Palm Essence Union, Zhang Daisan yelled in panic. What? The antique sword was robbed. The steward knelt trembling before him. When we reached the warehouse, all the locks were broken. All the antiques and cash were gone. But something strange happened. Yesterday, the internal steward of the Northern Heaven Supreme family had come. Zhang Daisan was suspicious. The internal steward? You mean I'm Lamdang's steward? What was he doing here? The steward did not hide it. He had accepted the divine demon Jade Guanyin for safekeeping. Zhang Daisan narrowed his eyes. You say he entrusted such a treasure? And on the same day, all the treasures and money were stolen clean? This coincidence is unbelievable. He pondered inwardly whether the man had fabricated the whole thing, but the steward wasn't the type to brazenly stage such a stunt and then come to him. Could have done this on his own? He's not the reckless, daring type. The last possibility was that the Northern Heaven Supreme family had orchestrated this. Until now, trade in Wuhan had always gone through us. Our relationship was close. Why would they suddenly turn on us? Just then someone rushed in from outside. Master, a major incident has occurred. Tai Fuang has been attacked. Zhang Daisan screamed in fury. What is going on? All the weapons were stolen as well. Cut to another scene. A wagon piled high, with various weapons, sped through the forest. Jeek Legion and Myong sat in the front, driving while inspecting the weapons with approval. Who would have thought one Mukil of the Palm Essence Union could forge such fine arms? Myong added, probably because they were made to supply the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Jeek Legion was still eagerly admiring the weapons. I left traces at Wam Mukil, so they'd misunderstand that the Northern Heaven Supreme family arranged this raid. The Palm Essence Union chief will have a real headache. Myong nodded. Yes, but he can't directly accuse them. I heard the Northern Heaven Supreme family will hold the Long Feng Feast. By then, the Palm Essence Union chief will be drowning in suspicion and delusion. A prize ceremony? This year, those who distinguish themselves in the contest will be chosen as the Long and Feng, right? Is it Miss Zhang who disabled the trap mechanism and Yang Suchong who killed the shadow bugs, right? Jeek Legion replied. Zhang Cherian said she didn't do that and will refuse the prize. Myong added, but becoming a Feng would greatly benefit the Zhang Sword School. Soon it was the day of the Long Feng Feast Awards. The hall was crowded with people. Zhang Cherian was fawned over by many who rushed up to greet her. Miss Zhang, congratulations. Zhang Cherian sighed inwardly. Actually, the one who should be receiving these words is him. I haven't seen him in such a long time. Cut back a few days earlier. Zhang Cherian asked Jeek Legion, from now on, will you stay the Azure Heaven sect? Jeek Legion confirmed. Yes, I can't keep relying on others forever. Zhang Cherian stammered. Since when did you start thinking like that? Jeek Legion smiled at her with a sad look. Zhang Cherian sighed. The Azure Heaven sect is quite far, so Jeek Legion cut in. Also, you don't have to refuse the Feng title at the gap. Disabling the trap mechanism was your own strength. Take the reward money and buy some barbecue. Zhang Cherian smiled happily. Fine, let's do that. But why are you joining me at the Long Feng Feast? You don't seem interested in these affairs. Jeek Legion explained seriously. The first day we met, Jiang Injial picked a fight with me at the inn. At that time, even though you were being pressured by the Palm Essence Union, you still stepped forward to stop him. That was the first time in 10 years of wandering the Jianghu that anyone stood up to protect a stranger like Zhang Cherian was stunned by his words. After a while, she came to and asked, your wanderings in Jianghu life weren't pleasant, were they? Jeek Legion smiled. The Jianghu I heard about is very different from the reality. Remembering that night's conversation made Zhang Cherian more pensive. What exactly did you go through? While she was dazed, the crowd still gathered around, murmuring. Thinking back, I still feel frightened. Your martial skill is truly formidable, Miss Zhang. Just then, Jiang Injial ran over and shouted, was it all due to your own strength? Zhang Cherian turned and glanced at him. Is that guy looking to make trouble again? What did you just say? Jiang Injial challenged. You escaped the marsh and broke the trap alone. How could you have severed such a large organization? I never expected your martial skill to be so strong. Zhang Cherian replied indifferently. I was just lucky. Jiang Injial snorted coldly. Lucky. A cold laugh formed in his heart. You can't explain how you broke the whole trap? Fine. Then you must have used some filthy trick. Thinking that, he drew his sword. Seizing the chance, I want to learn that remarkable skill of yours. Come here. I will expose your true face. Zhang Cherian tensed slightly when she saw him point the sword at her. What are you saying? Jiang Injial pressed on. If you really dismantled that trap alone, my strength is nothing compared to yours. Draw your sword and duel me. Zhang Cherian remained standing. What exactly are you doing? Jiang Injial sneered. How can you speak without proving it or demonstrating your skill? The crowd began to stir. Everyone was curious how the girl managed it. Since it was a no-win situation, maybe she, Jiang Injial spoke up again. I don't want to think this, but could Raicha's sword be colluding with the culprits? Surely not. Before the Long Feng Feast, you've been seen with a suspicious fellow. Zhang Cherian couldn't hold back any longer and immediately drew her sword. Fine, if you want a duel, I'll play along. The onlookers erupted with excitement. Oh my, Sister Feng is up. This is going to be entertaining. Descendants of the Palm Essence Union aren't to be trifled with. Jiang Injial took the initiative to strike first and was astonished when Zhang Cherian dodged his blow. Zhang Cherian seized the opening and swung her sword toward his neck. The youth had no time to dodge and could only glare in terror. Zhang Cherian hadn't expected him to be so weak. Even his failure to evade startled her. At the crucial moment, she swiftly turned the blade. The slash skimmed past Jiang Injial's face, drawing blood but not severing his head. His sword fell from his hand. Witnessing the youth's one-move rout, the whole hall fell silent. Zhang Qian sheathed her sword coldly. Is that enough? Jiang Injial stood dazed, enduring the jeers. Just one exchange. Yes. If it were a real fight, that brat would have been unable to defend and would be dead. Miss Zhang showed mercy, one embarrassment. Jiang Daisan watched nearby, anger boiling inside him. As he was dazed, he heard nearby voices conversing. You've raised a wonderful daughter, sir. Not at all. She still has many flaws. You're too modest. The two speaking were Zhang Qian's father and a middle-aged man who seemed quite influential. Jiang Daisan's face darkened as he thought. From the thefts at Antique Sword and Mukil, I grew suspicious, and now I'm head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, treats Righteous Sword's leader this way. It seems Righteous Sword's reputation is rising, and they plan to abandon us. I cannot sit idly by. Father and son shared the same thought. Righteous Sword, tonight I will destroy your sect. Cut to another scene. Myung asked Jeek Legion, young master, trouble sleeping because of the change in lodging? Jeek Legion nodded, something like that. Anyway, it's time to start building the sect, and there's much to do. Myung continued, otherwise you wouldn't leave Righteous Sword, right? Jeek Legion smiled. You guessed it. Why not attend the Long Feng Awards today, young master? I think they'd be awkward if I showed up. Myung thought to himself. I've never seen the young master take a woman so seriously. Tonight feels oddly quiet. Please try to sleep. Jeek Legion turned to look at the bright moon. But I have a strange feeling. Cut to the Palm Essence Union. Jiang Injial coldly ordered his men. Zhang Qian, bring that girl before me at once. A subordinate behind him repeated the order. Young master, do you mean we should abduct the second daughter of Righteous Sword? Do you intend to kill her too? This man was Jiang Injial's trusted Chung So. Jiang Injial ground his teeth. Killing her isn't enough. I must make her life worse than death. Just then, Jiang Daisan approached. He spoke coldly to them. Tonight, I will wipe out Righteous Sword, so they will understand the consequences of daring to challenge our clan. Chung So, come with me. Hearing this, Jiang Injial turned and glanced at his subordinate. Chung So understood and answered with a look, then quickly followed Jiang Daisan. Cut to the Righteous Sword side. Zhang Qian, sleeping in her room, suddenly woke with a start. Her face showed clear worry and unease. Her gaze fixed on the long sword displayed on the stand in the corner of the room. She immediately went to pick up her long sword and hurried out. I sensed an overwhelming murderous intent. It seemed many masters were surrounding Righteous Sword. Just as she thought, many masked men in black lay ambush outside. As Zhang Qian moved to run and raise the alarm, a hidden assassin swung a sword at her from behind. Zhang Qian nimbly dodged, then quickly drew her sword to counterattack. The assassin couldn't react in time and was cut through the neck, blood spraying like rain. The first assassin fell dead where he stood. Her sword arm, stained with the assassin's fresh blood, trembled uncontrollably. His blood splattered all over her face, leaving her embarrassed. She reminded herself this wasn't the time for remorse, and quickly steadied her emotions before running off to summon her mother and younger sister. Meanwhile, Jeek Legion was still outside admiring the moon, when Myung's panicked voice suddenly rang out. Young master, something's happened. The scout posted at Righteous Sword reported many masters were attacking. Righteous Sword must be struggling to defend itself. Jeek Legion's face immediately darkened at the news. As reported, Zhang Qian was fiercely fighting and in great difficulty. The assassins kept falling to her blade. Her white robe was now stained red with fresh blood. Still, the assassins were numerous and continued to besiege their household. That girl is pretty good. Chung So thought to himself with admiration. No wonder the young master had designs on her. He then coldly threatened, You're already in this state. How long do you think you can hold out? Zhang Qian steeled herself inwardly. I must hold fast. Father has already been wounded trying to protect us. Chung So began to manipulate them psychologically. If you surrender, I'll spare your lives. A smile suddenly tugged at Zhang Qian's mouth. She remembered Jeek Legion's warning. Could she trust their words? Why am I thinking of him now? His words echoed in my head. But right now it's already hard enough just to stand. She abruptly turned her head to the side, and her gaze fell on the doorway, the only exit. I can't keep leaning on him. This is my family's affair. I have to do it. With that thought, she gripped her long sword and lunged forward to take the initiative. But she had already used up her strength. Just after swinging, she was knocked flying by the enemy. Chung So shouted to the men behind him, "Leave that girl alive. Kill the rest." As soon as he finished, one of them rushed toward Zhang Cherion's mother and younger sister. They had no way to resist or dodge, only to sit and close their eyes to accept their fate. But Zhang Cherion didn't give up. She rushed over and used her hand to block the assassin's blade. The man gaped in astonishment. "You blocked that sword with your hand?" The reason Zhang Cherion could stop the blade was the gloves Jeek Legion had given her. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Then she spat blood like rain and collapsed to the ground. "My body is completely drained of strength." She recalled Jeek Legion's instruction. "With these gloves, you can stop blades with your bare hand, but of course the recoil will cause pain." Remembering that, Zhang Cherion felt deep regret. If only I'd been a little stronger, things would be different. Maybe then I could have protected my family. The assassin opposite raised his sword again. "You damn bastard." And at the critical moment, a dragon's roar rang out. A phantom of a giant dragon claw appeared behind the assassin. The youth didn't even have time to understand before he was punched, blood and gore flying. Zhang Cherion, who thought she was as good as dead, froze in shock. The assassin was slammed against the wall, his neck twisted to one side. Chung So's men were also stunned by the scene. The one who struck was none other than Jeek Legion. His hands were still covered in the other's blood. Tears welled at Zhang Cherion's eyes as she looked at the man before her. He turned his back to shield her and asked, "Are you all right?" Jeong Cherion sobbed, "I'm fine." Jeek Legion's eyes now shone with undisguised killing intent, and Chung So's men tensed, clutching their weapons. Receiving orders to deal with Jeek Legion, the men quickly surged forward. Jeek Legion didn't stand idle either. He bent slightly and clenched his fists, then delivered an extremely powerful punch straight into the side of the assassin charging at it. The punch was so powerful it tore through the man's flesh, spraying blood everywhere. Seizing the chance, the remaining man from another side lunged in, trying to sneak an attack. Jeek Legion raised his foot and stomped, snapping the opponent's leg in two, then followed with a kick straight to his face. That kick crushed the man's skull into pulp, shattering the ground beneath him. Chung So was horrified inwardly. "What the? How's that guy so strong? He moves ridiculously fast. I can't keep up with his motions. Where did he vanish to?" While he stood dazed, searching for Jeek Legion, his men had already been cut down. He finally sensed something behind him and hurriedly spun to slash with his sword. Jeek Legion bent to dodge that swing and simultaneously unleashed a punch straight into his face. Chung So's face mask also fell off in the scuffle. Jeek Legion reached out and took the man's longsword. "You lot are Zhang Injial's men. Come here to cause trouble, and you deserve to die." As Jeek Legion was about to finish him, a loud voice stopped him. "Wait." Although the clan leader ordered the Zhang family wiped out, I intended to spare her. Jeek Legion puzzled. "What?" Chung So explained. "That's because young Master Zhang Injial personally instructed us to bring her back." Jeek Legion sat down in front of him. "Where is Zhang Injial?" Chung So cried urgently. "He's waiting in the southern woods." "I'll tell you everything I know. Please spare my life." Jeek Legion once more grasped the longsword. "You dared act like this. Prepare to die here." Saying that, he decisively swung the blade down to take the man's life, and even as blood sprayed everywhere, Jeek Legion's face showed no change, not even a blink. The entire Zhang household stood frozen by the scene, too shocked even to breathe. Zhang Cherion stood there dazed, staring at the sight before her. "Is all this bloodshed because of me?" She then slowly stepped over to Jeek Legion. "Are you all right?" Jeek Legion smiled at her gently. "Sorry I'm late." Zhang Cherion smiled back. "You have nothing to apologize for. Thank you for coming." Myung also arrived just then. "Young master, luckily you came in time." Fortunately, the young lady is safe. Although Zhang Cherion didn't know who this man was, she politely clasped her hands in thanks. Jeek Legion stood and gave orders. "Myung, first take everyone to New Wind Manor. Then get the ugly bastard to tend to their wounds." and prepare yourselves. Today is the end of the Palm Essence Union. Cut to outside the forest. Jiang Injial sat here alone waiting. That bastard should have been here ages ago. Why is he so late? Hearing footsteps, he hurriedly asked, "Did you bring her here?" But when he saw Jeek Legion approaching, he was utterly stunned. "How did you end up here?" Jeek Legion curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. "You all need to get out of here quickly. Northern Heaven Supreme has sent reinforcements." Jiang Injial looked puzzled. "What? What nonsense are you spouting?" Jeek Legion adopted a rushed tone. "When I was at Righteous Sword, a group of assassins suddenly showed up. I slipped away for a moment, and then other martial artists arrived. They wiped out the assassins and took people from Righteous Sword away. From their conversation, Northern Heaven Supreme family is targeting your Palm Essence Union." Hearing that, Jiang Injial panicked. Northern Heaven Supreme family? Could someone have miraculously broken the siege and escaped to warn them to come help? No, maybe it's even worse. It turned out to be true. Northern Heaven Supreme family betrayed Palm Essence Union to ally with Righteous Sword. Jeek Legion continued, non-stop. Before one key assassin died, he confessed that Palm Essence Union sent him to slay Righteous Sword, even revealing your presence in this forest. Jiang Injial clenched his fist in fury. Damn that Chung So. Jeek Legion urged, "Go tell your father at once. Northern Heaven Supreme family has likely mobilized troops toward Palm Essence Union." Jiang Injial stared at him coldly. "But why are you telling me this?" Jeek Legion replied nonchalantly. "Why? Well, your family has some coin, doesn't it? This info just saved your entire clan. So hand over 1,000 taels." Jiang Injial turned and snorted coldly. What a lowlife. Though he scolded him, he couldn't deny the usefulness of the information. He didn't linger and quickly sped away. "I've got urgent business today, so I'll let this slide, but if you talk nonsense again, I'll chop your head off." Jeek Legion stood watching his retreating back in silence, saying nothing more. A short while later, at Palm Essence Union, Jiang Daisan heard the news and was horrified. Northern Heaven Supreme family intervened in that battle. "I received no messages, so I sent people to Righteous Sword, but they only found the assassins' bodies. I was wondering what on earth happened." Jiang Injial continued, "Righteous Sword didn't have the forces to fight the assassins, yet things turn out this way. Maybe that man's words were true. Northern Heaven Supreme family has mobilized assassins. Everyone must leave immediately." Jiang Inwa, standing to the side, spoke up. "I thought Northern Heaven Supreme family teaming with Righteous Sword was unlikely. I assumed removing Righteous Sword would be enough, but I didn't expect those two clans to be this close." Jiang Daisan frowned. "If that's true, we're as good as dead. I know too many of Northern Heaven Supreme family's dark secrets. They won't spare us." His mind was in turmoil. Delay to verify the truth, and our heads might not remain. "I must decide now." He quickly produced a precious young jewel and instructed his children to take it to safety. Jiang Inwa was astonished. "Isn't it the night bright pearl? One piece must be worth 50,000 taels." Jiang Daisan explained, "It's what I've frittered my whole life to collect. There are over 100 pieces in total. Father isn't coming with us? I have connections with Makwi of the Southern Peak Alliance, so I'll go find him. The intel we hold on Northern Heaven Supreme family will certainly tempt the Southern Peak Alliance. In this situation, we'll rely on them." Jeek Legion stood on the roof, having heard everything from start to finish. Myung arrived just then. "Young master, the man from Righteous Sword has reached New Wind Manor safely." Jeek Legion nodded. "You've worked hard. Everything's unfolding as expected. After all, there's only one path to survival." So Jiang Daisan had no other choice. Myung mused inwardly. If the young master's plan succeeds, this will be a major advantage when we topple Northern Heaven Supreme family later. Moreover, the relationship between the Southern Peak Alliance and Northern Heaven Supreme family will surely change. A two birds, one stone outcome. The attack on Palm Essence Union wasn't even planned, yet the young master immediately devised a cunning strategy to split them. Impressive. Jeek Legion spoke again. "If things keep going like this, it's intriguing to see what choice Jiang Injial will make." Myung wondered suspiciously, "Will you act differently depending on his choice?" Jeek Legion's face hardened. "No, whatever he chooses, That man must die tonight. Cut to another scene, in a remote, abandoned house deep in the forest. The two siblings of Jiang Injial, after fleeing for a while, were now hiding here. Jiang Inhua looked at the dilapidated house in awe. She hadn't expected their father to prepare even such a shabby refuge. But it looks pretty rudimentary. If everything goes wrong, what will become of our family? In just one short night, things have turned out like this. We should have wiped those bastards out long ago. Seeing Jiang Injial silent the whole time made her puzzled. Did you hear what I said, brother? Why haven't you said anything until now? Jiang Injial leaned close with a cold face and whispered in her ear, "Tell father that I'll take these night-bright pearls and found my own sect." He then quickly shouldered all the valuables and left. If things don't go my way, I'll be hiding for the rest of my life. But with these night-bright pearls, I can live in luxury. Better for me to survive alone than for the three of us to die together. As he ran, a voice suddenly sounded by his ear. "You seem pleased to have those night-bright pearls, don't you?" Jiang Injial narrowed his eyes when he saw Jeek Legion. "You bastard, you're still following me? I've been annoyed by you for a long time. Take this chance to die and be out of my sight." But before he could make a move, Jeek Legion decisively swung a punch straight into his mouth. The young man took the blow and instantly spat blood everywhere. He collapsed to the ground miserably, coughing up blood and struggling for breath. He couldn't believe it. That bastard is so strong? Has he been hiding his true martial skill all along? Damn it. The urgent thing now is to flee as fast as possible. He reached for the wooden box to run, but Jeek Legion stepped forward and stomped on it to stop him. "You said you wanted to kill me? That line should come from me, right?" Jiang Injial panicked inwardly. His body couldn't move. How could he possibly escape now? After a moment's thought, he decisively abandoned the night-bright pearls and didn't try to grab them. "Thank goodness I can move at last. Run or die for sure. I must get to father quickly. I'd rather bow and beg his forgiveness than die here." Jeek Legion wouldn't let him go so easily and immediately gave chase, kicking and smashing the trunk of a tree beside Jiang Injial. Each of his kicks brought down a towering tree. Jiang Injial ran like a madman without daring to look back. He was terrified. Jeek Legion's strength was monstrous. If he were caught, death was certain. He was running when something suddenly whizzed right over his head, and only when it lodged into a tree did he see it was a small chunk of wood. Jiang Injial shouted as he ran, "Why do you have to chase me to the death like this? What did I ever do wrong? Are you from Righteous Sword? Or have you fallen for that damn girl?" Jeek Legion showed obvious irritation. "That damn girl." Jiang Injial tried to cajole him. "Spare me, little sister. I'm interested in you too. If you like, I can help with that. Honestly, my sister is far better than that girl." Jeek Legion's face turned icy. "You're talking about your sister? You two are practically cut from the same cloth." Hearing that, Jiang Injial panicked. Negotiation was clearly futile. He plunged his hand into his sleeve, hunting for something. "That bastard! How dare he insult my family? You simply refuse my goodwill? Fine, then die." Saying that, he spun and hurled something. This poison, if it hits someone, will shred flesh and bone. The man had shown an opening. Here was his chance. But before he could gloat, 2 fingers of Jeek Legion were already aiming at his head. Luckily, he dodged in time, or his skull would have been smashed and he'd be dead. Seeing Jeek Legion completely unscathed left him baffled. What? This madman wasn't hurt at all? The two of them continued to chase each other relentlessly through the forest. Jeek Legion tore through the woods like a beast, leaving trees smashed in his way. "This fight should be easy for me, but now I'll show you just how wide the gap in strength is." Jiang Injial snorted inwardly. "I won't stand by and let you do as you please." He then summoned all his strength and increased his speed, hurling himself forward. Jeek Legion didn't pursue, but stopped, a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if his plan had worked. It seemed the trap had succeeded. Myung, perched in a nearby tree, asked suspiciously, "But why did you let him go?" Jeek Legion explained, "I want him to suffer a far worse death. Now the night-bright pearls are in my hands, so I don't need to worry so much about resources for my plan, and he'll pay the price soon enough." Unaware he'd been tricked, Jiang Injial kept running wildly, and when he saw his father and sister in the distance, he breathed out, "Thank goodness I made it back." On that side, after hearing Jiang Inhua, Their father was very agitated. You don't say? That bastard actually did such a thing. Jiang Injial hurriedly ran back and shouted, "Father, save me!" Jiang Daisen saw him and roared in anger. "You bastard! How dare you abandon your sister and run off? And you took all the night bright pearls." Jiang Injial loudly explained, "Wait, there's a bastard chasing me. The night bright pearls were stolen by him. He may be behind all these plots. The assassins we sent to Righteous Sword may have been killed by him." Jiang Daisen, confused, asked, "What are you saying? Who is he?" Jiang Injial answered, "It was Jeek Legion." Both Jiang Inhwa and the other person were stunned and bewildered by this. Jiang Daisen's face darkened. "You mean that weaklings slaughtered all the assassins and threatened you to take the night bright pearls? And you were so terrified you fled back here?" Jiang Injial confirmed. "Yes, father. Please take him down quickly," Jiang Daisen snapped. "But why haven't I seen anyone chasing you until now?" Only then did Jiang Injial startle and turn his head to look back. As for that, turning around revealed no trace of anyone, which baffled him. This couldn't be. Could it be he was too afraid of his father to keep chasing? Jiang Daisen placed his hand on his chest, and before the horrified eyes of Jiang Injial, a powerful surge of qi immediately burst forth. Jiang Daisen's expression was grim and emotionless, while Jiang Inhwa on the side covered her mouth in shock. Jiang Injial then coughed up fresh blood in agony. "Father, why would you do this?" He couldn't fathom dying by his own father's hand. Jiang Daisen killed his son without a hint of remorse. "I've known you're a villain, but I never expected you'd be this despicable. To deceive your own father to satisfy your desires? Worse, to betray the clan. Now I must be the one to end my own flesh and blood. How absurd this is." Jiang Injial slowly collapsed to the ground and died. Seeing Jiang Inhwa's horrified face, he hurriedly said, "The night bright pearls must be hidden somewhere nearby. We must search at once. That won't be enough. He's sure to have more tricks up his sleeve before he returns. We must be careful. He is no longer my son. Let's go inside first. Someone is waiting." Not far away, Jeek Legion and another stood on a tree trunk, watching everything with focused eyes. It seemed everything had gone according to his plan, so he wasn't too surprised. "Has the other side received the report?" Myung confirmed. "Yes. I've also sent the house's map to Sionak." Jeek Legion watched below with interest, anticipating much amusement. Inside, someone was seated. As Jiang Daisen and his son entered, they spoke a greeting. "Sorry to keep you waiting, honored guest." The other looked puzzled. "Is something the matter?" Jiang Daisen replied. "We have just dealt with a traitor." The other continued. "You led me here. Now speak. Do you wish to join the Southern Peak Alliance?" Jiang Daisen answered. "As I said, earlier the Northern Heaven Supreme family betrayed us, based on the information I have." Before he could finish, the door was shoved open. A group of people suddenly stormed in. One stepped forward. "I received a suspicious tip. Who knew it would be true? You plan to betray us and side with the Southern Peak Alliance? That's not so easy, young man." Jiang Daisen inwardly cursed. How did the Northern Heaven Supreme family know we were here and come? Those damn traitors. He hurried forward to explain. "You misunderstand. Yesterday we sent people to assist Righteous Sword." The other looked puzzled. "Righteous Sword? Why are you babbling nonsense?" Jiang Daisen felt bewildered. What was this reaction? What do they mean by saying that? Only then did he suddenly remember the whispered words his beloved son had said earlier. Could the real enemy behind this conspiracy be? But the moment he realized, it was also the moment he met his end. A black-clad figure suddenly appeared behind him and drove a sword straight through his body. Even as he died, Jiang Daisen couldn't comprehend who this person was. Could there really be someone this powerful within the Northern Heaven Supreme family? The black-clad man then withdrew his sword, spraying blood everywhere. Jiang Inhwa, seeing her father fall, screamed in horror, "Father!" The man paid them no heed and turned to the intruder, asking, "Are you the White Tiger Hallmaster of the Southern Peak Alliance? You shouldn't interfere casually. Consider this a warning." The White Tiger Hallmaster was drenched in sweat, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I've gotten dragged into trouble again." The black-clad man pressed his sword to Jiang Inhwa's throat. "And what shall we do with this woman?" The middle-aged man turned and glanced at her, thoughtful. Before Jiang Inwa's terrified face, he merely coldly uttered 2 words, "Kill her." The killer, showing no mercy, swung his sword and blood gushed out immediately. This place was then set ablaze by them with a torch. Myong looked at the scene below and said, "First I'll hire 50 trusted men. I'll use them to run New Wind Manor for now and keep others fooled. Also, I'll immediately take over all the trade guilds and businesses controlled by the Palm Essence Union." Jeek Legion warned, "Myong, handle this yourself. Don't draw the sect's attention right now." Myong replied confidently, "Young master, rest assured. Are you not satisfied with this outcome?" Jeek Legion responded, "Not at all. If they've sinned, they must be punished. I feel no pity for them." Myong, puzzled, asked, "Then why do you look so melancholy?" Jeek Legion sighed. "I used to think that Jianghu was exactly as my father described. At 10, I began my first journey. I knew nothing then and wandered everywhere. I didn't even realize, Myong, that you had always followed close behind me. Back then, I had only one thought, to gain my parents' approval." Myong inwardly marveled. A young master so zealous about relationships and proactive in everything, yet deep down not as he appeared. Jeek Legion looked him in the face and asked, "You think I truly enjoyed roaming the Jianghu, Myong? I was only 10 then. I did it at my mother's urging. You told me to travel more. I only wanted to grow up well enough to show my parents. But the Jianghu wasn't what my father claimed. I realized my father was living in a dream. What I learned from roaming the Jianghu wasn't chivalry, but how not to be deceived by others, and how to deceive others. Ways to survive even if it meant doing anything." Myong fell silent, recalling everything, and sighed. Over the years, the young master had endured countless events and borne many wounds. In this Jianghu, how many times has a person's kindness turned into a double-edged sword that ends up stabbing them? He hoped those wounds would no longer linger in people's hearts. Thinking this, he said, "You were still too young then." Myong confirmed, "Indeed, I was naive then. I've changed. Now I'm becoming an adult, but the Jianghu remains unchanged. The good-hearted become fools, and evil rules all, trampling kindness underfoot. To survive in this Jianghu, one must be ruthless. The Jianghu will never change." What exactly is the Jianghu my father always aspired to? Is my father seeing something I cannot? Myong, I'm not merely dreaming like father. I'll make my dream come true. Myong fell into thought again. In the end, the young master strives to change the Jianghu out of love for his father, whether robbing the rich or beating up some worthless bully. On the way, the young master always tried to find some excuse to justify those actions as entirely righteous. Perhaps it was the last bit of respect for his father's teachings. It was a complicated, chaotic emotion. Dawn at New Wind Manor. The Palm Essence Union's chief is dead, and the Palm Essence Union has collapsed. Zhang Lichu couldn't believe his ears. What? What happened? Zhang Warian explained. Jiang Daisan betrayed the Northern Heaven Supreme family, tried to join the Southern Peak Alliance, but was captured and punished. Zhang Lichu was skeptical, but then thought, is Jeek Legion's martial skill really that fearsome? Thanks to him, our whole family escaped death. And how could he achieve such a great feat? The more I look, the more curious I am about Jeek Legion's inner power. By the way, where is Zhang Cherian now? On Sui smiled. She went to cheer. Jeek Legion will join the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest. Over here, Jeek Legion stands opposite a burly man on the arena floor. Zhang Cherian below shyly shouted encouragement for him. Jeek Legion heard and turned to look back, smiling at her with great cheer. Zhang Cherian smiled and exhaled. No need to fuss over it. The referee's voice rang out quickly. Now we begin the first preliminary match of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest. The first to fight is the famed Quan Master from Guangdong, Li Hyok Stormfist. His opponent is a young man participating in the tournament for the first time. The spectators below are amazed, whispering, "He's only 20? Just a kid. Joining will only get you killed. You won't accomplish anything." Jeek Legion paid no mind and waved at his opponent, grinning provocatively without a hint of fear. The arena floor was then struck by a force that shattered it, sending earth and stone flying. Li Hyok unleashed a merciless punch at Jeek Legion, forcing him to struggle back and dodge. After one failed strike, Li Hyok's gaze grew even colder. Though Jeek Legion was at a disadvantage, his face remained calm and nonchalant. The audience below pointed and chatted. That kid is really good at running away. Jeek Legion on the stage also cooperated fully, continuously dodging and evading attacks. The crowd grew even more excited, shouting, "Spare him already, little brother. With your skill level you dare enter the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest? Is the sword on your back only for show?" Jeek Legion ignored them and kept focusing on evading Lee Hyok's attacks. To avoid one extremely powerful kick from Lee Hyok, he had to roll across the arena floor for a long stretch before regaining his footing. The spectators below, including Zhang Cherian, seemed to recognize something and gaped in shock. Isn't that the donkey roll? It's a ground-rolling move like a donkey to evade an opponent's attack in the martial world. It's considered an utterly shameful act. An elder loudly admonished, "Hey, little brother, give up before you get hurt, or you might actually lose your life." They then turned to Lee Hyok and said, "Don't play around. Finish it." But Lee Hyok wasn't like them. His face was deadly serious as he stared at Jeek Legion, showing no disdain and thinking to himself, how smoothly he talks. Clearly that guy's moves are clumsy, yet he dodges every one of my attacks by an inch and still hasn't countered even once. While he was distracted, Jeek Legion suddenly lunged forward with a punch, and in the blink of an eye, that punch appeared before Lee Hyok's head. Facing Jeek Legion's expression, he couldn't help but panic inwardly. This brat. Lee Hyok then went limp and slumped to the ground. The crowd below, confused, burst into loud laughter. What kind of freakish fist technique is that? My son at 5 punches harder than that. But things weren't as simple as they thought. Lee Hyok coughed up blood in agony, his mouth spitting it out like rain. The spectators below, seeing this, immediately fell silent. The referee ran up in a panic to check. "What's going on? This isn't some trick, is it?" The crowd again murmured in disappointment. "Why did I bet on this? Letting a kid get struck like that." The performer couldn't take it. Quickly, the referee's announcement of Jeek Legion's victory rang out, but the audience still roared in outrage, shouting insults. "Get out. If you have any conscience, forfeit." Zhang Cherian below stared at him on the stage, dumbfounded. Thinking, what trick is he up to now? Jeek Legion remained on stage, smiling with relish despite the chorus of curses from below. Night fell somewhere else, where a few people sat in a gambling den. One man took out a stack of banknotes and spoke loudly. "Ibet Yeok Legion den Trosantes." And the one who placed that bet was none other than Myeon. The treasurer, a bit incredulous, asked, "What? You bet on Jeek Legion? You mean that kid passed the preliminaries by luck? Why stake such a large sum on him?" Yang Weiyang's group also approached, laughing as they placed bets. "We'll bet 3,000 taels on Jeek Legion too." The treasurer laughed loudly. "Haha, you expect to get rich in one step? Bold indeed. If he wins, I can make 19 times this money. Seems everyone likes a gamble." Cheon Wax slid his hand inside his robe, searching for something. "Can I wager this blood-poisoned pearl?" The treasurer took the blood-poisoned pearl into the back room. "Of course. Wait a moment. I'll check the banknotes and the pearl for any issues and be right back," Yang Weiyang exclaimed, surprised he hid such a thing. "But the more we bet, the better." At that moment, another voice rang out. "I'm not betting on Jeek Legion." Yang Weiyang glanced at him in astonishment. "Who are you betting on then?" Cheon Wax said sternly, the nameless guest. The three were all very surprised. They didn't even know who that opponent was. Cheon Wax's expression darkened without further explanation. A short while later, at some pavilion, that brat entered the match without our knowledge. "What the heck is the nameless guest?" "Silence provincial. I was just making a random bet." Jeek Legion slammed the table in anger. "Dad, you have to stop him," Yang Weiyang reassured. "Don't worry, I'll bury you in the warmest sunny spot." Zhang Cherian was startled inwardly. "What is this? That look is terrifying." Yang Weiyang then turned and shot her a sharp glance. "You say you're Zhang Cherian? The more I look, the more you remind me of my maiden days." The Tulung Diswang spit out their wine as they heard this. Yang Weiyang continued to them. "Don't you think you're very much like me? Feel free to speak up, don't be shy." Lung Diswang had no choice but to reply reluctantly. "You really do resemble her, sir." Jeek Legion poured wine while glancing at Cheon Wax, an old man who cared little for money or fame. And yet he joined the tournament? Seems you showed up just to fight me, huh? Those around Jianghu all turned to look at the two of them. Xianhua's mouth curved into a very pleased smile. You've already inherited all the ladies' martial arts and his. How could I possibly hold back? Zeke Legion felt nothing like annoyance. He smiled and raised his cup. A moment later, Zhang Cherian and Zeke Legion walked together to a nearby bridge to gaze at the moon. He suddenly laughed and said, "Big trouble's coming. I'm not confident I'll win. I have to win to promote the Righteous Sword School and raise funds for the organization. I guess I need to eat more meat." Zhang Cherian showed an exasperated look. "You've already eaten your fill today. You eat meat every day, and you're still fine?" Zeke Legion confirmed, "Yeah, I've trained a technique that converts meat into nourishing due force inside the body." Zhang Cherian felt even more helpless. There's really a martial art like that? Zeke Legion spoke again, this time to the black-clothed man standing on a rooftop behind them. "Hey, why are you here?" The man replied indifferently. "The young master has exceeded the allowed limit." Zeke Legion gave him a cold glance. "You mean tell me to go back early? Who set that limit? Surely it was my father, right? Make my position clear to him." He then transmitted something by sound to the black-clothed man. The black hawk in the man's hand tore through the wind and flew off. The bird stretched its wings across the dawn sky, signaling the start of a new day. In an alley where a fruit stall stood, the falcon swooped down and perched on someone's hand. Seeing this token arrive, it seemed the final news had been delivered. But after reading the letter, he sighed. "When will you finally learn better? So you finally resolved to try to rule the world?" This person is the enemy elder Jeek Surin, father of the enemy Jeek Legion. Outside the sign reading "Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water." The fruit stall was laid out as usual. A woman emerged from the house and asked, "I saw a messenger hawk. Was that news about Jeek Legion?" Jeek Surin didn't hide it and replied quickly. Jeek Legion said, "He wants to unite the realm." The woman continued, "That's my child and his. Jeek Legion is perfectly entitled to dream like that." Jeek Surin narrowed his eyes. "But it must remain a dream. We have been in hiding for 20 years. Let's go." Together to the Central Plains. Cut to the group around Jeek Legion. In a torrential downpour, Myong and Jeek Legion stood in a resort pavilion discussing. "Young master, we've gathered some strange information. Just as you suspected, we traded information at the Black Inn, and someone said they would sell 300 Thunderburst bombs tonight." Jeek Legion was shocked. Thunderburst bombs are explosive weapons with great destructive power used by the Path Alliance. Myong confirmed, "Yes, even one has huge blast power. Something's definitely up." Jeek Legion then said they must go check it out. Follow the Black Inn and see who it is. Cut to another side. In the pouring rain, a figure ran frantically. "I have no way out anymore because I've already sold the Thunderburst bombs. I've been living a double life as an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family and a spy for the Flying Swallowtail. But the failed Long Phoenix banquet changed everything. Those bastards at the Flying Swallowtail planned to pin it all on me." He remembered the conversation. "The sect leader was very disappointed in you. This is your last chance. Detonate the Thunderburst bomb at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest. If you fail again, you'll die." Recalling this made him even more resentful. Even manipulating the Long Phoenix banquet seemed nearly impossible. How could I possibly do that at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest? It's where all the masters gather. Besides, Deputy Strategist Quan Hyuki now suspects me over the Long Phoenix banquet. If I'm exposed as a traitor to the Northern Heaven Supreme family, I'll die. And if I fail at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest, I'll die too. Now there's only one way. Grab the money and run. Live a peaceful life, streaming Rescroll, reading novels every day. But life isn't that simple. Right then an assassin appeared and slashed him, leaving him bloody. He panicked. The Flying Swallowtail? The man in black cleared his throat. "Not only did you ruin the Long Phoenix banquet, you also dared betray the Flying Swallowtail. Do you take the Flying Swallowtail lightly?" As he spoke, he swung his blade toward his neck. He was helpless and could only stand there closing his eyes to await death. But the black-clad man's sword never fell. When he opened his eyes, he saw the other standing frozen, which made him even more puzzled. "What the? Is he immobile? Has he been pressure-pointed? Who did this?" A different voice quickly sounded. Surprisingly, the elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, was the mastermind behind the Long Phoenix banquet plot. Seeing the two newcomers, he panicked and blurted, "Who are you?" Jeek Legion and Myong, faces half-covered, stepped forward slowly. Jeek Legion said sternly and coldly, "We are the righteous team of the Path Alliance." He invented that identity, which made Myong startled. Those below were even more incredulous. Path Alliance? Has this reached the Path Alliance's ears? Jeek Legion stepped forward and touched the assassin's head, a little surprised. There was something odd about this flying swallowtail fellow. The assassin's complexion twisted as meridians writhed all over his body. Blood then began to stream continuously from the corner of his eye. Immediately after, an enormous explosion erupted here. Blood, fire, and a torrent of water sprayed out like rain. Jeek Legion witnessed this and widened his eyes in shock. Myong also stared dazedly, wondering what on earth this was. The spot where they had been standing was now covered in a sea of blood, and the assassin was gone. Myong sighed. It seemed he had been hypnotized in a suicide when captured. Jeek Legion continued, "I don't like the flying swallowtail's methods." He glanced at the man and asked, "Do you even know what the flying swallowtail is?" The man stammered and shook his head. "I don't know." Jeek Legion produced a grim-looking pill, dark cheese swirling about it. The answer was uselessly hollow. "I've prepared this. It will make you suffer greatly." The man screamed in panic. "Poison? The Path Alliance is the pillar of the righteous sect. Would it stoop to such vile tricks?" Jeek Legion decisively shoved the pill into his mouth. "The pillar of the righteous sect? Huh? You lot of opportunists have gnawed away every pillar until none remain." The moment the pill entered, his whole body convulsed. His pitiful screams then echoed through the woods. "Spare me. My body is being torn apart. I'll tell you everything I know. So please spare me." Jeek Legion tossed him another pill with a flick of his hand. "This is the antidote. Take it. You should have said sooner. You must take the antidote once a month, or you'll end up like that again." After a moment of interrogation, Jeek Legion confirmed what he heard. "So you're saying that 12 years ago they approached and recruited you? And after you became an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family with their help, they kept issuing orders to you?" The man nodded. "That's right. I only knew a few people who passed on the orders." Jeek Legion turned and glanced at Myong, a secretive organization whose members don't know each other's faces. These people were truly careful. After a while, he looked at him again. "Good. I have two demands. First, every piece of information you can access within the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Second, notify us whenever you receive orders from the Flying Swallowtail. If you cooperate, I'll guarantee your safety." The man asked back, "How can I trust you?" Jeek Legion, face stern, pressed close and said, "There's no guarantee. Just trust me." Hearing that, the man ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Do I have to go back to the Northern Heaven Supreme family and play double agent for both the Flying Swallowtail and the Path Alliance?" After a moment's thought, he said, "If I don't detonate the Thunderburst bomb at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest, I'll die." Jeek Legion reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll tell you how to survive." Myong quietly transmitted to him, "What's the Flying Swallowtail's goal? Do they want the Northern Heaven Supreme family to collapse? But is detonating a Thunderburst bomb at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest really worth that?" Jeek Legion replied, "Isn't this already dangerously extreme? They must have another purpose, but it's pointless to speculate now. Let's just do our job." Myong. The next day, at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest, Jeek Legion, just like yesterday, mounted the stage to face his opponent. The crowd below screamed madly. Jeek Legion wins again? This match is rigged. But despite their shouting, Jeek Legion kept defeating his foes. After so many rounds, the audience could only stand frozen, mouths agape. Quickly, Jeek Legion advanced past the preliminaries into the next round. This opponent was no pushover like the earlier ones. The spectators below buzzed with discussion. Today I want to see if that guy got here by luck or skill. Zhang Cherian stood among the crowd, pondering quietly. Is this the main rounds? Even disciples from the famed righteous sect have come to watch. Soon, the referee's announcement rang out. Jeek Legion of New Wind Manor. Your opponent is True Esat, a user of the venom-tainted sword. True Esat sneered menacingly and raised his blade. A kid still wet behind the ears? Zhang Cherian below whispered anxiously. It's poison. That's dangerous. Today I have to put on a show. Jeek Legion frowned in confusion. Put on a show? No need. There's no betting in the main rounds anymore. As he said that, he suddenly looked up at a figure standing on a rooftop. And now the real game begins. Trui sat, the one who wields a venom-dipped sword. True to his nickname, his blade is laced with serpent poison and widely scorned, yet he's extremely dangerous. Many have fallen to his poisoned edge. The middle-aged man beside Zhang Cherian shook his head in amazement. That kid's pitiful, yet he must face Trui Saturday. Zhang Cherian asked, doubtful, is he really that dangerous? The middle-aged man explained, they say even grazing his poisonous blade is enough to kill, so everyone who faced him in this tournament has died. On the stage, Trui sat smiled wickedly at Jeek Legion and said, you're one lucky fellow. Jeek Legion showed no fear and asked with a smile, don't you believe in your sword technique? To the point of relying on poison. Trui sat replied coldly, those who provoke me like you are dead already, and you'll share their fate. Having said that, he decisively lunged, swinging his sword at Jeek Legion. But Jeek Legion merely raised a hand to touch Trui Sat's wrist, and the long sword slipped from his grasp. Then Jeek Legion used Trui Sat's own sword to stab straight into his hand. The grim expression, blood spraying, and Trui Sat's piercing screams made Jeek Legion's face all the more terrifying. He dragged the long sword down, ruthlessly cleaving Trui Sat's arm in two. You'll never hold a sword again. Trui Sat then collapsed weakly to his knees in a pool of blood. One of his arms was completely ruined. The spectators and Zhang Cherian below were dumbstruck by the turn of events. After a moment, the whole arena erupted into chaos. What the hell was that? He defeated Trui Sat in a single strike. Yang Huayang, seated at the VIP table, couldn't contain his excitement and leapt up, shouting, this can't be. Is he really that strong? He was nothing special at the Long Phoenix banquet. Seol Biokwa had already guessed Jeek Legion's strength earlier, so she remained extremely calm, showing not a flicker of surprise. Yang Suchong continued to roar incoherently. And where the hell is New Wind Manor? I've never heard that name before. Yet it supposedly has such powerful martial arts. How can this be? Imhagi nearby wore a very somber expression. He narrowed his eyes to study the young man below. That kid isn't an ordinary junior. Where on earth did he come from? Does he really intend to win the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest? A while later, at some tavern, as soon as the two Jeek Legion entered, the patrons burst into cheers. That demonic heretic who used poison to kill people today was truly satisfying. Jeek young hero, I knew you weren't ordinary. I'm eager to see your next match. Jeek Legion smiled and replied, all right, everyone come watch. He then went to sit back in a chair, grinning smugly. I'm famous now. Zhang Cherian sat to one side, brooding. Those who reach the later rounds of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest are fearsome. No one dares approach. But you're strange. Every patron in the tavern was delighted to face Jeek Legion. There wasn't a trace of fear. One person suddenly said, but the one everyone is watching at this Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest is him. The nameless guest. Even top masters can't make him lift his straw hat. Hey, you say you've seen his match? Yes, I watched it, but I saw nothing at all. The two Jeek Legion sat quietly, observing their conversation. They spoke in a terrified tone. All I heard and saw was the sound of drawing a sword. Nothing else. All of the nameless guest's opponents perished to a single, blindingly fast strike. Too swift for the naked eye to catch the sword's movement. Zhang Cherian froze in horror as he listened. Impossible. Jeek Legion's expression also darkened. This is bad. Zhang Cherian's worry deepened. Is Legion really this tense? She anxiously asked, are you worried? Jeek Legion turned to her and sighed. I forgot my purse. I am starving. Zhang Cherian helplessly offered to pay. She had thought he was worried about that nameless guest. Jeek Legion perked up when he heard her offer. Really? Zhang Cherian cut in. I only have 2 taels. No sooner had she finished speaking than the atmosphere fell silent once more. Jeek Legion leaned in close to her. So do I have to wash dishes to pay you back? Just then someone approached, intending to pay the bill. The person was none other than Seol Biokwa. She smiled warmly and said, Congratulations on becoming a Fuang, and thank you for what you did at the Long Fuang banquet. The latter was addressed to Jeek Legion. He smiled and corrected her. If you want to thank someone, thank Young Hero. Seol Bio Kwa said seriously. Don't take me for a fool. Jeek Legion didn't fuss over it. Think whatever you like. Zhang Cherian was astonished inwardly. Miss Seol actually started a conversation. Seeing her dazed, Jeek Legion grinned and said, Zhang Cherian, don't worry. I'm loyal only to you. Hearing that, her face flushed bright red. Suddenly, what did you say? Seol Bio Kwa spoke up again. Jeek Young Hero, I'm really puzzled. The next day, at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest Final, the spectators below had gathered in a huge crowd. At last the day had come. This Heavenly Dragon Grand Contest has been unpredictable. Who would have expected these two to face each other? Zhang Cherian followed behind while Yang Huayang pondered silently. The arena and the whole atmosphere felt completely different. Yang Huayang suddenly asked her, Are you worried? Zhang Cherian hesitated. I've heard his martial skill is extremely high. Yang Huayang mused. It's been a long time since I've witnessed the demon sword make its move. He hasn't had a rival for a long stretch. Whether he wins or loses, this match won't end easily. The audience below screamed like mad. Myung, I bet on you from the start. Myung will surely win. Cheon Wax's mouth curled. Even if you're my nephew, I won't go easy on you. Even if I have to kill you, I won't regret it. Jeek Legion had no comment, only a calm smile. He then reached out and drew his black saber. I know, Cheon Wax said little, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. His straw hat fell off as well, and the weapons of the two collided head-on. Jeek Legion stared at his opponent solemnly. That's why today, I'll fight with my life on the line. Cheon Wax quickly realized something. Is this a formation? The scene around them has completely changed. It's no longer an arena, but a vast mountainous space, like being out in a forest. Jeek Legion said sternly. Only like this can one fight a soul-binding duel, right? Zhang Cherian was amazed. This is the first time I've seen a formation change the surroundings like this. Yang Huayang added, I once asked a prodigy long praised as a master of formations for help. Those outside the formation will only see an illusion of a battle different from reality. That's because many martial techniques can't be casually displayed before a crowd. Only those standing inside can witness the true fight. Zhang Cherian felt a chill inwardly. Could it be that the old master and Jeek brother reached this far without revealing their full power? Yang Huayang warned again, don't miss even a single move. This match likely won't offer you a second chance to witness it. Ahead, the battle was beginning to tighten. Jeek Legion parried the opponent's offense, smiling. It seems you anticipated this move would be blocked. Cheon Wax also smiled. With you it's to be expected. Jeek Legion said nothing further and swung his saber up to attack again. Cheon Wax grew more exhilarated the more he fought, laughing without restraint. Good. Keep pressing harder. Their blades clashed back and forth relentlessly, neither yielding, the momentum ferocious. Suddenly, both widened their eyes, and a spray of bright, red blood burst forth. Zhang Cherian, standing at a distance, and the spectators were startled. Yang Huayang and the others frowned, but took no action. The blood was flowing from Jeek Legion's hand. Cheon Wax on the opposite side spoke again. Even if I kill you, I will have no regrets. Those words are not idle threats. Use that martial art, or you'll die. Jeek Legion clenched the hilt of his saber. So is this the moment to truly strike? He drove his strength down into the ground, and his aura erupted violently, sending rocks and earth flying everywhere. Zhang Cherian was horrified inwardly. This chi is demonic energy? I half suspected it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Jeek Legion gripped his long saber, closed his eyes, and concentrated as the demonic chi surged forth. The demonic path rises with the wind. For a good show, check out the Re-Scroll channel. Cheon Wax across from him laughed with excitement. Yes, that's it. Use that technique. Something demonic folk only dare hope to witness once in their lives. The Nine-Flower Demonic Path technique. The Heavenly Demon's sole secret skill. Jeek Legion raised his saber and swung down, performing the first move, wind strike posture. Cheon Wax had no choice but to raise his sword to parry. Wounds quickly appeared on his arm, blood spurting out. But even so, it couldn't make him retreat. He planted his feet and silently analyzed. His internal skill is clearly weaker than mine. So where does this terrifying power come from? Jeek Legion continued to chant the incantation while attacking. The wind is the summons of the Thunder God stance, and the second move, Thunder Strike Posture, was unleashed right after. Dust and debris scattered, forcing Zhang Qian to raise a hand to shield her eyes. At the center of the battle, Jeek Legion still stood there unbowed, his gaze calm and silent as he waited. Very quickly, Qion Wax surged up again from below to attack. Jeek Legion met his assault and smiled. "Indeed, you are extraordinary," Qion Wax replied excitedly, "and you truly exceed expectations." The two plunged into a frenzied, vicious battle again. Zhang Qian below couldn't help trembling and thought, does that realm really exist? My martial arts are child's play compared to theirs. From start to finish, they fought in midair like demigods. Above, Jeek Legion had advanced to the fifth move, the demonic heavenly dragon strike posture. The terrifying demonic chi coalesced into a scaled dragon's limb that lunged at Qion Wax. Faced with this, he couldn't help but freeze. And then a huge explosion erupted once more. Lan Diswang moved to step forward, but Yang Huayang held her back. Zhang Qian stood utterly dumbfounded. Amid shattered rock and choking dust, Qion Wax stood there grimly, his body covered in blood as he struggled to support his sword. He raised his head to glare at Jeek Legion drifting in the air, growling, then suddenly burst in a loud laughter. Truly worthy of being his descendant. Very well. If that's the case, let us decide the victor with this final move. Zhang Qian was somewhat puzzled by his move. Yang Huayang answered her doubt. That is the demonic sword's sole secret technique. The ultimate technique that earned him the moniker Demonic Sword among the martial world. In midair, Jeek Legion's long saber blazed with red flames. If I use the seventh and final move of the nine-flower demonic saber form, I can block it. But if I do that, the demonic sword will. Below, Qion Wax paid no heed and swung his sword down. In the air, Jeek Legion decided to raise his saber and execute the first move, demonic strike posture. Somewhere else, two people were holding hands very affectionately. They stood in a forest of flowers, chatting romantically. What do you think about this? Jeek Surin sighed. The world's best? Why would that brat chase such a fanciful dream? The woman plucked a flower. You still don't understand why your child did that. Because he inherited your bloodline. Have you forgotten? That child is also called the Heavenly Demon. Jeek Surin sighed, calling it an overreach. The woman retorted, No, bloodlines don't lie. The child inherited both your and my blood, which is why he's now plagued by these violent fits. Inside him a storm rages uncontrollably. He is tormented by a craving for destruction. Meanwhile, the battle here remained extremely tense. Jeek Legion above looked down and happened to meet Zhang Qian's gaze. The arm holding the saber now hesitated slightly, and her image appeared in his pupil. Below, Qion Wax shouted in fury, You bastard! What the hell are you doing? Qion Wax sword chi shot straight at Jeek Legion. Zhang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Miang grew excited as well, wanting to rush into the battlefield to see for himself. At the center of the battle, momentum continued to erupt from all sides. Around Jeek Legion, countless rivulets of water now swirled. Miang, seeing this, could only stand frozen. At the critical moment, Jeek Legion finally drew out his father's long sword, the ancient golden first gentleman's sword. The long saber had meanwhile been planted to one side. Jeek Legion decided to use his father's sword to continue the fight. Zhang Qian couldn't help being astonished when she saw that sword. Isn't that his father's blade? Jeek Legion's eyes flashed. Wherever the long sword waved, waves of water rolled along with it. He drifted through the air, radiating a fierce blue light. A sword beam tore through the sky and struck up at Qion Wax's arm. The ground below was likewise smashed to ruin. He watched fresh blood spray from his body like rain. Horrified, just glancing at his arm, he felt his inner power being drained. What on earth is this martial art? Everyone present was stunned by that single sword strike. After a moment, Yang Huayang calmly said, The battle is over. and the formation slowly dissolved. The arena floor was now shrouded in choking dust. The surrounding spectators clamored and screamed. What is this? I can't see anything. Why is there suddenly a sandstorm? Right in the middle of a tense duel? What's going on? Zhang Qian glanced around suspiciously. Has the location changed again? Yang Huayang explained. The formation was broken. It's returned to reality now. Just then someone shouted, Everyone look! Isn't that the nameless guest? Qian Whack, battered and bloodied, was struggling on his knees on the floor, his identity now fully exposed to everyone's sight. The stands trembled. He had never revealed himself before, and now his true identity was about to be known. But life had other plans. Jeek Legion instead brought over a hat and offered it to Qian. He fell silent and thoughtful, his mind still returning to that moment. If he hadn't hesitated and used that at the time, I would have been dead long ago. He reached out, took the hat, and lamented. What a pity to miss seeing that ultimate move. The hat was placed back on, hiding his face again. Of course, being the demonic figure who fell to the nine-flower demonic art wasn't a bad cover. He now bowed in sincere respect and accepted defeat to him. The spectators below were dumbfounded to see him concede. What the? So isn't Jeek Legion a champion of this Heavenly Dragon tournament after all? The VIPs seated above all wore looks of disbelief, and the arena immediately erupted with heated discussion. The youngest winner in martial history, a new hero of the Jianghu, had been born. Jeek Legion ignored their shouts and stood silently. He squinted at the righteous sword in his hand, and that night, a celebratory banquet for the Heavenly Dragon contest was held. The women who saw Jeek Legion couldn't help blushing. Look, that's young hero Jeek who won this time. Unbelievable. He's so young, isn't he? They quickly approached to make conversation and get acquainted. Young hero Jeek, congratulations. Don't you usually hear people call you handsome? Jeek Legion smiled. Of course, I hear it quite a lot. The women burst into laughter at his smile, causing the men behind them to jolt. You're quite amusing, Jeek Legion added. That's the second thing I hear most often. Zhang Qian beside him wore a helpless look. He was far too famous. After the women left, Jeek Legion turned to her. Zhang Qian, let's eat our fill today. Zhang Qian nodded. All right, but don't you really need a rest? I just saw your wound. It looked deep. Jeek Legion smiled with layered meaning. What? Worried about me? Zhang Qian stammered, momentarily a loss for how to reply. Just then someone approached. So you're here, Miss Zhang. Zhang Qian hurriedly turned and bowed. Long time no see, host. Im Hyunza. Likewise. I've been meaning to meet Miss Zhang. I think you'd be a good match for my young master. What does Miss Zhang think? Zhang Qian widened her eyes in surprise. Me and young master him? Inwardly, she wondered. She had never even spoken properly with young master him. So why suddenly this? People on the street buzzed with gossip. What is this? Could the Northern Heaven Supreme family be considering marriage with the Righteous Sword sect? That's impossible. But who knows what in the family head is thinking? Im Chance paid no heed and continued. I've long had my eye on the Righteous Sword sect. The more I look, the more I think Miss is well suited to be my young master's wife. While Zhang Qian stammered, Jeek Legion stepped forward and said, she already has someone in her heart. Zhang Qian looked at him in confusion. What? Jeek Legion looked straight into her eyes and asked, It's me, right, Miss Zhang? The crowd was surprised all over again. That brat dares confront the family head? He must be crazy. Im Chance burst into loud laughter. Indeed, the confidence of the Heavenly Dragon Champion shows. But Miss Zhang will surely favor my young master, won't she? Young hero Jeek, you can't possibly compare to my young master. Am I right, Miss Zhang? Zhang Qian's cheeks flushed red. She stood there stunned by Jeek Legion's question. Jeek Legion's expression tightened. In a cold voice he said, You should give up. Im Chance's face also contorted with displeasure. He dares adopt that attitude in front of me? Not only is his skill high, his nerve is something else. The man said nothing, but the retainer behind him couldn't hold back and pointed, shouting, You insolent brat. Do you think winning the Heavenly Dragon contest lets you swagger? Daring to act like that before the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Are you asking for death? Jeek Legion showed no fear, his face stern as he looked at them. So according to the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Should I offer the woman I love to curry your favor? The retainer's shriek rose again. What? You dare be disrespectful to your elders like that? Jeek Legion remained utterly calm. Elders are just that. If someone meets their standards, they'll be smiled upon and indulged. But the slightest displeasure, and they'll be looked down on as contemptible. What archaic, stubborn standards are those? I've never once cared to think about them, nor have I any desire to waste my energy on such thoughts. Zhang Cherian pondered inwardly. If this were ordinary, she'd have laughed it off. So why was he suddenly so worked up today? Im Chant's retainer snapped a warning. Kid, you'll understand when you grow up. Do you know how childish your behavior is? Jeek Legion shook his head. I don't think so, because I won't grow up to be like you. Pretending doesn't make one a respectable elder. At that moment, another person in the crowd spoke up. It seems your nature truly hasn't changed. Jeek Legion turned to look and replied. You came, father. Hearing that, the retainer snapped at Jeek Surin. You're really his father? You should discipline your son. I can't fathom how you raise him. Jeek Surin gave no reply, but the woman behind him was less tolerant. She decisively shouted for the man to shut up. Old geezers should stay home and mind their own business instead of spouting nonsense here. The man, thoroughly humiliated, stammered in shock. What did you say? Zhang Cherian and the others remained silently watching, not yet speaking. The woman stepped forward and continued. Who here dares stop me? Who dares point a finger and scold my son? The woman was Yu Sealha, Jeek Legion's mother. She continued icily. You're bold. How dare you single out someone's child? Those nearby were cowed by her presence and dared not utter a word. Im Chant's frowned, deeply unsettled. What is this? A strange aura that's hard to describe. Why do I feel a chill to my bones like this? Zhang Cherian was also quietly pondering inward. Could the dignified elders before us really become wise parents? Im Chant's retainer finally came to his senses and spoke again. Surely there's been some misunderstanding here. His words were cut off by Im Chant's cold glare. Don't be rude. No matter what that child says, insulting someone else's parents is unacceptable. The retainer broke out in a cold sweat at that look. I misspoke. Im Chant's paid him no mind, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Yu Sealha thoughtfully. This woman was definitely no ordinary person, and the gentleman behind her likewise. Although there was no detectable extraordinary aura, why did it feel so strange? It seems I need to dig deeper into this matter. While he was lost in thought, another voice called, The family has finished paying respects. Please give up the spot. Hearing that, the crowd quickly moved aside and left the area to the family. After they left, Jeek Surin sternly looked at his son and admonished, Your conduct just now was hardly becoming of an adult. You'd better learn some restraint. Jeek Legion answered without backing down. No, I did nothing wrong. Father always forces me to uphold worthless things. Please don't impose your rights and manners on me. Please don't force me to follow those mistaken customs. Zhang Cherian stood to the side, feeling the tension in the air and growing tense herself. This was unlike ordinary times. Why was he brazenly causing a scene now? Had he known his parents would come? So he wanted his father to hear it himself. Yu Sealha beside him suddenly sighed, and then stepped forward to face her son. Jeek Surin also fell silent and said nothing further. Yu Sealha smiled. Long time no see. You've grown a bit, haven't you? Jeek Legion smiled back at his mother. Let's go inside first, and I'll explain slowly. There's much I want to ask. A little later, at New Wind Manor, Zhang Lichu and his wife stepped out, clasped hands in greeting, and said, Your young master saved our family's lives. Again, we offer our thanks. Jeek Surin and his wife politely returned the bow. I only fear our young master caused trouble for your family. Your daughter is truly modest and exceedingly polite. Zhang Cherian felt her heart bloom at those words. What is this? Why are they suddenly saying that? Zhang Lichu also warmly returned the greeting. Young hero Jeek is truly a man of noble character, worthy of his reputation as a rare talent in the Jianghu. Zhang Cherian sat to one side and glanced thoughtfully at Jeek Legion. If this were any other day, he would have laughed and taken such praise for granted. Even while sharing a room with his father, he never once turned to meet his gaze. While she was lost in thought, Yu Sealha also turned to look at her, and seeing that Zhang Cherian was looking over, she smiled. You are Miss Zhang Cherian? How did the two of you meet? The unexpected question left Zhang Qian so startled she froze. Jeek Legion immediately helped answer for her. We first met on the road, and then crossed paths again at a tavern. Zhang Qian sighed inwardly. Accurate, but it sounded slightly indecorous. Jeek Surin then spoke up. Being close is fine, but even people of the Jianghu must observe certain proprieties between men and women. Pay more attention to the rules. Jeek Legion glanced back at him and coolly replied, yes. A moment later, outside by the pond, the surface strewn with drifting flower petals, a foot gently stepped on a petal, and step by step he appeared to glide across the water. Zhang Qian stood to one side, staring in amazement, as Jeek Legion skimmed over the pond without falling, and she was utterly baffled. How could someone glide so lightly on water? When will I ever reach that level? Just then, Jeek Legion spoke again. Men and women must still keep certain decorum. Mind the rules. Is that all those two had to say to me? Tomorrow I must eat lots of meat, then. Zhang Qian propped her chin and watched him with a pleased smile, thinking he'd clearly been holding that back for a long time. At times like this, he really looked like a child. Yes, sometimes he should show this side of himself. Below, Jeek Legion waved his hand to stir the petals. Father certainly won't let Makwi dominate the world. He then stamped hard, sending ripples through the water. Zhang Qian asked in puzzlement, so what do we do now? Jeek Legion swept his sword, sending waves and petals flying in all directions. He stood in the middle of the pond as water and petals cascaded around him. After a moment, he looked at his reflection on the water and said, I will fight in my own way. Zhang Qian asked again, is your father as strong as you? Jeek Legion answered, as strong as me? If compared to others, I'm still far behind. Zhang Qian exclaimed, really? Even your mother is that strong? Jeek Legion, yes, my mother could rival my father. Zhang Qian grew even more astonished. Truly remarkable, and I've never seen anyone both powerful and beautiful like that. Jeek Legion explained that for 20 years she had hidden her face, not merely covering it, but using reverse transformation to become an ugly visage. You understand, right? If she kept that face while walking the streets, who knows what trouble would follow. Besides, my parents were forced to live in hiding. Zhang Qian stared at him dumbfounded, thinking that to live with the one you love and give up everything for decades. What burden could be so great? Jeek Legion continued. The sword technique I used in the Heavenly Dragon Tournament final is my mother's martial art. Why don't you ask? Aren't you curious how my mother knows the Heavenly Demon's unique technique? Hearing this, Zhang Qian narrowed her eyes and pondered. Actually, I was very surprised and a little scared. But no matter your background, there's nothing about you now that can surprise me further. Hearing her last remark, the corner of Jeek Legion's mouth couldn't help but lift. Night fell dark deep in the forest among towering mountain cliffs. At a certain lofty, majestic tower, above it the sign read 3 characters, Heavenly Demon Hall. Someone below was reporting to Heavenly Demon. The young miss is already embarked on her path, sir. Heavenly Demon asked back, did that man go with her as well? Hearing confirmation, he exclaimed, then the other side must have heard the news too. Coming out after 20 years, is it this time to meet her child? The other stammered, yes. And moreover, Jeek Legion seems to have set his sights on dominating the realm. Heavenly Demon was somewhat surprised. Dominating the realm? Immediately after, a smile of keen interest crept to his lips, and Heavenly Demon Hall shuddered violently in response. The demonic figures on both sides gradually revealed themselves, and one of them was Heavenly Demon Yujinchen. He said coldly, truly an arrogant one. Cut to another spot. Yang Huayang was sitting weeding and gossiping. This brat even tended a vegetable patch in my place. What a quaint hobby. Beside him, Rang Di-sung looked puzzled. Why pull each plant out by hand like that? Yang Huayang explained, you don't get it. Tending it yourself is part of the pleasure. At that she suddenly glanced toward Chionwak and saw him sitting there with a blank look, so she offered consolation. No need to be so downcast. It's just a difference in martial cultivation levels, not a defeat due to lack of a fighter's worth. Chionwak frowned and asked, what was that kid's final trump in the Heavenly Dragon duel? Rang Di-sung sighed. Sooner or later you'll know. It's a sword technique called Galactic Meteor Sword. And along with Ning Calamity's demon technique, it's one of two supreme skills comparable to the Jilpung family's art. Xion Wak's face filled with astonishment. Galactic Meteor Sword and Jilpung family? I've never heard of them. Rang Di-sung explained, because they don't meddle in Jianghu affairs. Yet Orthodox sects all owe that clan a great debt of gratitude. You know the family has protected his father for 20 years, right? That's because he is the legitimate heir of the Jilpung family. If you villain sects have heavenly demon cult, then to us the Jilpung family is everything. Just then, Jeek Legion approached. So you didn't know about this? I heard this morning my parents came here to speak with everyone. Elder, perhaps this is your first time meeting my father. Xion Wak frowned at him. So the lethal sword move in the final was actually your father's technique? Jeek Legion confirmed. Yes. It's been a long time since you were allowed to fight at full strength, hasn't it? Xion Wak concurred. Indeed, but speaking of your father, he's more handsome than you. The remark irked Jeek Legion a bit. Elder, you have no eye for looks. Cut to another scene. Jeek Surin stood alone by the window deep in thought. Yusilha suddenly came up from behind and hugged him. What are you thinking about? Jeek Surin replied that he was thinking about his son. Yusilha explained. You know well that Kanwai is not the sort of child who would plunder the property of the innocent. I have a request of you. Jeek Surin took her hand. What is it? Speak. But before she could answer, he continued. Leave that child's matters to me. His dream to unite the Jianghu is impossible to realize. Yusilha sighed. But precisely because of that, I must always worry about him. Jeek Surin turned to look at her, about to say something, but she quickly spoke first. I respect and love you, so I cannot entrust all of Kanwai's affairs to you alone. If you stubbornly block this, then I fear we may never look upon each other's faces again. Jeek Surin raised his hand to stroke her cheek. She always worries only about Kanwai. Yusilha replied. Right now, neither you nor Kanwai are happy. I don't want that to happen. In her heart, she resolved that even if this Jianghu were stained red with blood, she would still support Kanwai. Cut to a simple thatch house somewhere in the woods. A heavy rain is pouring down there. Inside, Jeek Legion and Zhang Cherian were drinking together. She took a sip and exclaimed, Oh my, it's bitter, truly puzzling. It's this bitter. So why do you insist on drinking? Jeek Legion explained. How many who claim to love wine actually love its taste? That's a matter for the truly addicted. Most people drink simply for the atmosphere of the gathering. Once past that stage, they drink to enjoy being drunk. With the warm haze of wine, many worries melt away like flowing snow. Zhang Cherian sat there watching him, thinking to herself. Though she didn't say it, he seemed very worried about his father. Thinking that, she said aloud, You drink quite well, don't you? Jeek Legion set the cup down, smiled at her. What is there that I don't know? Zhang Cherian smiled helplessly. Indeed. Haha. In her heart she thought, now I can't deny it any longer. Jeek Legion suddenly narrowed his eyes. By the way, today I came to fetch someone else as well. At that moment a loud voice rose from behind. And you tell me to wait? What's going on? Explain, what about that loan? The woman panicked and clutched her son. These days my business isn't doing well, so... Jeek Legion exclaimed. Is it the Yama King's camp? Zhang Cherian was also surprised, because the Yama King camp is a usurious lending gang, a disorderly organization called the Three-Head Faction. Their leader is Shim Yanggu. Because of his cruel nature, he's called Shim Yanggu, and everyone knows the power backing them. Yet no one could do anything about it, because the Northern Heaven Supreme family is involved. A respected, great sect stooping to dirty tricks to make money. Who would have guessed it? The woman in front wept in fear, saying, Had I known who's behind these loans, I wouldn't have borrowed even to save my life. The other sneered, You're starving anyway. If you can't repay the loan, this shop will belong to us at month's end. Just then, Xion Wak came out of the kitchen holding a knife. What's going on here? The woman explained, Recently food prices spiked, so I borrowed from a neighbor to buy supplies, but I didn't realize they were behind this. Xion Wak frowned. I've heard rumors of someone manipulating food prices. So this is a scheme to force people into usury by your gang. The man answered without fear. Trade has always been full of hardships and traps. It's best you join us and work for our side. I saw you in a rowdy brawl at a respectable tavern. You've got some skill, so I'll pay you 4 taels of silver each month. What do you say? The big man gripped his knife, so hard a vein stood out. I already turned that down. The man threatened. If you don't have the skill to wipe out the entire three-head faction, don't act rashly. Remember, you still have family to protect. If something happens to you, what will become of them? Cheon Wak's face tightened. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Since he truly had to worry about his wife and son, he couldn't act recklessly. Just then, Jeek Legion and Zhang Cherian, drinking in the back, spoke up. What a nuisance. You're going to buy off a man of that caliber with only 40 taels? The elder, hearing someone speak, turned his head. Are you the champion of this heavenly dragon contest? You brat with milk on your lips. How dare you mouth off? Do you know who stand behind us? He then turned to his henchmen and barked orders loudly. What are you standing there for? Ignore that kid and deal with this shop first. The patrons at nearby tables, sensing the tense atmosphere, panicked. What's going on here? The thugs didn't say more. They charged in and smashed the tables and chairs, sending the customers fleeing in terror. Clear out. From today, this shop is closed. A trembling boy rushed forward, grabbed his hand to stop him. Please give us a chance. Spare us. This is all our family has. The young man snapped angrily. You damned scoundrel. He then decisively shoved the child aside. What did you say, you brat? Not stopping there. He drew his sword. You think we'll spare you just because you're a child? Zhang Cherian couldn't stay silent at the sight and slammed the table, rising. Wait. Before she could move, a chopstick shot out and impaled the thug in the head. People like this are best pulled out by the root early on. Zhang Cherian and the others were stunned by his decisiveness. The struck thug, using his last breath, finally turned and glared at Jeek Legion. You dare interfere here? Jeek Legion's expression was utterly calm. He propped his chin and coldly watched them. The thug then collapsed to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. Outside, the rain still poured, helping to muffle the sounds within. Jeek Legion produced another chopstick. I'll settle that debt for you. I need to meet your leader. Everyone present grew tense. That bastard killed someone on his first strike? Jeek Legion smiled without concern. No matter how you look at it, that price is paltry. I'll pay 1,000 taels each month. If that's still not enough, I'll find the Lesser Dragon Union leader for you. Cheon Wak was astonished when he heard that. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Jeek Legion. How could he possibly know that? The Lesser Dragon Union leader once inspired terror at the mere mention of his name. But one day, for reasons no one knows, he slaughtered innocents and vanished without a trace. Cheon Wak was among those who lost their families to him. With vengeance in his heart, he wandered far and wide, seeking the Lesser Dragon Union leader, but ultimately couldn't find him. Then he found a new family and tried to live a peaceful life. Jianghu asked Cheon Wak. He promises to help find the man and pay 1,000 taels a month. Will you trust words like that? Zhang Cherian sat to the side, musing that the Heavenly Dragon final might have been an illusory match created by formation techniques. Although he won, the rewards weren't as generous as past champions. Yang Huayang continued. Either way, your choice comes down to two paths. One is to work under us. The other is to repay all that money. Otherwise, hand over this shop and sleep on the street. Cheon Wak gripped the pork-slicing knife in his hand, resolved inwardly. I can't lose another important family member, but can this all be settled today? Where will this end? At that moment, Jeek Legion spoke up again. Don't worry about them. I'll clean this up completely. Isn't an offer like that rather tempting? Cheon Wak pondered inwardly. That man not only found me, but even investigated the Lesser Dragon Union leader. He's weird, but for some reason I find him very trustworthy. Thinking that, he agreed. Jeek Legion heard this, and the corner of his mouth curled in satisfaction. Another man blurted, All right, so what if you grow stronger? We have the Northern Heaven behind us. Before he finished, Jeek Legion drove a chopstick straight into his throat, spraying blood everywhere. Another of them lost his life in an instant. The rest, seeing this, didn't hesitate and all swung their blades to attack at once. But all their weapons only struck the floor. Jeek Legion had already leapt into the air to avoid them. They failed to notice as he kept vanishing left and right, searching from different angles. Jeek Legion coldly swung his hand, and the three of them were instantly struck, spurting blood and dying. Witnessing such terrifying skill, the remaining men were shaken to their core. Yang Weiang's face contorted as he thought to himself, "What the heck is this? I thought he was just a lucky tournament winner, yet he dispatches my men like crushing ants. I can't afford to lower my guard." But before he could tense up, Jeek Legion had already driven a chopstick into his chest. His face unmoved, Jeek Legion looked at him, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and said, "How many innocent people have you pushed to their deaths like this?" After speaking, he decisively withdrew the chopstick, sending blood spraying. The entire Song family and Xion Wak were horrified by this cruelty. And once everything was dealt with, Jeek Legion casually tossed the chopstick aside. He then turned to look at Song Xion Wak. "So no need to test your capability, then?" Song Xion Wak asked in puzzlement. "What do you mean, sir?" Jeek Legion smiled. "With your skill, you could have decisively wiped them out long ago. You've only held back for your family. And I absolutely need men like you by my side." Song Xion Wak asked again, "What does the young master need me to do?" Jeek Legion replied indifferently, "The very thing you're best at. I want to invite you to be the chief instructor of this sect. No one trains fighters as well as you do. That's what Myong told me. To be honest, I don't know much about you. The person I trust most recommended you, which is why I sought you out." Song Xion Wak frowned and pondered. "Yes, over the years I've tried to forget everything. The thing I'm best at isn't wrapping buns, but training martial artists. Could that be why, the moment I heard the offer, my heart started pounding like this?" He then decisively accepted Jeek Legion's deal. He smiled happily, very pleased to have achieved his goal. "All right, don't worry about these people anymore." Zhang Cherian watched him from the side, quietly pondering. Brother is truly moving step by step toward his dream. Others might call it a pipe dream, but the important thing is he is still moving forward. A few days later, at Northern Heaven Supreme family, someone came to the main hall to report. The three-head faction had experienced an incident. An incident? The man explained. The three-head faction vanished completely overnight. The mastermind is still unknown. But a few days ago, a young man had a scuffle with the three-head faction at an inn, and that man was the victor of the Heavenly Dragon Contest, Jeek Legion. Im Chant's expression darkened. That fellow again? There's something truly suspicious about him. An unknown could win the Heavenly Dragon Contest. It's baffling. Even investigations into his parents turned up nothing. Im Hagi on the opposite side spoke up. After all, he comes from a family of little renown. Coincidentally, in a few days there's a post-event gathering for the disciples, and I've invited Miss Zhang Cherian to see how she might test his limits. A few days later, somewhere the lights glittered. Inside a feast where sumptuous dishes had been prepared with great care, guests gathered in groups, discussing the latest hit stories on the Rescroll channel. Zhang Cherian and Jeek Legion were also present, sipping wine. She asked him, wasn't this gathering supposed to be only for the disciples' after-party? Why is it on such a large scale? Jeek Legion replied, this gathering is full of powerful descendants, so it's really more of a political networking event. Zhang Cherian glanced at the women across the room, thinking to herself, so that's it. Everyone is dressed exquisitely. Yet he clearly said he wouldn't come to childish gatherings. And here he is. At that moment she sensed something. Someone ascended the stage now, drawing everyone's attention. He smiled at the crowd. The moment everyone had been waiting for at tonight's banquet had arrived. This was Co. Beek Sangi, the Deputy Hall Master of the Inner Hall of Northern Heaven Supreme family. Tonight there are two very special guests here. The two selected in this Longfuang banquet, the two young knights of the Southern Peak Alliance, along with the Zhang female knight of the Righteous Sword. Come on, please step onto the stage quickly. We will begin tonight's special segment. This is a rare chance for a private audience with the Dragon Phoenix pair. The highest bidder can sit at the same table and converse for half an hour. The women immediately grew excited. If it's Yang Huayang, spending 100 taels is totally worth it. Co. Beek Sangi continued as announced. Half the proceeds will aid the needy. The rest will be given to the two Dragon Phoenix guests. Just participating already carries great meaning. Zhang Cherian showed a reluctant expression, thinking at least it's for a good cause. His voice rang out again, starting with the Zhang female knight. The bid quickly rose to 100 taels. Indeed, Miss Zhang was much admired. Zhang Cherian gaped in astonishment. Just a bit of amusement like this already goes for 100 taels. Truly, descendants of prestigious families are different. Just then someone bid 150 taels. Seol Bio Kwa approached Jeek Legion with curiosity and asked, "How surprising. Miss Zhang has already stepped onto the stage, and you're just sitting there watching. At the very least, I thought you'd join it." Jeek Legion replied, "I don't know either. I suddenly feel." Before he finished, someone had already bid 1,000 taels. Jeek Legion glanced that way and saw it was Imhagi making the bid. He also turned his head and shot a provocative look over here. Jeek Legion's mouth lifted in delight. "So it's you." The whole audience buzzed toward him. How could common folk like us possibly afford that sum? Indeed, Northern Heaven Supreme family is not ordinary. Imhagi sat on the stage with a smug curl to his mouth. "I'll make you truly feel the difference in status." The steward's voice quickly rang out. "If no one has anything further, I'll count to 5. At that moment, Jeek Legion raised the bid to 2,000 taels. This once again shocked the entire hall. 2,000 taels? Is he going to wager all the prize money he won from the Heavenly Dragon contest here? Are you serious? Seeing the steward dazed, Jeek Legion began counting in his place. He flicked and had already counted to 3. The steward then came to his senses and loudly declared, 2,000 taels has been bid. Is there any other bidder? Imhagi raised it to 2,500 taels. Jeek Legion did not hesitate and increased it to 3,000. Zhang Cherian, standing on the stage, watched as the bids between them climbed to 6,000 and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He's too worked up. Jeek Legion's bid rose to 7,000. But before another word could escape, Zhang Cherian secretly transmitted to him to stop. Jeek Legion squinted and asked, "You say stop?" Zhang Cherian replied, "That was right. It's only a half-hour conversation, isn't it?" The steward observed Jeek Legion and thought inwardly how pathetic. Exceeding the 5,000 tael champions prize, so you have nothing left to bid with, right? With that thought, he spoke up, "Then allow me to conclude." Jeek Legion set down his wine cup, his face serious as he announced a bid of 10,000 taels, and the hall was once again stunned. "What? You actually have 10,000 taels? This has gone too far." The steward glanced back and mused. 10,000 taels? Even a noble young master would struggle to raise such a sum. If the family head learns this was spent here, the consequences won't be light. Better to withdraw now and spare some pride. Unexpectedly, Imhagi countered with 11,000, challenging, "Can you keep up?" Jeek Legion, unfazed, pushed it to 12,000. "If you're going to flinch, then walk away, learn to let go, and lose face." The duel between them rapidly climbed to 15,000 taels. Then Jeek Legion suddenly burst into a crazy laugh and conceded. Imhagi, seeing this unexpected turn, could not believe it and stared wide-eyed. Jeek Legion sighed. "To be honest, I'm only daring to say this now. Spending 15,000 taels just to chat with a woman for half an hour? What sort of madness is that? Isn't it?" Imhagi was enraged by the taunt. His scowl hardened and murderous intent showed on his face. The steward below inwardly thought, "Damn it. If this ends like this, the disaster will fall on me. I must render this auction invalid by any means. For him young master's sake, I must act." With that he spoke, "Young Master Jeek, this is no place for joking. Do you actually possess those 15,000 taels?" No sooner had he finished than Jeek Legion slapped a banknote down on the table. "If so, you may check." Seeing the banknote Jeek Legion produced, he could not believe it and exclaimed, "This is a real banknote. Where did you get this money?" Jeek Legion answered nonchalantly, "I earned it myself." The steward asked again, "Earned it? Such a large sum? No matter how skilled you are at your age." Before he could finish, Jeek Legion cut him off. "Your loyalty is commendable, but this sounds like you're deliberately stirring trouble with me. Do I owe you an explanation?" Facing that terrifying look, the steward felt his blood run cold. He hurriedly stopped his questioning. No. Then invite Miss Zhang to sit beside I'm young master. Next we'll begin the auction for young Master Yang. After the auction concludes and everything is settled, the steward slipped backstage. At last it was over. Before those dragon phoenixes finish their talk, I must quickly finish my own business. Thinking it over, that woman from Righteous Sword has uncanny luck. Apart from her face, there's nothing of value. In any case, Half of that 15,000 taels has already been handed to her. There's nothing to be done but accept it. If I gather the remaining half to donate. Just then Jeek Legion appeared beside him and said, young master will be pleased, won't he? The steward was terrified by his appearance. How did you get here? Jeek Legion looked at him calmly. Didn't you say you'd use that money to help the needy? That's why Zhang Cherian turned a blind eye to your farce. Before he could explain, Jeek Legion slammed a punch straight into his snout. The blow sent him flying and knocked him senseless. He then raised his head and shouted, What are you standing there for? Hurry and call people for me. Jeek Legion smiled. No one will come. They're all asleep. You plan to embezzle these funds? Do you think I don't know your filthy schemes? This is truly ridiculous. You asked how I earned the money? I took it from scoundrels like you. Villains like you spared no means to hide I'm family's crimes. Did you think I didn't know? The room then echoed with wails of agony. A while later, Jeek Legion and Zhang Cherian left the tavern together to return. Zhang Cherian was astonished after hearing his account. You mean they planned to embezzle the money? Jeek Legion confirmed. Yes, so I took it. It should be used for its original purpose. Zhang Cherian marveled that young master could do such a thing. Jeek Legion then asked about the main point. What did the two of them actually talk about during that half hour? Zhang Cherian asked in confusion. Talk. Young master didn't say a word. Only drank quietly. I didn't expect him to bid at all. Jeek Legion continued. He intended to use you to restore his face. I couldn't just stand by and watch, could I? Though I saw you hesitated, so I agreed to stop. Zhang Cherian remained anxious. But even when you planned to quit, you still found a way to rile young master before it ended. Jeek Legion replied, dropping out is fine, but I couldn't let him withdraw gracefully. So I kept pushing the bid higher and higher until he couldn't anymore. Only if at that moment, if it truly became an auction to win you, then I wouldn't hesitate to stake something important you probably could never imagine. Zhang Cherian stood frozen for several seconds upon hearing that. Then Jeek Legion finished speaking and turned to walk on. Zhang Cherian remained there, stupidly bowed with her head down. Her face flushed red as a jumble of thoughts swirled in her head. His words surprised me so much. Soon it was morning. Imhagi raged, smashing things and shouting insults. Can't even recover that money? The steward, his face battered, explained. In fact, while the young master was speaking with Miss Zhang, our men planned to sneak the money back, but that man seemed to have anticipated it and came to take the money before us. Hearing this, Imhagi grew even more bitter. What kind of monster is that bastard? Where did he get that money? He acts like he's toying with everyone. Having been humiliated by him in front of others, how can I show my face in the Jianghu anymore? The steward's expression turned icy as he said, We must deal with him. Imhagi glanced at him. Deal with him? You mean assassinate the champion of the Heavenly Dragon contest afterward? The steward confirmed. Yes, we must eliminate him. Imhagi warned. Have you forgotten this household is hosting the Heavenly Dragon contest? If this leaks, we'll be wiped out. The patriarch will never forgive us. The steward asked. So will the young master quietly let this pass? Your honor has been trampled. Rumors have spread everywhere. People say you were robbed of both a woman and money by some trash at New Wind Manor. Imhagi was so provoked that the steward continued to manipulate his emotions. I admit his martial skill isn't trivial, but there are still ways to handle him. He can be done quietly without leaving a trace. Imhagi's face grew fierce as he stared at him. You say there's a way to kill him? The steward explained. There are people in the Jianghu who specialize in dirty, despicable jobs. Imhagi queried skeptically. You mean hire an assassin? Use a common killer to take out the victor of the Heavenly Dragon contest. The steward answered sternly. This is the most secret and certain way. No need to spar in martial arts. A single careless moment and it's over. Imhagi remained worried. Indeed, this Heavenly Dragon contest seemed weaker than usual, so it might be feasible. But if it were exposed, the steward cut in, the assassin would never reveal the hirer's identity, even under death. If you're preparing the payment to hire the killer, I'll use many channels to hide its origin. Only the young master and I will know of this matter. After listening, Imhagi's mouth curled. Seeing his expression, the steward spoke again. Very well. I'll prepare the assassin's fee by tomorrow. Imhagi's mind flashed a vicious thought. Once this is over, I'll kill that CO Beak. That way this secret will be buried forever. Thinking this made him feel all the more smug and admire his own cunning. He laughed merrily and said, "If this succeeds, I'll reward your deputy hall master handsomely." The steward nodded without much emotion. "Yes, leave this matter to me." On the surface he agreed, but he was no fool. He was privately scheming. "Trapped, young master. Things won't go the way you expect. Since last night, I've already turned my back on the Northern Heaven faction." The scene shifted back to last night at CO Beak's residence, where polite voices kept sounding in the room. "Oh my, it's been so long, Elder, what brings you here?" The man opposite him replied. "I dropped by because I have something to tell your deputy hall master." Today at the post-event gathering, young master was furious about what happened. CO Beak tried to reassure him, "It's nothing major, right?" But the other spoke coldly and threatened, "No, you're finished. Before long, an order for your elimination will be issued targeting you." Hearing this, he lost control of his agitation and shouted, "What? He's going to deal with me over that?" The man retorted, "Just over that? How many years have you followed him and still don't know young master's character?" To young master, this matter is no small thing. Do you know how many people have died over far smaller mistakes? Young master will find a scapegoat to bear today's shame. You can try to deny it, but weren't you already aware yourself? CO Beak trembled, clutching his teacup, thinking, 11 years of loyalty, and this is all it amounts to? The man sighed, "The family is like that. I'm no different from you. The family intends to dump all the blame for the Dragon Phoenix banquet on my head." CO Beak was shocked and looked up at him. The man looked at him sternly and tempted. "Don't you want revenge for this? I want that very much. And more than that, I want to keep living." Back to the present. The man who seduced CO Beak last night was now secretly meeting Jeek Legion and another person in a remote forest. He told them, "I heard CO Beak has persuaded young master. Before long, an assassination will be commissioned through the ghost-killing sect." Jeek Legion hid his face under a hat and replied, "Bang Suchin, as an elder of the Azure Heavens sect, you still have some value." He continued, "He obeyed because you promised that if this is done, you'd give him enough money to flee for life. That's why he agreed." Jeek Legion nodded. Of course he couldn't just sit and wait to die. Bang Suchin narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that he was the one who stole the entire sum of silver. That miserable memory surged over him like a tide. Every time he recalled it, a chill rose within him. Jeek Legion and the other man paid no heed to his thoughts as they exchanged glances. Bang Suchin muttered that they had forced him to obey their orders. "This is madness, but I want to live," he said. And with that he asked Jeek Legion what they wanted from him. Jeek Legion replied coolly, "I have my own schemes. Just follow my instructions." He then snapped his fingers and flicked something toward him. "Here's the payment for success. Take it and go." Bang Suchin took the pill and silently resolved, "Fine, whatever your plan, I will survive at any cost." He then turned decisively and left, saying nothing more. After he left, Myong finally spoke, so the young master's provocation of Imhagi turned out to be useful. Jeek Legion chuckled. "I thought this would be a good opportunity myself. That Imhagi will probably think I'm just an amateur and that an assassin could easily take me out. But if the truth gets exposed and he finds he's been betrayed, that will be quite entertaining." Myong remained doubtful. "What about CO Beak? Do you really intend to spare him, young master?" Jeek Legion smiled coldly. "Spare him? Do you know what he did while acting as Imhagi's lackey? I've instructed Bang Suchin to deal with him as soon as the job is done, though I doubt we'll need to trouble ourselves that much. I'm also curious how the ghost-killing sect will react. What if they learn the target they were hired to kill is Imhagi?" Cut to another place. Someone walked forward step by step, holding a rolled piece of paper in his hand, like a letter. He approached and held it up before the man seated on the chair, reporting, "A first-class assassination contract has just been received." The man, somewhat surprised, reached out to take the letter. "A first-class assassination? It's been a long time since we've had a job like this." This man is the sect master of the ghost-killing sect. As he opened the letter, he recoiled, eyes wide in shocked excitement, unable to speak. The subordinate in front, seeing his agitated state, couldn't help but be puzzled. "Sect master." The sect master's hand, holding the letter, was trembling now. "Isn't this the young master from the Southern Peak Alliance?" Cut to another side. Sunlight filtered through the cliff face, creating a very mystical scene. Jeek Legion sat alone on a rock ledge in lotus posture, soaking up the sun like vitamin D. He sat there with his eyes shut, as if merging with the vast nature around him. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him start. "What's that kid plotting now?" The visitor turned out to be his father, Jeek Surin. He stood there, looking back at his son, waiting for an answer. Jeek Legion calmed himself and replied, "To unite the Jianghu." Jeek Surin looked up at the sky. "Unite the Jianghu? Why would you want to do that?" Jeek Legion answered indifferently, "Simply because I want." Jeek Surin frowned, clearly displeased. That alone wasn't a sufficient reason. Jeek Legion stood up and sighed. "That's not the reason I'm giving to persuade you. Why should everyone have the right to dream while I cannot? What's wrong with someone in the Jianghu dreaming of dominating the world?" Jeek Surin faced his son's question and at first didn't know how to respond. Jeek Legion paid no mind to his father's attitude and continued, "Surely your heart contains countless answers. But among them, I doubt any could truly convince me." Jeek Surin shook his head and sighed. "Perhaps that's true. What is your claim, then? A claim to unify the Jianghu?" Jeek Legion answered without hesitation. "I hate being disadvantaged." Jeek Surin looked puzzled. "You hate being disadvantaged? What do you mean?" Jeek Legion didn't answer immediately, but instead asked back, "Father, who do you think this Jianghu belongs to?" Jeek Surin replied, "The Jianghu belongs to all who step into it. You included, and so do I." Jeek Legion continued, "I guess you'd answer that. But you're wrong. We're not the true masters of this Jianghu. The four overlords of the world may call themselves rulers of the Jianghu, but they're like loud foxes in a region where no tiger has shown up yet. The real masters of this Jianghu are those who ignited the righteous versus evil war 20 years ago. If they're dead, then their descendants are the heirs." Jeek Surin glared at him sternly. "Do you really think they're the masters of this Jianghu? If so, do you intend to wrest the Jianghu from their hands? You say that while clearly knowing who they are?" Jeek Legion from the start to the end nodded firmly, without a shred of hesitation. Jeek Surin had no choice but to sigh. "Fine. So how do you plan to unify the Jianghu? Do you intend to turn it into a sea of blood? Do you plan to use force to crush and kill everyone who resists?" The scene before Jeek Legion shifted into chaotic devastation, like a great calamity had struck. Yet his eyes were still full of resolute determination. "If that's what must be done." That answer instantly ignited a fierce surge of energy in Jeek Surin. Right then a canopy of leaves was torn apart and sent flying. Jeek Surin's face grew ferocious as he stared at his son. Opposite him, Jeek Legion's expression was no less grim, his brow twisted into a fearsome scowl. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. The two men, faces darkened, stood facing each other in silence. Surin frowned and wondered. In the past, was I ever this furious? "Commander of the Jianghu, do you know how arduous and delusional such a dream is? No, leave the hardship for later. What about the sacrifices needed to achieve it? Child, do you truly understand how much blood must be spilled? Do you, foolish kid, comprehend that? Even if you lose friends, family, and comrades, ultimately that goal may never be reached. That's what I've always feared about you chasing this dream. You careless child, do you understand? And even if you could do it, what price would you pay?" After those memories, Surin asked, "All right then, if you unify the Jianghu, what will you do next?" Legion answered firmly, "I will create a Jianghu better than the present one." Hearing that, Surin shouted, "A better Jianghu is not built that way." He nearly wanted to scream, "A better Jianghu." Then for some reason he paused, lost in thought. The two locked eyes again, and the surroundings fell into silence. Surin bowed his head and denied it. "No, there is no such thing as a better Jianghu. My heart has always believed this child could not achieve that. But now I think differently. Have I changed, or am I simply old?" From the depths of my heart, someone seems to whisper, "Those young chivalrous heroes of the past are gone, and my dream has similarly faded." Across from him, Legion's gaze remained resolute. A soft wind swept by, and leaves began to fall. Surin continued, "A better Jianghu is not something anyone can force into existence. When each person upholds their duty, lives with chivalry and righteousness, the Jianghu will gradually become better. But Legion replied, who truly lives like that in this world, right? Hearing those words, Surin's eyes registered surprise and blunt astonishment. Legion turned on his heel decisively, ready to leave. Earlier he had left a farewell. Excuse me, I'll go ahead. Surin's gaze now seemed full of unspoken feelings. He looked up at the sky with a pensive expression. The sound of swords slicing through the air nearly tore the atmosphere apart. As the scene drew nearer, it turned out Cheon Wak was diligently practicing with his sword. Two people stood on the high wall watching from a distance. Myong suddenly spoke up. The twin martial masters are truly devoted to training. Legion replied, it's been a long time since he sheathed his sword. He must be battling himself to regain his former self. He'll do it. Saying that, Legion gave a faint smile. Myong standing beside him couldn't help but grin as well. Then he continued, although the three-headed sect has been completely wiped out, I've quietly arranged for people to protect the twin masters' wives and children in case of trouble. And as you instructed, I hired 50 fighters to come here. Legion asked about compensation. Myong answered that they were given the highest pay. Legion looked pleased. Good. Take 10 taels, and you're a 10-tael fighter. Take 100 and you naturally become a 100-tael fighter. I believe the twin masters will train them into elites. There is still much to prepare for this plan. The foundation is slowly taking shape, and while the Northern Heaven Supreme family and Southern Peak Alliance are busy fighting, we'll swallow up a few smaller outside forces first. Everything will begin with the ghost-killing sect. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the ghost-killing sect master plunged a dagger straight into a portrait of Yang Huayang. He barked, which bastard accepted such a stupid commission? If we kill an heir of the Southern Peak Alliance, we're finished. Don't you know no secret in this Jianghu stays secret forever? Someone else suddenly spoke up. But there is a problem. After tracing the source of the commission token, the ghost-killing sect master exclaimed in alarm. What? There's even a trace left on the token. The other added, that idiot was Imhagi, young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Hearing that name, he was stunned. Imhagi? Their childish squabbles have reached us. Or is there something wrong with his head? Did he inherit his grandfather's madness? A sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention in the room. The whole group turned to the door with curiosity. The door slowly opened, and the face of the visitor from the Southern Peak Alliance appeared in the doorway. At the sight of him, the ghost-killing sect master narrowed his brows, thinking this was a formidable expert, someone who could break through layer after layer of strict guards here without making a sound to arrive this far. Extraordinary indeed. A faint aura seemed to shroud the old man. The ghost-killing sect master moved his lips, then spoke. May I ask where you are from? The man replied calmly. I am from the Southern Peak Alliance. Everyone in the room was startled at that name. The sect master's face turned unpleasant. Damn it. Has word of this high-level commission already reached the Southern Peak Alliance? He continued. I hear an assassination contract was commissioned here. He casually brushed it off. There have been so many commission orders lately. The world is full of people wanting to kill rivals. Isn't that right? The shameless vermin are everywhere, and there's no shortage of targets, so at least our 3 meals a day stay secure. Hearing that, the old man lowered his eyes, his tone turning warning. You know which commission I'm talking about and who issued it? Speak up quickly. Someone ignorant of right and wrong piped up. The client's identity must never be revealed. That's the rule. You know that well. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man's head was severed from his neck. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, and the severed head rolled grotesquely across the table. Blood splattered the others in the room. Their faces turned utterly stunned. The ghost-killing sect master's face was also smeared with blood. He stared at the head in shock, blood dripping drop by drop from his sword. He spoke coldly again. After I cut down each of you here one by one, you'd better speak quickly before you die without saying a word. The ghost-killing sect master remained stern and replied, Master, forcing an assassin to reveal their employer is a breach of conduct. Another sword stroke flashed, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. He asked again in a cold voice, Who commissioned this? Blood flowed across the table, reaching the sect master's hands, and he bowed his head in helplessness. If this keeps up, I'm afraid the sect will be erased from the Jianghu. All right, I'll tell you who commissioned this task. His eyes were as steely as iron, silently waiting. The sky darkened, and a figure appeared in the woods. The one who commissioned it was Imhagi of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Sangi lay on the ground, wounded all over. Imhagi gathered a pale blue chi in his palm. Now he thought, Seo Beak Sangi, the only one who knew I hired an assassin, has already been dealt with, so this matter will remain secret forever. At that moment, earth from both sides shifted towards Sangi and buried everything. Now just wait for that man to die at leisure. Then my anger will be satisfied. Suddenly a silhouette flickered in the dust. Imhagi frowned, thinking, strange, you dare to come alone without guards? The dust slowly dispersed, and the figure became clearer and clearer. The one who had appeared was Jeek Legion. Imhagi asked, how did you get here? Since when have you been here? Jeek Legion glanced to the side, where Tuong Kai had been laid, now buried neatly and respectfully. Imhagi received no answer and frowned in irritation. He asked again, who are you really? Jeek Legion replied calmly, want to know? I can tell you, but if you know, you'll have to die for it. Hearing that, Imhagi's face turned progressively worse. Jeek Legion spoke again. Well, knowing that, do you still want to know who I am? Seeing Imhagi's gaze was still sharp, he then revealed, I'm the eldest son of flowing water. The name implies living as freely as clouds and flowing water, but it's really just a fairly successful fruit stall. Hearing that, Imhagi ground his teeth and asked, you came to me just to spout nonsense like that? Are you joking? Jeek Legion pressed on. Imhagi, how many people have you killed so far, and how many of them truly deserved it? Imhagi frowned irritably. You keep nagging meaningless words. They mean nothing to me. The weak deserve only to be trampled. He expressed agreement. Yes, that's right. I originally intended, out of filial piety, to reconsider my father's words one more time. Indeed, my view of the Jianghu was not wrong. In this world, despicable people like you are countless. Imhagi sensed the murderous intent rising from him. He immediately reached and drew his sword from its sheath. His eyes hardened. Long thought to himself, you think I'm easy to handle? The space before them was empty of figures. An eerie silence hung in the scene, with only falling leaves and Imhagi's silhouette. He pressed his lips together and gritted his teeth. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down Imhagi's face. He sheathed his sword and silently called out the name Jeek Legion in his heart. No matter what your true identity may be, your impending death is inevitable. The scene shifted to a marketplace, knives ringing everywhere. Only today were prices so low. Try a taste, someone said. The street bustled with people coming and going. Suryun continued. Of course the flavor is superb. It was just harvested this morning, fresh as can be. She squealed with excitement. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she'd been to a market like this. All thanks to that big brother. Jeek Legion cast a gentle look at her. Suryun's thoughts drifted back to that memory. Back then, if Big Brother hadn't persuaded that mysterious gentleman to come, I would have lived a sheltered life at home forever. How can I ever repay that kindness? Jeek Legion smiled and said, eat well and train hard. That's how you repay me. She smiled and agreed. She even said that once fully recovered, she wanted to learn martial arts. He replied, that's fine. Zhang Cherian beside you also shows a gentle side. I didn't expect that after saving you, he would care so much about your health. Sometimes I even find him very gentle. Jeek Legion called out, Zhang Cherian, why have you been staring at me all this time? She blushed and looked away. I wasn't staring at anyone. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to buy something here today? He suddenly remembered. It's right over there. Saying that, he walked toward the nearby stall. Wait a moment. I'll buy it and be right back. The stall owner, seeing him appear, asked, what are you looking for, sir? He pointed at an item and asked, where does this come from? Meanwhile, Suryun poked Zhang Cherian in the waist. She covered her mouth and whispered, sister. Zhang Cherian wonders why suddenly I'm smiling at him like this? Unexpectedly, Suryun teased, sister, you mustn't let Big Brother slip away somewhere, okay? She heard that and blushed, stammering, huh, what did you say? Suryun praised Jeek Legion further. He's kind, interesting, and has great martial arts. Where else could you find someone like him? Zhang Cherian seemed unable to refute it. All this time he'd focused on training and never thought about such matters. She wondered to herself, what on earth am I thinking about him? My feelings, whether it's like or love, I don't even know what it is anymore. Thinking that, she couldn't help blushing. Suddenly something happened that drew both of their attentions. From afar, the thunder of hooves came rushing nonstop. The rider pulled hard on the reins to stop his horse. A crowd of mounted men stood packed in the middle of the market. The townsfolk watched and wondered, what's going on? Why are martial artists here? At last, Jeek Legion finished his purchases and stepped out. He wasn't very surprised by the rider's arrival. He expected them, just not so chaotically. The rider called out, what do you mean by that? He replied, because I've summoned an important figure to this place. I've bought good herb for Sir Yun. Shall we head back? One person hearing this asked, brother, you came out just for that? The horses lifted their hooves again, and other horses rode in formation at their sides. The horses cast their eyes down at the people below. One man looked up in shock. No, it can't be. The Southern Peak Alliance stormed in wielding their martial might. The newcomers were the White Tiger Squad of the Southern Peak Alliance. Opposite them stood the Great Heaven Society forces of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family personally came out to greet them. Everyone looked at one another and asked, what on earth is happening? Cheonwak spoke up. We don't know what's going on, but your mobilizing troops here has unsettled people. Is there no other way than to handle it like this? Yang In-young answered, I too find it deeply regrettable. It's just that this is the only thing we can do right now. At that moment, Cheonwak was thinking, I have a bad feeling about this. That Yang In-young would lead the White Tiger Squad into Northern Heaven Supreme family territory. His motives were unclear, and he'd never openly confronted us like this before. If I cower in my own territory in fear, who will respect the Northern Heaven Supreme family? With that thought, he spoke up. So what is this all about? Yang In-young replied, someone from the Northern Heaven Supreme family has interfered and hired an assassin to target my youngster Suchong. Cheonwak fell silent and did not answer. The bystanders, hearing this, started whispering among themselves. What did you just say? A moment later, Cheonwak asked, the Northern Heaven Supreme family hired an assassin to kill the heir of the Southern Peak Alliance? You mean your heir was assassinated? If that's true, that person is a traitor to our house, a plot to push relations between our sects to the brink of collapse. I will not stand for it. Before he could finish, Yang In-young raised a hand to stop him. Wait, I say this out of long-standing ties with Master M. Please don't rush to decide how to handle the one who sows discord among us. Hearing that, Cheonwak's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the one who hired the assassin, the person you're talking about, is Amhagi? He decided this matter needed to be resolved quietly. With that, he said, this is a place where people live and trade. Let's move somewhere else to talk. Yang In-myung agreed. Fine, I'm actually thirsty. This way, please. As he finished speaking, the riders all rode off in one direction, while Jeek Legion sat on the roof, watching everything. The townsfolk murmured to each other, wondering what was happening. With the tense atmosphere, could war be coming? He calmly put his hand into his grain pouch. He bit into it, then praised, quite tasty. Then he stood up to leave. The situation seemed stable enough for now. Perhaps it's time I go. Suddenly a voice caught his attention. Martial artist, sir. Another old man sadly handed over a paper and asked a martial artist, my son joined the Southern Peak Alliance and then lost contact. Do you know him? The man brusquely chased the old man away. I don't know. Move aside. The old man kept pleading. Please, just take a look once. The other snapped irritably. I told you I don't know. In this chaotic Jianghu, one person disappearing is no big deal. Still, the old man tried to hold on. That child was his only son. Please, he begged, which made the man lose patience. This old geezer. At that moment, Jeek Legion was about to flick a grain of rice from his hand. Below, someone was furious and moved to grab the old man, saying, if he's useless, he should be taught a lesson. He shot the grain toward them. He'd made up his mind. At least I'll break one of his fingers before I leave. As if sensing something, Jeek Legion's face suddenly darkened. The grain was knocked back toward him at an astonishing speed, but he caught it with 2 fingers in a lightning-fast motion. He turned his head to look back to where it had come from, and a blade appeared in view. its hilt still emitting smoke. The man who had come from the Southern Peak Alliance stood below. That person was, his face swallowed by shadow. Jeek Legion showed interest. He had heard that that old man was the top master of the Southern Peak Alliance. The man beside the old master immediately shouted, "What is this? Who do you think you are to dare?" Jeek Legion remained calm, standing there and looking down. The man next to the old master was still flustered. From a face he had never seen, the old man seemed to deduce the newcomer's identity. It turned out to be the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Contest. The lower-ranked martial artists probably never set foot in that arena, so it's understandable they didn't recognize him. But even in youth, his aura was extraordinary. Bringing someone down like that wouldn't be easy. He thought so as he drew his sword from its sheath. Jeek Legion, amused, curled a lip. Drawing a sword in a place like this is a surprise. After all, my mindset isn't so different from his. Jeek Legion's words sharpened the old man's gaze. Suddenly a voice near the old man said, "If the Southern Peak Alliance's lord appears in person, this is not a trivial matter." Across, two people were whispering together. What private matters might they discuss with Master M? One guessed, could it be war? After hearing that, the old man seemed to ponder something for a long while, then decisively sheathed his sword, the motion even firmer than when he drew it. When finished, he turned and said coldly, "Today does not seem an appropriate time." Saying that, he turned his back and left, and the others followed. Jeek Legion juggled the grain in his hand and said, "You don't need to be so regretful. After all, sooner or later there will be a decisive bout between you." Scene cuts elsewhere. Imhagi was struck hard, blood spattering from his mouth. The one who struck him was Cheonwak. After hitting him, he ground his teeth and said, "What on earth were you thinking to commit such a grievous act? You're supposed to be the chosen heir of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, yet you hired an assassin to murder." Imhagi calmly slid his hand into his chest. As he lifted a handkerchief to wipe his blood, Cheonwak's angry voice rang out again. "And on top of that, you're the heir to the Southern Peak Alliance." Hearing that, he asked, "What do you mean the heir of the Southern Peak Alliance?" "The one I hired to assassinate was that Jeek Legion fellow." When he heard the three words Jeek Legion, he was a little stunned. Imhagi continued, "The old man always taught that anyone who dares stand in the way of the Northern Heaven Supreme family must be trampled underfoot." Imchance wondered, "But why did the targeted assassin change?" "I heard the Southern Peak Alliance's co-leader obtained evidence that you hired someone to kill Yang Suchong." At that moment, Imhagi thought, "Damn it, it's a trick by Co. Beak. What is he up to?" Then he said aloud, "I only did exactly as Co. Beak requested." But he added that Co. Beak had gone silent a few days ago. After doing that deed, he probably fled. Imchance confirmed. "So he vanished right after completing the assassination you commissioned?" "He's the only lead to clear this up." Imhagi thought inwardly that although this man suspected him, he still answered earnestly, "Maybe Co. Beak truly is the traitor within our house, and perhaps he's tied to those who caused trouble at the Longfeng Bank." Hearing that, Imchance said, "If what you say is true, then our family is rotten from within because of traitors." He agreed with that assessment. Indeed, traitors, the ones pulling the strings, must all be found and executed. Imchance turned away, his tone softening. "Very well, for now I will believe you." Imhagi also turned his head to look at him. Just then Imchance added, "Only for now." Imhagi had his own thoughts. If the Southern Peak Alliance went public with this, that old man would certainly have personally cut off my head to quash the storm between our clans. The Southern Peak Alliance's co-leader must have understood that, so he chose a quiet route rather than a loud one. Whatever the outcome, as long as the arrow is aimed elsewhere, it's fine. Co. Beak's death means I can't trace the truth, which is regrettable, but it's better than letting him be captured by the Southern Peak Alliance and spill things that would put me at a disadvantage. Still, why do I have the feeling I'm being led by the nose? He felt that because they were all puppets playing parts under the eyes of Jeek Legion. A new day began as gentle sunlight spread over the pavilion roof. In a room, Myong reported to Jeek Legion, "As you ordered, the rumors have been sown all over this region." Hearing that, he praised, "Good job, Myong. If the Wuhan Merchant Alliance teams up with the Northern Heaven Supreme family, the fallout for the Southern Peak Alliance could be severe. Jeek Legion added, once the news leaks out, the Wuhan Merchant Alliance will have headaches. Myong chimed in, I hear they're meeting tonight to discuss it. He listened and mused. Discuss, huh? Sounds interesting. Myong also had his own thoughts. When I first heard this bold plan, even I was surprised. So far, commercial power in Wuhan has been entirely in the hands of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. 3 parts were directly controlled by the Northern Heaven Supreme family, and the remaining 7 parts were handled by the Palm Essence Union, signing contracts on their behalf. But now the Palm Essence Union has disappeared, and those 7 parts are no longer bound by contracts. Jeek Legion thought Northern Heaven Supreme family would have taken them over, then said, but everything is unfolding according to the young master's plan. While the Northern Heaven Supreme family is distracted by disputes with the Southern Peak Alliance, we'll seize those 7 parts of trade rights. Jeek Legion added, that's the plan for now, but the Wuhan Merchant Alliance may not obediently follow orders. They're merchants who value profit, so they won't be swept up by atmosphere into rash decisions. Moreover, over the years they've focused on safeguarding assets for martial folk. The Merchant Alliance's internal strength is formidable, and their unity isn't trivial. They'll weigh things carefully and use those strengths as weapons. Myong asked curiously, do you have any plan of your own? Using force to coerce a contract might not only go against the young master's wishes, it could cause consequences later on. Jeek Legion exclaimed upon hearing that. Then he confidently added, then let them clash. We'll see how it goes. Cut to the gate of the Wuhan Merchant Alliance's assembly hall. The sky had already darkened. A hand rose into the air, and someone barred Jeek Legion and Myong from the forbidden entrance. Turn back. If you're not invited by the Merchant Alliance, you can't enter. Myong thought to himself, indeed, probably because of the enormous fortunes of the attendees. They'd even hired martial experts regardless of righteousness to guard it. Jeek Legion gave his name. I am Jeek Legion of New Wind Manor, and told them he wished to attend the meeting. He'd wait here. The gatekeeper behind heard the name and thought, Jeek Legion. That name rings a bell. The man blocking them spoke up. New Wind Manor or Jeek Legion, I don't care. You don't exactly look like a merchant. I'd advise you to turn back while I'm being polite. Jeek Legion, puzzled, asked, isn't it your duty to report arriving guests to those inside? Instead, the man snorted disdainfully. This brat, so young and yet so full of himself. The elders are meeting inside. How could a nameless kid like you barge in? Myong's face suddenly changed upon hearing this, while the other kept jabbering on. If you weren't on duty, I'd have taught you a lesson worthy of a spice trader. Hearing that, Jeek Legion's expression also cooled. I'm not here to cause trouble today. Go relay my message, he said. His presence made the man's hand on his sword tremble, yet the man still shot back. You bastard! You think I'm your servant? He flew into a rage and swung his sword at Jeek Legion. It was no surprise when the sword-wielding man's arm was grabbed by a muscular hand. Jeek Legion stood motionless. Myong was the one who acted. He said coldly, how dare you be rude to the young master? The man, held fast, could only struggle helplessly while thinking his arm wouldn't budge. Myong then delivered a heavy blow to his face. Blood splattered everywhere. Jeek Legion watched it all calmly, then stepped over the man Myong had left sprawled on the ground. A crowd of ill-intentioned people rushed at them. Jeek Legion couldn't help quipping, plenty of company, huh? One swung a knife at him and shouted, where's this bastard trying to run off to? But those obstacles were handled by Myong, and Jeek Legion kept walking calmly. After he dealt with one man and tossed him straight into the water, another tried to attack from behind. Myong had already detected that person's presence. He spun and threw a punch at the attacker, sending that man flying straight into the water as well. Jeek Legion curled his lip in a mocking smile. What a pity. The scene of blood and splashing foam filled the place. Jeek Legion walked by composed. I was planning to speak politely, you know. He warned, Myong, take it easy. Myong obliged. What followed were a series of painful sounds as the attackers were felled and lay strewn on the ground. Jeek Legion reached the door and called for Myong. Myong turned and answered with a single sound. A figure appeared behind the door, radiating murderous intent. Jeek Legion placed his hand on the door, and after a long pause he curled his lip and said, looks like today. I'll be arriving at the meeting late. Then, fashionably late, you might say. Now, Myong and Jeek Legion stood, towering amidst a heap of people sprawled on the ground. Sensing something odd, Myong spoke up. It felt really strange. Then Myong and Jeek Legion slowly stepped toward the door. Myong volunteered. I'll take care of this place. Before he finished the sentence, a strange fellow lunged out to attack. Watching the guys move, Myong thought to himself that the kid was too quick to match his bulky frame. The fat man seemed surprised Myong could dodge and turned to look. Before the man could react, Jeek Legion flexed his legs to strike. He then sprang up, ready to kick the man away, thinking he'd finish quickly and get back to the meeting. In an instant, the fat man's face was stomped until blood spurted. Myong stood frozen, witnessing everything with a bewildered expression. The fat man was easily hurled against the wall by him. Jeek Legion now stood proudly before the man he'd knocked senseless. He stood silently for a long moment, then looked disdainful. I was just planning to stretch my legs after a long rest, but he's too weak. After that, Jeek Legion and Myong left. As they walked, Jeek Legion urged, let's move quickly. Suddenly, Jeek Legion turned back and called, hey, you lot. The group jumped to the call. He went on, I wasn't even hitting that hard, so why can't you get up? Only after Jeek Legion left did someone dare speak up. Could he be even stronger than that other guy? The nearby person asked fearfully. Impossible. The scene shifted elsewhere, to a meeting of the Wuhan Merchant Alliance. A voice spoke up. If we trade with Northern Heaven Supreme family, Southern Peak Alliance will retaliate. After hearing this, Jia Vanchong retorted, do you really believe that rumor? Even if it's true, we can't betray them. It's the territory of Northern Heaven Supreme family. The steward of Northern Heaven Supreme family spoke up to confront him. And you still say that after seeing Southern Peak Alliance storm into Northern Heaven Supreme family's lands yesterday? Jia Vanchong shouted angrily, stop talking like a coward. The steward of Northern Heaven Supreme family immediately stood and replied, then go meet Northern Heaven Supreme family. I'll inform Southern Peak Alliance. Seeing the tension, Yu Sung-di mediated. Calm down. We didn't gather here to start a war. The steward awkwardly cleared his throat, followed by Yu Sung-di's words. But then, he feigned surprise. It sounds noisy outside, doesn't it? Then quickly replied, with things this chaotic, who knows if someone came with bad intentions? But don't worry. I brought many skilled guards from the Jianghu. I sent them so those people can't get in easily. Yu Sung-di was startled by that. What? Why bring such violent people? Innocent people could die. Outside, a voice suddenly rang, drawing everyone's attention. May I come in? The steward panicked. What's going on? What are those outside doing that he can? Hearing that voice, Yu Sung-di fell into thought. He answered hello. Then he subtly slid his hand behind his chair. As soon as Jeek Legion and Myong appeared, the room fell completely silent. Jeek Legion opened his mouth. An honor to meet you, Sir Liu. He introduced, I am Jeek Legion, master of New Wind Manor. Looking at Jeek Legion, Yu Sung-di acknowledged, if that's Jeek Legion of New Wind Manor, isn't he the champion of this Tianlong tournament? He marveled that though rumored to be a young man, he had reached such heights. Then Yu Sung-di added that meeting the master of New Wind Manor was an honor for this old man. About the guards outside, I offer my apologies. Jeek Legion corrected him. I was the one rude earlier, and Myong pulled out a chair for him to sit. Yu Sung-di wondered, what an unexpected guest. So young knight, why have you come to our humble trading hall? Jeek Legion slowly sat down and then spoke. He bluntly said he was here to propose a business deal. Yu Sung-di laughed and probed. A business? What sort of proposal does the young knight have? The room fell silent again as all eyes turned to him. Jeek Legion gently placed an envelope on the table and said coldly, I'm referring to all the contracts previously signed with Palm Essence Union. From now on, New Wind Manor will replace the Black Gang in protecting your business establishments. On hearing Jeek Legion's offer, the color drained from Dongzi in Yu Sung-di's eyes. Jeek Legion proposed, please read this document first. These are our contract terms. Holding the paper, Yu Sung-di politely declined. The terms are so favorable I'm not sure what profit you'd have left, but I can't accept. Jeek Legion soberly exposed. Because of the Northern Heaven Supreme family? Yu Sung-di closed his eyes and answered, the contract is signed with Palm Essence Union, but in fact it's a contract with the Northern Heaven Supreme family through Palm Essence Union. Understanding his point, Jeek Legion replied, you needn't worry. I'm the champion of the Tianlong tournament organized by the Northern Heaven Supreme family, and I've also established New Wind Manor in Wuhan. So, I have standing to counter the Northern Heaven Supreme family, he calmly assured. And if any problem arises, you can simply say we coerced you into signing the contract. Taken aback by that answer, Yu Sungdi asked in alarm, what did you say? Jeek Legion stood and pleaded. Then please consider it and give me your answer. Yu Sungdi hesitated and called after him. Let me ask plainly, why has the young knight gone to such lengths to cooperate with us? Jeek Legion didn't answer, only turned to stare intently at Yu Sungdi. It seemed Yu Sungdi hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, when suddenly Jeek Legion's eyes flashed strangely, and seeing it, Yu Sungdi startled. After the tense exchange, Jeek Legion bade a calm farewell. Until we meet again. As Jeek Legion left, someone behind called out, what was that? Who was that fellow? Shouldn't he explain why he came to negotiate? Yu Sungdi still hadn't shaken off the earlier pressure. He wondered silently, was that transmitted voice meant only for me? At that time, Jeek Legion transmitted by sound, I will drive the Northern Heaven Supreme family out of Wuhan City. Now let me protect the Wuhan Merchant Alliance for you. Yu Sungdi sighed, truly. He forced a thin smile and remarked, the young man is no ordinary person. Then a picturesque scene appeared, leaves falling in a gentle flurry. And the voice of Zhang Cherian, sitting beneath a tree, said, the weather is so nice. Sitting like this makes me suddenly sleepy. Jeek Legion beside her replied, it's been a while to have time like this. She asked, is everything settled with the Wuhan Merchant Alliance? Jeek Legion replied gently, not yet, but I'm certain they'll accept our proposal. Zhang Cherian asked curiously, how can you be so sure? Jeek Legion explained, like birds fly in the sky and fish swim in water, it's obvious. They're merchants after all. Zhang Cherian rested her chin and pondered. You mean they'll ultimately choose whatever benefits them most? Jeek Legion smiled in agreement. Besides, we've given them a very graceful escape route. Thinking of those terrifying people, she wondered, then will the Northern Heaven Supreme family really leave us alone? He reassured her they won't realize it right away. Right now, they're exhausted dealing with the Southern Peak Alliance. Before they can react, we've already struck a blow so strong it will be hard for them to recover. Hearing this, Zhang Cherian praised him. Impressive. How could you and Myong accomplish so much? Jeek Legion said matter-of-factly, because Myong handles matters so thoroughly and meticulously, I don't have to worry much. If there were 3 more people like Myong, there'd be nothing left to worry about. Zhang Cherian widened her eyes in admiration. He truly trusts that person a lot. He answered comfortably, of course. But you too have someone you can trust like Myong. Zhang Cherian asked, who? Jeek Legion replied confidently, me. She jumped and blurted, what did you say? Still, in her heart, she quietly agreed. It made sense. Zhang Cherian recalled that before meeting him, she had never imagined she could trust a stranger who wasn't family like that. Jeek Legion began to tell the story of when I first set out on my journey to tame the Jianghu. Even though I was still young, I was already able to protect myself. Zhang Cherian wondered, how old were you then? He replied, I was deceived and stabbed in the back by many people. Without Myong, I would have died dozens of times. After saying that, Jeek Legion cheerfully affirmed, then he's truly the most trustworthy person in the world. Recalling the past, of course, in my memory, Myong was always there protecting me. At that time, Myong sat slumped under a tree, covered in blood, his whole body seeming drained of life. He helplessly held a dagger in his hand, and Jeek Legion's thoughts continued. To me, he was like family. A bloodied weapon appeared before Myong. Seeing the one who intended to kill him, Myong cursed under his breath, damn it. At that moment, Myong couldn't accept that this was the end. Time rewound to one day earlier. Myong teased Jeek Legion. Young master, did you have a pleasant time with Miss Joing? I saw you lingering by the lake for quite a while. Jeek Legion frowned and replied, Myong, you saw that? Myong explained it was by accident. He added that Flying Swallowtail had contacted Suchin's gang, and they were said to meet tonight. Seeing Jeek Legion thoughtful, Myung asked if something was troubling him. Jeek Legion answered calmly, "It's nothing major." Suddenly, Jeek Legion twisted his face, imitating Myung's insolent tone toward the young master. Then he laughed. That line just keeps echoing in my head. Hearing that, Myung couldn't help but blush deeply. Teased, Myung angrily shouted, "But it's not wrong. It's really touching." Jeek Legion suddenly grew serious and called, "But hey Myung, are you okay going alone? For some reason, I keep feeling uneasy." Myung sighed to comfort him. "Though I'm a rank below the young master, I'm not someone to be beaten about at will." Jeek Legion replied, "I suppose I'm getting old. My worries multiply each day." Myung answered, "If you say that in front of me." Before Myung could finish, Jeek Legion cut in, "Please be careful and return safe." Understanding Jeek Legion's concern, Myung merely smiled gently and reassured him, "Do not worry." The black curtain of night fell silent and still, and two mysterious figures discussed matters deep within the forest. Suchin spoke up, "Why didn't the heavenly thunder explode at the Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament final?" The 14th replied, "Suchin, you were made an elder by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Yet from the Dragon Phoenix Martial onward, everything has failed." Suchin continued with a reason worth mentioning. He told them that at the Path Alliance he was discovered as an internal agent for the Northern Heaven Supreme family. They knew of the Flying Swallowtail's existence and even forced him to drink a poison. His body now cannot live without the antidote. He defended himself, saying in such circumstances how could he dare act? The 14th grabbed Suchin's hand and barked, "Do you expect me to believe that?" Suddenly something made the 14th startle. She gripped Suchin's wrist and said, "So the poisoning is real. What does the Path Alliance want then?" He answered with information about the Flying Swallowtail's actions and the Northern Heaven Supreme family's internal situation. She analyzed, "In other words, you're not only a spy for the Northern Heaven Supreme family, you're also acting as an agent for the Flying Swallowtail. And now you dare confess that to me openly. Why?" Suchin stated solemnly that, at least compared to the Path Alliance scoundrels, he trusted them more. This put the 14th on guard. In the end, they ended the conversation with instructions about handling him. "I'll consider it. Withdraw." At that moment, Myung sat in a tree watching their actions. He thought to himself that Suchin had followed orders correctly. Otherwise, the Flying Swallowtail would have slaughtered the entire Suchin gang. He stood and made a decision. As long as there's still use to be had, this must be stopped. First, he had to return and report to the young master. While lost in thought, suddenly someone attacked from behind. Her sword had cleaved through a large tree trunk. In an instant, Myung faced the 14th. She immediately lunged to attack him. Myung quickly dodged and admitted, "I really underestimated." Seeing him evade, the 14th was taken aback. Myung swore in tense distress. "Damn it. These ones, when the demonic blood is suppressed, will trigger the demonic blood device to activate." He had to continually dodge the 14th's incoming strikes. His hat had fallen off during the flurry of moves. The 14th cursed, "This bastard's acupoints." When he clearly saw her, his face showed surprise and astonishment. He wondered in confusion. A young woman? She took out a firework and whispered, "Lucky me." It only paralyzed the right side. Immediately, the firework flared and shot straight outward. Seeing her action, Myung stammered in alarm. "A signal? Calling someone?" "No, wait. Why didn't the demonic blood self-destruct device trigger on her?" Suddenly, something filled him with fear. Yun Shiel suddenly appeared and thrust his weapon straight into Myung. He swooped in so fast Myung had no time to react, and blood spurted from a wound. He cast a cold, sideways glance at him. Myung staggered after that sudden attack. He flinched, eyes full of horror. The weapon seemed familiar to him. The master of Black Claws ambushing soldier Yun Shiel. The man asked, "You got here so quickly since you were nearby, but what's going on? Weren't you supposed to meet the Suchin gang?" The 14th replied, "I'll explain later. Now unblock his meridians." He grumbled, "I told you to send an escort back." Because of the distress signal, Yun Sam should be arriving soon. Hearing their conversation, Myung guessed, "Yun Sam. I've never heard the name before, but one thing's for sure." Thinking it over, he also pulled out a signal firecracker and lit it, reasoning that Yun Shiel was not someone he could handle. Seeing that, the 14th panicked. That guy already signaled someone. Postpone unsealing his meridians. He overheard the conversation between the Suchin gang and me. Yun Shiel rushed in to attack Myong and said, "Kill him first." While defending, Myong feared, "Damn it, I wonder if the young master saw the signal. I don't mind dying, but if I fall here, the young master will harbor guilt forever." Yun Shiel kept attacking him with decisive strikes. His weapon relentlessly lunged at Myong. Each strike left Myong grievously wounded, blood spurting continuously. Despite Yun Shiel's delighted brutality, Myong struggled with all his might. He quickly counterattacked Yun Shiel, determined to hold on. An overcast sky reappeared. The wind rustled through the trees. The space was eerily silent, the moon a dim glow behind thick clouds. At this moment, Myong was in a pitiful state, leaning against the tree, blood still flowing nonstop. He looked drained of life, and the sword in his hand was broken. Yun Shiel remarked in admiration that he still stood firm. Indeed a tough one. Myong raised a cold gaze upward. "Yun Shiel warns you, but it seems your reinforcements won't make it." Myong analyzed silently. New Wind Manor is still quite a distance from here, and with the darkness, it's understandable they might not see the signal. Yun Shiel raised his weapon to decide the end. Before he could finish, the 14th cut in. "Wait, this man knows about the meeting with the Suchin gang and the sect's self-destruction technique. He might be from the Path Alliance. Better capture him alive to extract more information." Knowing the 14th's plan, Yun Shiel agreed that capturing him alive was not a bad option. While Myong below was thrown into turmoil. Extract information? He hesitated. If it's mere torture he could endure, but if they use soul-attracting dark arts or bizarre drugs? A flood of images of his bond with Jeek Legion flashed through his mind. If they truly managed to exploit anything, then all the plans the young master had painstakingly prepared. The more he imagined it, the more stunned Myong became. He guessed the whole scheme might collapse if it came to that. Suddenly he tightened his grip on the broken sword in his hand. Seeing Myong's strange action, the 14th yelled in alarm. "That guy, what is he intending to do?" Myong thrust the sword hilt into his mouth and bowed his head. "Forgive your subordinate." Yun Shiel's eyes narrowed, and the 14th was also full of astonishment, as if Myong had seen something. In that tense moment, a strange sound rang out and drew everyone's attention. A sudden odd wind blew through, sending the group flying back. Now Myong's action stopped, and the sword gradually lowered. Myong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Were you planning to blow away the whole mountain?" Jeek Legion appeared before him, and Myong's call was spoken. "Young master." Jeek Legion's face was now clearly before his eyes. He replied softly, "If necessary." The scene was desolate, leaves drifting gently in the wind. Jeek Legion stepped closer and looked at Myong. He glanced at him coldly and said, "Your wounds don't look light." Myong, bloodied all over, calmly answered, "I'm fine." The 14th mouthed a quiet question. Yun Shiel beside him replied in a cold tone, "Not of the righteous path." The man moved up to Jeek Legion and asked, "You brought no weapon?" Jeek Legion shot Yun Shiel a glare and said coldly, "Weapons have already returned to their former owner." Jeek Legion spoke as he produced something, "But to deal with you." In his hand was a dagger. Jeek Legion frowned and said, "This should be enough." Myong couldn't help but stare in surprise. That is, he suddenly recalled earlier. Wasn't it the ice jade gauntlet Joing Miss brought back when searching for the Fongnan armor? Truly a divine artifact. Myong looked at Yun Shiel, who radiated murderous intent. Long Tam thought to himself that Yun Shiel was not someone to be underestimated. Jeek Legion twirled the dagger in his hand, gripping the hilt tightly, his eyes as if trying to pierce the man before him. The man sneered disdainfully. "Will that be enough?" The two lunged at each other, and Jeek Legion calmly said, "Let's see." The dagger's tip struck the claw's tip, producing a tremendous force. Yun Shiel's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Jeek Legion remained composed, but the man was somewhat struggling. Yun Shiel charged in and slashed his claws toward him quite fiercely. Jeek Legion countered, immediately leaping into the air, spinning once and landing behind Yun Shiel. His gaze was icy as he rose up on Yun Shiel, and he swung the dagger at the man. Yun Shiel nimbly avoided it. The dagger merely skimmed his hair. He glared at Jeek Legion, eyes full of fury. He angrily flailed his claws at him. Damn, arrogant jerk. Jeek Legion smoothly evaded each of Yun Shiel's blows. My bodyguard isn't someone who can come at me so easily. He dodged while saying, but now I understand why. Jeek Legion delivered a heavy blow to the man's arm, his tone low. Not bad. Some skill there. Yun Shiel curled his lip and sneered. A bodyguard? Such a weakling called a bodyguard. How laughable. Hearing that, he couldn't help but frown, his gaze dark as he looked at him. Yun Shiel grew more excited and shouted, that reckless charge is quite a sight to see. Jeek Legion swung his dagger across Yun Shiel's face, and blood gushed out profusely. He screamed in pain, blood still streaming from the wounded eye. 14th gasped, eyes wide in astonishment at the scene before her. Myong leaned against the tree, his face expressionless. Yun Shiel roared in fury after being gravely wounded, cursing. He gritted his teeth and immediately turned a glance at Jeek Legion. Behind him, he spun around, his cold gaze sweeping over Yun Shiel. The remaining I was also slashed blind by Jeek Legion, and his back was cut and injured as well. Blood soaking his shirt, wounds appearing on his arm from Jeek Legion strikes. He screamed in agony, veins bulging in his neck. Yun Shiel glared up at him and howled, You damned dog thief! I'll gouge out your eyes to satisfy my rage. Jeek Legion raised the dagger high, his face cold as he said, Because of scum like you, I nearly lost that person. Sweat dotted his face. Yun Shiel lay pitifully, speechless. With a swift, precise stroke, the dagger plunged into the crown of his head. Blood began to flow down from above, running over Yun Shiel's face. Jeek Legion tightened his grip on the dagger, and the blood from the man's head flowed even more heavily. He swung the blade forcefully, splitting Yun Shiel in 2 strokes. Jeek Legion's eyes blazed, a madness hard to describe. This rage would not stay restrained. From afar, 14th watched Yun Shiel collapse, his body drenched in blood. She was horrified, thinking to herself, impossible. Yun Shiel. Seeing him lying motionless on the ground, 14th's mind was aflame. Are Yun Shiel, a master of the flying swallowtail, again? Jeek Legion suddenly turned to look at 14th, making her fearful. His cold gaze and the streak of blood on his face made him all the more terrifying. A nameless fear enveloped 14th. She thought, is this how I die? 14th whispered softly, Mother. On the side, a hand gently caught a butterfly. The woman turned her head and softly asked, Master Yun, do you need anything? He immediately reported, Guild leader, news of a distress call from 14th just arrived. She smiled gently. Do not worry. Isn't Yun Shiel always by 14th's side as her close protector? Master Yun said nothing, his face solemn as he thought. Not to worry. Those words should have been mine to say to the guild leader. Staring at that calm face, he couldn't help but be puzzled. His only daughter sent for help, yet she remained so composed. Then again, she could be more stubborn than life itself. How could one predict her heart now? Master Yun sighed softly. The guild leader also has his reasons. The guild leader of the Flying Swallowtail pondered, What bothers me more is that things didn't follow the plan. Could this distress call be connected? I'm already uneasy about that possibility, if it's true. Master Yun spoke up now, his face dark as he looked at her. May 14th indeed be in grave danger. The guild leader of the Flying Swallowtail remained calm, her gaze unwavering. She replied gently and composedly to the old man, Don't worry. The guild leader of the Flying Swallowtail gave a faint, inscrutable smile. For today, around 14th, there was also the presence of 3th, and an elderly man appeared before the three of them. 14th here was also very surprised and looked up. Myong also looked at her in astonishment. Jeek Legion frowned and glanced at the person standing above. 3th hovered in the air and, voice full of killing intent, said, That brat is truly arrogant. Having said that, the old man moved down. 3th's feet softly touched the ground. He stared angrily. How dare he brazenly show his face and come? Jeek Legion looked at 3th coldly and replied, Wipe out the Flying Swallowtail here, and it's done. Before he could finish the sentence, the old man suddenly vanished. No time wasted on choosing them. Jeek Legion froze, quickly reacting to circulate his inner energy. The two power streams collided, producing a terrifying force. 3th opened his eyes wide and stared at him, momentarily stunned. Jeek Legion also looked at the old man's feet in surprise. The chi from both of them caused a massive explosion, shaking the surroundings. Myong raised a hand to shield against the wind, deep in thought. This chi felt like the demon's sort of Qion Wu, surely not something small. His eyes widened in shock. The scene before him snapped Myong out of his wandering thoughts. Jeek Legion was struck by 3th and knocked backward. He gritted his teeth, a lock of hair hiding the emotions on his face. Jeek Legion stepped back, bracing with his foot to steady his body. The old man glared down at him with contempt. Jeek Legion stood motionless, his thoughts unreadable. Myong looked at him worriedly. "Young master, you've been overwhelmed." He stood there, eyes wide, staring at 3th full of killing intent. The space seeming to freeze, cold wind rustling the leaves. 3th circulated his inner energy, slowly drawing his sword. "Your breath has become rapid. You seem notably weakened." Jeek Legion remained silent in the face of the old man's taunts. "With that body, can you really contend with me?" His 2 feet were planted firmly on the ground, not wavering. A few leaves were blown down by the wind as 3th drew his sword, his murderous gaze charging toward Jeek Legion. The two immediately dashed at each other, the clash ringing out sharply enough to make one flinch. Their collision unleashed an explosion of astonishing power. The old man looked at the dagger in his hand and asked, puzzled, "What is this toy-like dagger?" He heard that and smirked slightly, replying, "A toy? This is a highly prized item, you know." With that, the two continued to throw themselves into battle. 3th thrust at Jeek Legion, but he nimbly dodged. The boast was empty. He fixed the old man with a sharp gaze and quickly swung his spear toward 3th. One strike Jeek Legion launched was evaded by 3th. The old man retreated, gripping the sword hilt as he lunged forward. They fought fiercely, and suddenly 3th remarked, "Quite gutsy, aren't you?" His eyes bore into him. Jeek Legion bristled and glared at 3th, their cold stares meeting. The old man swung his sword and sneered, "With a dagger like that you dare." A blade sliced down, nearly catching Jeek Legion and leaving him stunned. "Bold, aren't you?" He recoiled, the slash hurtling straight toward Myong. The tree trunk split in two. Jeek Legion leapt into the air, hurling his spear at the old man. 3th blocked it and sent the spear flying back at him, the whole tree shattering. When did he get behind Jeek Legion? Dare to be careless before me. 3th swung hard at him, but Jeek Legion's agile moves let him evade. The old man raised his sword and charged at him again. 3th pressed in with relentless attacks, forcing Jeek Legion onto full defense. He glanced at 3th as if calculating something. Both continued to fight, one attacking, the other dodging. The more they fought, the farther Jeek Legion was pushed back. Their duel shook the heavens and earth, the whole forest thrown into chaos. Moonlight cast coldly on the ground, simultaneously gloomy and poetic. Myong was covered in blood, clutching his sword tightly. Damn it, did the young master purposely lead him far away? He bowed his head in self-reproach, unable to protect, and now a burden. At that moment, a sudden voice drew Myong's attention. "Hey you." 14th leaned against the opposite tree and called out, "Master, you've wandered pretty far during the fight." She glanced at him mockingly. "He's abandoning you and running off, isn't he?" Myong didn't waver at those words. He wished it were true. 14th laughed with glee. "Huh, you still trust so naively." At that instant, a voice suddenly spoke in her head. 14th, is this the heir of Lord 3th? Use that thing. If it's that, 14th was astonished at 3th's intention. The old man, fighting Jeek Legion as he explained, "I know the guild leader already entrusted you, and anyway you intended to kill him, but didn't want to leave him even a sliver of hope." He knew nothing of their plan and kept fighting 3th. 14th swallowed with difficulty upon hearing this. That thing had never been used before. Suddenly a wisp of blue smoke appeared in the forest. During their duel, Jeek Legion glanced up and saw that smoke. His feet quickly touched the ground. Jeek Legion sneered at the old man contemptuously. "What trick is this old man playing now?" 3TH frowned at him, thoughtful. His breathing grew more ragged, yet each attack remained. He looked at the man before him in awe, razor-sharp to the bone. 3TH watched Jeek Legion pant heavily and thought to himself that no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't hold out much longer. He looked at him and asked, puzzled, "I'll ask only one thing. Why on earth did you interfere in our affairs?" Jeek Legion frowned at 3TH's question, his gaze icy. "Could it be that you also want to seize control of the martial world?" His silence made 3TH even more surprised. "If that's the case, your enemies won't stop with me." Meanwhile, at the Northern Heaven Supreme family, inside two men were discussing something. Imhagi turned to Chance to mention the marriage of Miss Jiang. It was said she had ceded some rights related to the Ghost Slayers sect to the Southern Peak Alliance. In the current situation, if the marriage with that clan still proceeds. Chance slammed the wine jar onto the table and replied that those were just petty scraps of interest. He frowned and said in a deep voice that there's nothing standing in the way of taking over Central Plains. Chance looked at the wine glass and explained that although Righteous Sword is small, it's a sect with a good reputation, plus their daughter becoming tied to Yonbong was perfect timing. He glanced at the other and wondered if ambition for fame had begun to stir. Imhagi outwardly remained calm, but was entangled in the ties between Righteous Sword and Jeek Legion. Heard that before the Palm Essence Union fell, they had moved against Righteous Sword. Wasn't that man involved too? Chance answered casually, "Probably, but even if Palm Essence Union could be touched, our family must never be meddled with. If Righteous Sword dares to refuse the marriage," his face narrowed and his tone turned murderous, "I'll make them pay." Imhagi glanced at Chance, wondering, make them pay how? Jeek Legion, what is his true strength? Could he slay that old man? If he really could, a wicked thought flashed through his mind. The Northern Heaven Supreme family would fall into my hands. Imhagi curled his lip and said, "Then by all means proceed as you wish." The two continued their talk. "I've finished my affairs at the Yonbong banquet and will return to the family." Chance replied, "Do so. The death of your father left the family hollow and has troubled me somewhat." Then he was left alone. Chance took a light sip from his cup. He muttered as he drank, "His estate is called New Wind Manor, isn't it? A new wind?" I had similar thoughts. Chance's face turned icy. His words were sharp as a blade, but this Jianghu never welcomed any new wind. He frowned, noting that those who once tried to bring a new wind had all died or vanished. It's only an illusion, the foolish dream of the naive. Back in the forest, Jeek Legion leaned aside to avoid 3TH's slicing strike. 3TH surged forward with a barrage of attacks, and Jeek Legion could only retreat to dodge. 3TH closed in on him, and Jeek Legion was momentarily stunned. 3TH glared at him and jeered, "You're truly foolish." With a whoosh, the blade grazed Jeek Legion's cheek, and blood began to pour. He gritted his teeth as 3TH continued, "You risk your life to save a subordinate?" He raised his sword high, the blade radiating a terrifying aura. "Regrettably, you no longer have a chance of victory." Then 3TH swung his sword at Jeek Legion, who quickly used his dagger to parry the attack. With one hand, Jeek Legion gripped his sword tight as blood started to flow. 3TH was momentarily stunned by a scene before his eyes. Jeek Legion lunged, driving the spear point straight at him. "Who says there's no chance?" Jeek Legion glared and quickly hurled a knife at 3TH, who calmly cultivated his inner energy and barked, "Where do you think you're going?" 3TH lunged fiercely at Jeek Legion, swinging wildly. "Let me crush your mangy head first." Jeek Legion flinched for a moment, eyes wide and staring. His pupils flicked toward the stabbing knife, cursing in anger. This bastard is about to die himself, and still putting on airs. When had he come to face 3TH? He saw the murderous aura from Jeek Legion. 3TH quickly used his hand to block, but the knife still pierced through his mouth. 3TH screamed in pain as blood poured endlessly from his oral cavity. At that moment, Jeek Legion's cold voice sounded, aimed at his head. His face looked terrifying now, with an indescribable madness. He should have been decisive to the end. Both were injured, but it seemed 3TH had already bowed his head more. Jeek Legion still held the knife tightly and told him, "Lucky it was only a cheek cut, avoided death. Just then, 3TH's arm suddenly swung his sword up. Without another word, he raised his sword and slashed straight at Jeek Legion's waist. Blood spurted, but Jeek Legion managed to leap back and partly evade. 3TH lowered his sword and praised, "Not bad. It's been a long time since I've seen my own blood." He said this as he reached out to look, yet Jeek Legion still sneered. "You'll see much more?" At that moment, he noticed a strange scratch on the knife he held. Then Jeek Legion asked 3TH, "But that young lady in the flying swallowtail seems to have high status. Are you really going to leave her behind? Both my subordinate and she are no longer able to fight right now. I feel awkward about that. Better that each of us goes our separate ways from here." 3TH heard this and answered in surprise. "What an absurd suggestion. What if I refuse?" Jeek Legion unexpectedly asked him back, "Did you ask because you truly don't know? Between you and me, one of us must die." He said this while glaring at him. 3TH stood stunned and pondered. That man would surely die, but he couldn't just leave Yun Chil alone, and he had already forced Yun Chil to use that thing. After all, those people would die on this mountain anyway. Thinking this, he said in a low voice to Jeek Legion, "Fine, I'll let you two go." A moment later, Jeek Legion struggled to drape Myong's arm over his shoulder and ran through the forest, his face showing no fluctuation or hint of fatigue. Myong murmured to Jeek Legion, "Forgive him," but he wasn't angry and replied, "Hold on a bit longer. Once we're back, I'll properly treat you, brother." Suddenly, Myong's eyes flashed. He caught sight of something, and Jeek Legion's face remained unchanged as he said they'd already been noticed. Sure enough, several figures were also chasing beside. Jeek Legion supported the man and said, "They've been tailing us deliberately all this time," and even. Just then someone lifted a flute to their lips and blew a note. Only now did Jeek Legion's gaze refocus and turn toward that direction. Immediately, they all surged forward at once with a net woven from every direction, their tiger butterfly blood net technique. Jeek Legion thought wryly that they'd sure multiplied a lot. A streak of air flashed through the atmosphere like lightning, and someone brandishing a sword lunged forward at high speed. Zhang Cherian seemed to be practicing sword work, moving like a soft breeze while her blade struck with surprising force. While training, she suddenly remembered something. Why all of a sudden? Did I just think of that moment? She recalled sitting together with Jeek Legion and talking. When he asked her, "Do you know who is the easiest to deal with in the Jianghu?" Zhang Cherian, of course puzzled, asked back, "Who is it?" Jeek Legion then answered, "It's the righteous knights, because their actions are so predictable, always upright, honest, and proper, living rigidly. That's also why righteous knights are rare in this Jianghu." After hearing this, Zhang Cherian asked, "So they all die young?" Jeek Legion just smiled and said they're merely prey for villains. Then he went on, "My father always said that what upholds the Jianghu is righteousness and chivalry. But loud talk about chivalry is just an escape from reality. What really drives this Jianghu is power and money. Look at a scoundrel like I'm Hagi rising to rule a realm, and you understand. I will never forgive such villains." Zhang Cherian, seeing his anger, timidly asked, "You mean you won't forgive them? Even if Chance would be killed." As soon as she finished, Jeek Legion fell silent, then slowly said, "If he dares to do something worthy of death." Jeek Legion then turned to ask her again, "Do you think I'm going too far?" She lowered her head and was silent for a moment before answering, "Honestly, I don't know either, but at least I think that question should be asked until everything is over." Upon hearing that, Jeek Legion raised his head to look up and said, "All right." He told Zhang Cherian he would try his best. Back with Zhang Cherian now, she had sheathed her sword. Zhang Cherian reflected that he lived in a Jianghu different from hers, and perhaps that was the true Jianghu, but a Jianghu without righteousness and chivalry would be bleak. Sooner or later, I will recognize that as reality. I hope one day I won't have to think about it anymore. As she stood thinking, she suddenly heard someone call her. "It's her sister here." Zhang Warian hurried over with a worried face and told Zhang Cherian that the Northern Heaven Supreme family had sent a matchmaker to discuss the marriage between her and that young master. As soon as she heard this, Zhang Cherian's pupils constricted in disbelief, and she was left speechless. Then her shout echoed throughout the mansion. Scene shifts to a deep, drizzling forest. On the branches hang corpses dripping with blood. Not only in the trees, but scattered across the ground lie mangled, bloody bodies. Jeek Legion was supporting Myong, running through the forest like mad. Myong murmured to him that even after taking down dozens, it still seemed endless. Jeek Legion glanced around and said, "It looks like they're using whistles to communicate. Just blow the whistle, and in an instant there are a whole bunch." As he spoke, two men suddenly leapt out to block his path. One of the two held a whistle up to his lips, about to blow. Jeek Legion quickly realized his intent, frowned, and then stomped on a stone at his feet. Immediately the stone flew straight toward the man holding the whistle. Not only that, Jeek Legion's kick also severed the arm of the man standing beside him. But he didn't register pain or stop. He kept charging forward. A moment later, a sword was thrust straight into the center of his forehead. Only then did the man fall backward, collapsing. Myong put his foot down and slowly said, "What on earth are these bastards? Broken bones or mortal wounds, and they don't utter a sound, still rush forward like mad." Jeek Legion looked around and said, "They're being controlled by some narcotic." His gaze was cold and indifferent. "Perhaps it's a kind of anesthetic powder that makes them feel no pain or fear." Myong fell silent and thought. These crazies keep swarming in, and the vital energy is nearly exhausted. I'm only becoming a burden to the young master. With that he said to Jeek Legion, "Young master, please leave me and run." Hearing that, Jeek Legion turned and asked Myong back, "What? You plan to stay and buy me time to escape?" Myong's eyes were very serious. He quietly replied, "Is that not allowed?" But Jeek Legion's voice grew even firmer. "No. If you can't walk, I'll carry you." No sooner said than Myong paled and refused. "Please spare me that." Jeek Legion smiled. "Seems there's still some life in you." He continued, "Anyway, head to New Wind Manor first. In this condition we must hurry." Yet Myong still refused, saying, "It's impossible, master." Of course Jeek Legion wouldn't agree. "I didn't bring you out into the Jianghu just for ends like this." Myong gave a bitter laugh. "If anything happens to the young master, I will die anyway." Seeing this, Jeek Legion only glanced at him and said nothing. Then he immediately turned and left, leaving only, "Then die later? Who knows if they'll keep coming from the start. Let's get out of here." Seeing his young master like that, Myong could only sigh. Then he followed Jeek Legion, saying, "But now even the Suchin gang knows we're not part of the Path Alliance." He replied that they'd given him the control drug anyway. That guy won't do anything. That aside, the young master's identity was exposed. How would the flying swallowtail react? Hearing this, Jeek Legion's face darkened. "They'll deal with that later." Saying that, he quickly snapped off a small branch to Myong's astonishment. Immediately, Jeek Legion hurled the branch forward. The branch flew straight toward a distant mountain peak. It drew ever closer to the summit. And at that moment, someone unfurled a fan. As the branch approached, the person deftly flicked it off in another direction. The branch then stopped dead, no longer flying, and thudded down at that person's feet. The person folded the fan slightly, pushed up the rain-soaked hat, and said slowly, "That kid, he must be the one called Jeek Legion. The Jeek I know is only a single man." The flying swallowtail's chief tilted her hat up to look toward Jeek Legion, while he now glared straight at her. The flying swallowtail's leader stood with another person, who quietly said to her, "Arranging the butterfly blood ring is truly a strange matter, but it's surprising that you came in person to see it, leader." Yun Shiel glanced at the woman beside him and said. The flying swallowtail's leader still didn't turn to answer the old man, saying, "I'm just curious." Her face darkened. Who could have pressured Yun Tam? 3th. Anyway, even so, 14th was saved. She was unsurprising, but he felt angry about being deceived by the Suchin gang. The flying swallowtail's leader looked ahead and continued. Even the Suchin gang was fooled by them. Yun Shiel replied, "Anyway, with the butterfly blood rings set up, someone will soon die, right?" She turned and answered slowly, "Let's wait and see. For now, let's go." Perhaps you've heard of a man named Jeek Legion who won the Heavenly Dragon Tournament. He really does look exactly like that name. The flying swallowtail's leader's eyes were full of calculation. What plot could this be? Back to Jeek Legion in the distance. He was still glaring fixedly at that mountain peak. Myong, seeing this, asked curiously, "Young master, is someone there?" He replied, "That person left already. It's the first time I've met them." Jeek Legion still hadn't taken his eyes off the distant summit, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, though the feeling wasn't exactly good. The next morning at the villa, the sun was high in the sky. Zhang Cherian stood on the bridge thinking, marriage talks with the Northern Heaven Supreme family? Ridiculous. Where on earth could Jeek Legion be at this hour? As she thought that, her face suddenly flushed. No way. Why would they seek Jeek Legion for a match? Lost in thought, Zhang Cherian suddenly heard someone's voice. "Do you have something troubling you?" The person stood above, looking down at her, long hair whipping in the wind. She saw the person and was astonished, exclaiming, "This must be you, Seelha, Jeek Legion's mother." With her sharp eyes, she glanced at Zhang Cherian and said, "You've been sighing all morning, haven't you?" Having said that, Seelha flew down from above and approached the bridge. She set foot on the bridge's planks and slowly took step after step toward Zhang Cherian. Zhang Cherian stammered in reply, "I'm just thinking about martial arts," but inside she was flustered. She's telling the truth, so why so embarrassed? Seelha let out a loud, amused laugh. Then she answered, "Living here you only think about cultivating martial arts all day, huh?" Then Seelha asked Zhang Cherian, "Why are you so diligent?" Hearing this, she replied slowly, "Actually, I wish for my family to remain happy. To maintain that, one needs strength. That's why I train. It's such an ordinary dream, isn't it?" Seelha looked straight ahead and said slowly, "It's a dream that's not easy either." Zhang Cherian's slender hand lightly rested on the bridge rail as she continued, "Also, I want to become strong so that Jeek Legion will notice me. A Jianghu where righteous knights no longer die first. A Jianghu where goodness rules." When she finished, Seelha turned to look at her with astonishment. After that surprise, she slightly smiled. Then she mentioned another matter, saying, "I've heard about the marriage. Could that family become the one you dream of?" Hearing this, Zhang Cherian answered honestly, "The young miss and Imhagi barely know each other, and she thinks marriage should be with someone you love." Seeing that, Seelha merely smiled and asked, "Is that so? Today you'll return to Righteous Sword, right? Why the look of regret?" Zhang Cherian looked at her and smiled very gently. The two stood silently on the bridge. Seelha softly told Zhang Cherian, "If you need help, come to me anytime." The scene shifted to another house where lights still burned at night. Inside, a retainer knelt. The man above asked in a low voice, "Is the marriage arrangement with Righteous Sword still not settled?" The steward replied slowly, "Yes, sir. According to the matchmaker, they will ask the daughter's opinion." Her opinion? How dare they speak like that? He thought to himself, it must be because of Jeek Legion. What is a scoundrel like him to dare propose to our family? Don't they realize the heavy price of refusal? The steward bowed and asked him chance, "Shall I still proceed with the plan for now?" He said, "Go ahead and do it, and tomorrow Chance will speak with Righteous Sword. In any case, a personal lesson will probably be necessary." It was the fated match for Miss Zhang. Back in the forest, Jeek Legion was straining as he fought those men. He and Myong cut down one after another. The ground was now littered with corpses. He looked at the surrounding men and thought to himself that they kept coming without pause. Besides, the young master had helped him recover, so his internal energy was even more depleted. If this continued, though selfish, it was better to let out some anger to ease his irritation. While musing, Myong suddenly heard Jeek Legion's voice. "How shabby they are." Seeing his bewildered face, Jeek Legion explained, "I mean being attacked by scum like them." Hearing that, Myong could only smile wryly in agreement. Indeed, Jeek Legion then chuckled and added, "If you ever have children, Myong, be sure to tell them all the juicy details." He didn't expect such a remark and was momentarily stunned. Myong then sagged and said, "The young master will likely outlive me anyway." Jeek Legion teased him. "Who knows, maybe you'll live to tell tales?" As he spoke, his gaze suddenly flashed forward. Jeek Legion's tone grew serious. He solemnly told Myong that those things were. Jeek Legion had not finished when Myong followed his gaze. From the trees both saw pairs of blood-red eyes. They darted like lightning, leaping down from the branches. There were many of them, They surged forward together to attack Myong and Jeek Legion. Seeing this, he ground his teeth and cursed in furious anger. But at that moment his attention was drawn elsewhere, not at those creatures. Jeek Legion listened carefully to everything around him. Myong, seeing the horde about to pounce, shouted, "Young master, you must dodge." But at that moment he dropped his sword at his feet and said no. When the sword fell, Jeek Legion swung his leg and kicked straight at the crowd, breaking the encirclement. The blade slashed through them, severing many limbs. At the same time he leapt forward, sword in hand, to fight. Jeek Legion's hand moved with fluid grace to touch the green grass. Then he leapt high into the air, raising his foot in front of one of them. And Jeek Legion, showing no mercy, stamped down on his face, splitting his path as he ordered Myong behind him to follow. Myong was hurriedly running after Jeek Legion, naturally full of curiosity, and asked, "Where on earth are you going all of a sudden?" His steps abruptly halted in a panic. Myong's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. It was a sheer cliff, yet Jeek Legion jumped down without hesitation, even saying that not a single bone would remain even with lightness skill. Myong was horrified and couldn't believe it. Jeek Legion's red robe stood out against the towering rock face, yet he calmly called Myong's name. Myong looked down in terror and didn't dare jump after him. Seeing this, Jeek Legion laughed and asked, "What are you doing? Why haven't you jumped?" A heavy bead of sweat rolled down Myong's face. The next instant he sprang high and plunged into the abyss. The cliff edge echoed with the whoosh of wind, and the group immediately dove after them. Myong ground his teeth and cursed at the sight. Above, they plunged while brandishing their weapons, determined to take lives, only to see a massive rock ahead. He worried so much he clenched his teeth and spat a curse. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his collar. Myong turned and saw it was Jeek Legion holding him, both still free-falling through the air. He anxiously glanced downwards, while Jeek Legion was calmer, his face not showing a hint of panic. Then there was a loud crash as they hit the water, and the two of them plunged into the wide sea. After a moment, they quickly resurfaced. Myong glared at the pursuing group and shouted reproachfully. Those who fell from the heights onto the precarious rocks were smashed and couldn't keep their lives. Jeek Legion, watching from a distance, commented that as predicted, they had numbers but no real skill. Myong finally exhaled in relief. Even so, when the master jumped there had been no hesitation at all. He smiled. It's been a while since he swam. Might as well try a bit. The sky began to glow with the first rays of morning. The two looked at the sunrise and laughed. "It's almost dawn. Let's go." That same afternoon, on the bustling streets, Jiang Cherian slowly made her way through the crowd, wondering inwardly whether her father had returned home yet. She intended to prepare a little dinner before he arrived. Just then she remembered the notice from a Northern Heaven Supreme family this morning saying they were looking for her father. Jiang Cherian recalled her father's instruction: "Don't force a marriage you don't want." He would explain everything to master him and then return. Jiang Cherian couldn't help but worry. She trusted her father and waited, but anxiety still tugged at her. She had no idea that so many eyes were fixed on her. Two men watched Jiang Cherian and whispered, "Isn't she the daughter of Righteous Sword? Doesn't she even know her father's news?" At that moment she felt gazes aimed at her. "What is this?" The atmosphere has been strange since earlier. An old man said coldly to her, "I have nothing to sell to the daughter of a killer. Go home quickly." Jiang Cherian asked in confusion. The old vendor frowned. "Good heavens, your father caused such a scandal, yet you still dare show your face at the market." Master Jiang slaughtered the entire Jiang family in broad daylight. Jiang Cherian froze at the grim news, stammering in disbelief. "My father did that. Perhaps you haven't heard. We only caught wind of it from martial artists of the Northern Heaven Supreme family passing by. Rumors have been spread. A man who seemed so upright. Moreover, the late Jiang head used to be close with the Righteous Sword sect master. They say a drunken quarrel escalated. Fortunately, the Northern Heaven Supreme family captured Master Jiang, so it's settled now." Hearing this, Jiang Cherian realized. The Northern Heaven Supreme family seized her father. This is a trap. They're seeking revenge for the rejected marriage. Thinking that, she hurriedly ran off. mulling over in her head that she must first get to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Zhang Cherian ran through the street. Anxious. Was her father safe? Just to turn past that corner, she would reach the Northern Heaven sect, when suddenly a figure appeared before her. Zhang Cherian widened her eyes and stared in surprise at the person before her. Yu Sealha turned to the newcomer. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Cherian looked at her, bewildered. This is the late afternoon sunlight glinting on the tile roofs, the sky washed in a fresh, rosy hue. Inside the hall, Im Chance greeted them warmly. Pleased to see you again, Miss Zhang, adding that, Madam, you had also come along unexpected. Yu Sealha hinted, the world is treacherous. I couldn't let this child come alone. Im Chance studied her intently, thinking to himself that she was indeed beautiful. He hadn't expected the child's mother to be so low. He guessed why they had come and spoke first. It seemed she had come to see Master Zhang, but sadly that would not be possible. This matter was too serious for a meeting. Yu Sealha half closed her eyes in surprise. She hadn't expected Master Zhang to commit such a crime. Then she opened her eyes, leaned close to him, and lowered her voice, implying that someone must be orchestrating this behind the scenes. Even I find it hard to believe, but witnesses have come forward. We'll investigate thoroughly for about 5 days and then determine the truth. Hearing this, Zhang Cherian wondered inwardly. 5 days seems temporary relief, but how does that really help? She spoke up. There must be some misunderstanding. My father couldn't have done such a thing. Im Chance reassured her. Of course, Miss Joing, don't worry too much. Our house will also spare no effort to prove the groom's family's innocence. His words astonished Zhang Cherian. She realized he wasn't abandoning the marriage, but using the wedding as leverage, promising to clear her father's name if she agreed. Why go to such lengths? Dusk was falling. Im Chance rose to see them out. Miss Joing, it's getting late. Please take your leave for today. And a knowing smile creased his face. Madam, he looks forward to seeing you again. Yu Sealha slightly raised the corner of her mouth in what looked like a smile. She looked him squarely in the eye and replied, Of course. Deep in the dense mountain forest, strange sounds came from the tall canopy. Myong opened his eyes wide in disbelief and scolded. Jeek Legion kept a cold, wary expression. They chased without end. Behind them a group armed with weapons was closing in. Jeek Legion frowned. No choice. I originally planned to conserve my strength a bit. He stopped, bracing his feet on a rocky outcrop. With no option but to unleash everything at once, Jeek Legion prepared to start using his inner skill. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound that caught his attention, a sound echoing from the distant mountain range. This whistle was different from anything I'd heard before. The pursuers abruptly halted their attack motion. Oh, they're retreating. Those who were fiercely chasing just moments ago now turned and slowly withdrew, leaving Myong puzzled at the sudden change. Jeek Legion, not overly surprised, spoke slowly. Finally, it seems they're afraid of me now, or perhaps it's time for their medicine. If not that, then someone may have ordered them to withdraw. In his mind, he thought of the flying swallowtail leader. Not dwelling on it, Jeek Legion quickly resumed his path. No clear reason, but let's go fast. Miss Joing is probably waiting. Myong couldn't help asking, Have you ever held Miss Joing's hand? He half closed his eyes in denial. He glanced at Jeek Legion. So that's it. Not a matter of strength, but because you yielded, perhaps? The question left him a bit dazed. But is that truly what a woman wants? He didn't answer, only smiling as he called Myong's name. Jeek Legion moved ahead and said, The theory is clear, isn't it? He cleared his throat to change the subject. I wonder if anything happened at New Wind Manor. It's not strangers there. My mother is still there with Zhang Cherian. Night had fallen. Zhang Cherian and Yu Sealha stood facing each other in the quiet street. She thanked her. Thank you for accompanying me today. Yu Sealha felt some regret. It's nothing. If Master Joing were still there, I would have brought him along. Too bad. I can't sense his presence. Zhang Cherian replied. There's still time. I'll find a way. She reassured her. Don't worry too much. I will think on it too, silently appraising her. Looking closely, Yu Sealha saw Zhang Cherian increasingly resemble her mother. Remembering Zhang Cherian's kind, placid face, she thought that as long as someone stood proudly by her side, that would be a great support. Under the eaves, the two said their goodbyes. After Zhang Cherian entered the house, She stood frozen there. She then said coldly, "Show yourself now. It's about time." From atop the roof, a foot gradually appeared. Yusilha continued slowly. "Looks like a toad with scabby skin, but those eyes are sharp. What a lecherous old creep." Scene shifts. The full moon hangs high in the night sky, a gentle wind weaving through the forest canopy. Jeek Legion asked, "But Myung, you still don't really know, do you?" He paused a moment, then continued, "How formidable is my mother?" At Yusilha's location, she lifted her hand and gently drew the hairpin from her hair. With that motion, her long black hair spilled down. "Truly ruthless and heartless," Yusilha said, holding the hairpin and looking at her opponent with beautiful eyes, adding a beguiling, mysterious charm to the stunning beauty. Yusilha gripped the hairpin tight and smiled a seductive, wicked smile. Her henchmen had now fully gathered, surrounding her. The fat man opposite spoke up. "The master insists on meeting her privately. The order is to bring her without leaving a single scratch on the face, so don't make any commotion." Yusilha frowned in annoyance and replied, "I've heard of his lechery for a long time. That man will surely lose his life for it sooner or later." She looked each of them over and said, "Fine, we'll leave that for later. I'll spare one of you. Who wants to live?" At Yusilha's words, the group burst into laughter. "If I'm to die by the hands of such a beauty, I'm willing to give it a try once." She aimed the tip of her hairpin at the fat man and snapped an insult at him. Yusilha fixed him with a sharp look, her tone full of mockery. "You really remind me of the dog I used to keep as a child." Having said that, she swiftly flicked 2 hairpins toward them. Yusilha slipped past the fat man and drove a hairpin straight into a henchman's head. He shouted in fury, "You bitch!" Blood ran down his face, splattering all over him as he panted heavily. She withdrew the hairpin from his head, and blood sprayed everywhere. A trembling henchman screamed, "You bitch!" She swept in a broad arc, leaving each man grievously wounded. All the others were dead. Only he returned. The fat man stood frozen, staring at the bloody scene before him. Each henchman before him had been cut into pieces. With a single twist, Yusilha left all 3 sprawling on the ground. She flicked the hairpin and let the blood on it drip off. Yusilha rebundled her hair and said coldly, "Rest assured." Then she turned to face him, making him shudder for a moment. Yusilha raised a hand toward him, her voice low and resonant. "I told you so." She touched her fingertip to his forehead, as if to pierce it. Blood began to drip from his brow, and a voice echoed, "Yusilha, I'll spare one. No ink, so I'll borrow your brow for now." On the fat man's forehead, she had now carved the words 3 days. The fat man bowed respectfully before his opponent, bewildered. 3 days. The steward of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, standing nearby, reported, "All the others are dead. Only he returned." Chance leaned back in his chair with some amazement. "All dead? Looks like that person has some skill." He wore a sly smile and said, "The more I look, the more interesting it becomes." He bowed slightly and said, "Pardon me, but this matter must be handled very carefully. Master Raicha's sword bears the name of a killer, and even if later proven innocent, his honor cannot be fully restored." The steward looked up curiously and asked, "Must we still press on with this marriage?" Chance snapped back at him. "Do you think I'm still concerned with that marriage?" He sneered. "Those Northern Heaven dogs would lick even filth if ordered, yet dare to push the marriage proactively? Killing them would be mercy." The old man chuckled maliciously. "If you permit." Chance toyed with his wine glass and mocked, "That bitch will certainly come begging for the marriage to save her father. Wouldn't it be amusing to show that old man this little performance before he dies?" At that, the steward suddenly mentioned the fat man, who panicked. "And what about that one? How should we deal with him?" The fat man cried out, pleading, but the wine glass pierced straight through his throat. "Have mercy!" His head was punctured with a large hole. His eyes rolled as he collapsed to the ground. The old man bowed his head and cast a sidelong glance at the corpse on the floor. His beauty didn't dare to look either, and quickly turned her head away. Chance glared at him, his face dark as he growled, "You return in that humiliating state? Our house has no use for people like him." He smirked slyly and muttered, 3 days. Anyway, the righteous sword master still hasn't been found. I'm curious what kind of little show they'll put on. Scene cuts to a room where someone is writing something. The person was writing a letter, his voice steady as he said they'd searched everywhere, but found not a single clue. It was Zhang Cherian. She whispered anxiously. If we search all the Northern Heaven Supreme family's premises, will we be able to find my father? Zhang Cherian comforted herself, planning to visit a Han Jiang's place tomorrow too. As long as there's hope, she won't give up. She suddenly widened her eyes, her face showing a brief shock. The palm of Zhang Cherian and the characters on it suddenly began to glow. The sensation from the Fongden pavilion was. She moved to the window and slowly reached out to open it. Lincoln had somehow been standing outside. Zhang Cherian straightened and called out loudly. He turned and smiled at her affectionately. Zhang Cherian tucked a strand of hair back and asked softly, "When did you get back?" Lincoln closed his eyes and replied, "Just now. I've heard about your mother." He lowered his voice to comfort her. "Don't worry too much about the sect leader's matter." "Thank you. Uncle Myong, are you all right?" Myong answered calmly. "The wound has healed. I've also done a preliminary investigation into the Northern Heaven Supreme family's facilities." Zhang Cherian noticed the scar on his face and asked, "Oh, what happened to your face? Were you injured?" Myong flinched and turned his face away. "Ah, don't worry about that. It'll fade in a few days." She worried aloud. "If you're wounded this badly, then it must have been dangerous. If I ended up like that, you'd probably be able to guess who did it, right?" Zhang Cherian continued to worry, asking if it wasn't too much to come this far. He replied softly, "Because I'm worried, for you and for the sect leader too." Myong looked at her and explained seriously, "But as you know, the current method may not be effective. There's a more certain way, though it's not the approach you would prefer." Zhang Cherian fell silent and bowed her head. Long thought to himself that her brother's words were not wrong. But she lifted her eyes to him and said firmly, "I want to publicly clear my father's name and have that wretched family head punished according to Jianghu law. I believe my father would want that too." Myong let out a small sigh and smiled at Zhang Cherian. He leaned against the wall, looked up at the sky, and said in a low voice, "You talk exactly like that person." She asked in surprise. Myong's gaze was deep and unreadable, as if there was someone like that inside him. He recalled his past about his father and softly replied, "That was a relative of mine." Jeek Surin bowed his head and stared at the two swords in front of him. The two swords were neatly arranged in the corner of the room. Scene shifts to the Northern Heaven Supreme family, where Im Chance sat arrogantly on his chair. Whoever dared seize this inheritance must be made to pay. Suddenly a sound rang out that caught his attention and made him glance over. A figure appeared right behind Im Chance, gripping a sword tightly. "Shall I strike?" The man calmly waved his hand and replied, "Leave it be." Im Chance gave a faint smile, thinking it was just a fearless brat. All the candles in the room were suddenly blown out by an unseen gust. The window flew wide open, cold wind pouring in from outside, and the stack of letters on the table was scattered in every direction. Jeek Legion, who had somehow been standing opposite him, surprised Im Chance. He hadn't expected such audacity. He said nothing. His cold eyes glanced at him, and he offered a faint smirk. Im Chance grinned broadly, his smile reaching his ears. "Now that I look closely, your gaze is exactly like Madame Yu's." Jeek Legion slowly stepped closer. "My mother said there's something interesting happening." Hearing that, Im Chance snapped angrily. "Right, he said he'll give that brat 3 days. What audacity, treating everyone like nothing." Looking at the letters strewn across the floor, he sighed. "To be honest, that's exactly what I was just thinking." Im Chance's deep voice boomed. "I've been too immersed in peace lately, content with what I have. Even if she's an innocent woman unaware of worldly matters, she refused my summons. Such a thing would never have happened before." He glanced at Jeek Legion challengingly. "Even daring to seize the Wuhan Merchant Alliance contract. How do you intend to bear the consequences?" Jeek Legion walked over and sat at the table. Im Chance chuckled. "Idle chatter can be entertaining." But Jeek Legion leaned back on his hand and stated his intent plainly. "I'm here today to sell an item." Im Chance asked suspiciously, "Sell an item? Stop spouting nonsense." Jeek Legion folded his arms and replied, 3 days is already generous for my mother, but life is short, isn't it? In times like this, what matters most is..." He placed something before him, a renowned delicacy from drifting clouds and flowing water. famous for its sweet, fragrant taste. Im Chance looked at the item on the table in confusion, his brow darkening. In Jeek Legion's hand was a peach. He smirked, an immortal peach that extends life. Would you like to buy it? At that, Im Chance sneered. He didn't seem convinced. Extend life, you say? That must be quite valuable. Jeek Legion explained. This time I want to try a trustworthy transaction. I only ask that you release Lord Zhouing and clear his name. Im Chance disapproved. An absurd exchange. Our house would be deemed enemies of the martial world. Allied clans would withdraw. Wouldn't that make us the ones who suffer? Jeek Legion continued to persuade him, saying that compared to the value of a life, it's still a bargain. Im Chance pushed the peach back toward him. This peach, he sneered, might be more useful to you. Jeek Legion said nothing and simply smiled. Then he turned away with a wry comment. Apparently your eye for goods is terrible. See you in 2 days. Im Chance stared at Jeek Legion with no emotion. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window. Jeek Surin stood there staring into space. Yu Seelha noticed something amiss and spoke up. Still admiring those weapons today? She tried to reassure him, asking if Jeek Legion's returning them had upset him that much. Jeek Surin confessed. I'm just trying to figure out the reason. Yu Seelha stepped forward and replied, Don't overthink it. It's our stuff to begin with. I'm just returning. She had placed her hand on Jeek Surin's chest as he continued. You're right, but if the Northern Heaven Supreme family doesn't respond after 3 days, what will you do? Yu Seelha smiled slyly. It was only a prank I set up once. Besides, Leekin will handle that matter first anyway. Jeek Surin nodded happily, admiring her style. Yu Seelha asked, Are you worried I'll send some clumsy lackey to do the job? He began to soothe her. How could that be? I'm trying to figure out how to clear Lord Zhouing's name properly. The crimes of the Northern Heaven Supreme family aren't the first. I only hope there won't be any more innocent victims. Yu Seelha added. Perhaps Jeek Legion shares that intention. At this, Jeek Surin hesitantly suggested she might think the plan is pointless. But determination flashed in Jeek Surin's eyes. I will go to the Path Alliance to wash away Lord Zhouing's injustice before the world. The intervention of an uninvolved third party will help. Hearing that, Yu Seelha smiled gently. They exchanged tender looks. She exclaimed, He's truly the one. At the same time, elsewhere, Jeek Legion led Zhang Cherian into a ruined area. First, we managed to get inside. It seems they only cleared bodies and abandoned the place. Zhang Cherian looked around and concluded they probably never intended to investigate. Jeek Legion replied, They just blocked entry and planned to burn it a few days later to finish the job. Soldiers lay scattered everywhere. Jeek Legion explained, I put the guards to sleep, so take your time to examine things. And I gave Im Chance a chance to atone properly. But as expected, he refused. Zhang Cherian's eyes grew moist. Thank you, she told herself. Last night you agreed to go north to the Northern Heavens sect to find them, but Im Chance refused that plan. Suddenly, Jeek Legion said, If we find the Lord, I'll deal with Im Chance my way. I may not understand my mother's motives, but I won't let him live any longer. The area was full of chaotic bloodstains, leading him to believe the perpetrators were more than one, though their martial skill was insignificant. Turning to the chicken coop, Jeek Legion added, For an ordinary family like the Yahan Jiang, that's enough. That chicken coop caught Zhang Cherian's attention, but something about it fell off. He went to open the coop door. The hens only avoided laying eggs by that wall. Zhang Cherian said, thinking back, her face turned pale in horror at what she saw. Under the pile of straw was a person. Jeek Legion shouted, Why is the child here? Scene shifts to dusk. They brought the boy back to New Windman. Zhang Cherian gently tended to the boy. She looked at him with pity, thinking he could finally sleep peacefully now. Zhang Cherian recalled that upon waking he had cried bitterly from fear. Earlier the boy had crawled in her arms crying, Mama, Mama. She said the child told them that 2 days ago the Han Jiang had been attacked. The boy sobbed as he remembered that memory, going back 2 days earlier. That day his mother hid him in that pile of straw, telling him never to come out and to keep his eyes shut tight. His mother swallowed her tears and whispered, Don't move at all. I'll come back for you after I've taken care of things. A piercing cry sounded. Others were searching every corner. The boy's mother panicked and muttered, No, If this continues, they'll find us here too. Hearing this, Zhang Qian guessed that the child's mother had deliberately drawn their attention. The killers were still shouting loudly, "Don't leave any alive. Search everywhere. We don't know who's left." The boy's mother used herself as bait, risking her life. One killer asked calmly, "Is there another one here?" As a result, the boy witnessed his mother die before his eyes. After brutally killing her, the killer walked off casually. Now he just needed to check the backyard. Though barely clinging to life, she fought with all her strength until the last moment. The boy's mother used her final energy to grab the hot pot of soup. The killer heard the noise and spun around, but had no time to dodge and was splashed with the hot soup. The killer yelled in pain, "Damn it, I thought she was dead already." At that moment, the boy's mother shed tears and took her final breath, protecting her precious child. Zhang Qian thought privately that the boy seemed to have fainted after witnessing that, which, perversely, was fortunate. She was moved, reflecting that nobody would have expected someone to be hiding in that tiny pile of straw. The intruders surely never imagined it. The mother had protected the child to her last breath. At the same time, in another room, there were medicine and a bowl of water on the table. After hearing the story, Myong fell silent. Having lost his only relative, poor child, truly pitiable. Jeek Legion leaned against the windowsill and said he planned to leave the boy at New Wind Manor for now. He asked, "How is the body?" With injuries like these, and still trying, he finally collapsed. Myong replied, miserably, "To be useless at a critical moment and only able to lie there, it's shameful beyond words." Jeek Legion teased, "If you're ashamed, then get better quickly. Without Myong, I'll have to handle everything myself." Myong smiled awkwardly and echoed, "I'm truly sorry." He reflected on his thoughts. A mother with no martial skill, still resisting to protect her child, might actually be a crucial clue. Jeek Legion was embarrassed as Myong hesitated. This world was strange. To call a favor felt somewhat forced. He provided one important piece of information. "I sent people to investigate everywhere linked to the Northern Heaven Supreme family, and indeed we found someone recently burned who was located in a very unexpected place." Jeek Legion quickly left, telling Myong to rest and that he'd go check that place. Myong reminded him, "Sir, it's embarrassing to admit this in such a state." His face turned serious. "Be careful. For some reason, I have a feeling this time what we see is only the surface." Jeek Legion agreed. "I think so too. Anyway, it seems we can't be sneaky about this anymore." He decided to publicly visit Im Myung-so, a distant relative of Im Chance, who was said to have left worldly reclusion in the mountains to study. Next came the scene of Jeek Legion being surrounded by intruders. Compared to rumor, the guard was excessively strict. He politely introduced himself. "I'm Jeek Legion of New Wind Village. I wish to see Im Myung-so." The two men exchanged knowing looks when the scar-faced man suddenly lunged forward, shouting to kill him. Everything was within Jeek Legion's plan. He rushed forward without hesitation. "I knew it would be like this." The scar-faced man who stepped forward was met with a palm strike to the belly. Then Jeek Legion drew his sword. The blade flashed past the intruder's legs, moving so fast it left only a streak of light. The intruders were put to comic, pitiable shame by the young man. Jeek Legion looked thoroughly satisfied as he played the night with these folks. And so an entire gang was neatly dealt with in one night. After that spectacular display, Jeek Legion asked, "Is that how you treat a guest who announced himself properly?" On the blade, one could see the ace watching from the roof. Jeek Legion rode the momentum. "Mightn't that be a bit much?" He raised his sword to eye level, as if to say, "Consider your position." At that moment, Im Myung-so appeared before him and demanded, "Do you know how valuable those men are?" Without looking at him, Jeek Legion replied, "A scholarly household that hires such costly guards?" He sneered. "Are they only there to protect books, then?" Jeek Legion pointed toward the study room across the way. He queried, "Could there be something I'm not supposed to see?" Jeek Legion glanced into the opposite study room. He said, "Tucked away in the mountains like this made it hard to find. In Myung-so, don't be stubborn, an uninvited guest arriving in the middle of the night. What's the etiquette for that?" He pulled two weapons from his sleeve and said, "Very well. Then let me. In Myung-so holds a weapon that looks like a pen. Are you going to teach me about manners? The pen quickly glowed, surrounded by a pinkish flame. Lee Kan immediately recognized it. Was that the adjudicator's pen? He sneered. Your actions are dirty, but your heart is as lofty as a scholar's. What kind of hypocrisy is that? If Myung-so skips the formalities, I'll teach him a lesson. He used the adjudicator's pen to draw a line in the air, starting from that mouth, a force strong enough to upheave the ground. Myung-so's underlings couldn't help but be caught in the backlash. Lee Kan quickly dodged. He leapt out to try to slam Myung-so's life seal from above. Myung-so reacted fast and managed to block that sword strike. Due to the earlier impact, each stepped back. Now, Lee Kan had placed his foot on the roof tiles, and the two stood face to face. Lee Kan spoke. It's a pity such astonishing power is buried deep in the mountains. He grew increasingly impatient. The more this goes on, the more curious I get about what you're protecting. Myung-so answered calmly. Be as curious as you like. After all, he launched the adjudicator's pen, yet you still won't be able to see it. At the moment the pen pierced through him, Lee Kan muttered, Dan Wool point. Because of that, Myung-so realized one thing. He attacked Lee Kan's acupoints. Bai Hui point, Ling Tai point. You only aim for mortal points, huh? But Lee Kan grew more and more excited. Would you really make it easy for him to hit them? Myung-so evaded. But the consequence was that the stones took the brunt. They fought fiercely. The clash of metal rang out continuously. Myung-so's face twisted as he looked across at his opponent. It seemed Lee Kan had seized the upper hand and kept charging forward. He even spun his sword to gain momentum. With a lifeless guy and his toy pen, Lee Kan dealt with him in a flash. He decisively used a sword strike to fling the opponent off the roof. Surprisingly, Myung-so was able to land on the ground. He dropped to one knee, groaning something. Lee Kan taunted freely. What you teach me isn't manners. It's a running away technique, isn't it? Myung-so put on a firm face. Shut your mouth. In his mind, he thought, damn it, force won't work. Even though he really wanted to let him inside, Myung-so truly ran away. But there was no other choice, so he risked everything and went in. Lee Kan was excited. Shut up, sir. You're blatantly leading me in. Myung-so dashed inside quickly, with Lee Kan close on his heels. Then I guess I have no choice but to follow. At that moment, Myung-so quickly drew two formations at the doorway and a character on a pillar. He sealed the room off in a very short time. Lee Kan stood at the door and cheerfully said, I was very curious. Thanks for inviting me personally. Myung-so rolled his eyes and challenged. Let's see if you're still so relaxed inside my formation. A single drop of red liquid fell. You'd feel a moment stretching like eternity, and you'd fall into hallucination and endless torment. Lee Kan's eyes were now soaked in the color of blood. Myung-so sketched while thinking, you've stepped into a mousetrap yourself and are about to lose your life. But unexpectedly, Jeek Legion wasn't restrained at all. He swung his sword up. Jeek Legion's face showed outright contempt. A formation like this, Myung-so was now sweating bullets. Jeek Legion finished the question. You thought that would work on me? Along with that came a sword force, so strong the ground shattered. Rocks and earth kept raining down. Somehow, in that instant, the two of them seemed to fall into a void. Even Jeek Legion couldn't make sense of the situation. Later that night, at New Wind Manor, the lamp illuminated the painting on the wall. Jeek Surin stood silently, gazing at the painting. At that moment, he unconsciously recalled the past. A member of the Path Alliance spoke up. I fully understand why you came to the Path Alliance. Even I can hardly believe Lord Joing would do such a thing, but a Han Jiang belongs to a branch of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. So investigations over there. At that thought, Jeek Surin let out a sigh. Sensing someone's approach, he asked, Are you here? Myung entered, hands clasped and head bowed. Jeek Surin turned to look. You seem better than the last time we met. Hearing that, Myung replied, Sorry for making you worry, but is there something you haven't said yet? After the question, Jeek Surin explained, A few days ago, I spoke with my son. He turned his head to look in one direction. No. Rather, I was the one who pressured him. His eyes lit up, his face full of seriousness. Back then, I was just worried, afraid that kid would start another bloody mess on the Jianghu. Jeek Surin remembered Jeek Legion. And over time, the words that boy said kept echoing in his head, that no one alive truly held to righteousness and chivalry anymore. He sadly thought that because the boy had wandered the Jianghu since childhood, he must have seen plenty. Looking at the scene and hearing his own voice continue, he thought waiting for the boy to speak on his own was the role of a father and teacher. So he didn't ask. His brow darkened. But now it seemed that even if he asked, the kid wouldn't tell. At this point, Jeek Surin turned back to Myong and stated his final purpose. I called you here to share some frustrations in my heart. Jeek Surin admitted, I'm truly a disappointing father, aren't I? Myong was silent, saying nothing, though his eyes were full of emotion. Jeek Surin pondered, I still don't know what turned that boy into who he is. Back at Jeek Legion's place, earlier he and Myungso had fallen down here. Myungso was now desperate. Jeek Legion then asserted dominance. I spared your life because you still have use to me, he irritably confessed. I'm still very curious about many things, including that strong scent from earlier. Jeek Legion looked down at his feet. This smell of blood continued with the scene of the oil lamp and the painting. Only then did Myong finally speak up. The subordinates still didn't understand what was on the young master's mind. His face was serious, but there's this. Please consider it as hearing an old tale. Jeek Legion had stepped into a pool of blood that couldn't be washed away. He had become numb like he is now. Jeek Surin grew anxious. What's happened over there? What did that kid witness out in the Jianghu? In Jeek Surin's eyes before, Li Kan was innocent and naive. So what did he go through? Tell me. Myong recounted. When the young master was small, he befriended a group called the Azure Sea Chivalrous Society. Li Kan would eat and chat with them. They joked, this kid sure can talk. Li Kan, innocent, admitted that his first time out in the Jianghu, he was shocked at how many bad people there were. Actually, he even wondered whether his father's teachings were wrong. But after meeting those seniors, he was sure his father's words were right. The smiles of those elders were so friendly. It really seemed the Jianghu still had people who lived for righteousness like. Li Kan replied cheerfully, being a Jianghu person, that's only natural. You kids should remember that. Myong continued. Among them, the young master especially liked one person. Li Kan was very obedient to that person. Yes, I'll remember. Senior, tomorrow you'll take me to the Azure Sea as promised, right? Li Kan asked, beaming. Just the Azure Sea? Wherever Li Kan wants to go, I'll take him there. Myong said their closeness deepened day by day. They traveled every road together, whether it was doing righteous deeds to save someone from robbers, or simply strolling about. They always had fun. Then that day came, and little Li Kan's face went pale. Li Kan pushed through a crowd murmuring, the thief pretending to be righteous? But this is the first time I've seen a thief paraded like this. The one being paraded was Li Kan. The crowd gossiped. The stolen goods belonged to the Yanghao Guild. So maybe the Path Alliance wanted to curry favor with Lord Jiang. Hence this. The parader shouted, everyone listen up. He raised his voice to the max. This shameless criminal broke into an honest family's home and used force to steal valuable property. At that moment, Li Kan spotted Jeek Legion in the crowd. The parader proclaimed this behavior unbecoming of a martial man. Li Kan still smiled gently. All of Li Kan's faith and hope vanished when he heard he'd be executed at noon tomorrow. Moonlight slipped through the cell window, and a jar of wine was set out. Li Kan spoke. After all, using force against them was wrong. He reasoned that they were just doing their duty. Li Kan replied, I only knocked them out for a bit. Li Kan grew agitated. More importantly, why didn't they clarify the truth earlier? That theft was done by the three knights. Li Kan expressed trust. The victims duped by Lord Elder weren't just one or two. The brothers said they'd retrieve it. Though theft is wrong, there was no other way. Li Kan stubbornly insisted that the seniors were framing him. Surely such righteous people wouldn't pin all the blame on Lord Elder. Li Kan explained he heard the whole story and volunteered to be arrested. Better his poor life than see capable brothers killed. It's his contribution to the Jianghu. If you plan to convince me to run, forget it. If I disappear, they'll surely torture the other brothers. Even in his most desperate moment, Li Kan's eyes held a glimmer of hope. If he could protect his sworn brothers, his life would be nothing. He began to sound like a ragged old mantra. The only thing I worry about, Li Kan said, is that you'd be heartbroken because of me. At that, Li Kan could only bow his head and weep. Li Kan tried to lighten the mood. This kid's not a child to cry. Come on, the wine's here, pour me a glass. Myong hesitated, unsure what the young master had been thinking then. The next day, snow fell thick and white as Li Ken was executed. Li Ken stood watching with an expressionless face, and at the same time, he saw a scene that would change his worldview for life. The members of the Azure Sea Chivalrous Society calmly ate and drank. Today, let's drink the most expensive wine. Everything's settled, so bottoms up. Truly, the Jianghu chivalry is remarkable. Watching them laugh for escaping punishment, all notions of righteousness became meaningless. They seemed to be in two different worlds. Myong recounted that the only thing the Lord said to his subordinates was one sentence. There's no place for chivalry in the Jianghu anymore. Jik Surin bitterly felt that Li Ken, who had risked everything holding onto the Jianghu's code of honor, had been trampled by this world in the cruelest way. Because of that, his anger and sense of betrayal only deepened. Jik Surin was stunned hearing Myong's words. Although a subordinate had no right to speak up, the young master sometimes said things like that. He recounted, "My father's Jianghu is truly tiresome." Jik Surin immediately turned his head. Myong continued, "But there are those who want to build a Jianghu more like my father's than anyone else." Meanwhile, Jik Legion widened his eyes when he saw the sight inside the enemy den. Torture devices were stained with blood, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. They were treated more brutally than animals in that perverse room. Myung-so tried to intervene, but it was too late. "Over there," Jik Legion shouted. "You?" He demanded. "What exactly have you been doing here?" The man was dumbfounded. "I was just following orders because Master Im couldn't be satisfied with letting an eyesore die easily." Myung-so began to reply. "I don't take pleasure in this either." When Jik Legion grabbed his arm, he slammed Myung-so's hand to the ground, raised his sword to stab down, and Myung-so screamed in terror. But in Jik Legion's eyes, there was no reason left. One clean stroke severed Myung-so's hand, blood spattering everywhere. Then Jik Legion said, "I'll spare one hand." Myung-so watched in despair as his hand was maimed. A heartrending, desperate cry echoed through the space. By some grim, miracle, Jik Legion decided to take the other hand as well. "Now you can't write anymore, so being a scholar is pointless, but you're still useful for other tasks, so I won't kill you." Jik Legion was like a demon, and Myung-so's greatest fear, whether that was misfortune or fortune for him, who could say? At the same time, at Zhang Cherion's place, Zhang Cherion tended the boy very carefully. She smiled. "The fever's gone, and he's sleeping soundly now? Thank goodness." The call startled Zhang Cherion. She turned to see Zhang Lichu calling out joyfully. "Father!" she shouted and ran out. "Oh my heavens! Why are you injured like this, father?" Zhao no Lichu replied, "I'm fine." Suryan also ran in at the same time, calling for father. Zhang Lichu smiled. "Is everyone here?" Zhang Cherion explained that Myong was in danger, so she advised him to stay temporarily at New Wind Manor. But what exactly happened? Zhang Lichu recounted that young hero Jik had rescued him and had been imprisoned in a dungeon. Hearing that, Zhang Cherion was stunned. "A dungeon? That dangerous?" Zhang Lichu reassured. "It's nothing major, don't worry." Seeing the boy in bed, he asked, "By the way, that child?" Suryan explained, "He's the boy that sister and Myong rescued." The child was trembling and unsettled, so we brought him back right away. Suddenly, Zhang Lichu's expression changed oddly. That child was also saved by young hero Jik. Who knows how many people Jik Legion has rescued already? He asked if young hero Jik was all right. Zhang Cherion replied, "Rather than ask here, why not just go to Myong's place?" Zhang Lichu declined. "No need. He's probably tired. Young hero Jik as well." He answered gently, "Let him rest today." At that moment, Li Ken had returned with Jik Surin, his steps slow, but each one carried enough force to stir the surroundings. Jik Surin walked ahead, complaining about the strong smell of blood. Li Ken replied calmly, "I was simply making him pay." Jik Surin criticized, "Do you think killing by strength is justice? If you act like this, even if you bathe the Jianghu in blood, it will never end." Li Ken stopped and asked, "Father, are you still that precious of others' blood in the Jianghu?" Jik Surin was stunned by those words. Li Ken remembered the horrific scenes the innocent had endured and felt even more grief. And he had the sharp argument that the blood of the innocent matters more than power. The firm words took Jik Surin by surprise. Li King continued, if you want to stop the Jianghu from spilling such people's blood, he declared resolutely, then whether it's gangs like I'm Chance or anyone who stands in my way, I'll wipe them all out. Jik Surin for a moment didn't know what to do. He felt inside him a mixture of anger and the sadness that came with it. One couldn't tell if there was anything greater than that, as he wrestled with his conscience. Meanwhile, Myang stepped in to interrupt. Young master, so you're here. My apologies for the interruption. Myang reported that people from the Northern Heaven Supreme family had come, saying they wanted to take the young master to investigate the assault on Myangso. Li King frowned upon hearing this, so he said, I will go to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. But before that, Li King added that, before leaving, he wanted to ask his father one last time. He asked expectantly, do you still intend to stop me? Jik Surin was involuntarily silent. Then he began to speak. This time you can't just kill Chance and call it done. In the bamboo grove, leaves swaying in the wind, Jik Surin kept explaining, you can't skip proper procedure. This must be handled by the Path Alliance, not by someone close to the sect leader like you. Only then will people trust that he's clean. But regardless of Jik Surin's words, Li King still wanted to act his own way. Father still trusts the Path Alliance? The Path Alliance is busy dealing with the Northern Heaven Supreme family finding out. You can see that. Even if they step in, do you think Chance will obediently submit? Jik Surin continued to dissuade him. If you kill everyone out of anger, that's not chivalrous justice, but personal vengeance. Li King heard this, closed his eyes tightly, and fell silent as if unaffected by those words. As if everything Jik Surin had just said were meaningless. It seemed that once Jik Legion decided, no one could stop him. He kept walking and answered, I don't need anyone's belief. So saying, he continued forward without the slightest hesitation. Do not obstruct me. The words barely left his mouth when he quietly stepped past Jik Surin, leaving him momentarily stunned. On one side was an indifferent gaze, intent only on following his own will without regard for anything else. On the other side was a look of helplessness. One man stood there dazed at those words, while the other kept walking to carry out his decision. Seeing him pass, Myang stammered, Young master, are you really going? Jik Legion walked on and coldly replied, I was planning to leave anyway. Perfect timing. But before I go, he added, don't tell Zhang Cherian. She'll fuss over nothing. Jik Surin remained silent, his eyes fixed on Jik Legion. Myang did the same, looking at him with deep worry. Jik Legion continued, I have matters to report to Jik Elder. At a tower that night, bodies lay scattered across the floor inside, blood still wet. It seemed a battle had just taken place. They were the corpses of Chance subordinates. He sat upon the throne with close retainers around him and called down, I know these small fry are no match for you. Consider this meeting enough of a greeting. Chance's face immediately clouded. He spoke coldly and threateningly. Not only did you take sect leader Zhang, you even dared touch my family. Are you prepared? Jik Legion, eyes steady, replied, your dog in Myungso has revealed everything. The plan's ruined. Living means betrayal is the only option. I also kept the filthy orders you gave him Myungso. He didn't burn them, which shows he didn't trust you either. Hearing this, Chance cast a jaundiced look at Jik Legion. It seemed he had resolved to eliminate him. As for Jik Legion, his eyes burned with murderous intent as he looked up and shot back. At this point, you still won't admit your crimes? But after hearing him out, Chance waved him aside. I'm tired of your prattling. With that, he ordered his men, deal with him. A heavy footstep suddenly appeared, sounding very weighty, and a razor-sharp great blade. Jik Legion was no less, gripping his sword firmly, ready to face the coming fight. Jik Legion sneered without fear, someone of your stature bowing under him. Money really is tempting. The one wielding the great blade before Jik Legion was Chun No, once hailed as the foremost master of the heretical sect. Chance now spoke with a sly smile, ordering, raise this room if you must. Show me what you've got. No sooner had he finished than Chun No swung the great blade with astonishing speed. His eyes glowed red like a beast on the hunt. The two masters clashed with earth-shattering force. Chun No struck, but Jeek Legion's movements were so swift he easily leapt up to evade, and the ground cracked beneath them. That sharp blade and its weight were enough to shatter a city. After the downward slash, the old man immediately pulled the great blade back with renewed force. Without hesitation, he launched another heavy strike at Jeek Legion. He realized Jeek Legion had channeled inner power into his sword to defend, but that blow was easily parried by Jeek Legion. A thrilled grin involuntarily spread across his face. With such a cheap weapon, how could it withstand the blow of the former foremost heretical master? The counter-strike was so powerful that a corner of the fortress behind Jeek Legion shattered, leaving a huge hole. Chen No leaped up and swung a blade toward Jeek Legion's head, saying, "Those little tricks won't work," but his speed is too nimble, so he dodged that killing move. When that slash came down, the whole fortress trembled violently, but he didn't stop. Riding the momentum, he raised his blade again. Unexpectedly, Jeek Legion answered with an extremely painful kick. Quickly, he grabbed the blade to block it, then used the momentum to kick straight into Chen No, causing the old man to spit blood. Chen No widened his eyes in surprise and thought inwardly, "I was careless," but it seemed he had planned ahead and teamed up with someone else to beat Jeek Legion. While he was off guard, suddenly a hooded figure like an assassin leapt up and attacked him from behind. Because Jeek Legion's reactions were so fast, with just a glance he knew what the opponent was doing, so he easily parried that fellow's slash with a spectacular spin. But the attack was so sudden and forceful that Jeek Legion let go of Chen No's sword hilt. His hand was slightly scratched, and facing two masters at once put him in a bit of a bind. He said, "Who are you?" The hooded man was the one who had stood beside him Chance 2 days before. His name was Dan Wool, Im Chance's shadow. Although facing two powerful opponents, Jeek Legion remained unflinching. He raised his sword and thought to himself, "This is harder than I expected. This battle might just drag on a while." At that moment, there was a clash and a plunge downward, cutting to another scene where a volley of spear tips surged forward. Jianghu then shouted, "Don't get arrogant just because you're skilled. If you want to deserve the rewards you're receiving, you must surpass your own limits," he bellowed to all the disciples practicing swordsmanship. All the disciples shouted clearly in unison, while above, Myong and Jeek Surin were still watching those training here. Jeek Surin saw this and judged him a good master. Myong replied from behind, "Yes." Because he couldn't save the Yama King's camp and fell in a hardship, the young master stepped in to help and appointed him as an instructor. That man's wife and children are now safe at New Wind Manor. Not just them alone. Myong shared, even the master of Ghost Blood Mountain Manor, Wang Mukiel, once lost his entire family and lived in torment and despair. He had done many jobs before to make ends meet. A child was left alone along with the sect leader. Without the young master, who knows what would have become of him. Jeek Surin listened now with a pensive look. "Seeing what the young master has done, I realize you are deeper than I thought." Sneaky in a respectable way, with a light humorous nod. After hearing Myong, Jeek Surin replied, "You're right. He's truly an unpredictable child." Back at Jeek Legion's fight, he was now swinging his sword to counterattack. He slashed at Chen No, forcing the old man to hurriedly raise his spear to block. He kept taunting the two top masters of the Northern Heaven Supreme family for teaming up. "Have you no shame?" As he spoke, he dodged Dan Wool's deadly blades. Im Chance saw Jeek Legion slipping into a passive position and sneered inwardly. What's the point of pretending to be at ease? Even Chen No alone is more than enough. If he also has to deal with Dan Wool's assassination strike, that'll be exhausting. Meanwhile, Jeek Legion swung his sharp sword with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he wounded Dan Wool, blood from the man's head spattering everywhere and his hood torn. Above, Im Chance still thought he might be able to win another foe. As if he had an eye in the back of his head, his reflexes razor quick. He spun his blade with practiced skill, then parried the strike from Chen No's spear, coming from behind. Im Chance above was still analyzing the fight, as if he knew something beforehand. But if it dragged on, something would inevitably go wrong. Jeek Legion's sword would splinter into pieces after blocking Chen No's 1,000-pound blade. But when that sword broke, Jeek Legion simply pulled out another. He felt annoyed and clicked his tongue. However, Chen No's speed seemed to increase. Jeek Legion's swords kept shattering. sharing the same fate as the others. At this point, Jeek Legion could only let out a long sigh. In this duel, he had used up every sword available and now had no weapon in hand. Yet his demeanor did not falter. Seeing the fight drag on, Chance let slip praise for his outstanding talent. "You're quite something. What's this got to do with you that you'd risk your life? Planning to play the hero?" Hearing that, Jeek Legion retorted, "A hero, me?" Chance answered, not missing a chance to boast. "Exactly. They always preach honor and righteousness. Those hypocrites. Do you know where they all ended up? They all went to their graves. Only I remain here, sitting at the top." Jeek Legion sneered contemptuously and replied, "Soon you'll be pulled down from that seat. I'll bury you alive like them." With that, Jeek Legion's face turned colder and more serious than ever. But upon hearing this, Chance looked at him with narrowed eyes and ordered his men, "At this point you still have a mouth. Cut his tendons and limbs for me." No sooner had he finished than Chun No and Dan Wool charged together. Though wounded, they moved like combat machines, ready to carry out Chance's command. But they didn't know that although Jeek Legion had no sword, he had another weapon far deadlier. He gathered inner power into his palm, looking extremely formidable. Yet just as the two sides faced off head-on, something suddenly hurtled down and sliced between the three of them, as if drawing a dividing line. Chance saw this and widened his eyes in great surprise. Chun No, Dan Wool, and Jeek Legion couldn't hide their astonishment either. At that moment, a sword with a white cloth wrapped around it suddenly plunged into the ground. Jeek Legion looked up toward the tower's peak, where the sword had flown, and saw a silhouette looking down. Jeek Legion's gaze reflected that person. He too was taken aback. The person wore a white cloak, brown hair fluttering in the wind. The person suddenly called out, "About this kid, did you come here alone just to do this?" That person was none other than Jeek Surin. Chance then looked in the direction of Jeek Surin in the distance, where the sword was planted in the ground. Jeek Legion and the other two stared up in shock. Chun No and Dan Wool seemed unable to believe their eyes. Chance was quite surprised by this person's skill. He thought inwardly that the bastard had given no hint of movement at all. With his radiance, though he didn't descend to directly support his son, Jeek Surin would provide tools to assist. As for Jeek Legion, he stood there staring at the sword wrapped in white cloth for a long moment, then asked, "What is the meaning of this sword, father?" Then he looked up at his father and continued, "I thought you had betrayed this battle." Jeek Surin was silent for a moment, then began to speak. "You are grown now and decide your own matters. From now on, that will be your sword." Jeek Legion's eyes widened now, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. "I ask only one thing of you." Jeek Surin's voice echoed from afar. Chun No and Dan Wool glanced at each other, as if plotting something. As for Jeek Surin, he instructed, "When the moment comes to kill, think 3 times. If after thinking all 3 times you still must kill, then kill." Jeek Legion's gaze grew somewhat hazy. Then he lowered his head and silently pondered what his father had said. "What will come must come. This sword needs an owner." Without further thought, Jeek Legion decisively took up the sword, and his inner power quickly spread, wrapping around the blade. With that sword in hand, Jeek Legion's inner skill seemed to increase noticeably. He raised the blade and replied, "I will remember this in my bones." From atop the tower, Jeek Surin's figure had vanished before anyone noticed. On the cracked ground below, only Jeek Legion's feet remained steady, while Chun No's feet were also advancing. Even though it was 2 against 1, Jeek Legion showed no fear. It seemed the sword in Jeek Surin's counsel had given him added strength, and though the other 2 were covered in wounds, they did not relent. The old man narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that compared to earlier, Jeek Legion's momentum was entirely different. Jeek Legion stared at the 2 with a calm so terrifying it was unnerving. But armed with only one weapon, Chun No leapt up at once. Moreover, Dan Wool quickly reinforced the attack. Both seemed to share the thought that victory or defeat would not change. 1. Jeek Legion's expression was supremely confident as he swung his sword. This sword was indeed formidable. With a light stroke, Jeek Legion pushed the 2 back, and not stopping there, he immediately surged forward with a fierce attack. The sharp tip of the sword shot straight toward Dan Wool's eye, filling the man with terror. He immediately withdrew his sword to parry Jeek Legion's strike. He laughed confidently and said, "Indeed, there's a difference. Thanks to that I can finish this duel quickly. Chen No also sent a blade toward Jeek Legion, but regrettably, it was easily parried. That clash pushed him back several meters. At the same time, Dan Wool leapt up to support Chen No. Gripping his sword hilt, he lunged at Jeek Legion with great speed, accompanied by supreme swordsmanship. But even that was insufficient against a master like Jeek Legion. He fought both at once without showing any inferiority. Sitting above, Im Chance continued to watch the duel between the three masters and assess silently. That fellow's skill exceeded expectations and also involved matters related to his old man. If this continues, he immediately ordered, send an urgent report to the chief steward of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Then he casually said to Jeek Legion, looking at you reminds me of my younger days. Hearing that, while parrying Jeek Legion's moves, he replied completely at ease, don't tell me you're talking about your youth here. Im Chance continued, I too was once full of strength and youth like you, but I didn't squander it on pointless things like you. While martial masters slaughtered each other under all sorts of pretenses, I built myself a solid stronghold, which is the Northern Heaven Supreme family today. Jeek Legion blurted out, a solid stronghold? Just cowering away in a place like that. As he said it, he kept an eye on his opponents and countered. Your sense of reality has already rusted away. After that line, Jeek Legion swung a brutal slash that snapped Chen No's polearm shaft in two. Chen No now gripped the haft of his weapon. His face didn't change, but deep in his eyes was pure astonishment. Dan Wool was the same. He couldn't believe that a master like Chen No would have his weapon broken in hand. As for Im Chance, he too was surprised by the scene. At that moment, Jeek Legion spoke coldly. You think no one dares touch you? I'll show you what illusion is, because that strike just caused severe damage to the tower within. From now on, I'll prove it to you. Jeek Legion raised his sword and assumed a finishing stance with a galaxy falling meteor sword technique. From that moment, his gaze sharpened as he pointed the blade at his opponent, executing the first move, meteor falling to earth. Contrasting with Jeek Legion's chaotic fight in the fortress, somewhere else was a scene of serene beauty, flowers and grass bathed in sunlight like a paint. On this place, atop the peak, Jeek Surin was also there. He cast his eyes down toward the capital. Jeek Surin looked down pensively, thinking to himself about the path you were taking. Whether it's the celestial demons who once dominated the Jianghu, or the powerful clans who chose to retire and live peacefully, and even your parents who once shook the martial world, now I understand that the path you walk is completely different from mine. Jeek Surin suddenly closed his eyes in the silent void, a gentle breeze passing through. He was thinking of Jeek Legion. He was still fighting relentlessly. Suddenly from his heart, he opened his eyes and quietly said, my son, one day. Meanwhile, the two had been seriously wounded by Jeek Legion, blood spouting everywhere. Jeek Legion seemed to have defeated the two masters under Im Chance. His expression didn't change, and at the same time, Jeek Surin was still thinking of his son. I don't know whether what you're doing will succeed. The sword in Jeek Legion's hand was still smeared with the other's blood. Under a clear sky and a gentle breeze, Jeek Surin stood there wishing silently. Go the path you yourself have chosen. Back in the fortress, the two men's blood had not yet dried and dripped from the blade to Jeek Legion's sword tip. Chen No had been gravely wounded. Blood flowed from his head and stained the floor. Dan Wool was no better. He lay gasping in a pool of blood. Now they lay strewn at Jeek Legion's feet. He gripped the sword given by Jeek Surin and cast a challenging look at Im Chance. His eyes cold, he leveled the sword and said, so have you decided to take action now? Im Chance's expression seemed unmoved. He quietly ordered items to be brought forward. Im Chance glared down and snarled, I'll deal with a brat like you personally. Just then the steward clasped his hands and reported, Master, the message was sent. Soon the Grand Heaven Assembly will arrive. The Grand Heaven Assembly is the elite unit of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. But no sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly fell, blood spraying everywhere. The attendants standing there were horrified at the sight. The followers' faces froze. They dared not make a sound. The steward of the Northern Heaven Supreme family had been decapitated and was slowly collapsing. It turned out Im Chance was the one who dealt with him, and astonishingly he did it with his bare hands. Jeek Legion still stood there waiting for him to act. Im Chance looked at the corpse and said, "Please wait until then. You told me not to show myself, and look how that turned out." He rose and spat, one useless man after another, a young brat daring to force the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family to act in person. As he spoke, he stepped down the stairs, a powerful aura radiating from him that made onlookers feel small. When Im Chance reached Chen No, the old man looked up at his master and croaked, "Master, please forgive me." But before Chen No finished the plea, Im Chance crushed his head with a single stomp without mercy. With the sword still in hand, he swung hard, and with that stroke Dan Wool followed Chen No, cleaving him in two, so he died in agony. After dealing with the two subordinates, he said coldly, "Letting an enemy live is foolish." Jeek Legion closed his eyes and murmured the lines Jeek Surin had told him before, thinking about killing someone only after considering it 3 times. Without hesitation, Im Chance lunged and said, "You have underestimated me too much." As he swung his sword to attack, Jeek Legion counterattacked simultaneously. He said decisively, "I've made my decision." The 2 strikes met like an earthquake, shaking the area. Unfazed, he called out, "This battle will be interesting. Let's both give it our all." Facing Im Chance, Jeek Legion remained confident, his eyes lighting up, while Im Chance launched an impeccably precise strike aimed to kill Jeek Legion. He managed to dodge in time and counterattacked wildly. But true to his reputation as head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Im Chance repelled Jeek Legion's counter, forcing him to retreat a considerable distance. Facing someone of Im Chance caliber made the duel meaningful, and Im Chance began, "I will give you time to atone." Hearing that, Jeek Legion frowned and retorted angrily, "Your tone makes it sound like you hold my life in your hands. It's really annoying." With that, he immediately spread his legs wide. "I'll tear that mouth to shreds." Im Chance gripped his sword hilt and shouted, "The Heavenly King blade form." From his blade issues an overwhelmingly strong aura. Then suddenly he vanished, leaving only a crack in the ground. First technique, Blackest Blade. He leapt down and swung the blade directly at Jeek Legion, forcing him to defend. At present, the inner force of both sides was balanced. Jeek Legion and Im Chance dueled with earth-shattering intensity. Though the fortress was beginning to collapse, Jeek Legion's expression remained remarkably calm, while Im Chance's subordinates panicked and shouted in despair, "It's collapsing, move quickly out of the way." But it was too late. The fortress couldn't withstand the shock and collapsed. Those inside perished one after another. Sand and dust billowed everywhere, mingling with smoke in the air. Amid the smoke and wreckage, only the silhouettes of Jeek Legion and Im Chance remained. Neither would yield. They had fought until dusk. The reddened sun was sinking, casting its last rays over the ruined fortress and the two of them. After it was over, Jeek Legion demanded, "Don't you care about the lives of your subordinates?" He retorted as he swung his sword at Jeek Legion with tremendous force. "Those lowly lackeys can be found anytime." He attacked like a frenzied beast, hacking relentlessly at his opponent. But Jeek Legion was no pushover. His reflexes and keen senses let him parry those deadly blows. Then, on the counter, he sneered, "You're truly repulsive." Im Chance, though he blocked Jeek Legion's slash, couldn't help but be surprised by the sheer power behind it. And then Jeek Legion immediately knocked Im Chance's sword hilt aside, wounding his right wrist. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, and he cursed inwardly, "Bastard, my elbow's bleeding." Seizing his momentary lapse, Jeek Legion launched a powerful punch. "First, I slaughtered the innocent Jiang family. My terrible strength sent him flying through the fortress. On the other side, the survivors of the fight remained in a state of panic and terror. Facing the rubble, Jeek Legion declared, 'You deserve to die.' But Im Chance was unharmed and lunged out at great speed. 'You're far too complacent.' He swung his sword in rapid succession, but sadly every strike was dodged by Jeek Legion. Jeek Legion laughed scornfully. 'Complacent? When was the last time you risked your life in a fight?' Im Chance raised his sword and replied, 'You're right. The last time I personally killed someone was long ago.' Jeek Legion countered while striking back. 'You can tell in just a few moves.' Hearing that, he spat, 'You fool. Rely on your strength all you like. When the Grand Heaven Assembly arrives, everything will be over. I'll show you what true power is." Meanwhile, under the crimson sun, a group of riders was rapidly approaching from the distance. Wherever the horses passed, dust churned in their wake. Those riders were none other than the Grand Heaven Assembly coming to reinforce their master. On this side, the battle was not over. Chance shouted, "Whatever you do, you can't beat us." He smiled smugly. Jeek Legion replied coldly, "Oh, really? But the entire Grand Heaven Assembly changes things, doesn't it?" As the Grand Heaven Assembly rode to reinforce, they suddenly spotted something. In front of them stood the people of New Wind Manor. Leading that force were Jianghu and Myong. Jeek Legion's troops stood there with sharp gazes. After scanning the enemy formation, Jianghu estimated their number at about 50. Myong narrowed his eyes, thinking the young master was right. Tensions between the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Southern Peak Alliance had reached a peak after their previous clash. If the entire Grand Heaven Assembly acted, it would provoke the Southern Peak Alliance, so only a portion could be summoned. Had he planned all this, from the Southern Peak Alliance to keeping the Grand Heaven Assembly pinned here? Thinking that, he drew his sword and said, "If so, no one can fight better first than New Wind Manor." Right now, both armies charged straight at each other. Back to the duel between the two masters, Chance leapt up and blurted, "Nimni, do you think you can plot everything?" At the same time, Jeek Legion raised his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed across Chance's belly, inflicting a grave wound. Even he himself was quite surprised at how fast Jeek Legion struck. Chance now clutched his belly and collapsed to his knees before Jeek Legion, saying, "The tendons in my leg are the price to pay for the crime you ordered in my Ungso to commit in murdering the innocent. This crime deserves death. Now only a few of your subordinates remain." Beside him were 3 close followers, but sadly, even combined, they weren't enough to scratch Jeek Legion. Chance heard this and ordered, "Kill him quickly." The 3 leapt up at the command. As those 3 jumped up to attack Jeek Legion, dozens more suddenly surged out, looking from above like a swarming ant colony that had found prey. On New Wind Manor's side, the battle went extremely smoothly. Myong at that moment was beheading one of them. Jianghu was no less impressive. He used his sword to pierce another man's skull. Fresh blood spattered everywhere, and the horses were thrown into panic. Before long, the Grand Heaven Assembly was utterly defeated. As for Chance, his gaze had gone pale and faded, and his subordinates had been easily routed by Jeek Legion. Jeek Legion said calmly, "It's just you left." There, after witnessing Jeek Legion's power, Chance fell into thought. This feeling had not come for a long time. Since the great struggle to build the Northern Heaven Supreme family, I used every trick, from compromise to agreement, from threats to ambushes. I stood so close to death countless times, too many to count. Facing Jeek Legion, he reflected on the past. So the result of those 20 years, is my end really this ordinary? Then suddenly he spoke. "Who exactly are you?" Jeek Legion did not hesitate to answer. The air of drifting clouds and flowing water, the young master of New Wind Manor, champion of the Heavenly Dragon Tournament, a wanderer through every alley of the Jianghu, and many other titles. But before he could finish him, Chance cut in. "You bore me." In his mind, he had expected a dog, but found a tiger. It turned out to be a jade-playing azure dragon. How delightful and slightly alarming. But even if it meant facing a dragon, he would choose to confront it. His hand gripped the blazing sword tightly, showing determination to annihilate Jeek Legion. Chance gritted out, "Fine, so what if you're a tiger? So what if you're an azure dragon?" My gaze goes pale. Chance will never die alone. His internal power surged, and he took up his stance to fight. On the hilltop, thin leaves fluttered in the breeze. Beneath the tree, Jeek Surin was talking with Yusilha. A line she had once said, "I always remember it. Jeek Legion inherited my bloodline and is tormented by a destructive desire." She leaned against the trunk and replied, "That's also the bloodline of my clan." Jeek Surin answered slowly, "I don't think so. She is a good person." Hearing those words from her husband, Yusilha felt a bit warmed inside. Jeek Surin continued, "Even if that's true, she's not someone who'll be ruled by those things. So for now on, I'll watch over my son and her." His gaze showed determination and faith in his son. Might he become a chivalrous hero of the realm? Yusilha thought likewise and added, or perhaps a famed overlord of the world. Returning to the still ongoing battle, Jeek Legion held his sword in one hand with spirit energy radiating fiercely, the other hand brimming with potent inner power. In that life-or-death instant, neither cared about death, and they charged each other head-on. He suddenly screamed, his eyes gone pale and blank. Jeek Legion remained eerily calm. Jeek Surin's voice rang out. The boy will make his own choice. Immediately after, Jeek Legion and Im Chance lunged at each other. Jeek Legion suddenly stopped, exhaling a heavy breath. Enough of this. Hearing that, Im Chance flinched slightly, but kept his eyes fixed on Jeek Legion. At that moment, he sprang forward without hesitation, swinging his sword. 3 hesitations would have made no difference anyway. Jeek Legion's blade pressed close to Im Chance's face. He thought to himself, yes, whether you say it 3 times or whatever, in the end you just want my blood spilled. In that instant, Im Chance became like a whirlwind, crazily charging to attack. Seeing this, Jeek Legion raised his hand, and a streak of light suddenly flared in his palm. He then unleashed a palm strike into Im Chance's abdomen, and a beam of light immediately flashed, engulfing Im Chance's body. At the unexpected sight, Im Chance's face twitched. My Dantian! Jeek Legion looked up at him with icy eyes. Seizing the moment, he quickly slashed toward Im Chance. After a while, his body collapsed amid the witness of many. Jeek Legion lifted his eyes to Im Chance, his expression cold and unshaken. His sharp gaze bore into him as his cold voice rang out. How does it feel to become someone stripped of power? Im Chance raised his head to stare into Jeek Legion's eyes. Do you intend to lecture me before you kill me? He suddenly demanded. You massacred Ihan Jiang and Cha Tan, killed all those imprisoned in those secret dungeons, didn't you? In 20 years, how many have you slain? At that, Jeek Legion's voice turned low. Truly, you've done far too many murderous deeds. He looked at Im Chance again with hollow eyes. But I will not kill you. Your fate will be handed over to the Path Alliance to deal with. I've heard 1,000 times that justice in the Jianghu must be upheld by the collective strength. I'll try that approach once. Im Chance said nothing. Inwardly he cursed. Foolish. You'll soon regret trying to take my life. At the same time, a trembling hand, Go-One's, touched the sword. The group slowly approached Im Chance, voicing their grievances. Were all the secret dungeons not dead? We were tortured and couldn't even die when we wanted to. Everything you bought with money to decorate yourself, you will pay for. Hearing this, he turned angrily. How dare common scum like you speak? Im Chance roared inwardly. If I had my limbs, I'd have beaten you to death already. Thinking that, he spun around and demanded, You said you'd hand me over to the Path Alliance, did you not? Then Im Chance shouted, Protect me from them. His desperate roar sounded for the last time. As a murderous figure closed in, Stop that wench quickly. After a moment of silence, Jeek Legion spoke slowly. I said I would hand you over for Jianghu justice, but their choice is justice here as well. As soon as the words fell, a woman unhesitatingly plunged her sword into Im Chance's throat. He fell silent for a moment. In a weak voice he croaked, You think you can do this and walk away alive? At that very moment, the ground beneath began to crack, and the women started to panic. Each wore a look of horror, their voices dropping as they pleaded that if they obeyed, their families would be spared. At the same time, blades struck down in succession and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. In his final moments, Im Chance still begged them to stop. I did everything you told me to do. Why kill me? He pleaded. After a while, Im Chance's body lay collapsed, drenched in blood. At that moment, Jeek Legion closed his eyes, his voice cold and emotionless. Even in your grave, may you regret your sins for all eternity. Elsewhere, flocks of birds circled the bruised blue sky. Jeek Surin stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the distance. Jeek Surin kept staring at a single point. In that instant, he unconsciously thought of Jeek Legion. When you first stepped into the Jianghu, you were still a clueless child. Time passed quickly. Jeek Surin's gaze rested on the tranquil lake, not a ripple in sight, and he slowly closed his eyes, seeming to savor the breeze. After a while, Jeek Surin spoke in a low voice. So you've returned? Jeek Legion bowed his head slightly and answered in a terrifyingly calm tone. Yes, Chance is dead. Jeek Surin nodded lightly, not a trace of joy. Good. His gaze sharpened with a cold question. Dead, not killed, right? Jeek Surin's voice lowered with caution. Now that their lord has fallen, Northern Heaven Supreme family won't stay silent. Jeek Legion replied calmly, his eyes resolute. That doesn't matter, but his plan to clear Lord Zhang failed. Hearing this, Jeek Surin reassured him. The Path Alliance will handle that. Don't worry. During the day, I gave the Path Alliance the evidence of that old man's crimes. They can't stand by now. I heard some victims mentioned in the letter were even missing Path Alliance members. Jeek Legion's face showed a brief surprise, and he hesitated before saying, surprising that the Path Alliance steps in. Jeek Surin said coldly, they're part of the Jianghu too. Seeing that, Jeek Legion's eyes dropped slightly. Then suddenly he asked seriously, by the way, do you regret it? Jeek Surin felt a little unsettled. Regret what? Jeek Legion curled a cold smile. About giving the gentleman sword to your son. Jeek Surin slowly turned to look at him and gave a faint smile. Finally, Jeek Surin reminded him, use it well, so I won't regret entrusting it to you. The scene shifted to the next morning, the sun hanging high on the summit, its rays quickly sweeping across the city walls. Only Jeek Legion's hair fluttered gently in the breeze. At the same time, the Myong group quickly pressed their hands to their chests in salute. Jeek Legion's foot turned lightly on the ground, and the disciples immediately put their hands to their chests out of habit. They all shouted the greeting to their sect master in unison. He spoke in a mild tone, but couldn't hide his serious evaluation. Yesterday was everyone's first real combat, and you all did very well. But to be blunt, from now on you'll continuously face life-or-death battles. A disciple whispered, I have a bad feeling. The one beside him replied, nonchalantly, but as long as it's this person, I don't mind. Suddenly Jeek Legion's tone changed. Anyone who wants to leave may leave now. No hesitation, no guilt required. But for those who stay, I promise only one thing. I will never treat you as sacrifices. I will keep this vow. So do you vow to join me in taking this Jianghu? Those words kindled passion in every heart, and the reply rang out loudly and without hesitation. Yes, we follow the sect master. At the same time, Jeek Surin quietly observed everything. Noticing Yu Sealha pressed close against him, she smiled faintly, her eyes warm and filled with deep pride. I feel I've truly raised our son well, and I've cleared the knot between us. Jeek Surin bowed his head low, his voice warm with sincere regret. Sorry for letting you suffer all this time. Yu Sealha suddenly proposed. Now that worry over Jeek Legion is eased, why don't we leave together? Just the two of us roaming the Jianghu. He changed expression, his gaze very serious. Before that, I want to take Jeek Legion somewhere. She immediately raised her voice. Where will you take him? Jeek Surin's words echoed softly. I don't know how he'll react. Yu Jinshin's face gradually began to be revealed. But we must visit Lord Yuk's residence. As soon as the words ended, Yu Sealha's expression changed. Jeek Surin once again pulled a wry face, hesitating as he began. I should have come to pay my respects sooner. I feel guilty. If it were just to greet your parents, that'd be one thing. But your father, they probably won't welcome me. But he must still be waiting for you. Yu Sealha's eyes narrowed slightly. She warned him anxiously that could put you in danger. Jeek Surin replied curtly, his gaze steady and unwavering. I know, but thinking about the future of all this. Yu Sealha's face hardened. She lowered her voice. So you're worried you'll clash with your father. After a brief hesitation, Yu Sealha agreed without reluctance. All right, let's go to the Heavenly Demon Palace. Having said that, she leaned back and rested against him. The scene shifted to a bustling street. At a small stall, a curious man asked, have you read the Path Alliance bulletin yet? The other nodded. Quickly, of course I have. That righteous sword being exonerated is good. But more than anything, I wish they'd reveal the truth about the death of him family head. Then we'd be satisfied. They heard that the righteous faction had a hidden master who couldn't stand it any longer and stepped in. The man sighed in frustration. Rumors like that aren't new. Some say the Southern Peak Alliance sent assassins. Others blame the Tianlong champion or even an inside job. After saying that, he couldn't help feeling a bit worried. Could the Northern Heaven Supreme family really be wiped out like this? Surely not. Silence stretched. The others seemed anxious. If the I'm family head were still alive, this would be a celebrated achievement for the martial world. But what now? If the I'm family head were still alive, this would be a celebrated achievement for the martial world. But what now? At that moment, the great eagle suddenly lifted off and shot up into the air. The scene cut to the Northern Heaven Supreme family's main hall. Imhagi was staring toward the window, his hand gripping the scrap of paper so tightly his body trembled. Imhagi frowned, his voice cold, and even as he said the family had left to bear the burden like that. Elsewhere at the Southern Peak Alliance headquarters, people kept debating. One man cleared his throat to speak. Master Tien, even Daniel's whereabouts are unknown. It's like the house is burning. This is a golden chance to wipe out the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Another cut in. We still don't know which power got involved. Isn't that right? Just then, Yang In-young's voice grew solemn as he ordered, "We must be cautious." His command decisive. The murderous intent in the room rose immediately. Summon the White Tiger unit. The scene then moved to the main prison of the Flying Swallowtail. Fresh blood suddenly splattered against the wall. At the same time, the Flying Swallowtail's guild master strolled casually past the pool of blood. Amid thousands of pitiful cries, she maintained an expression of indifference. A subordinate looked up, his voice hoarse from tension. "Guild master, it's almost time." She replied coldly, "Proceed." The Flying Swallowtail's guild master lifted her eyes to the void, whispering that she was getting bored. Just then some interesting news arrived. In that instant, 3 guild masters of the Flying Swallowtail, Imhagi and Yang In-young, issued a joint order to head to Wuhan. After a while, the sky turned pale orange. At that moment, Niang Li Sang sneered. "So those women who killed him chance, I've heard Jeek Legion even let them hide. Like father, like son. So Jeek Legion really does know how to protect the weak. Are you listening to me, my lord?" Meanwhile, Yang Huayang stared at a point, her face chillingly cold. Before Yang Huayang was a sky the color of orange, as if stained with fresh blood. She suddenly said, "Soon, the world will tremble." On this side, all one could see were rows of hanging lanterns. Inside the room, the man shouted in anger, "You wiped out innocent Han Jiang just to trap the righteous sword sect master?" The other person panicked and asked, "Who on earth are you?" The man coldly finished him off. "I have no name to give to villains." At that moment, hundreds of people kept cheering under the stands. Watching the scene, Zhang Cherian was nearly stunned. A performance like this must have a sponsor, right? The truth of her father's innocence will spread faster now. She tilted her head toward the crowd, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Things like this require only one person to act. Jeek Legion's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "I thought so too. Compared to before, the play seems better, doesn't it?" The performance troupe posted guards so the Northern Heaven Supreme family couldn't interfere. Zhang Cherian hesitated. "I see, many thanks." Jeek Legion looked at her curiously. "Is Zhang not coming along today?" She replied honestly, "She's become close to Su Ruyan and hardly seeks me out now. My father said he tried to teach her martial arts." Jeek Legion nodded slightly, his voice lowering as a thoughtful look flashed across his face. "Martial teachings, huh? That's interesting." She watched quietly, her gaze softening as if memorizing every familiar expression, face, word, and manner, just like always. But whenever hands are stained with blood like this, I feel brother's mood sink. Now, for some reason I sense it clearly. After a while, Zhang Cherian suddenly exclaimed, "This!" She hurried toward the stall and waved. "Let's try this too. I heard if you write a wish and release a sky lantern, it will come true." Jeek Legion looked a bit surprised, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Cherian. "A wish?" The stall owner smiled softly. "2 taels." She forced a smile. "Too expensive. Just write the wish here then." Later, a stream of lanterns was released into the sky. Zhang Cherian's eyes followed a lantern. She asked curiously, "What did you write?" Jeek Legion chuckled softly, "Telling you would spoil the fun, and you weren't going to tell me anyway." Zhang Cherian answered shyly, "Well, fair enough." Just then, he suddenly spoke, his voice unusually warm. "Thank you for still caring about me too." She was nearly struck dumb for a moment. At that instant, The man stammered. What? Could she have seen that? A woman snickered. 2 taels well spent. Trying it is fun enough. Zhang Qian looked up at the lantern, murmuring to herself that wishes at least are harmless. Hundreds of lanterns rose into the air. Zhang Qian's eyes brightened and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. At the same time, Jeek Legion watched Zhang Qian's face in bewilderment. Then he hurriedly turned in a direction. In that instant, their hands trembled slightly. Jeek Legion hesitated, but reached out toward her. Just then his eyes flew wide open. Jeek Legion spun around and snatched at an object, only to find a streak of liquid running down his hand. Seeing that, Zhang Qian couldn't help feeling a little unsettled. Water. Jeek Legion's gaze quickly followed the streak of light in the sky. He barely moved his lips. Zhang Qian, earlier you said Zhang needed to buy tonic herbs, right? To stand and watch here for a bit. Having said that, Jeek Legion suddenly lunged forward. Suddenly spear tips flashed toward him. Jeek Legion hurriedly leaned back, and he quickly avoided the killing blow. The assassins closed in around Jeek Legion again. They lunged as one with sharp spear points. He swiftly drew his sword from its sheath. Jeek Legion immediately spun to the rear and dashed off. The assassins froze. Each had a slash mark across their garments. He nonchalantly crouched down into the cold water. Then suddenly the assassins resumed, moving toward the lanterns. They lifted their heels lightly and pivoted. Meanwhile, Jeek Legion stood motionless, lowering his voice, his tone carrying authority, his aura anything but ordinary. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, his footsteps calmly moving through the air. The newcomer was none other than Xiaochen. The instant he saw him, Jeek Legion coldly demanded, "Why have you called me here?" Xiaochen gently snapped his fingers and huffed softly. Xiaochen tilted his head and looked straight into his eyes. "I'm curious about your prowess." At that, Jeek Legion narrowed his eyes at Xiaochen, a murderous aura suddenly emanating from him, his gaze sweeping over Jeek Legion. "I've heard you roam about, boasting of dominating the world, but those who dare to strike down him chance don't seem like rash braggarts. So what is it you want?" Faced with the sudden question, he fell silent, his eyes still icy. After a moment, Jeek Legion made no attempt to dodge. He stood straight amid the killing intent, his voice ringing like a proclamation. "I will unite the Jianghu." He stared into Xiaochen's eyes and declared he would build a better Jianghu. "Who are you to know about me?" The corner of Xiaochen's mouth curled in sarcasm. "A better Jianghu, huh?" He didn't expect to hear those words from Yusilha's offspring. Jeek Legion paused for a very brief moment, the child shrinking back. Could it be that he was? In another scene, cherry blossoms fluttered across the clear sky. At the same time, Yusilha squinted and looked into the distance, her face emanating a cold, authoritative bearing. In that instant, Yusilha unconsciously recalled Thursday Lon's voice as he solemnly said, "But before that, I need to take Jeek Legion somewhere." Thursday Lon declared without hesitation that they must go see Masternak Fu. Back in the present, Yusilha silently guessed her father would certainly not welcome Jeek Legion. It was an inevitability they'd have to face. Just then, a small sound rang out, drawing her attention. Yusilha didn't hesitate and turned swiftly around. The moment he saw her, Xiaochen smiled faintly. "It's been 20 years, hasn't it?" he said to Yu Xiaochen, junior leader of the Tianma sect. He slowly spoke. "Today's matter is to confront you." Immediately after, she joyfully rushed towards Xiaochen. "Big brother, back when I was selling fruit, you stopped by a few times to look around and then left." His voice softened, his gaze lingering as if seeing an old image, his words low. "So you've known all along. Seeing you happy puts my mind at ease, and I get to watch your child grow up with my own eyes. You must know, I've been receiving reports about your child for a long time. When I heard that Chance had died, I worried that the child would follow his father's path, but upon meeting him in person, I found he's nothing like his father." Yusilha smiled softly and teased. "If you compare, he resembles Big Brother more than my father, but for the junior leader to abandon his post isn't easy. Yet you came all the way here." Xiaochen, as if prepared with an answer, spoke slowly but clearly, partly saying it was to visit you, but in truth, it was to stage a display for the Supreme Demon Empress. Yusilha frowned slightly, surprise showing in her eyes. Father still clings to that dream after all this time. He nodded lightly, his voice dropping as if predicting disaster. Yes, it may be mere worry, but if my guess is right, the Jianghu will once again erupt in bloody storms. Your life would hardly be safe either. The only thing that can stop my father is the supreme demon empress. The scene shifted to a manor house, an old building veiled in eerie smoke. Inside, discussions buzzed loudly. Word had it the Lord was attacked right at his headquarters. Someone asked curiously. The fighters present were either dead or had fled. Another quickly guessed they ran for fear of being blamed for failing to protect their lord. A third sighed. Even the remaining servants' statements didn't match up. What a mess. Imhagi's gaze swept the great hall, his voice ringing with authority. Today our family invited the elders of the clan not to investigate the cause of the Lord's death, but to urgently stabilize the situation and appoint the successor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Sawu Pei slammed the table in anger. Young Master him, before clarifying anything, it's premature to discuss choosing a new head. He exhaled softly, his voice betraying undisguised helplessness. Unfortunately, uncovering the truth isn't easy. Most witnesses are terrified, their testimonies unclear. Some even fabricated claims that the lady herself harmed the Lord, a situation outsiders are waiting to exploit against the Lam family. One man tilted his head, suspicion flashing in his eyes. He'd heard New Wind Manor's Lord Jeek Legion was summoned that day. Could it be him? The man beside him cut in angrily. Do you think that makes sense? His martial skill may be outstanding, but in the end he's just a reckless brat. Someone like that? At that moment, a lazy voice echoed through the hall and cut the discussion short. Seems you're all talking about me, huh? Many people snapped around in surprise. Some stammered in disbelief. You are. He strolled into the light, his eyes cold as he scanned the room, his voice decisive. Jeek Legion, your Azure Heaven sect. Imhagi questioned sourly. Jeek Legion, do you know where this is to barge in like that? Legion smirked coldly. New Wind Manor. I've renamed it Azure Heaven sect. By the way, I came to announce that news, and to make clear the truth about I'm Chant's death. He continued to watch him closely, his gaze unwavering. Then Legion loudly accused. Chant's committed unforgivable acts as a human being. He spoke with fury, stressing each word. He tortured and killed countless people because they wouldn't submit or simply because he wanted to seize women. Wukai leapt up, mouth agape, shouting, You have the gall. Do you know where you are? Daring to say that? Before the words finished, Jeek Legion coldly said, Shut your mouth. He turned and stared at Wukai with an icy gaze. This was no request. Seeing this, Wukai fell silent, afraid to resist. He couldn't help feeling a bit flustered. Who exactly are you? At the same time, Imhagi asked sternly. So are you now claiming that you alone caused all of this? Wukai hesitated and spoke. That name, could it be that someone else interfered? That's completely impossible. He was in utter confusion. Then who is it really? At that moment, the man suddenly laughed, doffed his hat, and bluntly admitted, It was I who killed him. Niang Li sang. When he finished speaking, the old man swept his gaze coldly across everyone in the room. Many gasped, their faces drained. Wukai muttered, Impossible, while the man beside him mouthed, I can't believe it. Then suddenly he shouted, Senior White Thunder Sword Niang Li sang vanished long ago. He left the Jianghu over 20 years ago. Where would someone dare pull such a trick? At that instant, a sacred dragon unexpectedly appeared right before them. At the terrifying sight, everyone stood frozen in stunned silence. Light slowly illuminated Imhagi's face. He seemed nearly dazed. At the same time, Niang Li Sang swiftly raised his sword into the air. The group glanced up at the ceiling. One of them murmured, Look, there's an image of a dragon on the ceiling. It's definitely White Thunder, Sword Niang Li sang. Without a word, they all clasped their hands to their chests in unison. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit to show respect. We pay homage to Senior White Thunder, Sword Niang Li sang. After a brief silence, the old man slowly spoke. What young hero Jeek said is true. I punished him in my capacity as the protector of Azure Heaven Sect. Hearing this, Imhagi narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, White Thunder Sword is a protector of a sect, is he? Moreover, not the supreme protector, but the right protector. Could it be? Does that sect have an even more formidable figure? At that moment, Jeek Legion suddenly spoke. Everyone, listen carefully. I came today to offer you all an opportunity. Although our sect executed the villain Imchance, we have no intention of forcibly seizing the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The crowd fell silent, not daring to object. Inwardly, they snorted in contempt. What arrogant words. Jeek Legion swept his eyes over them and growled. Those who wish to leave the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Azure Heaven sect, will welcome you. No need to fear the power of the Northern Heaven Supreme family any longer. We will reconvene the conference in a few days. For now, I take my leave. The scene shifted to night. Imhagi slowly lifted a cup of wine. Under the dim moonlight, his figure appeared hazy and dreamlike. Imhagi wore a thoughtful expression. Because of him, Jeek Legion had thrown the assembly into chaos. Now people were surely weighing which side to join. Just then he suddenly said, It seems you no longer bother to hide your aura. Jeek Legion stood calmly by the window, watching Imhagi. He stepped closer and admitted, I once met your grandfather in this very room. I came then to shoot peach coins to extend my life. He guessed without hesitation. Your grandfather must have refused, so he died. Jeek Legion tilted his head, his voice flat, as if shrugging off responsibility. Unfortunately, I didn't kill that man. He made enemies everywhere. Even if it wasn't me, there were plenty of others who wanted him dead. Then suddenly he called a name without hesitation. Imhagi. Jeek Legion strode toward him and sat in the chair. Well, what do you think? Do you think you're different from your grandfather? Imhagi answered bluntly. Of course. He was silently screaming inside. I won't be as foolish as that old man. If you want to use my life as bargaining chip, I'll accept, at least for now. Imhagi looked him straight in the eye and curled his lip in a mocking sneer. So, you're here to sell me longevity peaches too? Jeek Legion didn't hesitate and calmly denied it. No. At that, Imhagi flinched slightly, his gaze trembling for a moment. Then he declared in a steady voice, I won't sell you any longevity peaches. Receiving Jeek Legion's answer, Imhagi pressed his lips together and suddenly let out a weird, chortling laugh. Imhagi lifted his head and stared into his eyes. Unsurprisingly, the man's nature hadn't changed. A faint, disappointed smile tugged at his lips. But you plan to kill me right here? Jeek Legion spoke slowly, his expression calmer than before. If this were a few days ago, maybe, but I've changed my approach now. Hearing that, Imhagi tilted his head and snorted coldly. You merciful? If that's true, what a surprise. Just then Jeek cut in coldly and loudly warned, Don't follow your ancestors' path anymore. I only came to tell you that. He looked at Jeek in bewilderment. Is that a warning? No sooner had the words fallen than the figure vanished. Before Imhagi stretched an endless void. Seeing this, he chuckled softly. What a ridiculous fellow. The scene cut to the next morning, sunlight pouring straight onto the fortress. And at the same time, soldiers trained like mad under the blazing sun. In that moment, Jeek Legion and Niang Li Sang watched silently from above. The commander shouted, Put your heart into every move. The old man couldn't help but remark that the number of martial artists was growing. He said matter-of-factly, still a long way to go. Having said that, Jeek Legion turned to Niang Li Sang and smirked. How's it looking? Niang Li Sang frowned, but didn't forget to ask. You mean them? Their momentum is strong, their footwork neat, commendable indeed. He frowned slightly, eyes sharp, his tone laced with displeasure and teasing. You know, I wasn't asking that. Yet you dodge. Yesterday you seemed quite pleased. Niang Li Sang sighed in helplessness. I thought once I hit 70, I'd let go of worldly affairs a bit. But after so long getting to breathe the open air again, it's oddly enjoyable in its own way. Jeek Legion mused for a moment, then lowered his voice. With your help, it's much easier for me to maneuver. Besides, perhaps many will turn to us out of faith in you. Hearing that, Niang Li Sang's eyes flickered with emotion, and he replied gravely, offering speculation. I heard the junior leader of the demonic cult came by. There must be something to do with the celestial demon. He answered cautiously, It's only conjecture on my part. I fear more storms and upheavals may arise. I don't wish to help anyone dominate the world. But in these times, Niang Li Sang suddenly frowned, emphasizing each word. Perhaps a sect like Sawu Pei needs to step up. Jeek Legion looked up into the distance and spoke in a low voice. I understand. Now that Sawu Pei's existence is exposed to the world, that monster will be even busier. On this side, the ugly bastard diligently penned letters. He suddenly jumped at his own hand. The ugly bastard glared down at the towering stack of papers. Damn it! Why is there so much to do? He frowned slightly, his mouth twitching as if he'd crossed a river of no return. One wrong choice, and look where he was. Recalling a few days earlier, Jeek Legion casually asked, You monster, how's your therapeutic cultivation going? It's nothing major. Just gather each of your subordinates who used to swindle with you and form an intelligence squad. They're seasoned tricksters, skilled in disguises. They'll become an information syndicate second only to the Tsai Bang and House Sect. The ugly bastard blinked at him. Is that an insult or a compliment? A few days later, Jeek Legion proposed again. Do you want to try handling the troop affairs? The old man hesitated, replying that would be difficult. Seeing this, he tilted his head and looked at the old man with bright eyes. Don't be so heavy-hearted. Take it easy. It's only temporary, just temporary. Back in reality, Jeek Legion coolly laid out the plan, appointing the ugly bastard as the official strategist. With some staff and even grammar, it really began to take the shape of a sect. Niang Li Sang snorted coldly. You think everything will go your way? He suddenly changed his tone. I mean the plan to take over part of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. We must make it happen. We only need the essence, the core. While everyone else watches the Northern Heaven Supreme family, we strike first. Only when night fell did the sky unleash a torrential downpour. And at that moment, Imhagi appeared with a hollow look on his face. He stared blankly out the window. In that instant, Imhagi subconsciously recalled Jeek Legion's warning. Shut your mouth. Don't tread your grandfather's path anymore. Thinking of that, he clenched his brow. Compare me to that old man? I'm not going to die that easily. I will outlive anyone in the Northern Heaven Supreme family. In the pouring rain, two figures moved slowly along. The guards wore annoyed expressions. Really, it's just a bit of rain and they have to patrol all night. The companion reminded them that, after all, the attackers were aiming for the young master's last lifeline. At that moment, a sword suddenly pierced through one guard's head. Their heads immediately fell straight into the cold water. The assassins coldly regarded the two bodies, still warm to the touch. And Mac Wise's eyes suddenly flashed a blue light. He turned and ordered, I'll go to the young master's residence myself. You just monitor the surroundings and signal immediately if anything happens. The two responded in unison. Mac Wise declared coldly that today would be the day the young master's life ended. At the same time, Imhagi calmly poured tea into a cup. He slowly savored the aroma from the cup, his gaze fixed on the rain. Imhagi asked loudly, Why is it so unusually quiet tonight? Have sentries been posted in the corridors? The group answered in unison, Yes. Not even a mouse can slip through. Please rest assured. Meanwhile, Mac Wise moved slowly inward. Behind him trailed a string of corpses. Inside, Imhagi strolled forward at an unhurried pace. He stepped closer to the door, his voice low as the rain grew heavier. At the same time, Mac Wise tightened his grip on the sword hilt, eyes strained toward the door. There was only one chance. Kill cleanly in a flash and withdraw. With that thought, he didn't hesitate and flung the door wide open. However, before Mac Wise lay an empty room, he couldn't help feeling a little bewildered. This is the young master's chamber. In an instant, Mac Wise spun and slew his subordinate with a stroke of his sword. He grit his teeth. Damn it, we've been spotted. At that moment, dozens of spear tips lunged straight at Mac Wise. From above, a metal cage fell straight down onto him. Mac Wise glanced around furiously. A trap. So they were only bait. With that, he angrily swung his sword at the cage. Trash! I'll crush you. The blade shattered into small shards of metal. Just then a familiar voice sounded from behind. Don't waste your strength. No sooner had the words finished than footsteps echoed. Mac Wise tensely turned, his gaze fixed on the toes below. Imhagi sneered. Anyone bold enough to sneak in and try to kill me isn't ordinary. so I prepared a custom armored cage just for you. Manhwa, White Tiger Lord of the Southern Peak Alliance, hadn't expected such a big rat to stick its head into a trap like this. I've heard you're a subordinate whom the Southern Peaks allied lords hold in high regard. I wonder how much that mangy life of yours is worth on the market. A sound rang out. Imhagi glanced down. Inside the iron cage, Manhwa's body gave a slight reaction. Suddenly a cold wind issued forth, filling the room. Immediately after, a dense chill enveloped the group around Imhagi. Seeing it, he covered his mouth with his hand to stifle a dry cough. Sensing the emergency, a subordinate hurriedly warned, "Young master may be poisoned. You must withdraw first." He screamed out, "What about that man?" Taken aback by the sudden scene, Manhwa was stunned. What on earth was happening? The subordinate tried to reassure him. "Stay calm. As long as he's inside that armor, he can't get out." He inwardly wondered, is it truly impossible to break free? At that moment, a spear tip suddenly lunged straight toward Manhwa. He parted his lips and tried to gasp for breath. Manhwa's eyes locked onto the hands gripping the spear. His eyes went wide with terror. That person, how is he here? Jeek Legion stared at Manhwa, lip curled in a cold smile. After a moment, the white mist slowly dissipated, and the iron cage had somehow been cut in two. Witnessing that, Imhagi was so astonished his body trembled. The cage was split into two pieces. The subordinate exhaled. "Oh, what now?" He forced himself to speak. "We must immediately secure the area." Hearing this, the subordinate warned anxiously that if it's the White Tiger Lord, he'd likely have already slipped away. In such heavy rain, pursuit is hard. Better to fortify the family defenses. At the same time, Imhagi squinted in a direction. Just on time, Aodoban Suchan. The one who arrived was Bang Suchan, and his face looked utterly grim. No beating around the bush. He spoke in a low voice. "Just as you said, they did launch an ambush." Having said that, Imhagi narrowed his eyes at Bang Suchan. "How did you foresee this?" His gaze trembled slightly, his voice stammering indistinctly. "That was because," recalling a few days ago, Jeek Legion had firmly declared, "Although I don't know the exact date, I ordered the city's defenses strengthened. There's news the Southern Peak Alliance will move. Perhaps they'll strike when Im's household is weakened." Back in reality, Bang Suchan confessed honestly that he was merely imitating how Lord Go always stayed wary of the Southern Peak Alliance. He thought they caused trouble while things here were chaotic. His suspicious look was fixed on him, and thanks to that the disaster was averted. Bang Suchan bowed slightly. "Young master unharmed. Very fortunate," he mused inwardly, but cautioned that it was far too early to relax. "Young master, I only followed orders because of the deadly poison they planted in him. As for the enemy Jeek Legion, what is his aim? What will he demand next time? I can't predict any of it." The scene shifted to the desolate mountains where the rain kept pouring. At that moment, a figure darted swiftly through the cold downpour. A heavy atmosphere wrapped around Geometry. He frowned tightly. Things were unfolding unusually. Geometry, the top master of the Southern Peak Alliance. A scene from a few days before replayed. Yang Im-young warned gravely that there'd been a report the ambush plan might have been exposed. "If true, it's urgent. You must depart at once, and I'll order the White Tiger Squad to follow immediately." Thinking that, Geometry urged himself on. "Move quickly before it's too late." His gaze fell upon Jeek Legion and Manhwa. There he was. Geometry couldn't help recalling that cold, icy face of his, and then Jeek Legion's composed, arrogant bearing. Back in the present, he suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. Geometry aimed the blade solely at Jeek Legion. As the strike came down, he swiftly raised his sword to block. Metal clashed with metal, producing a painfully sharp ringing. The two immediately stepped back, leaving an invisible gap between them. And upon seeing Geometry, Jeek Legion coldly challenged, "What's the sudden stunt you intend to pull?" The old man spoke in a blunt, gruff tone. "You're always involved in matters concerning the Northern Heaven Supreme family." At this, Manhwa interrupted to explain, "Elder, you seem to have misunderstood. He actually saved me today when I fell into danger after Imhagi discovered me." Geometry's eyes narrowed to reveal eerie whites. He continued, "He saved you, but..." He once again pointed his blade at Jeek Legion. Then why were you there? The sword in Jeek Legion's hand trembled slightly as he answered honestly, I had no intention of saving him. I only came because I hold a personal grudge against Amhag. That man targeted Joing, the little scribe. Yu Geometry asked skeptically. You mean Imchan's plan to wipe out the righteous sword sect? So today's events were merely a coincidence. At this, his voice dropped, taking on a slightly eerie tone. You expect me to believe that? No sooner had the words fallen than Jeek Legion's eyes flared. A light like a flame opposite him. Yu Geometry stared at him with suspicion mixed with caution. Sensing the danger, Manhwa hurriedly interjected, Elder, if not for this man, I would have died. If I were captured alive, it would be a catastrophe and would drag down the allied lords. Hearing that, Jeek Legion sneered, lifting his head to stare straight into Yu Geometry's eyes. Looks like my number hasn't come up for death yet. Jeek Legion turned away calmly. Believe it or not is up to you. I'm withdrawing today. That's all. Saying that, he strolled off toward the deep forest. Turning back to Manhwa, he worriedly said, First, you should return and report to the allied lords. Yu Geometry muttered under his breath. Something about this was murky. Hearing this, Manhwa glanced at him. He answered softly, He is indeed a strange fellow, but if this was staged, then the Southern Peak Alliance must have some scheme. There's no way he'd leave so easily. The old man's face hardened, eyes fixed on Jeek Legion's retreating figure. After a moment, Yu Geometry lowered his voice. Perhaps we need to keep him under observation for a while. The scene shifted to a canopy where rain kept pouring down. At the same time, Voan and the ugly bastard stood side by side. He let out a chuckle. With the young master's acting, the other would surely think the young master was his lifesaver. He let his eyelids drop slightly. The smile faded and a cautious glint appeared in his gaze. That was certainly an advantage, but the greatest benefit was maintaining balance between the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Southern Peak Alliance. By banging such inside, they would gradually win Imhagi's trust. There were many things to exploit him for. Hearing that, Voan smiled brightly. The young master would become even busier, for before long he would have to go to the heavenly demon palace. The ugly bastard silently judged that before changing the throne, the person wanted to handle all urgent matters first. He spoke slowly. Actually, this isn't something I need to worry about, but I just think it's best that no incidents occur before then. On the other side, Jeek Legion glanced around. The rain had just stopped, and the scent in the air was pleasant. Perhaps he should cultivate here tonight. Just then a gust of wind blew toward Jeek Legion, and he froze. This fragrance was lucky indeed to find a flower that blooms only a few days this season. The corner of Jeek Legion's mouth unconsciously lifted. He hurriedly ran toward the branch, grinning from ear to ear. Surely someone would like this. Then suddenly a shaft of light shot straight at Jeek Legion, a red streak of light blazing toward the opposite tree trunk. It wasn't a streak of light, but a throwing dagger. His gaze fixed on the piece of cloth above. Not stopping there, a volley of daggers launched straight at Jeek Legion. He leapt into the air and twisted to evade. A black cloth slapped across Jeek Legion's eyes, followed by two pieces of yellow and green cloth. They bore strange writing on them. In that instant, the cloth pieces began to swirl around. Jeek Legion smirked. This array's a bit old school. What's it trying to do? Pretty entertaining, though. Saying that, he casually stomped his foot down on the grass, and the ground beneath suddenly split open, forming a pitch-black chasm. Jeek Legion's body immediately fell straight down below. Above his head, a massive boulder began to plummet. After a while, the entire space fell into silence. Jeek Legion stood up, brushing a smear off his jacket with a hand. He carefully inspected the flower and breathed a sigh of relief. Almost ruined it there. Jeek Legion now glanced around the cave, but this place. His gaze unconsciously flickered to a spot in the dim space. Jeek Legion stared at the red streak before him. Could it be a flower? Saying that, he immediately denied it. No, it's butterflies. Only to see butterflies fluttering in the cave, acting like little lamps. The scene shifted to an old gate, above which hung a weathered signboard. Jeek Legion gave a faint, dry smile, muttering under his breath, Feng Meng Lu. I think I've heard that name before. Jeek Legion unconsciously reached toward the butterflies. his face taking on a cold look, not sure who they belonged to. But Jeek Legion looked up at the towering building, a rather unwelcome invitation. Inside the dark cave, the butterflies with eerie hues kept fluttering. Seeing that sight, Jeek Legion instinctively looked up toward them, his eyes landing on a house set atop a rock. The moment he saw it, Jeek Legion sighed. What on earth is this? Suddenly a sound rang out, drawing his attention. Jeek Legion's gaze fixed on a statue, and he saw cracks forming beneath it. Then the statue abruptly stomped its foot hard on the rock below, and suddenly it began to move, advancing toward him. The statue opened its mouth to reveal razor-sharp teeth. They approached Jeek Legion one after another, their eyes flashing with a grotesque light. Seeing this, he slowly reached his hand back. This situation, before the beast could scream, Jeek Legion calmly drew his sword from its sheath. He coldly pointed the blade at them, the corner of his mouth lifting, more entertaining than he'd expected. In a different scene, with the moon hanging high in the sky. At the same time, Voan rose from the mountaintop and scanned the surroundings. Voan smiled softly. He's probably in conversation by now. Indeed, it doesn't seem peaceful in there. Suddenly a voice called from behind Voan. Hearing that, he slowly turned around. The moment he saw the other person, Voan's expression changed instantly. He quickly clasped his hands before his chest in deep respect. Voan loudly greeted, the cult unbeaten, the heavenly demon immortal. BM Gang spoke in a low, authoritative voice. It's been a long time since I've heard that from you. Back then we were both rookies, yet now you, the youngest, have become a true martial artist, and I'm in charge of the Red Tiger. Sialchin spoke in a low voice, hands clenched, eyes unflinching as if accepting his fate. I have committed a capital offense. 20 years ago, you were the youngest member of the Red Tiger unit, tasked with protecting the young lady. Sialchin truly followed her. When she withdrew from the Jianghu, he stubbornly continued to guard her, like deserting without orders from superiors. He did not regret that choice. Thinking this, Sialchin bowed his head. Nevertheless, he felt he had no face to meet the elders again. BM Gang's tone hardened for a moment. A capital crime? Is it? What are you saying? All this time you've done your utmost to protect the young lady and her son. If that's not carrying out the Red Tiger unit's duty, then what is? He looked straight into his eyes and declared, Sialchin, you still belong to our Red Tiger unit. His voice trembled slightly, eyes misting with emotion. Senior, that means more to me than anything. BM Gang said nothing and closed his eyes. After a while, BM Gang spoke in a rare warm tone. Every member of the Red Tiger unit remembers you. The young leader has given permission, so go and pay your respects. At the same time, the sound of water murmured nearby. Sialchin blinked toward the person opposite. You are still as beautiful as ever, Supreme Demon Empress. Before his eyes was Yang Huayang. Her face kept twitching. Yang Huayang let out an exasperated sigh. Oh heavens, he looks exactly like that brat Jeek Legion. Sialchin chuckled softly. Is that so? I heard you've been gardening lately. She replied cheerfully. It's a nice little pastime. After saying that, Yang Huayang asked anxiously, All right, is the sect leader well? He answered tersely, a flicker of sadness quickly hidden. Still the same. Sialchin thought inwardly that perhaps he believed it better for the man to be absent. He straightened. Actually, I'm here to ask a favor concerning my father. He hasn't given up his dream. He clings to the same mindset as back when he launched the Demon Order War over 30 years ago. The only person who can change my father's mind in this Jianghu is the Demon Empress herself. I cannot stand by and watch the Jianghu run red with blood again. Hearing this, Yang Huayang exhaled a long breath. She fell silent, staring out the window for a while. After a moment, Yang Huayang slowly spoke, her voice echoing in the night. Unifying the Jianghu. The dream has swept everyone up, a dream none can truly attain. Back with Jeek Legion, he spun to dodge the beast's attacks. At that moment, one suddenly opened its jaws wide and lunged at Jeek Legion. The beast bit down hard, a cracking sound ringing out. At the same time, Jeek Legion carefully rushed up from below. He curled his lips into a cold smile. You two are pretty good at coordinated attacks, huh? Jeek Legion stomped his foot hard into the ground and said nonchalantly, So then, Jeek Legion suddenly lunged at the beast, his sword whipping out. He decisively severed the creature's leg, a smirk on his face. Let me find the spot you can't defend. Having said that, Jeek Legion continued to swing his sword behind him. He pivoted and delivered a perfect slash. The beast let out a pained roar, and shards of rock tumbled down onto it. Its body writhed uncontrollably in agony. Then, the creature's body quickly collapsed to the ground, only to have streaks of light suddenly appear along their bodies. Seizing the moment, Jeek Legion lunged in to strike a killing blow, and their bodies were obliterated. He stared at the rubble. Moments later, Jeek Legion nonchalantly jumped down below, and his body suddenly emitted a blinding light. Jeek Legion stared into the void as the stone statue moved. Ah, truly a fan of silly pranks. He looked straight at the building and taunted, just to see who's behind it. Immediately after, Jeek Legion yanked the door wide open. Then he calmly stepped into the space inside. Before Jeek Legion lay an utterly chaotic scene. Wooden chairs lay scattered across the floor. Food was tossed in the trash, and cobwebs clung to the ceiling. He couldn't help but remark that it looked exactly like a house abandoned, just as people once lived in it. Just then, a figure appeared on the stairs. A voice softly echoed in the night. Just as you said, perhaps it should be called a house where time stands still. The leader of the Flying Swallowtail squinted at Jeek Legion. She appeared to be about his age. He demanded sternly, "So you're the one I saw when I chased the Flying Swallowtail. What exactly is your identity?" Not stopping there, Jeek Legion pressed on. "Why did you summon me here?" She slowly moved up in front of him. The Flying Swallowtail leader gently lifted Jeek Legion's chin. She tilted her head to gaze at him with fascination. Truly a curious child like this brat. Suddenly, the Flying Swallowtail leader said, "There's something I want to show you." Jeek Legion's eyes narrowed with wary suspicion. Jeek Legion brusquely shoved the leader's hand away. "I don't know your intentions, but how do you know about Fengmenglu?" At these words, she curled her lips into a sly smile. The Flying Swallowtail leader tilted her head to meet his gaze and suggested, "Go ask your father, the one who knows this place best." The scene shifted to a land where the trees were straining to grow upwards. At the same time, Yang Huayang shot a questioning look at Xiaochen. "Am I the only one who can stop the sect leader?" He did not reply, but silently judged to himself that the strongest among the demonic was not his father, but the demon empress. At that moment, her tone suddenly changed. "That is wrong." Yang Huayang glared at Xiaochen and declared firmly, "Because I am also a demonic being." Contrary to expectations, he showed no overly emotional reaction. At the pinnacle of demonic arts lies the supreme martial art, the 9 refinements demonic art. One who fully comprehends the ultimate intent of that incomparable demonic art can summon the heavenly demon soul. And one more thing, she added, those who cultivate demonic arts must never oppose the heavenly demon soul. You know that well. As soon as she finished, Xiaochen's face twitched, his brows rose, and thoughts flashed through his mind. Even his father couldn't resist the demon empress. Yet even that father couldn't be sure of victory against the head of the Jilpeng family. Moreover, if the head of the Jilpeng family still can't defeat the supreme demon empress, isn't the bond tying them together utterly miraculous? After a brief silence, Yang Huayang coldly declined. "I cannot stop it, nor can I help the sect leader." Hearing that, Xiaochen replied softly, "I have been short-sighted." Saying that, he closed his eyes tight. A voice lingered in his mind. The reason she can't help must be because of the previous sect leader. After all, even if one were to bow the sword to the demon empress, is there truly no way to stop her? Will the Jianghu once again replay those chaotic times? The scene gathered around a pool of water, its surface rippling without end. At that moment, Zhang Cherian stared up at the moon high in the sky. She couldn't help feeling a little anxious. It's so late, and he's still not back. Dawn must be near. This sword technique is astonishingly powerful, but what he's doing is equally dangerous. Zhang Cherian's gaze trembled slightly as her eyes shifted downward. Just then, Jeek Legion suddenly spoke. "What are you thinking about?" She answered honestly, "I've been feeling uneasy lately, wondering if something might happen to you." He didn't reply to Zhang Cherian. The corner of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Then Jeek Legion suddenly called her name in a rare, gentle tone. Zhang Cherian. He looked straight into her eyes and soothed her kindly. Do not worry. She looked displeased. Oh, worry about what? Jeek Legion declared clearly. I will always return safely. He bent once more to look directly into Zhang Cherian's eyes. I promise. Back in reality, she blinked bewildered at the empty space beside her. Zhang Cherian pressed her lips together, her heart fluttering. I don't know what you're doing or where you are. Wait until Xiaochen returns and ask him. Then everything will be fine, right? Meanwhile, Jeek Legion casually sat cross-legged right in front of the leader of the Flying Swallowtail. Seeing this, she softened her voice and suggested, how about a cup of moon tea? He chuckled softly. Whatever you want to show me certainly isn't any of that. Saying that, Jeek Legion narrowed his eyes at her. Leader of the Flying Swallowtail, what exactly do you want? The leader of the Flying Swallowtail exhaled. You already know who I am. Hearing that, he smirked. I have quite the intuition. She slowly rose from her chair, her voice cold and authoritative. Tea doesn't seem to suit you. Then leave it be. Before departing, the leader of the Flying Swallowtail didn't forget to promise. I will show you what you seek. She quickly pulled open the door opposite. The leader of the Flying Swallowtail looked straight inside, a smile curling at her lips. You've probably heard of the Jianghu during the Great True Demon War, but you've certainly never seen it with your own eyes. Jeek Legion's eyes flashed with a light like flame. His feet moved almost of their own accord as he strode quickly into the room. Jeek Legion's gaze swept to one side, seeing a cold man thrusting his blade through an enemy. Meanwhile, a dreadful scream rang out. Please don't. The man kept begging. If you take this last one, our whole family will starve. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other coldly slashed down. You bastard! From behind, the leader of the Flying Swallowtail strolled up and said in a low voice, the start of the True Demon War was really just a dispute among martial artists. But neither the demon cult nor the righteous sects could end the war. Because their strengths were balanced, their tug-of-war dragged on, and ordinary people suffered. Those words struck Jeek Legion straight in the mind. She lowered her voice. Have you steeled yourself to face things like this? He turned to challenge. If it's going to end up like this, then it should never have begun. The Flying Swallowtail leader's tone suddenly rose. Then you need something. A flash of alertness lit Jeek Legion's eyes. Something I must have, she went on. Power enough to overwhelm both the Celestial Demon Cult and the Jilpung family and the resolve to regard them as enemies. You know, one person alone can't change the whole situation, but she suddenly proposed, what if I could grant you that power? Branches suddenly erupted, crazily reaching upward, and the Flying Swallowtail leader's voice echoed. How about it? Only to see the branches coil tightly around Jeek Legion's body. When he tried to reach forward, they only wound around him harder. Caught off guard, Jeek Legion froze. After a moment, his body was almost swallowed by the branches. Jeek Legion's eyes bulged wide, his pupils flickering. Right before him, corpses lay scattered like a living hell, his gaze darting rapidly across each blood-soaked body. At that moment, her voice sounded again. If you truly want to change the Jianghu, you must be prepared to sacrifice your very life. But then, what about the lives of those around you? As the words ended, Zhang Cherian's image unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. She didn't forget to remind him, you alone cannot avoid all of this. Then suddenly the Flying Swallowtail leader reached toward Jeek Legion. So take my hand. Hearing that, he instinctively reached toward her. The corner of Jeek Legion's mouth twitched as if to say something. On her side, the Flying Swallowtail leader gave a faint smile. The two were about to touch hands when, at that moment, he suddenly clamped down on her wrist. Jeek Legion ground out each word. If a few sweet words like this can move you, then the idea of unifying the Jianghu is nothing but a fanciful daydream. On her side, the Flying Swallowtail leader's expression did not change. The branches surrounding Jeek Legion were instantly destroyed. She moved close and whispered in his ear, don't decide in haste. Think it over carefully, at least until we meet again. With that, Jeek Legion was pushed back into reality, and the Flying Swallowtail leader vanished. He lifted his head to watch the petals fluttering in the breeze. Jeek Legion ground his teeth in anger and snapped out. Looks like you've been locked up far too long. Back with the leader of the Flying Swallowtail, She calmly sipped her fine tea. Beside her, a subordinate bowed cautiously, wishing the formation had been reinforced more. "Forgive me." She lowered her voice. "This was all anticipated, but after so long it's oddly amusing, making me all the more eager for what comes next, no matter what it entails." Suddenly, the Flying Swallowtail leader's question rang in Jeek Legion's ears. "Even if you lose everything, can you bear the weight of it?" A rush of crimson swallowed him. The familiar figure hit Jeek Legion's eyes, and he hesitated, calling Zhang Cherian. At the sound of his voice, she slowly turned around. Jeek Legion's expression changed immediately. He lowered his voice. "I'm still inside the formation." Contrary to his expectation, Zhang Cherian turned back, beaming. "Found you." Hearing that, he was nearly struck dumb. Jeek Legion's face lit up, accompanied by that familiar gentle smile. He stepped closer with curiosity. "Why are you here so early?" She answered honestly, "We didn't come back last night. I heard you went to the Northern Heaven Supreme family." Jeek Legion barely moved his lips, eyes fixed on Zhang Cherian. Could it be? Was he leaning in to embarrass her? "You were worried about me?" Zhang Cherian flushed slightly, though it seemed nothing major still. Jeek Legion squinted and stared at her, but she quickly replied, "I was very worried." He teasingly remarked, "So that's why you couldn't sleep?" Zhang Cherian stammered an awkward denial. "So," after a brief hesitation, she looked straight into Jeek Legion's eyes and suggested, "Let's go back together." Zhang Cherian tilted her head at him, her tone as gentle as spring sunlight. "Everyone's waiting." Jeek Legion's eyes brightened. He unconsciously smiled. Let's go back to Azure Heaven's sect." The scene shifted to a house with classic architecture. Just then, Zhang Cherian carefully opened a window to look outside. She lowered her center of gravity, crouched, and Zhang Cherian scanned around as if searching for something. Then she gently pressed her nose to a petal and savored its scent. In that moment, Zhang Cherian's enjoyment of the flower's fragrance struck Jeek Legion full in the face. He froze for an instant at that sight. Jeek Legion's face brightened, and he grinned. At that moment, Wuan swooped up. "Young master, so you're here. What are you looking at?" He turned to Jeek Legion and smirked. "No wonder you couldn't look away," he said, emphasizing, "Wuan, you'll understand once you truly like someone." He withdrew his smile and grew serious. "Anyway, yesterday was unexpected. That the Flying Swallowtail leader offered a handshake first and claimed she could overpower both the heretics and the righteous is hard to believe." Jeek Legion nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening. "It seems she wasn't just blowing smoke, but her reason for approaching me must be personal. I need to speak with my father." Wuan replied apologetically, "Sorry, I should have stayed by your side." He quickly reassured him. "Wuan, you've been busy handling the tasks I assigned. Thanks to that, before passing, Uncle also reunited with old comrades." He forced a smile, knowing this face made it silly to say, but since everyone still treats their subordinate like the youngest of old times, he's genuinely happy. Jeek Legion took a deep breath and grew serious. "But Wuan." He turned and looked straight into Wuan's eyes. "Don't you have any regrets?" At that, Wuan let out a soft laugh. "You know the answer, and you still ask." Jeek Legion's voice dropped. "What if one day you regret not returning with the elders? Because I put you through too much." Wuan replied quickly, "Well, of course that means the young master trusted me that much." After saying that, he turned to look ahead, the corner of his mouth curving up. After a moment of silence, Wuan reminded him, "Isn't the appointed time almost here?" He nodded tersely. "Today must be the starting point. The situation will shift again." The scene moved to a forest, where a group of people could be seen coming and going. Yang Duzhong, sect master of the Yang clan, lifted his head and looked forward. As expected, everyone arrived concealing their identities, some even wearing masks, leaving those nearby a bit unsettled. Wasn't that the only option? Duzhong lowered his voice, because this is about betraying the Northern Heaven Supreme family. A few days ago, the clans forced to join the Northern Heaven Supreme family received a letter. Though it contained nothing but a request to meet at Azure Heaven's sect, everyone understood its meaning. Recalling a few days prior, Jeek Legion pressed his palms together. Duzhong couldn't help but sigh. Trust a new sect? This is like betting everything on a gamble. Just then, a voice called from behind. I knew it would turn out like this. At those words, he turned around warily. What met Du Zhang's eyes was a large group from the Mgaju. He flinched. That person, the stern Mgaju leader, and those beside him were from the sect that had led on families in scrupulous actions. Clearly news of today's meeting had leaked. He slowly drew his sword, his voice full of authority. Though he expected the betrayers to appear, he hadn't expected so many. You must be ashamed, so you've hidden your face as well. Huh? No sooner had he spoken than the attendants surged forward. Seeing this, Du Zhang hurriedly cried out, Wait, Lord, what are you doing? The sword in Gaju's hand trembled. He replied coldly, Surely you all know how the Northern Heaven Supreme family deals with traitors. He hesitated, then said, Hold. Before Du Zhang could react, Gaju dashed forward and shouted, Deal with them all. Suddenly the sword in his hand shattered into fragments. At the unexpected sight, Gaju's expression changed instantly. On the other side, Du Zhang wore a look of stunned bewilderment, and in midair, a single leaf suddenly appeared. He watched the leaf in astonishment and hesitated. Who is it? A familiar voice suddenly rang out. The way the world turns is truly laughable. Jeek Legion stared at the group and spoke coldly. Those calling themselves the human-faced knight beast enchants are so loudmouthed. The moment Gaju saw Jeek Legion, he gaped and shouted out, Do you rely on martial skill to act arrogantly like this? Or on that old man beak, noise sword to be so proud? No matter what, something like Azure Heaven Sect can't be a match for the Northern Heaven Supreme family, right? He continued in a frigid tone, I'll give a warning too, where this leaf has flown to. Jeek Legion lightly held the leaf, his gaze flicking quickly toward Gaju, unsure if this was a blessing or a curse. When his words finished, the crowd fell nearly silent, each person too stunned to resist. Then he nonchalantly darted downward and called out, Guests who received invitations, please proceed this way. Jeek Legion turned to Yang Du Zhang, his tone unusually gentle. I will lead the way. No sooner had he spoken than the group hurriedly followed behind him. Gaju lowered his head. A subordinate glanced back at Jeek Legion and asked, Are we really going to let them go? He replied coldly, There will be other opportunities. The price for this will be paid soon enough, both that brat and all the traitors. At that moment, the group moved through a city gate. He turned back and reminded them that this was the first time this place had been revealed to outsiders. This place is soundproofed, so rest assured, what's said here won't get out. Yang Du Zhang stared ahead in astonishment, disbelief written on his face. He scanned every corner, his heart racing. This is Azure Heaven Sect. I thought it would be large, but not to this extent. And there's the presence of countless masters. Surely the martial might of Azure Heaven Sect. With this strategic scale, and Jeek Surin's martial skill rivaling even the venerable Beak Noise Sword. Who exactly is this person? Jeek Legion looked the group in the eye and announced loudly, From now on we are in the same boat. Though each of us began for our own gain, from this moment I will treat you as allies bound by trust. Yang Du Zhang's group gave no reply. Everyone fell silent and followed. He declared once more that their choice today would be one they would absolutely not regret. After a while, the sky shifted to a deep, mystical black. At the same time, footsteps echoed slowly. All that could be seen in the man's hand was a neatly wrapped roll of white paper. The subordinate bowed carefully and announced that a first-class assassination commission had arrived. The GWI Han Sect master muttered without meaning to, A first-class assassination commission? Last time the Southern Peak Alliance caused great losses. His eyes fixed on the paper as he muttered that indeed a large job was needed. Suddenly, the GWI Han master's expression changed dramatically. He slammed the table. Damn it. 100,000 taels? With that amount, you could live like an emperor for life, and still have plenty left. It's a shame to throw away, but swallowing it would likely lead to trouble. Moments later, the GWI Han master ordered coldly, Open the meeting as soon as possible. On the scrap of paper was a portrait of Jeek Legion, stained with fresh blood. At that instant, Jeek Legion's portrait was placed ostentatiously on the table. The assassin's voice rose, an ill omen. Another cut in to add, Wouldn't it be a shame to pass up this job? Just make it look like a natural death. No one will trace it back here. The other warned, do you not know the rumors about the beak noise sword at that sect? At that, the GWI Han master spoke up. If it fails, we could be the ones in danger. So the person who carries it out must succeed. Hearing this, the assassin went pale and mouthed words. Could it be? In the endless night, his voice rang out like a curse summoning a ghostly soul. The whole room erupted in an instant. Someone stammered the truth. The ghost soul is our sect's #1 assassin. He had never failed once, so he'd be the perfect fit. But isn't he currently out on the assassination mission against the Great Gold Village Master? Not only him, but the other elite guards also need more time to finish their assignments. The GWI Han sect master's gaze sharpened. He said casually, no need, if it's ghost soul. Elsewhere, a hand reached leisurely toward a plate of food, blood still clinging to the pine nut. He slowly brought it to his mouth, and when the GWI Han master's voice rose again, the task would surely be done. The scene shifted to a room when a ray of light flickered on the roof. At that moment, the roof began to shake violently. Soon after, a figure appeared, sliding across the floor on both feet. And Jeek Legion's body leaned forward, his hair streaming in the wind. He put his hands before his chest and began to perform a spell. After a moment, a stream of spiritual energy arose and enveloped Jeek Legion's body. He squeezed his eyes shut, his lashes trembling in the breeze. Then suddenly Jeek Legion opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixed on a single point, and a cold gust of wind struck him directly. Leaf shot up into the air and brushed past Jeek Legion. At that moment, a voice called from behind, still a long way to go. He suddenly pushed off and leaped into the sky. Jeek Legion strolled up to Yang Huayang coolly. Of course. He looked up toward the distance. No moon tonight, huh? She replied softly, but the stars are beautiful. Hearing that, Jeek Legion unconsciously tilted his head to look at the stars. After a long silence, Jeek Legion suddenly called, Old woman Yang Huayang. She answered curtly, Yes? He asked curiously, What were you like in your youth? She faltered for a moment, saying it was all quite ordinary. Whatever one says, those days were better than now. People's hearts were far truer. These days you can't even sit peacefully in an inn and enjoy a bowl of rice. Every small thing has you running around. It exhausts this old woman. Jeek Legion hesitated. The title Supreme Demon Empress was personally conferred on you by the previous leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult, right? Yang Huayong nodded in confirmation. Yes. When he became leader, I was about your age. He was the dream and ideal of all demons, for he rose from nothing, a mere ordinary squad member, to become the Black Wind squad captain and eventually the cult leader. Just a little, but thanks to him teaching martial arts, I was able to grasp profound insights. Why ask about old times today? You're not some old man waiting to die. Jeek Legion propped his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. He asked in a low voice, Old woman, am I on the right path? She didn't answer immediately. She stared ahead for a long time, then asked sharply in return, Do you regret dreaming of ruling the world? Jeek Legion denied it at once. No, because having chosen this path, I want to walk the right path. Yang Huayang nodded slightly, her tone calm, but not gentle. So far it's been not bad. He couldn't help but think. Quite a harsh judgment. The corner of her mouth twitched. Even that is high praise. Yang Huayang fell silent, staring at a point in the void. Her voice deepened, heavy as a warning. The path you've chosen is one that cannot be walked without cruelty. Holding power means standing above others. If you don't use strength to subdue them, are you confident you can truly make them bow? There will be a path only you can walk. Don't rush, take it slowly. Once the heart goes astray, with time, it only grows more corrupt. If you've resolved yourself to a noble purpose, never forget that original intent all your life. Live so you are worthy of it. In that regard, you're much like your father. After many years, Yang Huayang turned to Jeek Legion. She curled her lips in a faint smile. You'll likely hear that assessment as not bad. Hearing that, he smiled gently. Jeek Legion immediately dashed over to Yang Huayang. How could he not adore Miss Yang? She shouted hotly, Get out. He pouted playfully. You're so cold. Shall we continue talking? Yang Huayang refused coldly. Enough, go to sleep. The scene shifted to a manor with ancient architecture. At the same time, Imhagi stared intently at the teacup on the table, his tones suddenly heavy, his gaze darkening as he continued, each word like a stone. Your grandfather is dead, and everyone treats me like a stray dog for not being of the main line. Some even boast, I dealt with your grandfather in the Southern Peak Alliance. How dare he attempt assassination? Bang Suchin's eyes darkened with suppressed anger. His voice was firm but restrained. I too am resentful like you, young master, but right now internal rectification is the top priority, so you must wait a while longer before seeking revenge. Then as soon as possible, you must ascend to the position of head of the family. Hajii scoffed at himself. I still have no real backing, and if I rush, I might accidentally spark a rebellion. Bang Suchin affirmed decisively that the young master is the sole legitimate heir of our house. If you don't unite under the new head soon, the Southern Peak Alliance will surely erupt in an all-out war. Hajii gradually calmed, his voice softening. You're right, Elder Bang Suchin. The Northern Heaven Supreme family must be rebuilt and rise again under the leadership of the new head. First, focus vigilance on the Southern Peak Alliance. Jeek Legion, that name, even if not me, many want him dead. Moments later, the moon slowly climbed the sky. The man couldn't help but sigh. On a moonless night like this, extra caution is required. Our Azure Heaven sect is also drawing the Jianghu's attention now, so patrols must be more careful. The man beside him thumped his shoulder. Someone, the man immediately went on alert. On second thought, there was a very faint aura. We should search the surroundings and request reinforcements. The group hurriedly searched around. One of them shouted, Who? No sooner had the words left his mouth than fresh blood suddenly sprayed into the air. At the same time, Jeek Legion unconsciously sensed something amiss. He turned to look in one direction, a murderous aura. Over on that side. The assassin coldly stared at the people below. He slowly raised his knife. Turns out you have more strength than I thought. Now I can only kill you all. At that moment, an object flew up and knocked the knife into the air. At the sight of that, the assassin was briefly astonished. The man wore a look of stunned bewilderment, only to see the knife driven straight into the ground. Upon seeing the opponent, the man excitedly shouted to the sect master. At the same time, Jeek Legion concentrated his strength and squeezed the assassin's throat. He continued to lift the man up into the air. Jeek Legion lowered his voice. Are you badly hurt? The boy replied quickly. No, sir, we're both fine. He looked up coldly at the assassin. How dare you think of killing our fighters right in front of me? Truly fearless. Who sent you? At that moment, the assassin clenched his teeth. Fresh blood flowed into his mouth. Jeek Legion's gaze flickered at the sudden sight, and he couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled. Did he bite a poison pill? A suicide. He's an assassin. The man showed outrage with no hesitation. What a cold-blooded bastard. Jeek Legion immediately objected. No, just now his face was clearly terrified. Jeek Legion insisted. No, his expression was clearly terrified a moment ago. There must be something more horrifying than death. At that instant, GWI Han's face appeared, utterly grotesque and twisted. On the ground lay the assassin's corpse. His skin had gone ashen. The man stared at him. Who exactly had the assassin been aiming for? Jeek Legion fumbled through his robe. Let's see, something in the chest. When he saw the portrait, he cried out in surprise. Isn't this the sect lord? He said coldly. These names. Are you saying Jeek Legion dared to order an assassination against a sect lord? No wonder he's enraged. He thumped the paper in displeasure. I'm not that vicious. The boy stammered a reply. Anyway, fortunately the sect lord is unharmed. Jeek Legion's tone shifted. It's not over yet. This is something else. Action is probably about to start. In another development, GWI Han nonchalantly tossed the paper into Jeek Legion's face. He spoke in a dry, eerie voice. Chewy meat, huh? The scout hasn't returned. He's dead, just as I expected. GWI Han sneered with a curl of his lip. Indeed, a matter worthy of my personal attention. The scene returned to Jeek Legion's manor. Inside, the ugly bastard bent down to check the pulse, his voice steady. Luckily, it wasn't a fatal hit, and there was no poison. He didn't forget to show gratitude. It's an honor. The strategist came personally to see this. The old man curled his lips in a smile. Not all, the man said weakly. I made the master worry. I'll recover quickly and return to training. Yang Huayang frowned slightly. What nonsense is that? Rest is a form of training too. At this, Yang Huayang offered, strategist, let me stand guard tonight. The old man couldn't help teasing. With both masters here, can they rest easy? Jeek Legion interjected. The strategist is right, so you should rest a bit during training. Lately you've neglected your health, working and training nonstop. He was silent for a moment, then replied softly, I'm sorry. He turned and left, his voice trailing behind. Then rest well. See you tomorrow. The ugly bastard asked curiously, where are you going? Jeek Legion smiled. From today I'll train outside. Master, don't worry. He answered gently. Yes, sect lord. After a while, he sat quietly beneath a tree. A few days later, two subordinates bowed deeply, full of gratitude. At night, Jeek Legion trained vigorously again atop the mountain. In the morning, Yang Huayang diligently swung her sword into the air. The scene shifted back to night. Only the reed grasses swaying in the wind could be seen. At the same time, Jeek Legion stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the void. He exhaled softly. The breeze was cool and refreshing, perfect for training. Having said that, Jeek Legion's footsteps moved lightly. His body stood upright, as if braced for defense. At that moment, GWI Han lunged toward Jeek Legion. He immediately twisted to dodge. Jeek Legion curled his lips into a cold smile. GWI Han glanced at him. So you realized I was lying in ambush? Jeek Legion looked straight into GWI Han's eyes. Yes, I was waiting just to meet you. Hearing that, the man swung his sword again. Indeed, an interesting fellow. Turning back to Jeek Legion, a flash of surprise crossed his face. At that instant, GWI Han suddenly flung his chain toward Jeek Legion. The grass underfoot immediately turned into a prickly hill. Reeds were flung up into the air. The chain in his hand began to transform, and then they merged into a single sword. GWI Han sneered. First time seeing this weapon. Is it making you nervous? Jeek Legion stepped forward calmly and replied, no, and using weapons like that, I think your swordplay is too weak. He frowned slightly. Not only unafraid, but boastful. Proud of your flashy sword swings. Are you? Jeek Legion boldly thrust his hand forward, as if to say, he casually taunted, bare hands are enough for someone like you. At that, GWI Han immediately charged, growling as he shouted, brag all you want, you're about to die for it. Seeing this, Jeek Legion smirked faintly. Now a sword? As the man slashed down, Jeek Legion's body instantly slipped to one side. GWI Han then activated the sword. He lowered his voice. Let's see. The sword in GWI Han's hand immediately turned into a length of chain. Then he suddenly darted down toward Jeek Legion. After a moment's observation, he curled his lips in a cold smile. A look of contempt flickered at the corner of his eye. Seemed nothing special. Hearing that, he shouted in fury, this brat. Then GWI Han wildly whipped the chain toward Jeek Legion. He flicked his hand gently, and the chain showed a crack. Then Jeek Legion continued to kick up. His moves were repeatedly neutralized. He bit his lip as murderous intent rose visibly. All dodged and blocked. Fine then. Shortly after, GWI Han suddenly whipped the chain at Jeek Legion, and it wrapped around his waist. Seizing the moment, he yanked hard. Let me cleave you right through like this. At the same time, Jeek Legion nonchalantly pinched the chain between two fingers. Not stopping there, he suddenly pulled hard, and GWI Han's body was jerked violently toward Jeek Legion. A rare flicker of amusement lit his eyes. Curiosity, truly. As soon as the words finished, Jeek Legion decisively punched the man's face, his eyes fixed on the chain. How many lives have been taken by this weapon already? After a moment, Jeek Legion strolled across the grass, only to see GWI Han lying motionless on the ground. The man couldn't help but inwardly marvel. That guy is far stronger than before. How could a kid, not even 20, pull that off? If the master failed the petition, in the end, I'll be swallowing poison pills like the common folk. Just as GWI Han reached to bite the poison, Jeek Legion drove the sword straight into his throat. Jeek Legion's eyes lit up in the night. He looked at GWI Han coldly. Who gave you permission? Seeing that, the man couldn't help feeling a bit suspicious. What are you doing? Jeek Legion stepped forward, his gaze like one watching prey struggle. You think dying makes it all over? Jeek Legion's voice was low and merciless. I still have something to take from you. The scene then returned to the gloomy manor. At the same time, slow footsteps echoed. The leader of the Azure Heaven sect wore an expectant look. If it were a spirit assassin, they'd have surely brought back the enemy's head for Jeek Legion. I'm already eager to see. Manipulating other people's lives is truly an entertaining pastime. The moment he stepped inside, his expression changed. On the cold floor lay a still warm pool of blood. The Azure Heaven sect leader stared down in bewilderment, only to see severed fingertips scattered across the ground. Just then, Jeek Legion's voice rang out. You're only just here? He turned his head in fear to look behind him, and the man sidled closer, whispering, I've been waiting a very long time. Is GWI Han dead? Jeek Legion folded his arms and casually proposed. If you pay the bounty, I'll pretend to spare him and release him. The Azure Heaven sect leader echoed, puzzled. A bounty. Jeek Legion slowly leaned against the desk and smirked confidently. I heard you took this assassination for 10,000 taels, right? Failure means compensating all losses. He ground his teeth. You expect me to cough up 1,000,000 taels? Jeek Legion opposite didn't bother to deny it, instead praising him for being reasonable. The Azure Heaven sect leader, seeing his attitude, whispered calculations. Did that man dare betray GWI Han? As an assassin, he's already backed into a corner. He has no more value to the Azure Heaven sect. He tightened his grip and reluctantly proposed. What if I refuse? Jeek Legion couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll thank you in advance. If so, I'll have a legitimate excuse to kill you and take everything. Those words fell like 1,000 weights, backing the sect leader into a corner with no choice but to agree. After a while, a neat stack of promissory notes was laid out on the table. The Azure Heaven sect leader said, This is all I have for now. You don't expect me to scrape up 1,000,000 taels on the spot, do you? Jeek Legion slowly tucked the notes into his chest and replied, Fine, the rest will be paid monthly. He interrupted, Aren't you afraid? If you dare provoke us, assassins will never spare anyone who lays a hand on their livelihood. Those utterly selfish people only unite at times like this. All the assassins in the Central Plains might move to kill you. Hearing that, Jeek Legion smiled with utter contempt. He slowly stepped forward. Fine, I do need somewhere to spend money anyway. Send them all here. A blunt declaration of war with no hint of mercy. The Azure Heaven sect leader was pricked where it hurt. What already offended him only made him angrier. He bowed his head in the middle of the room, his whole body tense to the limit, his hands clenched, trembling without stop, veins bulging. He silently vowed inwardly that he would do as Jeek Legion wanted, even if it meant mobilizing every assassin at his command to protect him. The money could be prepared. Just then, Jeek Legion approached the door and suddenly paused. But I'm afraid I can't let you leave so easily. The Azure Heaven sect leader turned back in confusion and asked, What? Jeek Legion lowered his voice. You'll live with regret for the rest of your life. Day after day, the thought, if only I hadn't handed over the money, will haunt you so much you won't even feel like eating. Each payment will stir up the outrage of being cheated, and soon you'll crave taking that silver back, won't you? He couldn't comprehend what the man was saying for a moment. What are you talking about? Jeek Legion smirked, slowly exposing him. Could it be that you thought that from the very beginning? Seeing the ghastly, uncanny look on his face, the leader of the GWI Han, though stabbed in the dark of his heart, still shouted, What do you take me for? Jeek Legion didn't bother answering. Streams of spiritual energy slowly rose around him. Thinking back, I'm not much different from you. Those earlier words were just a breeze. Once I learned that every assassin in the Central Plains was targeting me, how could I be at ease? Of course I'd regret it. I should have killed you back then, shouldn't have spared you, and then invited trouble on myself. If only I'd killed the GWI Han leader then, killed Gua to be done with it. Even in my sleep, my mind kept turning to the thought that I should have killed him. That's precisely why I say, if we leave things as they are, I fear neither of us will find peace. Jeek Legion widened his eyes and leaned close to the GWI Han leader's face, speaking in a low, hoarse voice. Provoked and glaring, the man angrily bellowed, "What? Are you spouting nonsense?" No sooner had he finished speaking than spiritual force from Jeek Legion slammed him aside, his heavy body crashing straight into the wall behind him. The sect leader immediately collapsed, constantly coughing up thick blood. In his convulsions, he still managed to hurl curses at him. "You bastard, didn't you promise otherwise?" Jeek Legion said little, stepping directly on his hand to threaten him. "From now on, whoever takes a job involving me, not only you but every assassin in this Jianghu, I'll tear each of you apart, understand?" The GWI Han leader stared at the man, bristling with murderous intent before him, and froze. Jeek Legion glanced down. His eyes shone a blazing red, like a fire smoldering to eruption. The leader's pupils had contracted to the extreme. He trembled as he calculated silently and finally made his decision. He yielded, bowing slightly as he answered, "Understood." The next morning, the sun was slowly rising. The warm morning rays fell on the training yard, each sword stroke slicing the air with force and decisiveness. They kept charging, attacking from every direction. And the owner of those sword strokes was Yang In-myung, who was deeply focused on his training. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Practicing this early, are you?" Jeek Legion appeared like a fairy in the morning light and slowly walked over, prompting Yang In-myung to exclaim, "Sect leader." He gently continued, "Of all those martial folk, you're probably the most worried." Did he politely refuse? "Thanks to your concern, my wounds have also healed nicely." "Thank you," Yang In-myung said as he bowed slightly, his face unable to hide his words. Jeek Legion perceptively noticed and asked, "You've seemed unusually quiet lately. Does it have to do with your clan's enemy, Yongdu Zhong?" He pondered and replied, "Actually, a few days ago, I went to see him. But his life had been spent on revenge, and when I saw him, he was no longer the same as before. Family and followers had all left. He was ill, living alone in a shabby house. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to kill him. If he had been the man he once was, I probably wouldn't have hesitated. But it wasn't only him. I too have lost my former bearing. With this weak-heartedness, I don't know if I'm still fit to lead the Tan Fong stage. If I had disciplined those martial artists a bit more harshly this time, and not let Yanghe say anything further," Jeek Legion cut in bluntly. "That's why this Tan Fong stage needs you. You are someone who knows when to draw the sword, and when to sheath it, a rare swordsman." He shook his head in denial. "Sect leader, I'm afraid I don't yet have the qualifications to shoulder that responsibility." Jeek Legion put his hand into his robe and replied, "In any case, I intended to appoint you as instructor and give you this gift at the same time." With that, he handed him a small, exquisitely crafted wooden box. "Open it and see." The moment Yang In-myung opened the box, what was inside burst forth with a dazzling light. He stared at the object in his hands in such awe that his throat tightened. "This intense fragrance is," Jeek Legion continued in a stern tone, "the great completion pill." Yang In-myung blurted in alarm, "What? Could it really be the Great Completion Pill from Shaolin? There are only 3 left in the Jianghu today." Jeek Legion said nothing more, only smiling as if to say, "You guessed right." Yang In-myung still whispered in shock that it truly was the Great Completion Pill. But why would the sect leader give such a priceless item to his disciple? Jeek Legion replied calmly, "Why? Because you are my subordinate, and you bear a most important responsibility. If I did not absolutely trust you, how could I hand over such an item to you? From now on, steal your mind." Holding the precious Great Completion Pill in his hand, Yang In-myung was stunned. "I know the sect leader only entrusts weighty matters to the most trustworthy, but in the Jianghu the Great Completion Pill is worth more than life. How could he casually give it to me? Someone has entrusted me with something of equal value to the Great Completion Pill, if they know me that well." With that thought finished, under the morning light, he clasped his hands respectfully. "Yes, sect leader." Jeek Legion looked at Yang In-myung with deep satisfaction, his gaze full of trust, his bearing powerful and confident. Opposite him, Yang In-myung made up his mind. I will not spare my life. For the rest of my days, I will be utterly loyal to you. After a while, inside the majestic hall, Voan rushed over to Jeek Legion. Did you give the great completion pill? That elixir hasn't even been used by the young master. How come? Jeek Legion slowly turned away from the table and replied, considering the strength of the twin martial masters, one pill is nothing. After all, that person will hold this whole realm in their hands. Voan sighed in relief. Indeed, it was the bearing of a young master. But where on earth did you get that great completion pill? Hearing this question, he glanced over. Seeing Jeek Legion's expression, Voan gradually realized, could it be elsewhere? Jeek Surin stared at the now empty box in silence, the air around him turning gloomy. Jeek Surin frowned, seeming to have guessed who would do such a thing. On the other side, Jeek Legion admitted flatly in a low voice, I stole it. Before long, the scene shifted to dusk, orange-red lights spreading over the quiet rural buildings. In a simple house, a plain farmer spoke. Thanks to the doctor, my mother's movements have improved. She no longer hurts and sleeps better. The man who had just taken her pulse slowly withdrew his hand. A doctor, you say? Thursday lands warm. Low voice sounded slowly. No, that's not it. The Lord's condition needs regular treatment. So both of you should come again tomorrow. The farmer expressed his gratitude. Yes, truly thank you. It's embarrassing to always receive free treatment like this. Oh my, another person already? Then we'll take our leave. Seeing the next visitor, Thursday Land's face hardened. It was Jeek Legion, standing right at the doorway. He motioned for him to be let in. As Thursday Lan tidied the papers, he sympathized. There are indeed many who don't dare see a doctor for lack of money. Jeek Legion carried in a wooden box and replied, money is an external thing. It can heal blood vessels. When meridians are in such a state, an ordinary doctor can't fix it. Using martial skill to save lives, truly like a father. Thursday Lan expressed his thoughts. Fortunately, I can help, but what about the urgent matter you mentioned earlier? How far have you handled it? He set the wooden box down and outlined his plan. I may have to visit the Tien Ma Palace. This will likely be my first time meeting him. Thursday Lan gently reassured him. If he sees you, he'll like you. Jeek Legion lowered his eyes, staring into the distance. Really? But why didn't Father ask how I used the great completion pill? Thursday Land's eyes half closed, his heart calm. He answered slowly. Is it necessary to ask? Surely you'll know when and where it should be used. Receiving this sudden approval from his father, Jeek Legion couldn't help widening his eyes in surprise. Then he smiled and admitted, yes, I gave the great completion pill to someone worthy. He was pleased when he heard it. So that's settled. At that moment, Jeek Legion remembered he had a question, but before he could ask, a new patient arrived, interrupting. Is the doctor here? After a moment's thought, not wanting to trouble them further, he spoke up. Perhaps Father is busy now. We'll postpone until later. Thursday Lan turned gently and said, that's fine. There will be many chances to talk later. At that instant, his gaze was full of care, gentle and trustworthy. Jeek Legion beside him smiled happily. His golden pupils flashed confidence, and his heart warmed. Yes, I'll be off then. Elsewhere outdoors, shoots of new plants were pushing up across the fields. The Supreme Demon Empress sipped a cup of hot tea and asked the person opposite, well, the tea just arrived. It's not bad, right? Zhang Cherian tasted it and exclaimed, the fragrance is real. Thanks to you, I get to drink such fine tea. Niang Li sang and Chion Mwak approached from afar, complaining. You won't give us any? We fixed and lifted heavy things all day and are exhausted. The Empress's voice was judgmental. Someone had to coerce them into work, and yet they still dare complain? Zhang Cherian comes to help every day without being asked. Hearing that, Di Swang earnestly advised her. Miss Zhouing, don't waste energy on that. What is this small garden? She could overturn a whole city without breaking a sweat. Zhang Cherian smiled gently to reassure. I find talking with her and working here enjoyable, so I come. The Empress laughed heartily and praised. What eloquence! Speaking of which, don't you have an appointment today? Di Swang, curious, asked an appointment. She honestly explained that Jeek Legion said he'd take her to a good place to train today. The Empress gave a knowing look toward Hong Tran and murmured, perfect timing. Zhang Cherian blushed and quickly denied it. No, it's not like that. The Empress said no more, only gently urged, "All right, hurry, or you'll be late." She obediently agreed. "Yes, I'll come again tomorrow." At this time, night was gradually falling over the rolling mountains. A while later, in the middle of the forest, a place full of fireflies and warm light. Zhang Qian smiled softly with happiness. "It's truly beautiful." At that moment, Jeek Legion stood beside her. He said nothing, only gently watching Zhang Qian's expression. The two of them slowly walked side by side, and she kept exclaiming, "So there really is a place like this." Jeek Legion introduced, "I come here sometimes. It's spacious and refreshing, truly an ideal place to train." Zhang Qian glanced at him and thought to herself, "Jeek Legion will probably use his father's sword to train now, right?" Then she asked, "That sword, it's called the gentleman's sword, isn't it?" Jeek Legion nodded slightly. "For a swordsman, it's the sword everyone longs for, but the ultimate goal is something else." Zhang Qian, puzzled, asked what that something else was. His gaze suddenly hardened. Jeek Legion explained, "It's the realm of the heart sword." Hearing that name, Zhang Qian couldn't help widening her eyes. The realm of the heart sword is both the dream of every sword-practicing martial artist and the final destination, the one true ideal. She was stunned and clamped her mouth shut. "So does that mean you, Jeek Legion, already understand it?" He smiled faintly. "I'm still a long way off." Zhang Qian sighed in relief, but inwardly, she felt something amiss. "Wait, why do I feel reassured? It's absolutely not that I dislike Jeek Legion's rising skill. Perhaps my heart now hopes we won't grow too distant." Suddenly his voice rang out, pulling her from the whirl of thought. "Let's pursue that goal together." Before Zhang Qian stood a Jeek Legion full of refinement, brimming with resolve and determination. She smiled with relief, hoping that both of them would achieve it. So they quietly looked at each other in the peaceful, tranquil space of the mountains and forests. Under the warm, hazy glow of night, Jeek Legion suddenly called Zhang Qian's name. "Do you sense a murderous aura?" No sooner had he spoken than a burly guard with blood-red pupils rushed forward with his sword to attack them. The man swung down in a single strike, and the earth and rock below immediately burst apart. This guard had pitch-black eyes. His grim face emerged from the white dust. He wanted to glance around to see where his two prey had dodged to. At that moment, Jeek Legion tightened his hold on Zhang Qian's waist, gathering her whole body into his steady arms. For a moment, Zhang Qian couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Then Jeek Legion's entire body radiated a fierce, murderous aura. His face turned dark and inscrutable, yet his hands still held her tightly to his chest. Jeek Legion had already sensed this familiar chi. The flying swallowtail back then also emitted a similar aura. The henchman on the other side slowly turned his head, quite perceptive. "Huh? You must have realized you won't be returning safely, right?" Jeek Legion, of course, paid the man no heed. He only cared for Zhang Qian's safety, so he slowly put her down, then left her with one sentence: "Get away from here." Jeek Legion immediately sprang forward like a gust of wind, eyes wide, swinging his hand in attack. The henchman refused to yield and instantly flashed his sword in reply. Jeek Legion nimbly leapt into the air and again dodged a lethal blow from his opponent. The man was so furious he gritted his teeth and ground them. Before he could say another word, Jeek Legion above had already swiftly readied a palm strike. That palm came down straight onto the henchman's left shoulder, and blood followed, spurting out. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. Why couldn't it pierce through? Jeek Legion's hand couldn't pierce the man's shoulder? Clearly his strength should have done it. Immediately, the guard seized Jeek Legion's wrist at the opportunity, sneering with contempt. "I don't even feel a tickle." No sooner had he finished than both men drew their swords and slashed forward decisively. The blades flashed in the night, spewing murderous intent like fireworks. He aimed for Jeek Legion's arm, trying to sever it, but Jeek Legion was a step faster and darted straight for the henchman's head, a sharp cut that nearly split the man's skull, the air around turning a crimson shade as if blood-colored. Jeek Legion spoke slowly, unexpectedly, by the third time. A strange thing burst from the henchman's wound. A viscous black vapor, blade-sharp, shot out and surged to envelop him. It wrapped around his sword in one of Jeek Legion's hands, then dragged his whole body into another sinister space. Seeing this turn for the worse, Zhang Cherian, standing at a distance, swung her sword and shouted Jeek Legion's name, then rushed forward. Despite his body being sliced by that current, he still shouted to stop her from charging forward. His roar tore the air. Zhang Cherian, don't stay back. But she seemed not to hear and sprang onward. Instantly, Zhang Cherian's small hands clutched Jeek Legion tightly. The pull grew even stronger, dragging both into that gloomy black hole and sending Zhang Cherian tumbling to the ground outside. All of Jeek Legion's worry fell upon her. Let go, you'll get hurt. I don't know what this is, but it feels like I'm being pulled underground. Before him, her anxious face showed clearly. Jeek Legion's heart burned like flame. At this rate, even you. At the same time, Zhang Cherian was also panic-stricken. Even Jeek Legion seemed powerless and unsure what to do. But she gritted her teeth, as if she'd made up her mind. Zhang Cherian swung and plunged her sword firmly into the ground. At her sudden move, Jeek Legion widened his eyes, both astonished and alarmed. Zhang Cherian was full of dread, but having resolved herself, she wouldn't let go of the blade. He couldn't help feeling helpless. Stupid thing. What smoke keeps pulling us like this? Thus the two kept being tugged back and forth. The sword embedded in the ground bore tremendous pressure, and in the next moment it shattered to pieces. Jeek Legion, horrified, glanced back at the sound as fragments of the blade were swept away by the wind. Zhang Cherian's pupils contracted to the extreme. She was immediately pulled toward Jeek Legion, and her hand was cut by that viscous air, blood pouring out without stop. Seeing this, he instantly became terrified. His other hand was already being swallowed by the black vapor, so he was forced to release his sword. Jeek Legion's face turned ashen as he hauled his left hand out of the deep hole. Zhang Cherian cried out joyfully, "Jeek Legion, your arm, it's free." But before she could finish, he cut her off. Zhang Cherian, hearing that soothing, gentle voice, she couldn't help being surprised, while a small seed of unease began to stir in her heart. Jeek Legion, face calm as ever, gave her a reassuring smile and waved. "I'll be back soon." No sooner had he turned than Jeek Legion was yanked straight down into that yawning black pit. Zhang Cherian couldn't find any words. She only stood frozen as he vanished before her eyes. A flood of memories rushed back to her of the time they stood on that precarious suspension bridge, or when Jeek Legion looked at her with gentle, trusting eyes, resolutely shielding her and protecting her with everything he had. There really was such a tender Jeek Legion, one who always cared for her and was grateful to Zhang Cherian for noticing him. Now that mysterious, dense black chi carried him away, and she could do nothing. In the last flicker before her, Jeek Legion seemed to faint. The pit snapped shut. Zhang Cherian rushed forward, screaming his name, but it was already too late. Suddenly, she noticed something and spun around. Behind Zhang Cherian lay the sword Jeek Legion had dropped when he was pulled into the black pit. The gleaming blade reflected her dazed face and radiated a crimson, spiritual aura. She couldn't help whispering Jeek Legion's name. She recalled earlier times when gentle hands slowly strapped a sword onto a boy. Yusilha bent down and gently instructed, "Return as a proper man." Jeek Legion, small yet full of zeal, replied, "Yes, mother. I will travel the world and then come back." Silha said nothing more, only smiled softly with a gentle, kind face. Back in the present, in a room, she reached out and touched the sword, the helm map blade, that the young Jeek Legion once carried on his shoulder. Under the warm glow of the nightlight, Yusilha fell into pensive silence. Jeek Surin came in from outside and, seeing her like that, couldn't help but take notice. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at the helm map like that all of a sudden?" Yusilha's gaze grew distant. She felt nostalgic. Today she unexpectedly remembered the past, the day Jeek Legion first set foot into the Jianghu. Jeek Surin lowered his eyes and smiled. "That kid probably didn't realize, but since that day, I haven't slept a single peaceful night. But as long as we can train him to become strong, I will have no regrets. That child has grown up, even surpassing what we had hoped for." After a moment's thought, Yusilha said, "But sometimes I wonder if he matured too soon." Jeek Surin slowly disagreed, saying it's not so, after all. But before he could finish, Both of them suddenly sensed something amiss. Something bad was happening. At the same time, outside the city, a small, limping figure dashed in. It was Jianghu. Her body was stained with blood, her face a mask of panic and worry. Clutched in her hands was Jeek Legion's sword, hastily wrapped in white cloth. Yusilha's eyes turned icy, and her usually gentle voice deepened. Something had clearly gone wrong. In another dimension, pale petals fell silently in the tranquil night. The petal gently came to rest on Jeek Legion's arm, and he immediately opened his eyes, waking abruptly from his faint. Now Jeek Legion lay on a chaise in the water mansion, under the soft, peaceful moonlight. He sprang up immediately, still murmuring Jianghu's name. A sudden sting from his right arm made Jeek Legion wince in pain. Only then did he realize his inner power had been suppressed. Jeek Legion couldn't use his chi. While he was still bewildered, a soft voice floated from behind the curtain. It was a sealing technique you can't chew by yourself. The newcomer was the leader of the Flying Swallowtail. She looked at Jeek Legion with keen amusement. His whole body went on alert as he glared at the person before him. Leader of the Flying Swallowtail. So it was your trick after all. She stepped in, smiling broadly as she taunted. You woke up quicker than I thought. An ordinary person would have died along the way. Jeek Legion snapped back. Was that black smoke you're doing too? I've never heard of such a thing. The leader of the Flying Swallowtail said nothing. She simply sat down and asked, but first, have you decided about my offer? Jeek Legion scoffed contemptuously. Didn't you already know my answer? What grudge do you hold against my father? I don't understand why you want to vie for supremacy, but I have no intention of sharing the Jianghu with anyone. Jeek Legion stared at her with unwavering eyes. The leader of the Flying Swallowtail half closed her eyes with regret. I once rated your potential highly, yet you chose a hellish path, merely the whim of a child with childish ambition. Jeek Legion retorted sarcastically. Child? You went through that age too. Do you dismiss that time as meaningless days? The leader offered no reply to him. Jeek Legion continued. Sadly, most adults in this Jianghu aren't worth that child's caliber. So a child like me must step up. Isn't that right? We can't let grown-ups like you dominate the Jianghu. She slowly shifted her gaze and declared bluntly, if you've rejected my offer, there's no reason to keep you alive. I'll send you to a place where you'll painfully regret today's choice. The leader's eyes were like a predator scenting a kill. Yet, Jeek Legion showed no fear. Instead, he shot her a sly, unreadable look. She wanted to see how miserable and helpless Jeek Legion could become. To that hellish place, located in a barren rocky land. She cursed that he should feel it to the bone. Soon, the carriage delivered Jeek Legion to a fortress. At that moment, the two guards opening the gate looked on in surprised confusion. What's going on? Never before had so many masters escorted a single carriage like this. Who on earth were they escorting to warrant such measures? After the carriage entered the stronghold, the surrounding guards barked, "Get down from the carriage." The warden in charge of the roll call grumbled as he peered at the list, slow as always. He read out the prisoner numbers in order. 2857 was an old man with a white beard and a gentle expression. 2858 was a burly fellow, looking bewildered at the numbers. 2859, a girl facing away, her face and expression obscure. Pausing, the warden read on in surprise. What now? Another one? The newly mentioned person was slowly stepping out of the carriage, his hands already tightly bound with a metal shackle. 2860, none other than Jeek Legion. The overseer barked orders. From now on, those will be your names. When I call, you must answer at once. He clicked his tongue softly at that and said, Oh really, those names are a bit long, aren't they? Jeek Legion sneered contemptuously, a murderous gleam rising from the depths of his eyes. The overseer barked impatiently. Cut the chatter, get inside. Mongak will pay. At least let the man have a meal. Inside the building was a dim space, lit only by a few sputtering torches along the walls. An announcement sounded, We have arrived. Now the four of them stood in the middle of the hall, flanked by 2 rows of guards. The man seated in the high chair tapped his hand on the armrest. Yes, I've been waiting. I'm curious to see too. Who would be escorted with such pomp today? Seeing that calm face, it turned out to be you. He glanced at Jeek Legion. He sized him up from head to toe and asked through gritted teeth, "What's your name?" He showed no fear and answered the question frankly. "I'm Yeo Kudizen." "What's your name?" The question made him snort with scornful laughter. His hand was dazzled, but he had no inner strength. "Seems you don't understand your situation. Mongak, full name Mong A.K., the Great Evil." He bared his teeth in arrogant laughter. 2858 froze Mongak. Could it be? Without thinking further, he immediately bowed his head and kowtowed, shouting, "Please spare my life. I've heard of the infamous Mongak countless times during my wanderings. Please spare this life." The surrounding soldiers snorted in contempt at the spectacle. Mongak slid his hand into his left jacket pocket and said slowly, "Fine, I'll give all of you a chance." 2858 rejoiced, as if clutching a straw for salvation. Grateful, he offered his thanks. Before he could finish, a heavy object was hurled down among the four. It was a short sword. Mongak's challenging voice echoed through the room. "If you kill one person, I'll spare the rest." Old man 2857 stammered. "What do you mean by that?" 2858 was equally bewildered. "Forcing us to kill each other?" The familiar confident voice rang out again, catching Mongak's attention. One person, at that moment, Jeek Legion slowly raised both hands along with the cuffs into the air. Killing intent poured from him, filling the space. Jeek Legion's eyes widened like a fiend. It was nothing difficult for him. Jeek Legion's reaction only made Mongak more intrigued. He admitted, "Indeed, nothing is more important than my life. Have you decided who to kill yet? After all, they're just commoners. It doesn't matter who dies." Seeing that Jeek Legion didn't react, the nameless lackeys below quietly called to each other. One began to adopt a lecherous tone. "Leave the woman. It's been a while since I've had some fun." The man beside him cackled with glee. "There he goes again." Jeek Legion turned and asked bluntly, "Do you intend to lay a hand on that woman?" He showed no mercy. "Women are rare here. If you want to kill someone else." While they were still bargaining, young 2858 glanced at the sword embedded in the ground and thought quickly, "Damn it, if that man gets the sword, I'm in danger too. Better to have my hands free first." Jeek Legion didn't bother to glance. He could easily read 2858's intent. He spoke up to stop him. "Don't do it. If you do, you'll be the first to die." The young man grit his teeth helplessly. "So what should we do?" "At this rate, we'll all be dead." Jeek Legion's gaze sharpened, and he prolonged his tone as he said it. Looking at Mongak in front of him, who was smiling with pleasure, he bluntly judged that the man was filthy and despicable, and returned to the room with Jeek Surin and Usilha. Imhagi slowly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his face remaining calm, giving off an inscrutable, brooding air. Imhagi's eyes didn't seem to stare at the blade so much as gaze into the distance. Just moments ago, Usilha stood under the bright moon discussing with him. Luckily, Zhang Cherian wasn't badly hurt. Yang Imyoung seemed to know a little about the organization called the Flying Swallowtail. Jeek Legion had managed to recruit some members of the Flying Swallowtail. Word was he'd asked them for escape routes, so it looked like Jeek Legion intended to investigate further. The wind rustled by, stirring the leaves into a momentary whisper. Imhagi pondered, then proposed, "I'll go myself to fetch him back." Usilha didn't answer. She simply closed her eyes slightly. The moment she opened her eyes, she spoke firmly. "Let me go. You still have patients to care for." He added, "I'll find a physician to stand in for me for a few days. I can't let her go alone." Imhagi looked straight into Usilha's eyes, his worry plain. She gave a small smile and slowly laced her fingers through his large hand. "Don't worry about me. I promise I'll be back in under half a month." Moonlight outside shone on Usilha's lovely face, highlighting her sharpness, resolve, and confidence. At that time, in the area where Jeek Legion was imprisoned, he slowly said, "My mother always taught me that. You don't need to be polite to evildoers just to win them over. If they smell weakness in their opponent, they'll become bolder, especially. The crueler they are, the more frenzied they become." That remark was like a spark lighting a powder keg. Mongak's face immediately blackened. The henchman below angrily yelled, "Have you ever seen someone so insolent? How dare he disrespect Lord Mongak?" Seeing the situation, 2858 cursed inwardly. The lunatic, provoking him now, will get us all killed. He didn't think twice. He pulled the blade lodged in the floor and locked it into place. It wasn't too late to act now. The perverted henchman from before shouted up, "Hey, women are off limits." The young man, 2858, began to move. It wouldn't be pleasant to let that guy hate him. He gripped the hilt, lunged at old man 2857, and cried out, "Sorry, sir." 2858 stabbed straight at him with no mercy. But in an instant, Jeek Legion leapt forward and toppled the blade to protect the old man. The blade struck the shackle on his wrist and instantly changed direction. It shot straight toward a henchman, skimmed past his head, and embedded in the wall. That henchman happened to be the pervert who demanded the woman earlier. He swore, "You bastard." Jeek Legion had already irritated him. His expression turned cold and sinister. "Looks like you haven't just done this kind of dirty trick once or twice, have you?" The henchmen around them all drew their swords at once, lunging forward and shouting. "So what do you plan to do then?" Seeing this, 2858 could only shout, while old man 2857 and the girl 2859 panicked and backed away. The soldiers yelled, "Hey kid, get out of the way, leave this one to us." They thought this young man would be easy prey. Immediately, Jeek Legion quickly swung the shackle high into the air. Using its weight, one downward arc was enough to snap the necks of two henchmen. The perverted henchman from before screamed and lunged with his sword. "You bastard, I'll chop off one of your arms first." But contrary to his intent, that slash only bit into the stone floor. He was bewildered, unable to believe his eyes. Did he dodge it? Another man looked up and warned, "Hey, look, over there." That soldier shot forward to attack Jeek Legion. A man hanging from a building column swung a horizontal cut, and the pillar immediately split in two. The other soldiers marveled at Jeek Legion's strength. How could mere physical force do that? Impossible. Where will he appear from next time? The soldier who had been mouthing off didn't expect to be chosen. Jeek Legion slipped behind him. "You planning to live like that forever?" He spun around and slashed while shouting, "Shut up." But Jeek Legion deftly dodged. Immediately after came a light kick to the soldier's nape. Such an obvious move. Why ask 3 times? Jeek Legion had already hoisted himself into the air and nimbly kicked his other leg high. The lowly soldier hadn't time to grasp the meaning of his words or what he intended. This was his final moment. Jeek Legion used one leg as a pivot and brought the other leg down. And just like that, he could easily snap the man's neck. Man number 2858 gaped in astonishment at that power. Beside him, old man 2857 and girl 2859 also widened their eyes, hearts shaking. Mongak, seated high above, frowned tightly. He couldn't let this go. Just as Jeek Legion landed, a silhouette flashed and dashed up behind him. The man's large hand clamped down on Jeek Legion's head. Before he could react, the man forced his head straight into the ground. The force was so great the earth and stone shattered. Jeek Legion went limp, no longer responding. The man who had rushed up panted heavily, truly a monster. The surrounding soldiers stammered, "Master, you acted yourself?" He paid them no mind and asked, "Lord Mongak, shall we kill him?" Mongak's face darkened. He snorted inwardly. "So there's a reason you brought so many guards here. If my inner strength hadn't been broken so quickly." And that was Jeek Legion. He slowly lifted his face from the pool of blood, his hoarse, deep voice ringing out again. "One of you is already dead, isn't he?" Even with blood streaming from his nose and mouth, Jeek Legion still had the strength to threaten them, not backing down. And Mongak was shaken again. He hadn't expected a kid to be this formidable. Scene cuts to another place, a bustling spot full of passers-by, the air noisy and live. A woman with exquisite makeup and ornate jewelry smiled faintly. She glanced around in satisfaction. "Busy today, huh?" The steward beside her hurriedly flattered, "All thanks to the madam." Suddenly a courtesan rushed over, calling out, "Madam, a guest has just arrived. He says he offers everything from first flower to 10th flower." The madam's eyes widened in shock. All the 10,000 beauties of the ghost house? Even wealthy gentry wouldn't dare imagine that. The courtesan hurried on. "Also, he asked that both the madam and the steward come." She was stunned and stammered, guessing this was no ordinary guest. "Looking for us?" Inside the banquet hall, Food was artfully arranged. The lively laughter of the beauties kept ringing out. The first flower to 10th flower girl smiled, shy and delighted as they complimented. "How do you speak so entertainingly? I barely noticed time passing." Suddenly from the door a woman's voice called. "A humble one requests permission to enter for a moment." The madam of Chi House and the steward entered, bowing politely. "You asked to meet the humble one and the steward." She thought inwardly, who could summon all 10,000 beauties of Chi House? At least let me see his face. But the next instant, when she saw the visitor's face, she froze stone still. My goodness! The sound of pouring wine still gently echoed in the air, filling the blank in my thoughts. The madam stood dumbfounded, stunned by the sight before her, exclaiming, "Have I ever seen a woman so stunning?" "That woman is Yu Seelha." She spoke up. "It seems everyone is gathered. Well then, shall we get straight to the point?" She sipped wine, resting her chin as she pondered. The madam of Chi House couldn't help but ask, "The main matter?" Meanwhile, the steward behind watched and assessed silently. That woman was more than merely beautiful. What was this suffocating, oppressive atmosphere surrounding her? Yu Seelha slowly put the wine jar on the table and said, "One of you is connected to them." The flying swallowtail. She stared at the people before her with a resolute, inscrutable gaze. Then Yu Seelha suddenly extended her hand forward, radiating spirit power to scan every corner. A chorus of whispers rose. "The flying swallowtail? What is that? I've never heard of it." In the next moment, everyone at the banquet table was subdued by her and collapsed unconscious. Yu Seelha curled the corner of her mouth and looked at the sole person still awake. "So it's you." He paled, involuntarily stepping back before her overwhelming presence. Yu Seelha declared bluntly that the only sober person connected to the flying swallowtail was the steward, Han Chi, nicknamed Yun Pao. Panic gripped him. Could one move suppress everyone's lifeblood? But Han Chi outwardly remained calm, as if misunderstanding had occurred. Yu Seelha narrowed her eyes and unhurriedly exposed the truth. "Only you tensed when you heard the name, the flying swallowtail. Tell me everything you know about the flying swallowtail." Han Chi, though frightened, obstinately denied it. "I've never even heard of it." She was losing patience. No trace of gentleness left for him. "I won't say it twice." Han Chi had barely opened his mouth. "I'm the steward of Chi House," when a sharp object flew straight at him, piercing his left shoulder. Blood spurted everywhere. Han Chi's pupils contracted in an instant as the pain hit him. Looking back, the thing that pierced him was only a chopstick, yet possessed terrifying power. Han Chi let out a scream of pain. Yu Seelha showed no mercy. Her fingers toyed with each red chopstick in the holder as she continuously counted. Han Chi clutched the wound that kept bleeding, frowning as he asked, "Why on earth did you do that?" But Yu Seelha paid it no mind. She kept counting the chopsticks. Then she propped her chin on her hand, playing with the last stick in the holder. 50. So you could at least deny it 50 times, right? Cut to Jeek Legion's area. Torchlight flickering in the dim space. Jeek Legion was massaging his wrist, so from being shackled for so long. He led the group considered prisoners, slowly turning his back and walking away. At the same time, Mongak's henchman spoke up. "Lord Mongak, so you've spared him? Letting him go like this, are you sure that's wise?" He didn't answer, hurried yet slow, recalling the earlier scene. Jeek Legion, bloodied and pressed to the ground, still said firmly through gritted teeth, "But you already killed him." Recalling that moment, Mongak ground his teeth in anger. Because of that name, he couldn't go back on his word in front of his man. He croaked a reassurance. "It's fine." I'm eager to see his reaction when he finds out about this, namely why that place is called the livestock pen. Before them lay the livestock pen, a village beneath sky-high cliffs, the atmosphere deeply gloomy and misty. Meanwhile, in another space, luminous butterflies shed golden light and drifted about. The head of the flying swallowtail and the steward stood under the dusk glow. Amid a fragrant field of flowers, she fanned herself and spoke leisurely. "That kid went to the livestock pen? This should be interesting soon." The man beside her voiced his thought. Sparing him like that might be a mistake. The flying swallowtail's leader glanced over confidently and added, "Before he dies, he'll realize his own weakness. Hearing that, the steward said nothing more, but his face showed an unreadable unease. Whether it's truly for that reason or not, what outcome this will bring, I can't say, my lady. Warm, golden rays of sunlight shone through a large crevice in the rock, illuminating the dilapidated houses of a livestock pen. At this time, Jeek Legion and his group were sitting in front of an unoccupied house. He leisurely enjoyed having a place to stay and food handed to him. Strange things weren't just one or two. They truly couldn't figure out what this place was. Old man 2857 helplessly looked at Jeek Legion and thought to himself that compared to that, these guys seemed awfully relaxed. He seemed oblivious to the tired looks in the old man's eyes and casually remarked that there was nothing special after all. Old man, he replied. Old man nothing. I'm Samga, just call me Sango. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the young man 2858 sitting in a corner. He slowly approached, offering a rice ball and inviting, "But you should eat something, right? It's not as if it's an immediate life or death situation. I don't blame you for surviving out of desperation." The young man 2858 was deeply moved. His eyes gradually glistened. He stammered, "Old master, I was truly at fault earlier." Jeek Legion also turned to advise, "Samga Elder is such a soft-hearted fellow. Why hold on to past grievances in a place like this?" He was about to take another bite of the rice ball when he suddenly sensed something amiss. A man was sprinting toward them from afar, shouting ceaselessly for help. "Save me, save my life, I can't die like this." He sprinted in terror toward the group of Jeek Legion's men. Suddenly, something shot forward and struck the back of his neck. He immediately fell face first to the ground. The stone that caused it rolled out and landed right at Jeek Legion's feet. He looked up, and the golden hue in his eyes flared suddenly. A bunch of people carrying clubs approached, grumbling, "What a pain this is. 2785, let's go." He looked up and pleaded desperately. "Please spare me," the leader replied. "Don't worry, we're not killing him. Just hoping someone else will finish him off, so it's over." No sooner had he spoken than the people emerging from the livestock pen village laughed heartily. Only then did Jeek Legion ask, "Where are you taking this man?" The gang leader grew very annoyed. "What's with you? Who are you?" He showed no fear and introduced himself, Jeek Legion, and the men laughed loud and bright. This guy actually gave his name. Must be a newbie. Huh? We'll teach him the rules here. Before he could finish, a godlike punch blasted straight into the leader's face. He was immediately flung aside, to the stunned amazement of the others. Old man 2857 and young man 2858 gaped in astonishment. The gangsters whirled around, staring after the figure who had been knocked out with a single punch. They quickly recovered from their shock and stammered, "He knows martial arts?" Jeek Legion gripped his wooden staff, tapped it lightly on his shoulder, and said leisurely, "I'll teach you something too. In the future you'll hear my name often." No sooner had he finished than he sprang away amid the crowd shouting. What on earth did that guy say? A staff rose high, the image of Jeek Legion charging and would likely haunt them for the rest of their lives. His gaze was full of killing intent, pupils severely contracted. Jeek Legion lunged forward without mercy, delivering a crushing blow. At the same moment, elsewhere, the door to a room was flung wide open, and a bloodied guard burst in, babbling incoherently. He barely managed a disjointed sentence before the intruder collapsed, vomiting a mouthful of blood right at the doorway. Yodam, nicknamed Yun I Sam, pounded the table in alarm, jumped up and shouted, "What is going on?" A henchman peered out and reported that all the corridor guards had been killed. Yodam cursed and ordered, "Damn it, prepare the carrier pigeons at once. Once we know the situation, we must flee immediately." But before he could finish, as he looked up, Yodam's gaze met the person standing before him. A person in deep red attire strolled, and casually, green spirit aura still radiating around their body, drops of blood steadily falling onto the wooden floor. Yodam and his henchmen stood frozen, mouths agape. It's a woman. She walked forward gently and placed the severed head of a guard on Yodam's desk. Yusilha spoke with contempt. "You let worthless brutes serve as guards? Pathetic." She tilted her head, her whole body radiating intense, murderous intent. Yodam trembled. His eyes reflected Yusilha, slowly raising her hand toward him. He panicked. Who on earth was this woman? Back in Jeek Legion's area, blood soon splattered everywhere. He slapped hard at each man's shins, but yielding was not in Jeek Legion's vocabulary. He looked up challengingly and said, "Go all in at once." Now, whether Yusilha or Jeek Legion, both were sharing the same stream of blood. Be it the flying swallowtail or anyone else, I'll crush them all, leaving not even a scrap. The two henchmen, instead of being cowed by Yusilha's threat, grew more bloodthirsty and lunged to attack. The ones getting crushed here will be you. One swung a knife down to attack, but froze in shock because Yusilha had grabbed his hand in time. She gently used a little force to twist his blade back toward him. At once a henchman slashed his own head and slumped down. Yusilha sneered, "While we're at it, let me teach you a lesson." No sooner had she finished than something streaked past at lightning speed, emitting an ear-piercing sound. That astonishingly fast thing was Jeek Legion. Like a bolt, he charged and took down the remaining henchmen before he could move. He grinned smugly and echoed Yusilha. Always be faster than your opponent. While lecturing them, he unleashed a few more strikes to finish off the henchmen. The other henchmen, seeing their comrades fall, charged to surround Jeek Legion, but he seemed unconcerned. He simply stepped back a pace to stabilize his stance, then lightly dodged each blow from the henchmen, all the while lecturing them. The second rule, anything in your hand, he demonstrated as he spoke, grabbing a henchman's collar and adding, can be turned into a deadly weapon. With that, Jeek Legion used the captured henchman as a weapon to strike the others. Not stopping there, Jeek Legion gripped the wooden staff that had snapped in two. He menacingly asked the henchman before him, "Do you know what the final thing is?" The henchman went pale, his face drained of blood, and in an instant, a geyser of bright blood sprayed everywhere. One by one, they were all ruthlessly beaten down by the two of them. The scene turned into utter chaos. Henchmen lay dead everywhere, and one survivor struggled to flee. He ran screaming in panic. What kind of monster is that bastard from? But before he could finish, a burst of energy slammed into him, leaving no time to react. Yusilha hurled him hard into the air. She shouted, slightly annoyed, "Are you unharmed, or what?" Yusilha squeezed the henchman's neck tightly. She snarled threateningly, "Leave no sliver of hope for survival." Having said that, she immediately tightened her grip, causing a scene of sheer terror. Jeek Legion also quickly dispatched the remaining men with a wooden staff in his hand. "This is the bloody lesson I passed down to my son." Immediately after, a loud crash rang out and blood gushed forth. Yusilha coldly tossed the henchman in her hand aside. The henchman, gasping his last, spoke each word deliberately. "Your being able to sneak in this far proves you've got chops, but it's far too late now." Yusilha listened to his bravado with an utterly calm, expressionless face. She spoke up, "Are you talking about that secret dispatch? Planning to warn your superiors?" The henchman's eyes widened in surprise. "You knew from the start?" Yusilha confirmed lightly. "Exactly. I've wasted time on you because I wanted to let you live. Now you're not even as useful as a pigeon." He was trampled and tossed aside, surprised and a little terrified, unable to accept the bitter truth before him. But Yusilha didn't care what he thought. She coldly stomped him to death, smiled with satisfaction, and insisted they chase the carrier pigeon before it flew off. At dawn the next day, right at the foot of the cliff, a henchman numbered 278 trembled as he thanked Jeek Legion. "Many thanks, young lord, for saving my life." Jeek Legion asked, "They've all withdrawn, but where on earth were they planning to take us?" "Killing wasn't enough. They said they'd make us suffer worse than death." "What does that mean?" He frowned in worry. Nobody knew, only that those taken away by the gang never returned. They were called the Gansu faction. Every few days when Gansu ordered it, they took everyone, young and old, without exception. Henchman number 2858 spoke up, "They always gather enough people. Maybe someone's already taken our place." "What the hell is going on? I just drank a bit, and when I woke up I was on the prison cart." He turned and asked, "What about the old man?" Number 270 stammered, worried. "My situation is the same as yours, so just go inside and rest for now." Jeek Legion glanced at them without speaking, heavy thoughts pressing on his mind. Time passed like that, and the sun set light gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, it was late into the night. At the makeshift lodging, number 2857 suddenly opened the door and walked out. He stepped outside and looked up into the distance. A voice echoed, "You still haven't rested?" Jeek Legion appeared calmly, leaning lightly against the door behind him. He turned to ask him, "Can't you catch a wink either?" Jeek Legion explained, "It's hard to sleep in unfamiliar surroundings. But earlier you looked as if you'd recognized something about this place." 2857 gave a wry laugh. At this point, there was no use hiding it. He hesitated a moment, then said, "I was just a physician eking out a living until they showed up." The image of a strange man wrapped in a black scarf came to his mind. "They sent me to gather poisonous herbs in dangerous places. I knew full well it wasn't for medicine. My wife begged me to stop many times, but I was blinded by money and wouldn't listen. In the end, while I was on a mountain collecting herbs, she took our son and left. Regret came too late. I searched everywhere, but only heard she died ill and my son vanished without a trace. So I abandoned my duties at the Flying Swallowtail to look for him, wandering all the way to this place. Someone like me no longer deserves to live, but if I can survive and leave here, to win a single chance to see my child again, I'd do anything willingly." Jeek Legion comforted him, "Whatever the cost, I'll find a way to get out of here." At that moment, an image of Zhang Cherian suddenly appeared in his mind, her bent over training diligently in martial arts. He confessed to the old man, "I also have someone I need to meet." He was hinting that the person was Zhang Cherian. Jeek Legion continued, "What is she doing right now? I can picture her so clearly, but to get out, we first have to break the inner power seal. If it's just those small fries from earlier, they're no threat." 2857 asked if there was any way to lift the restriction. Jeek Legion replied calmly, "Still no idea, but for now we need to smash this Gansu faction to pieces." At the same time, right at the Gansu faction's precinct, a few men were joking and gossiping about their subordinates getting beaten badly while trying to hide it, so Lord Gansu wouldn't chop off their heads. One man snorted mockingly and teased, "What was his name again?" He recalled the name was Jeek Legion. The man beside him joined in ridiculing the name, which sounded ridiculous. No sooner had he spoken than Jeek Legion appeared and bonked him on the head from behind. The man jumped, bewildered. "Why would someone hit me? For no reason." The other man denied it vehemently, and only then did he realize he'd been pranked. Jeek Legion used the chance to slip behind the precinct. He rummaged for a while and discovered several books. He fumbled about for a long time, but still couldn't find what those people were hiding here. Jeek Legion murmured his complaints, then suddenly froze over the scripture in his hands. He noticed 2 lines on a page had been blacked out, which puzzled him. What the hell are these bastards up to? Suddenly a loud noise came from behind, making Jeek Legion startled. At that moment the study door was opening and someone was slowly entering. As he entered the room, the old man began to complain, "Today a prisoner escaped, forcing us to run around. Clean this up quickly." As he spoke, he sensed something was off. He wondered why the register was on the table, when there was no one else in the room. He felt uneasy and hastily looked up toward the rafters. Jeek Legion was now clinging up there, trying to hide, but he wasn't panicked. Instead, his face was incredibly calm. "So I've been found out?" That very night, the Gansu faction's headquarters lit up brilliantly. Footsteps echoed in the late-night air, growing louder and clearer than ever. The 2 underlings panicked when they saw someone's arrival. "Have they come already?" One man hurriedly bowed and followed, asking anxiously, "Is everything all right over there?" Beside him, another man quickly flattered, "You must be exhausted, right?" The guest suddenly paused and asked, "What is this? Why are you all so jumpy today?" "This guy is Gansu." The 2 underlings stammered in alarm. "Actually, we lost number 2785. Upon hearing this, Gansu's blood boiled with anger. "Assign me another number, and I'll go catch them at once." Someone interfered and ruined my entire plan. As he opened the study door, he saw Jeek Legion calmly biting into a piece of meat in his hand. He sat leisurely eating dried meat in front of the battlefield of blood. "It must be premium jerky, quite tasty." The underling shouted in panic when he recognized Legion's identity. Legion remained indifferent and composed as if nothing had happened. "I didn't plan to go this far, but some idiot saw me. Besides, I've heard quite a bit about people like Gansu." Riled up, moved to draw his sword. So, you're the newcomer, making everyone uneasy. How dare you? Before he could threaten, Legion threatened him back, pulling his hand from the hilt. Gansu likewise froze his hand. Legion continued to threaten. Draw out the register, and I'll kill you right now. He read each word aloud, pronouncing the man's nickname clearly, which drained the man's face pale. Number 26, Gansu. He was surprised. How do you know that? Legion strolled closer and glanced at the roster. You're the only one left alive from the original number group. So you must have been captured and, by some luck, caught mangaks to earn your current post. You can't even handle one person, yet you rush off to report. What use is keeping you seated there? Or should I kill you right here and have Mangak hand that position over to me? Hearing his sarcastic taunts, Gansu flew into a rage, but could only grit his teeth and restrain himself. He tried to calm himself and think. This bastard not only glanced at the register and grasped my situation, he even dares to threaten me. Indeed, he's no ordinary man, yet he still faced so many people without hesitation. Against an unbeatable opponent, there's only negotiation left. Gansu suppressed himself and asked, "So what exactly do you want? If you intend to speak naive words about stopping the arrests." Legion cut him off. He flatly denied it, then looked at him with icy eyes and dropped a line that made Gansu momentarily stunned. He pondered for a moment and then realized something. At the same time, Jia Yin was standing in front of the faction headquarters. She fidgeted with the thoughts in her head. She hadn't managed to freshen up at all and looked utterly disheveled. Even for someone like Jia Yin and others, why would he grant such a favor? Clearly that would put him in danger. As she brooded, a voice suddenly called out, "Your name is Jia Yin, right?" It turned out to be Legion. He opened his hand, offering her some dried meat, and said, "I picked up quite a bit when I went out." Jia Yin backed away in alarm, dodging. "Don't come any closer." Legion spoke up. "You keep worrying about that. Follow me," he suggested to her, then turned and walked ahead, leaving her a bit puzzled. A while later, he brought her to the place she wanted. "You wanted this more than dried meat, didn't you? If anyone comes, I'll send them away, so go ahead and bathe without worry. If you're still uneasy, should I stand farther away?" Jia Yin said, "No, just stay there." Her thoughts resurfaced. Finding a place like this, he must have carried the wash basin here himself. This story surely wasn't easy. Legion said, "Food's lousy. The lodging's rough. Bear with it a little longer. I'm trying to find a way to get you out of here." Jia Yin replied calmly, "Even if I go outside, this place, and the outside world are no different." Only now did her face become clearly visible under the water. The more she looked, the more insecure she felt about her appearance. Legion reassured her, "I know someone who can remove scars." Jia Yin gasped and widened her eyes at his words. She brightened and hurriedly asked, "Really? I've searched every famed doctor, but none could." "Who is this doctor?" Legion corrected her. "Not a famed doctor, an old woman. Maybe even my parents could do it." Hearing that, Jia Yin felt a little disappointed. She told herself, "Of course that couldn't happen. My parents ruined my face like this and abandoned me. People look at me like a monster because of this scar. I thought everyone hated me, but this is the first time someone has been kind to me like this." Jia Yin's eyes watered as she looked at Legion. "Why would you go so far?" Legion gently replied, "It reminded me of someone I care about. If that person were in such a situation, I want someone to do the same for her." Jia Yin quickly wiped her tears. "She's lucky, surely a very good person." Legion didn't hesitate to promise, "When we get out, I'll introduce you to her." Although Jia Yin knew leaving was unlikely, she still smiled and agreed to his offer. "Please, you must take me to meet that old woman." Hearing this, Jia Yin closed her eyes, smiled with relief, and made her promise. The next morning, Legion decided to do something and noticed that the nickname 2860 had been crossed out. He held out his arm, which bore other deep marks. The number 2860 on his skin. A man spoke up. "Number 2860 has been confirmed." Legion challenged, "You roasted someone else's meat just over a number like that?" An underling glanced at Gansu and sneered. "I thought you'd change your mind by morning, yet you actually came. Are you really going to do exactly as he asked?" Gansu said nothing. He recalled that the day before he had proposed negotiating over the brief matter of arrests, but Legion had refused. Instead, Legion just smiled wickedly and suggested that Gansu arrest him instead. Gansu explained to his underlings that in any case, who to send was his prerogative. There was no problem. The most important thing was still. As he spoke, he suddenly froze, remembering, if Lord Mongak finds him more useful than me, if I don't quickly eliminate this source of trouble, I could be dragged there myself. He finished the rest of his words with a grim face. If the man volunteered to go, there was no reason to stop him. In Gansu's heart, he cursed Legion without end, surely thinking he could behave the same there as here. He would regret his arrogance. At that moment, Legion also noticed something and glanced toward Gansu. He saw something under the floor make a sound and a puff of dust rise. And immediately a staircase leading down to a secret cellar appeared before Legion's eyes. Gansu no longer hesitated. Then shall we be on our way? They descended the rickety stairs one by one, which creaked and screeched unbearably. Legion glanced around and asked curiously, "Does everything here run on mechanical mechanisms?" Gansu replied coldly, "Intricate mechanisms, but don't get any illusions." He scrutinized the surroundings once more, then spoke, "Any other schemes? Your eye for people is surprisingly accurate." No sooner had he finished than Legion dispatched the two underlings behind him with a single kick each. Gansu reacted quickly and hurried to draw his sword. But before the hilt cleared the scabbard, Legion had already blocked it with one hand. While his other hand swung a fist, he struck decisively and with utter finality, leaving Gansu no time to react. With just a few simple moves, all three men were felled by Legion. He stepped toward the stalagmite before him and said, "This stalagmite shows signs of being tampered with. There isn't even a speck of dust on it. Even at the Gansu base, there's no way to restore the internal energy sealed from me. So I have to look elsewhere." Saying that, he placed his hand on the ice stone before him, and shortly after, a secret passage revealed itself. Legion knew the coming matter would be a major gamble, but he was determined to find clues inside to unseal his internal energy. He then hurried into the passage, telling himself to move quickly before any bastard showed up. At Mongak's dwelling, an underling came running in a panic to report that someone had escaped from the livestock pen. They said he was heading that way. Mongak merely snorted, not worried. "No need to ask who dared break the seal, right?" He sneered. "That fool down there is nothing at all." Mongak rose, readying himself to go hunting. Meanwhile, Legion was doing his best to run as fast as he could ahead. After some pursuit, Mongak and his men reached the secret cellar. Gansu kept begging for forgiveness, saying he'd go there himself. Mongak asserted that Jeek Legion had nowhere to run and couldn't have gone far, so take it easy and subdue it. Gansu obeyed his orders, but it didn't stop there. Mongak pressed the stick a few times against Gansu's head. He said, "And you? Turns out you can hide because of this thing." Sensing something off, Gansu quickly replied, "Yes, sir, you speak rightly. I'm ashamed." Mongak said nothing. He simply gripped the broken wooden club tightly and raised it high. Gansu was so terrified he could barely speak. In an instant, Mongak slammed the club down. Blood spattered everywhere and wails of pain echoed. At the same time, Legion, who had been running, suddenly stopped. His eyes stared straight ahead, his face expressionless. Before him was a grotesque room. Inside, a famed physician's silhouette was reflected, and streams of crimson chi continuously poured out. The more Legion looked, the more puzzled he became. How could there be a medical practitioner in a place like this? In that shabby little room, he saw the man examining a corpse. After checking for a while, the man spoke and even dug out something still usable. They said his martial skills were pretty good. What on earth wounded him? If it's not that bad, then someone of this caliber can't reach the limit. At that moment, the physician's face gradually became visible. He was the music master. While he muttered to himself, the door to the room had quietly creaked open. Legion took advantage of his distraction and slipped in very smoothly. He hid behind the music master. His gaze was cold and sly, as if plotting something. He scrutinized the objects laid out on the table before him, then glanced toward the body of a man on the examination table. Once he identified the moment, Legion immediately ambushed and struck him from behind, leaving him no time to react. The music master was felled by Legion with a single blow to the neck. He collapsed to the floor. Legion said nothing, only cast a contemptuous glance at him. At last, he understood everything. The reason those people were capturing others. Suddenly, Legion noticed that something was off. He analyzed the scene. No special herbs were visible. What were they doing here? He needed to search more thoroughly. Lost in thought, he was startled, eyes widening. A loud noise rang out. The corpse on the table suddenly revived and lunged to attack Legion. But thanks to his superior martial arts, he quickly found his footing. Legion grabbed onto the examination table and flipped backward, escaping the man's line of sight. Regaining his composure, he thought more clearly about the current situation. Legion took a fighting stance. This thing looked troublesome. Once again, Legion sensed that something was unusual. He stared into the dull, soulless eyes of the man before him. He realized it all and wondered what exactly these beings were. He recalled the earlier analysis. Broken bones, deformed bodies that didn't even cry out, yet remained outwardly normal. Legion was horrified. The man before him was identical to those he'd seen on the mountain before being captured. Legion suspected. Could all of them have been created here? Captured and brought here like this? Despite Legion's muttering to himself, the man lunged forward, preparing to strike him. But Legion was now solely focused on these captured people. The cause remained unknown. Taking advantage of a momentary lapse, the man slammed a brutal punch into Legion's face. It seemed Legion might be felled, but in fact he absorbed the blow. He used both hands to block the man's strike. He couldn't kill them. He had to find a way to recover. He reminded himself and earnestly tried to convince the man, "I'm not your enemy." The man began to waver. He muttered, "Who am I?" Legion struggled to fend off his punches. Surely someone was orchestrating a plan using these living puppets. "What exactly do you intend to do?" The flying swallowtail leader's gaze and Legion's were terrifying now. What happened next is unclear. Only that Legion was in utter turmoil, briefly terrifying, as crimson chi like blood surged from him. Elsewhere, a petal drifted down onto the clear surface of the pond. The serene, picturesque scene was suddenly broken by subordinate's voice. The flying swallowtail leader smiled faintly and politely turned to ask, "Is there urgent news?" The subordinate reported, "Yun Apple and Yun Isam have blocked the entire arena. They said a dangerous person is urgently approaching. Forgive your subordinate for speaking out of turn. Could it be because of the person in the death cell? Before things escalate, why not deal with him first?" The flying swallowtail leader fanned out her fan to cut off the subordinate. She said, "You do realize acting like that is overstepping, don't you?" At that moment, the horrific, bloody scene on the ship resurfaced in everyone's minds. Master Yun was about to say something, but was immediately stopped by her. "Still," he warned, looking at those trembling hands, "it seems not so easy to control." The flying swallowtail leader explained that after performing the grand technique, things are like this for a while. Master Yun continued, "You didn't mention these symptoms before," but she stubbornly replied, "It's nothing serious. If you're going to tell me to stop, spare me." Seeing her so obstinate, Master Yun no longer intended to persuade her. A look of worry and helplessness passed over his face. He changed the subject for now. "Look at how quickly that third lady was felled. Can't you guess who is coming? Before it's too late, we must kill the one who's become an enemy, and then withdraw." The flying swallowtail leader turned to leave. "Do you think I will be defeated?" He had already seen why you keep the life of someone who has turned hostile. Master Yun didn't finish speaking and once again evaded the point. "It's not that. Given her current state, you can't answer his summons." But she insisted, "It's only a woman." Master Yun wondered, "Only the mother?" It couldn't be known now. She added that if it were that person, they would never choose such a method. An image of a man appeared in her mind. He would never become so cruel. Her eyes grew heavy and her voice softened. From the first meeting, she thought it might actually be for the best. This surprised Master Yun a little. She believed that if that woman was of the heavenly demon's bloodline, the odds would actually favor the other side. She turned to him and suggested, "Shall we go together?" to welcome the Rakshasa. They returned to the room Legion had scoped out earlier. Inside it was a mess. No sign of him. Only two panicked underlings. "Music Master, are you all right? When did he slip in here?" The music master forced himself to stand. He still didn't know what had happened. After calming down, he finally recalled what had just occurred. The music master flared up, anger making his hands tremble. "Bring that one here at once. He stole from me." At that moment, Legion was also hastily fleeing as fast as he could. As he ran, he muttered, "If only there were a little more time. First, I must get out of here before Mongak." Mongak suddenly appeared and ambushed Legion. Taken by surprise, he was utterly shocked. Legion hadn't anticipated this and couldn't react in time to his attack. Mongak mocked him, saying, "So you showed up." Then he coldly raised a club in his hand to prepare the next strike. He swung the club with a heavy arc, and in one blow the long robe was knocked flying. He was thrown by Mongak and smashed through the wall behind him. Seeing him unable to resist, Mongak slowly approached and taunted, "I thought you'd struggle more. Turns out you're obedient. Now you've even given up struggling." Suddenly a glass vial flew out from Legion and rolled to Mongak's feet. He glanced at Legion and noticed there were several identical medicine vials on it. He realized something and let out a delighted laugh. "You plan to try drinking all of this? Seems you're pretty desperate, huh?" Legion lay motionless at that moment, but suddenly Mongak felt that something was wrong. His face grew stern as he looked at Legion. A mysterious, eerie aura enveloped the area around his body. This only made Mongak's suspicions more certain. Inside Legion's chest, his heart began pounding ever more violent. Mongak panicked. "You drank the medicine?" Legion remained silent, his heart now swelling as if about to burst, as if some source of power were surging through him, instantly snapping him back to full alertness. Legion stands on the thin line between life and death. Each heartbeat spasms violently, blood seeping through his torn white shirt. He had gambled with his life, using his own body to test a terrible poison. Mongak, the refined-looking master, seeing Legion still gasping, sneered and mocked his madness. Mongak raised an eyebrow, unable to believe anyone would dare swallow that pill without fear. He smugly assumed Legion had mistaken it for ordinary restorative pills that recover inner strength. Legion's hand trembled amid the rubble, but the meridians on his skin began to glow. He thought to himself that this guy talks too much while he endures flesh-rending pain to reclaim his power. Mongak's expression turned serious. He recalled that everyone who had used the black alchemist's poison could not bear the pain. They either died instantly or took days to regain consciousness. But Legion was different. Though breath ragged, he forced himself upright amid the debris. Mongak, astonished, wondered how a beast like him could hold on so long. 15 minutes earlier, Legion had held that risky vial. It was his last choice to break the seal. In the room, he knew that to unseal his inner strength, he had to pinpoint exactly which blood vessels were suppressed. With no sensation left, he was forced to use the drug to forcibly stimulate his body. And the strongest medicine he had was this deadly poison. Legion clenched the vial in his hand, willing to trade everything for a chance to counterattack. Back in the present, Legion's eyes flashed with madness as the drug took effect. He smiled defiantly, feeling power erupt through his bloodlines. His body felt aflame, yet his mind was clearer than ever. Seeing that stubbornness, Mongak found it amusing. He laughed loudly, treating it as a rare diversion in his boring life. Legion stared at his opponent, slowly repeating the name Great Wicked Wolf Mongak. He recognized the man not only by his notorious reputation, but by the staff, the blood-stained weapon he held. Mongak's savage past was exposed. He had massacred dragons sword manner, sparing no one, not even innocent children. Blood stained the floor, all to satisfy his greed for the Manor Lord's precious staff. The reason for that slaughter was simply a toy. Legion fixed his gaze on the rough wooden staff, eyes full of loathing at the inhuman brutality of the man before him. Mongak's anger flared when reminded of the past. He stomped, cracking the floor. A murderous aura surged. The wicked wolf was ready to finish the one who dared challenge him. With a powerful swing of his staff, Mongak struck head-on. Legion was hurled away, smashing into the walls as dust and smoke blinded the view. The situation hung by a thread. Mongak roared, searching the wreckage for Legion. Suddenly, a small sharp object sliced through the air and grazed his neck. The tiny cut was unexpected, making the master freeze. He picked up the thing that had attacked him and realized it was a black alchemist's acupuncture pin. Mongak snorted, thinking Legion was resorting to petty tricks to turn the tide. With overwhelming strength, he crushed the needle in his palm. To Mongak, Legion's final efforts were like the desperate struggles of an animal about to be butchered. Mongak lunged forward, vowing to make Legion regret it. Meanwhile, Legion staggered with heavy steps, each stride making his body scream in pain. Legion's head felt like it would split. The poison's pain peaked, but at that moment he sensed the blood vessels being intensely stimulated, helping him find clues to unseal the seal. An inner vision showed the flow of inner power exploding through the acupoints. White sparks flared like tiny explosions inside his body, signaling a world-shaking change about to occur. At that moment, one of Mongak's subordinates burst in with urgent news. Legion took a deep breath. He now knew exactly which blood vessel was sealed. The moment to counterattack had come. A shout of "He's here!" shattered the thick atmosphere. A shadow plummeted from above with murderous intent, officially beginning the life-or-death confrontation in this dungeon. Both of them plunged into the pitch-black pit, where the livestock dump with thousands of bleached bones awaited. Amid the rubble of broken bricks and stones, the no-retreat battle erupted as they collided midair. The chasm battle exploded violently. Legion tried to withstand Mongak's 1,000-weight staff lash. Mongak's strength was overwhelmingly dominant. A thunderous strike forced Legion to buckle down. Their eyes met on the life-and-death brink. Legion retained astonishing composure despite his flagging body, while Mongak revealed a savage glare, resolved to crush anyone who dared oppose him. They fell deeper into the earth, where stone walls cracked from the shock of their clash. Massive slabs tumbled down, creating a scene of devastation and death. Rock and soil rained down like a storm beside Legion. Around him, there was nothing but the sound of collapsing ruins from the ancient structures beneath the manor. A massive impact blew up an entire stone bridge spanning the dark pit. The weak torches along the walls were snuffed by the terrifying shockwave, leaving a darkness to swallow the chasm. Dust and smoke enveloped the dark space, obscuring the faint remaining light. A dreadful silence settled over the place. From above, the stone bridge was now only a thin strand dangling over a bottomless abyss. Below was a black hole concealing dark secrets. Legion frowned as a foul stench reached his nose. It was the smell of kerosene, a scent he would never forget. A bad premonition crept into his mind as he scanned the dim area. What is this? Legion's eyes widened in horror. In the murky darkness, he began to make out pale shapes at the bottom of the pit, a sight beyond anyone's imagination. Beneath Legion lay a mountain of bleached human bones, piled layer upon layer. Thousands of lives have been discarded here like worthless trash, forming a brutal mass grave. Empty skulls stared back at him, as if lamenting their cruel fate. It turned out this was not just a pit, but a mass burial ground for forgotten souls. Mongak walked forward nonchalantly, his voice echoing among the dry bones. He mocked Legion's shock, asserting this was the organization's livestock disposal site. To him, humans were no different than animals being butchered. Mongak coldly explained the fate of those brought here. Death, mutation into neither human nor beast, or, rarely, becoming stronger. This was the brutal selection rule he worshipped. He continued with utter cruelty. Bai Hai and Ho only wanted the strong. The rest must be eradicated. Legion tightened his grip on his sword, his chest heaving with rage at their so-called eradication. You douse them with oil and burn them alive. Legion choked out the bitter truth. The charred bone fragments on the ground were ironclad proof of this monstrous crime. He could not believe humans could treat each other so savagely. Anger exploded. Legion surged forward like a whirlwind, vowing to make Mongak pay for these wronged souls. His sword carried the weight of thousands buried beneath the bone pit. But Mongak maintained the composure of a seasoned master. He easily blocked Legion's attack with his sturdy wooden staff. His eyes brimmed with contempt at the opponent's revenge attempt. Mongak spoke, his words as sharp as a blade. What a pity, but this place is... He began to channel his energy, a deep purple force coiling around his staff, preparing a merciless finishing blow. Jur grave. Mangak unleashed an enormous staff swing, flinging Legion into the air amid the wreckage. He intended to make this very bone pit the final resting place for anyone who dared challenge the organization's order. Gene Ryan struggled to hang on, gripping the sword hilt tight so it wouldn't slip. He fought each second to keep consciousness amid the enemy's relentless assault. Blood spewed from the wound as Mangak's strike landed. He mocked Legion as a fool for opposing him with only crude external techniques. To Mangak, true power lay in the deep internal strength he'd built through decades of killing. He continued to taunt his opponent's condition. Abusing the poison had thoroughly disrupted Gene Ryan's meridians and vital energy. Mangak knew that whenever Ryan channeled energy, the pain would multiply, leading to collapse from within. This is as far as you go. Mangak launched a devastating attack, driving straight toward Legion's position. The blow was so powerful it carved another deep pit among the dry bones, dust billowing to obscure everything, like a full stop on the challenger's journey. Legion collapsed, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. He was buried under dirt, rubble, and dry bones, his body exhausted with no strength left to rise. Facing an exhausted Legion, Mangak casually judged that he had reached his absolute limit. He wondered how someone so battered and broken could stubbornly cling on like a lunatic. Legion gasped for breath, blood streaking his grimy face. He rasped that the only reason he hadn't fallen was because there were people waiting for his return. That will was stronger than any medicine. His gaze fell on a mound of dry bones at the pit's bottom, where innocent lives had been cruelly taken by Mangak. He remembered dreams and precious things they once had before being labeled livestock and discarded here. I will not let you trample those things again. Legion's eyes flared with a murderous red in the night. Hatred for Mangak ignited a blaze of will that carried him through the flesh-rending pain. Mangak frowned, astonished at the tremendous spiritual strength of his foe. He wondered if Legion was using pure willpower itself to resist the devastation of the Black Alchemist's poison. Mangak tightened his grip on the long staff, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He scorned the things Legion cherished, considering them worthless before the absolute power of martial prowess. Legion braced himself, stomping hard on a layer of dry bones to gain leverage for a counterattack. Though each movement tore at him with pain. This ends here, Mangak roared, unleashing a mighty strike aimed straight at Legion. He was convinced that this time the enemy would have no chance to rise again. In that hair-raising instant, Legion accepted taking the staff blow. He used his own body as bait to close into close quarters with Mangak. Blood sprayed, yet his gaze remained chillingly cold. Legion's gambit surprised Mangak. Despite serious injury, he reached forward, ignoring all pain to carry out the final step of his plan to turn the life-and-death game around. A tremendous force burst when they collided. Fragments of stone and dry bone exploded outward under the terrifying pressure of the direct clash between a predator and a warrior with nothing left to lose. Mangak sneered, thinking Legion foolish for choosing this suicidal approach. He believed victory was assured when he saw his opponent fall under overwhelming power. This is your failure. Mangak stood above, looking down at Legion plummeting amid the manor's ruins. He reveled in his power, unaware that a trap had been set. Two faces, two opposite extremes, appeared amid the battle. A smug Mangak and a cold, calculating Legion. This was the moment the true plan began. But suddenly Legion grabbed Mangak's leg. Mangak realized Legion was desperately clinging to the last threads of hope. He let his guard down, not expecting what would happen next. Suddenly, Legion lunged forward, a move so unexpected that Mangak froze in stunned exclamation. His speed and decisiveness in that moment were things Mangak had never imagined. What? My body won't move. Mangak's eyes bulged in terror. Mangak lost momentum and toppled onto the pile of dry bones below. At the same time, a torch fell, igniting the kerosene that had been poured into the livestock disposal pit. Flames roared up, consuming everything in their path. The bone pit became a massive crematorium, engulfing both opponents in a sea of blazing red fire. "You sly old fox," Mongak howled in pain and fury. He stared at Legion with hatred as he realized he had fallen into a carefully calculated death trap. Legion revealed the bitter truth. The previous strike had been only a feint. His real intention was to get close enough to deliver a decisive strike to the enemy's deadly point. He precisely drove an acupuncture needle into Mongak's ammonius point at the nape. This is a lethal point that can cause total paralysis if struck correctly, and Legion executed it perfectly. Mongak was stunned to realize he had been completely outplayed by Legion's stratagem. Not only was he paralyzed by the deadly needle, but he also faced the ravenous flames devouring the bone pit. Amid the sea of red fire, the wicked wolf could only despairingly await his tragic end. The blood-soaked staff slipped from Mongak's hand, the symbol of his crimes dissolving in the colossal crematorium at the bottom of the abyss. Legion's hand clung to a jagged, cracked rock as he struggled to climb out of the burning pit below. His fingers bled, but the will to survive drove him to escape this living hell. Legion trudged heavily down the manor corridor. He had passed through death's door, but his body was utterly spent, lacking even a scrap of strength to walk steadily. The world around him blurred from pain. The sound of his dragging footsteps echoed through the silent space. Yet a satisfied smile suddenly crept onto his bloodied face. Legion thought to himself that now he had identified exactly which blood vessel was sealed. The next task was simply to find a way to fully unseal it. Hope for regaining his power lay right before him. Suddenly, Jean Ryan's eyes widened as a strange blue light appeared before him. He froze, as if seeing something of great importance or an old memory rushing back amid his fading consciousness. The dizzying sensation made Legion seem to dissolve into another space. Fragments of the surrounding reality began to crack, returning him to distant memories he had kept deep in his soul. In the delirium, Legion's bloodied face appeared in anguish. Blood streamed from his eyes and mouth, the costly price he paid for the life-or-death gamble. Yet even at his weakest, the images of loved ones shone brightly. There was the gentle face of the girl from years past, who had smiled warmly and reminded him of his promise to return. Her eyes were full of trust, like a lighthouse guiding Legion's darkened soul through the endless battle. Memories continued with images of friends and former comrades. A man with a long scar on his face laughed heartily, and a group of people waited for him behind. They were the reason, the strength that let him survive every hardship until now. The image of an elegant mother with ornate hairpins appeared beside his father. Beautiful memories of a bygone time gradually dissolved into nothingness, leaving a lingering sorrow and a steely resolve in the survivor's heart. Fresh drops of blood fell onto the parched ground, marking each arduous step he took back into the brutal reality. Legion's hand fell limp, blood still flowing. He collapsed to the ground, but in his hand he seemed to still hold an unbreakable vow. Lying on the border between life and death, Legion silently affirmed, "I made a promise." The vow to the dead and to those still waiting was the only rope keeping him tethered to this world. Even if it costs him his life, he is determined to find his way back to fulfill that oath, and stubbornly so, like a man who misplaced his keys and vows never to give up until they're found. The gate of fate opened, leading Legion into a life-or-death trial he had never faced before. Legion's eyes widened, astonishment clear as he realized the opponent before him was no ordinary foe. It was Yun Sam, a bald master with a cross-shaped scar on his forehead. His gaze exuded the cold cruelty of someone who holds absolute power. Recalling past encounters, Legion had been utterly overwhelmed. The enemy's blade strokes so fast and strong he couldn't keep up. A crushing blow sent Legion flying backward. His body slammed into the door, and the inner energy in him seemed to freeze completely. Blood flowed, Legion's face smeared with wounds. Yun Sam stood above the defeated figure and sneered that no matter how Legion struggled, he could not break this seal. He asserted that this martial art was alien to the world, and Legion's failure was entirely natural, a miserable end befitting someone like him. This was Yun Sam's cruel verdict as he watched Legion lie motionless on the ground. At the brink of death, a strange light flashed in Legion's eyes, pulling him back into distant memories. The scene changed in an instant. A clear blue sky, falling petals, an oddly peaceful space. Rewinding years, the figure of his mother appeared on the green grass, asking him about his training session. Seelha appeared graceful, a gold earring swinging as she looked at her son. She began explaining to Legion about the 9-year demon art, a martial discipline with absolute power against all kinds of evil energy. Legion listened intently as his mother explained that even the most righteous fighters would struggle to overcome the might of this skill. That was why the 9-year demon art was called the supreme demonic art among 10,000 ghosts. Legion understood, but a big question still lingered in his heart. Why was his inner energy so easily sealed by the enemy's dark techniques? The past Legion, face smudged with dirt, asked his mother. Young Ryan always wondered then whether it was because he hadn't trained hard enough. But the truth was otherwise. Legion had trained until he vomited blood every day, never missing a session even when imprisoned. He had worked harder than anyone. So why? Why still couldn't he defeat those illegitimate martial arts? Legion's eyes showed doubt and pain. His mother's answer stunned him. Because you're the one denying this power. That power had always been inside him. His mother's figure faded, her words echoing in Ryan's mind, helping him see through the greatest barrier within himself. The moment of awakening had come. Legion opened his eyes wide and completely shattered the fear that had been suppressing his potential. Scene change. The surroundings were desolate with crows circling a withered tree, a chilling omen of the rise of a terrifying power. Amidst the scattered corpses, a bearded man gravely wounded trembled and asked, "Who? Are you really? Why do this?" Standing before Seelha, her body was soaked in blood, but her murderous aura dominated the space. The blade in her hand still wept the enemy's dark red blood. Seelha advanced coldly, like a messenger of death, without hesitation. She called them little swallows. Seelha glared at the enemy, her voice full of hatred as she recalled how they had taken her child. That look was no longer a gentle mother's, but a blood-collecting demon's. The man, barely clinging to life, still spat threats that if she considered Bai Yonho an enemy, she would regret it for the rest of her life. He clung to faith in his organization's power, even as death drew near. Regret. A contemptuous smile flickered across her lips. From then on, she had never known the meaning of regret. Seelha recalled the time she abandoned the demon sect to live in seclusion with Surin. Even in the hardest moments while hiding, she cherished every moment. Those were the happiest years of her life. Seelha's gaze grew colder than ever. She declared that today would be no different. Anyone who harmed her child would pay with their life. The other man stubbornly shouted that it was all useless, for that man is already dead. He tried to use that brutal truth to crush her spirit. Ignoring his words, Seelha swung her sword. A decisive cut ended the enemy's life instantly. Blood sprayed beneath the gray sky, sealing a sinful life. A red murderous aura engulfed Seelha as she uttered bitter final words to the dead. At that moment, she had truly become a fearsome demon woman. Back with Legion, his eyes widened in astonishment. Memories of his mother and the awakening of power flooded him more strongly than ever. The battle between Ryan and Yun Sam erupted fiercely again. Ryan charged with terrifying speed, causing explosions and shrapnel to fly everywhere. The two were turning the area into a real battlefield. Legion's stomp cracked the ground, showing the might of inner energy bursting within him. The seal seemed to be trembling violently. Legion panted, facing Yun Sam directly amid the rubble. The pressure from the bald master was still terrifying, suffusing the surrounding air. Legion bitterly admitted he never imagined they'd meet again under such circumstances. Past and present were overlapped. Although his inner energy was still sealed, the suffocating sensation made Legion perceive everything more clearly than ever. His gaze hardened, fear gone. Every hair on his body stood on end. Legion felt such intense pressure he could barely breathe, as if the air itself were being squeezed by the surrounding fiery energy. Facing Yun Sam in his current state was truly a life-or-death gamble. Legion recalled how last time he survived only by a freak stroke of luck. Yun Sam stared straight at Legion and declared that today that life would end here. He reached out, as if to seize the other's destiny. "I'll take it back," the man roared, lunging into the attack despite the power gap. Their sword strikes crossed, creating sharp streaks of light. No matter what happened, Legion knew he had no choice but to fight to his last breath. His fist clenched, he launched a powerful punch at his opponent. Legion's punch shot forward, aimed straight at Yun Sam's face. He only had time to see a dark shape racing at him with murderous intent. The scene blurred from the speed. Yun Sam flinched in surprise as he noticed the demon head tattoo on Legion's arm beginning to fade. He had never seen this before, an omen of a major change. The ground beneath Legion's feet split under the suffocating pressure. He could clearly feel the inner energy surging powerfully inside him. A thunderous collision followed. Legion launched a direct kick, but the man easily caught and seized his leg. Immediately after, Legion was flung amid the wreckage. The pressure from the opponent's strikes was so overwhelming he couldn't hold his ground. Dust and debris scattered with each impact. A painful cry escaped Legion's mouth as fresh blood gushed out, while his body endured injuries beyond its limit. The frame blazed red, reflecting utter agony. Yun Sam charged like a whirlwind, giving Legion no chance to counter. He unleashed powerful strikes aimed straight at the weakened man. The force of Yun Sam's blows created an inner energy explosion, flinging Legion further across the rubble of the building. Ryan completely lost the initiative in this one-sided confrontation. Legion's trembling hand clutched the cracked ground. He realized that merely dodging his opponent's attacks had pushed him to the very limit of endurance. Even though he had mastered the 9-year demon art, Legion still couldn't understand why he had fallen into such a miserable state. Doubt began to creep into his mind as he faced the enemy's overwhelming power. Yun Sam looked at Legion with contempt, mocking him as a cowardly rat desperately trying to find a way to flee in vain. His murderous aura was chilling to the bone. He declared that Legion's running in circles was extremely annoying. Streams of blazing red energy braided like deathly ropes, locking down every escape route. The surrounding area trembled and collapsed under the intense heat and pressure of the battle. Yun Sam seemed intent on leveling everything to finish Legion's life. He staggered amid the rubble now. Legion was hurled into a sea of fire, blood trailing down his dust-streaked face. In despair, he wondered why he still could not break the inner energy seal that bound his power. At that moment, his mother's teachings echoed in his memory. She had seen through his heart and asserted that deep within Ryan there lived an invisible fear. That fear was the strongest chain. What am I? Legion questioned himself as he saw a blazing red symbol glowing like a demonic seal in his mind. The inner struggle was raging fiercely. Not giving Legion time to think, Yun Sam executed his ultimate move, Teut Heavenly Strength 14-fold Demonic Fist. A crimson murderous aura enveloped him as he launched the finishing blow toward Legion. A sharp, chilling sound rang out. Yun Sam's blade pierced Legion's chest, blood spraying violently. The bone-deep pain left Ryan's senses nearly paralyzed. Instead of falling, Legion used his blood-soaked hands to clutch the blade that had pierced him. This reckless act made Yun Sam pause in astonishment. Amid the rubble and flickering flames, Legion and Yun Sam were locked in a bloody struggle. Legion accepted unbearable pain to keep his opponent at the closest possible distance. Yun Sam coldly remarked that Legion had turned skillfully to avoid lethal weak points on his body. However, he asserted that the moment Legion let go of the blade would be the moment he died. Legion realized the sword technique his opponent used belonged to the Manhwa sect, a prestigious Orthodox school. He bitterly asked how a legitimate sect could act like hunting dogs for the Bayonho organization. Drops of blood from his hands kept falling onto the blade. Yun Sam sneered at Legion, saying someone exuding such dense demonic chi had no right to discuss Orthodox schools. He saw the evil nature waiting to erupt inside Ryan. He insisted that every time they fought, the demonic nature in Legion would rise stronger, and one day he would completely surrender to his own maddening destructive urges. Ryan's face was filled with pain and bewilderment. So that's how it is. Legion uttered in belated understanding. A strange feeling began to spread, and he realized the truth behind his mother's warnings and those of his opponent. The scene was dyed a blazing red of blood and fire. Legion recognized his greatest fear, not death, but becoming a mindless demon amid the corpses of the innocent. He had sealed himself precisely because of that fear. The power of the seventh awakening in the nine-eared demon art, demonic impact world, carried a terrifying obsession, making Legion constantly afraid of losing himself. In his mind, the image of the ferocious demon always appeared like a curse, ready to devour the owner's soul. Only when death loomed did Legion realize his mistake. He no longer needed to flee the darkness, but to face and accept it, because that was the only path to gain the strength to protect those he loved. Legion was submerged in memories of a dark past, standing among corpses with bloodied hands. He recognized, this is the darkness I've always been avoiding. The blurry images rose like reminders of the demonic nature of the power he possessed. Legion's trembling hand clutched the sword piercing his body. Fresh blood mixed with the thick murderous chi spreading out, foreshadowing an imminent eruption. The seal seemed to crumble under the tremendous pressure inside him. At that moment, memories, along with Cherian, rushed back in. The demon head tattoo on the back of Legion's hand suddenly flared crimson, burning the surrounding flesh. Cracks spread, signifying the inner energy seal had been completely broken. The long-restrained power now poured forth like a torrent. Cherian appeared vividly in Legion's mind. She was the one who gave him faith and a reason to keep fighting, to avoid being swallowed by the darkness entirely. She was the guiding light amid the sea of fiery hatred. Legion's eyes flew open. His pupils were engulfed in blazing red. Those eyes were no longer humans, but of a war god rising from the dead. The murderous aura made everything around tremble. A terrifying inner energy explosion occurred at Legion's position, shattering every invisible chain that bound him. Fragments of the seal scattered like sharp glass, reflecting the brilliant light of the awakened demonic art. Yun Sam couldn't believe his eyes. His face contorted with horror as he felt the inner energy pressure surge from the body. He thought he had finished. He staggered back in utter shock, cold sweat streaming down his brow. The burst of power formed a colossal pillar of light, piercing the rubble, hurling aside every obstacle. Huge boulders were crushed to dust under the terrifying force of the nine-eared demon art. Now the real battle truly began. Blazing fire energy shot up from the ground, forming a pillar of flame that incinerated everything. Legion stood at the center of the storm of fire. The floor collapsed completely, revealing yawning pits filled with raging red fire. The devastation from Legion's attack had turned the building into a literal hell on Earth. No one could survive if they were too close to this source of energy. Yun Sam trembled and stammered. Bloodshot veins traced his eyes as he could not withstand the soul-shaking pressure from his opponent. He realized he had awakened a real monster he himself could not control. Yun Sam stuttered, asking how Legion could restore his inner energy so quickly. He stared at Legion's glowing hand with utter suspicion and fear. All his calculations had collapsed before this awakening, and so Yun Sam's body shattered. A cast-off fear. Ryan's steely proclamation rang out, marking his full acceptance of his power. He reached his hand forward. Blood still flowed from his wounds, but he no longer felt pain. Legion gave a cold smile amid the encircling fire and killing intent. He knew he would never fall, because there's someone who will stop me if I do. And no, that's not an invitation for awkward group hugs. Blood spurted from Yun Sam in a torrent, blazing red against the yellow flames. Amid the vast sea of fire, Legion stood there, breathing heavily. Legion's hand trembled, tiny veins standing out like little snakes coiling beneath the skin. The poison's effects were beginning to ravage his body from within. Legion stared at his hand. This feeling, was strangely different from before. Power surged up, but the pain was equally terrible. The wild energy that used to run rampant whenever he used magic now seemed more stable under the poison's influence. A risky trade-off. Memories flooded back. Familiar faces from the past appeared like a reminder of why he had to fight to the end. The image of Jia Yin, stern but full of compassion, and the fallen brothers, all seemed to lend Legion strength as he teetered on the brink of death. And then the face of the Baihanho leader surfaced in his mind. A beautiful yet mysterious woman, the one behind these cruel schemes. Back in the present, Legion stood before a door leading down into a black pit. Light from the flames cast shadows, revealing a road with no escape ahead. Legion's eyes burned with iron resolve. He roared inwardly, "I will destroy this place." Nothing could stop his fury now. A bitter cold rain began to fall, soaking his tattered robes and bleeding wounds. The surrounding space fell into a terrifying silence. At the foot of the cliff, bodies lay strewn among pools of blood and rainwater. A horrific scene attesting to the cruelty of this battle. Seelha stood silently in the rain. She had predicted this day would come, when blood debts must be repaid with blood. In a brief flash of memory, the image of a happy family appeared. That was when Seelha once had everything, before tragedy struck and turned her into a revenge-hungry demon. The sword swung, blood and rain mixing into a cruel red ribbon. Each slash carried the pent-up hatred of years. Seelha squinted into the distance. She sensed an ill omen approaching, something beyond her control. The martial world is vast, yet there seemed to be no place for a soul lost like Seelha's. She walked a lonely road whose end was only darkness. The sound of water splashing against wagon wheels. A group of strangers was approaching the massacre site, unaware of the horror that awaited. "What the hell happened here?" The soldiers cried in horror at the wreckage and corpses. Their leader, Yun Saipal, had vanished without a trace, and the bunch of livestock they intended to bring to Mongak Nim were nowhere to be found. In their confusion, they discovered a woman still standing there. "What's this oppressive feeling?" The soldiers shivered. The air suddenly grew heavy and gloomy to the point of suffocation. What had really happened here? You ask what happened? A cold voice rang from the darkness. A foot stepped into a pool of blood, torn, broken, crushed. Seelha listed what she had done to her enemies with a chilling calm. Many things happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Seelha closed in on her target. "My throat." The soldier barely managed to gasp in shock as he felt a cold hand clench his vital spot. A drop of deep red blood began to ooze from the sharp wound. Seelha had no intention of ending him immediately. She seemed to be preparing a punishment far worse. A pale hand tightened around the soldier's throat, making him feel as if 1,000 needles were piercing his flesh. A numbing, excruciating pain spread through him. Seelha exuded a bone-chilling, killing intent. She showed no mercy, forcing the soldier to reveal where Bayonho was holding those they called livestock. Seelha's gaze was as cold as a blade. "Lead me to the livestock pen," she ordered in a tone that brooked no resistance. Anyone who disobeyed would meet death. The torrential rain kept pouring down the pitch-black cliff, hiding the horrific secrets below the pit, where wretched souls moaned. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of the livestock pen, Old Man 2857 and Young Man 2858 chatted about the disappearance of young hero Jeek. They figured the boy was off meddling somewhere again. Old Man 2857, his face marked by the ravages of time, sank into silence. His eyes held a faint sadness and a fragile sliver of hope. In his mind appeared Legion's image. The young man had promised that once the seal was lifted they'd leave this hell together, and he would help find the old man's lost son. Kindness was the rarest luxury here. "You seem like a good man," 2858 remarked, reminding the old man of the debt of gratitude he always carried in his heart. The old man snapped back from his memories when he heard strange noises in the distance. A sense of unease began to kindle within him. He recalled the moment he shared his meager meal with Jia Yin. Amid Baihanho's cruelty, the human kindness was the only thing keeping them from going mad. The simple meals and idle scolding. To them, those were rare, peaceful moments they clung to. Jia Yin smiled, silently thanking that person for bringing her here and allowing her to meet these kind people. Outside, the world offered only scorn and rejection to someone with a demon's face like hers. Recalling the memory, she saw herself bathed clean, washing away the filth and suffering of a livestock existence. A sweet dream, she promised to thank him for when they met again. But reality was far harsher than the dream. Jia Yin froze, eyes wide with terror as she heard rapid footsteps drawing near. The morsel of rice fell to the ground and shattered. Their brief joy was gone. The storm had truly found their last refuge. A coarse boot crushed that bit of rice. It was the presence of the Gansu faction, those who sought to snuff out every scrap of hope left in the livestock. Back in the present, Legion stood there, drenched in blood. His golden eyes blazed with unwavering fury. Those who harmed those he cared for would pay dearly. At his feet lay the corpse of young man 2858. Bayonho's subordinates casually discussed how the girl had tried to save the old man. They mocked the feeble resistance and reveled in the tragic outcome for both. They recounted how the girl had been dragged away while trying to rescue the old man. Each word was like a knife to Ryan, who listened quietly from the shadows. Darkness enveloped everything, leaving only terrifying silence. A real massacre was about to unfold, more brutal and savage than anything they could imagine. Behind the door, they smugly assumed the musician had dealt with the intruder. They had no idea death stood right behind them, merely waiting for the moment to strike. In the secret room, the mad experiments continued. They tried to reverse time, to turn the old into the young again, an arrogance defying nature's laws. You are! The shriek was cut short as Legion charged like a whirlwind. A cataclysmic impact sent everything flying, signaling the end of the sinners in their lair. As the dust settled, only Legion's footsteps echoed steadily across the debris-strewn floor. He moved forward in silence, treading over the remnants of the massacre, his gaze fixed on the dark corner where the pitiful people trembled. Legion's steps stopped amid the pool of blood and the rubble. "Sorry I'm late." Legion's voice sounded low and heavy, carrying boundless sorrow. Jiayan slowly opened her eyes, her blurred gaze turning toward the person she'd longed for. Jiayan's small body lay motionless on the cold ground, fresh blood still seeping from the countless wounds inflicted by brutal torture. A faint groan escaped her dry lips. Around them were the corpses of the wicked felled in an instant. Jiayan gave a weak, wilted smile and whispered with trust, "I knew you'd come." Young hero Jiayan recounted their desperate attempt to escape with the old man, only to be recaptured and beaten until she was nearly spent. Each word dripped with pain and injustice. What about grandfather? In her dying moments, Ho worried not for herself, but for the only remaining family in this hell. Not far away, the old man lay motionless on the experimental table with dozens of needles stuck into his body. Legion replied softly to reassure the girl. "He's safe." "That's good then." "On murmured, so me va te relieve." Legion knelt beside them, promising to take them both out of here and to find a way to heal the scars on her face. But that promise now sounded painfully hollow as life slipped from a girl. Jiayan's face was soaked in blood. The pale yellow of her eyes seemed to lose focus, fading with each weak breath. "I can't be saved anymore." Jiayan silently understood that her time had run out. Legion's promises were now the last beautiful dream she would have. She confided about the long nights of waiting in despair and the simple happiness of being cared for by him. Her greatest regret was never getting the chance to properly thank him. "Even if your words about fixing my face were a lie, it's okay." Jiayan smiled, because for the first time in a life full of scorn, she had known something called hope. Jiayan's eyes slowly closed. All bodily pain seemed to dissolve into a silent void. Angry. Her small hand reached out weakly, then slowly fell. Jiayan cried in despair. "Wait just a little. Don't leave like this. Don't give up." Legion's gaze shook violently. He refused to accept that the girl who had just found hope would be taken so unjustly. Cue dramatic heartbreak, and maybe a tragic trombone in the background. Jiayan was gone forever, leaving a vast silence in the blood-scented room. Hold on. Please don't go, Ryan whispered, choked with grief. Legion's hand fell limply onto the cold ground. Legion knelt beside her corpse, head bowed low. The tragic scene enveloped the space. I thought I could do it. Heavy self-reproach pressed on Legion's mind. He hated his own weakness for failing to protect such a small soul. Promises to get them out, to find the old man's son, to heal her face. All of it had become a crushing psychological burden for him. I thought I could at least do that. But the smoldering anger inside Legion began to erupt into a cold, dark, killing intent. The musician trembled and collapsed to the ground, unable to believe anyone could break his control and interfere with his experiment once more. Legion looked at his bloodied hand, then turned to the villain with a voice cold as ice. How many people have you killed in this cruel way? He answered casually, as if inventorying goods. My number is 2860, so roughly that many lives, I guess. A disgustingly cold reply, exposing his view of human life as worthless. Countless lives were taken just to serve your sick games. Legion's killing intent exploded, releasing a terrifying pressure that made the villain feel as if the surrounding space were being slowly squeezed to death. The musician trembled in terror. He felt a terrible fury choking the air, a killing intent he had never witnessed in his life. This rage, it's suffocating me, he thought. Why are you smiling? He blurted in shock when he saw the cold, contemptuous smile on Legion's blood-soaked face. A smile that heralded the end. It's just so ridiculous. Legion's eyes flashed with a bewitching golden light, piercing the rotten soul across from him. A world where scum like you live while the good die. Ridiculous indeed. Legion stared at the smoking censer, his heart aching as he thought of Ho and the old man, those he had sworn to protect but ultimately failed. And yet, I once tried to change this world. How laughable. Legion raised 2 fingers to the man's forehead. Is there any way to turn those you've warped back to normal? The final, judgmental question was asked. Legion still hoped to salvage the wretched souls transformed into livestock. The musician's eyes widened. He still seemed blind to the severity of the situation. He believed granting those worthless people new power and bodies was a great gift they should be grateful for. There's no way to reverse it, but... His words cut off as a streak of light swept through. Legion struck decisively, without hesitation, a punishment for one who treated lives like trash. Blood spurted from the old man's forehead. The one who had slaughtered thousands in mad experiments now met a tragic end at Legion's hands. Legion acting as his own executor of justice. Just as I expected, creatures like you. Legion stood there, letting his enemy's blood splatter his face, his gaze cold and resolute like a death god on duty, are undeserving of salvation. Outside, Bayonho's henchmen began to panic upon hearing Legion was alive and heading toward the dark alchemy master's chamber. Their confidence vanished, replaced by utter fear. Go report to Mongak Nim and Yun Sam Nim at once. Frantic shouts rang out. The usually quiet Bayonho mansion descended into chaos as the specter of revenge drew near. Legion stood motionless in the dark, his silhouette exuding loneliness and the burden of unfulfilled promises. His father's teachings echoed in his mind. When it's time to kill someone, think carefully 3 times. A lesson about valuing life he kept close to his heart, even though his hands were stained with blood. Legion's footsteps rang sharp on the shattered tiles. Each step affirmed his iron will and unwavering resolve. Clack, clack. Those words are etched in me always. Legion faced the charging soldiers brandishing weapons. His presence was like an immovable mountain they could not surmount. And today, I follow them once more. He had given them a chance, had considered their deaths, and the result remained the same. The sword in his hand began to tremble with bloodlust. I've thought it through 3 times, Father. The image of Legion charging into the enemy ranks alone, taking on an evil force, his decisive strikes proving a choice without regret. All those worse than beasts in this place. One by one, soldiers fell beneath Legion's flashing blade. He was no ordinary warrior now. He was the embodiment of retribution. I will wipe them all out. Legion's eyes flared with burning hatred and killing intent that filled the air. The chapter closed on a blood-soaked oath. Jeek Legion stood towering in the midst of the encirclement, a killing intent blazing. When a man swung a blade, he dodged as swiftly as a gust of wind. He immediately countered with an extremely fast strike. Right after, Jeek Legion's hand thrust through the enemy. They panicked seeing Jeek Legion advance alone without relying on fancy weapons. His gaze was icy. One tried to swing his sword, but Jeek Legion closed in with lightning speed, decisively stopping the attack with his bare hands. A massive blade aura swept across, sending the rushing group flying like useless sacks of grain. They screamed at one another to stop that energy wave or they die on the spot. But every effort was in vain. The blade aura cleaved their defenses, painting the ground red with blood. Heart-wrenching screams rose as heads fell, and blood flowed everywhere under Jeek Legion's sweep. Jeek Legion launched a flurry of consecutive slashes, while the remaining men trembled, desperately trying to stop him. His footsteps struck the ground solidly, dust billowing all around. The enemies were aghast at his terrifying power, unable to believe how many comrades had fallen from a single wave of blade aura. One soldier's eyes widened in extreme fear as he realized death was looming right before him. Jeek Legion coldly swung his sword to finish him. Another man died in an instant as his head separated from his neck. His face was smeared with blood, but his eyes still shone with determination. Inwardly, Jeek Legion recalled techniques from his mother and felt his reason trembling violently. It felt as if all his sobriety was shattering, giving way to a killing intent that enveloped his mind. He sensed his rationality dissolving, replaced by a single desire to annihilate every enemy. Red currents like threads of blood aimed straight at their targets, leaving only the urge to destroy everything in the way. Jeek Legion's eyes blazed, with no trace left of compassion or mercy for these vermin. Demonic power erupted fiercely as Jeek Legion swept his sword through the enemies. The soldiers screamed that he was a true monster. Jeek Legion tightened his grip on the sword. If slaughtering these trash made him a demon, then he was ready to accept. His face began to change, half of it revealing a blazing red demon mask as he fully embraced this path. An earth-shattering explosion caused the whole structure to collapse, wood and stone flying everywhere under the terrifying force of the demonic art. Jeek Legion stepped out of the rubble. From now on, he would bear the title Demon to enact his own brand of justice. He was sick of that name having been thrown around, but now it no longer had the power to unsettle or bother him. A slight smile flickered on Ryan's lips. He told himself he would never again be bound by any petty murderous urges. From the shadows, the people kept as pets began to emerge, bewildered and frightened as they looked at the devastation before them. Jeek Legion told them there was no time for wonder. Everyone had to leave immediately to save their lives. Seeing the crowd gathered, Jeek Legion asked if anyone knew medicine. Someone quickly answered that they had run an apothecary and had studied medicine since childhood. He said he had found the acupuncture points that had been suppressed by drugs. With proper acupuncture, everyone could restore their inner strength. The prisoners were stunned and disbelieving. They had endured Mongak's cruel control for far too long. Jeek Legion told them firmly that the ruthless Mongak had finally paid for his crimes. He instructed those skilled in martial arts to protect the weaker ones, so they could all escape this hell safely. Tears of joy began to roll down. They trembled as they asked one another if they were really going home. A man fell to his knees, choking with gratitude as he thanked Jeek Legion. He had assumed he'd be buried in this darkness forever. He welled up, remembering his promise to his pregnant wife to bring her sweet melons. The promise that once seemed hopeless could now be fulfilled. A promise. Those two words echoed in Jeek Legion's mind, stirring his deepest feelings. He watched the group depart, his expression softening a little after the bloody massacre. In a remote mountain area, Yang Huayang was leading Cherian along a narrow trail. She asked why the girl had dared follow her into danger without even asking the destination. Cherian stood shyly, her eyes briefly tinged with sadness as she thought of past events. She always believed the old woman had a reason for acting as she did. Cherian's eyes showed self-reproach. She regretted not being strong enough to help Legion, despite how many times he had saved her. Huayang smiled meaningfully. as if she completely understood Cherion's feelings. She recalled Li Jin's early days in the Jianghu, when he met only those who sought to use him, forcing him to close off his heart early. She realized Cherion was the first person she truly felt wanted to stand up for and protect that young man. Cherion listened, moved, as the old woman said that since meeting her, Legion had changed and learned to smile more genuinely. She advised her not to torment herself by only taking, but to learn to see farther ahead. If she only clung to what's right in front of her, everything would pass like a blurred shadow, leaving endless regret. But by learning to look farther, she would see the full landscape of the journey she was on. Cherion nodded in acknowledgement, though her heart was still full of turmoil and anxiety about the present. The pain and loneliness that surrounded her sometimes left her breathless, unable to see what lay ahead. Wayang suddenly asked if Cherion really believed she had no martial talent. The girl quietly answered yes, resigned. She reminded her that there had not been a single day she neglected training. Even when her father was taken, she kept swinging her sword without rest. If you can't trust talent, trust that persistent effort, Wayang encouraged as they continued walking. They stopped before an ancient tower where Wayang told her to use that very effort to prove her ability. Cherion looked up in astonishment, sensing an invisible pressure emanating from the mysterious tower in the deep forest. The sign reading Demon Sword Tomb appeared ominously. Wayang warned that a half-hearted would never get her past this gate. Wayang asked sternly whether Cherion was truly ready to risk her life for this challenge. After a long silence, Cherion confessed that since meeting Legion, she had come to understand the meaning of steadfastness. When the decisive moment comes, she vowed she would never hesitate, even if it cost her life. Back on this side, Legion's gaze hardened as he sensed an unusual presence in the air. The newly freed burst into joy as they felt their inner strength truly restored. They hurriedly urged one another to leave this place. A man asked if Legion wanted to go with them, but he only fell silent, staring toward the distant patches of darkness. Legion's hand tightened on the sword hilt, ready to face the imminent threat. Suddenly, a blade aura tore through the air with terrifying force, shaking the surrounding space. The stone wall collapsed under the immense pressure, dust rising to obscure everyone's view. From the thick black smoke, a dense, murderous chi spread, carrying a suffocating pressure. Legion was stunned by the power of the one who had struck. This blade aura far exceeded his initial estimates. Watching the opponent's silhouette emerge through the smoke, Legion grew wary, certain this was a truly formidable foe. He urged the rescued people to run immediately, since their presence now only held him back. Hasty words of thanks rang out as they left, swearing they'd engrave Legion's life-saving debt into their very bones. Legion stared at the stranger, pressing whether his purpose had been merely to watch the massacre unfold. In martial arts, the depth of one's inner state often reveals itself through the eyes, reflecting the grueling process of refining one's mind. If a master's gaze can subdue an enemy, then the eyes of one who surpassed that realm are eerily calm. Those are eyes at the peak of normalcy, no visible killing intent, yet containing boundless force. The bearded stranger stepped forward, coolly declaring that other people's life and death matters were none of his concern. However, after witnessing Legion's demonic martial skill firsthand, he admitted he'd begun to feel intrigued. Legion sensed the other's indifference and imposing presence, wondering what this man really intended by appearing now. He drew a razor-sharp sword, declaring he'd personally test how strong the young man truly was. Legion's face set. He silently understood this would be the toughest battle he'd ever faced. The sound of footsteps pounding the stone floor. Legion recognized the tremendous pressure from his opponent, thinking that if this was someone of such supreme caliber, then the fight had to end in a single decisive strike. He immediately circulated the 9-eared demonic art, opened the 6th state, one-strike world. Legion's eyes flashed blood-red with killing intent as he poured all his strength into the sword for the finishing blow. The mysterious swordsman slid his blade out of its sheath, his stance utterly composed. A fiery clash, shards from the sword scattering in all directions. They rushed at each other like twin lightning bolts, a violent explosio of force. The surrounding earth and rocks crumbled under the terrible pressure of the battle. The mysterious swordsman looked straight at Legion, admitting this martial art truly exceeded expectations. Legion swung his sword in a relentless barrage, trying to find his opponent's opening. He realized a dense demonic aura was emanating from his body. A dark power was gradually consuming Legion, making his gaze frightening. He was certain this was a martial art capable of intoxicating anyone who walked the demonic path. He closed in with extreme speed, his eyes razor-sharp as if piercing his opponent. Legion struggled to defend himself, his sword trembling violently under the pressure. The mysterious swordsman watched Legion's every small movement closely. Blood began to flow, Legion bracing himself against physical pain. A powerful kick cracked the ground open, debris flying everywhere. The duel showed no sign of ending, both continuously unleashing lethal strikes. Legion staggered back, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. He couldn't help but be surprised by the young man's tenacious fighting skill. He asked if the other was Yonel, as the wound on his neck still trickled blood. Legion remained silent, black hair falling to cover half his scratched face. The man lifted his head, firmly stating his name was simply Yun. He nodded, admitting that although young, Legion's strength was not bad. Though exhausted, Legion kept a defiant look in his eyes. He began to gather energy, preparing to unleash the first shadowless sword technique, Broken Image. Legion tightened his grip on the hilt, preparing to face his opponent's strongest move. A surge of black aura erupted, enveloping Jean Legion and forcing him into a corner. A huge explosion occurred, dust and dirt billowing to obscure vision. Legion tried to steady his center, but the attack was so strong he wavered. The rubble collapsed under the horrifying destructive power of the technique. Large chunks of rock hovered, creating a scene of desolation. Yun stood amid the dust and smoke, breathing raggedly, blood soaking his shoulder. Yun showed clear disappointment, wondering if he had mistaken the man's identity. He stepped forward, admitting he had expected the young man to be more outstanding than this. Suddenly Legion appeared from behind, channeling all remaining strength into a final strike. He thought to himself the opponent could believe whatever he wanted. There was no time to dally here. Blades rose fiercely, cutting through the air at new windman. The disciples chanted in unison, training tirelessly under supervision. The senior instructor loudly scolded them, reminding the disciples their sword paths were growing dull from worry. A disciple hesitantly asked when the sect master would return, since enemies circled like a pack of hungry wolves. The ugly bastard's gaze was contemplative as he stared into the distance, his heart full of thoughts. The ugly bastard declared that rather than wasting time worrying, they should sharpen their strength and wait for the sect master's return. Still, the ugly bastard understood people's wavering hearts, and anxiety was unavoidable in these circumstances. The ugly bastard showed clear worry, yet he remained absolutely confident the young master would return safe and sound. Myong stood atop the wall, eyes resolute, convinced Jeek Legion would certainly come back safe. The once peaceful Cherian was now shrouded in an indescribably heavy atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of force tore across the silent night. Cherian was fighting for her life amid a ring of enemies, her clothes stained red with blood. She moved nimbly, striving to maintain her form to find a sliver of life in the adversity. Her opponents were mysterious figures in a bizarre, dangerous talisman formation. Though she knew it was only an illusion of the formation, the physical pain from being struck felt utterly real. Cherian told herself that if she fell here, all hope would end in despair. She could not give up. A deep cut sent blood gushing. Her situation was extremely perilous, but her eyes still blazed with determination. She had to survive to wait for the day she would meet Legion again. Back on the main battlefield, earth and rock exploded under the terrifying pressure of the two great masters. Legion and Yun charged at each other, producing shocks so fierce they shook the entire area. Yun looked at Legion with admiration, quietly thinking he had not misjudged the young man's skill. He sensed a vast, bottomless power hidden within Legion's body, but he also felt pity for him, for instead of mastering that power, he was being dragged away by it in vain. He wished he had met him when that power had been honed to its fullest perfection. Legion coughed up blood, his body starting to sag as his inner strength dwindled with each gasping breath. He retreated, legs trembling, yet still trying to hold his fighting stance on the cracked ground. Understanding his condition, Legion knew he had to finish it in the next strike. Old Yun noticed that intent and asked if he intended to end everything with a single move. Both poured all their power into one blow, preparing for a life-or-death collision. The second shadowless sword technique clashed with the seventh form of the nine-eared demonic art in a dramatic encounter. The two streams of power collided, producing an earth-shattering explosion that tore the ground apart. Everything around was shattered, earth and rock flying in a gray haze of dust. Yun concentrated fully, his face showing stern resolve and a cold, murderous intent. Legion gritted his teeth, feeling the tremendous force pressing down on his sword. The blade screamed, and he tried to push a final reserve of power through it to avoid being crushed. Legion's eyes burned red. It seemed he had reached his final limit of endurance. A pain that pierced to his marrow struck him, his body scorching as if burned by hellfire. He panicked, thinking he was falling into madness from the flow of energy, but now there was no turning back. Legion's sword began to crack under the excessive pressure of his opponent's attack. Old Yun utterly dominated, his blade slowly devouring the last of the boy's remaining strength. At the moment death loomed, Legion felt his breath gradually fading. He closed his eyes and surrendered, accepting a cruel end for himself. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, the killing blow halted by an enormous greatsword. It was a pitch-black sword crowned with a blazing dragon skull, radiating an utterly overwhelming demonic aura. Yun froze, unable to believe someone would dare interfere in his duel. Seelha appeared like a savior, stopping the attack with one hand. Legion opened his eyes in shock, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. The woman Seelha gave a slight smile, her voice sounding calm amid the chaotic battlefield. Seelha quipped that it was lucky she arrived in time to save his life. Legion slowly opened his eyes. Consciousness began to return. The burning heat that had seared his body gradually cooled. Legion's breathing steadied amid the rubble. Dust billowed everywhere after the horrific impact. Yun froze, confronted by Seelha's sudden appearance. He stared at the strange weapon in her hand, quietly noting its difference. Seelha casually held the oddly shaped blade, a weapon rarely seen in the martial world. She turned to ask Legion if he had stabilized the chaotic chi. He nodded faintly in confirmation. Legion thought that if she had arrived even a moment later, that terrifying power might have fully awakened. She stepped forward and told him they'd talk later. A crimson murderous aura wrapped the blade as she lunged at the opponent. A tremendous clash produced a devastating aftershock. Yun tried to defend, but the pressure made him break into a cold sweat. Looking straight into the enemy's eyes, Seelha told her son to watch closely. A massive column of light rose up, swallowing both of their silhouettes. Legion squinted, astonished by the power his mother was displaying. Even Yun trembled before the oppressive sensation he had never experienced until now. Seelha's eyes flashed red, full of killing intent. He swung his sword in counterattack, but it felt like he was cutting through empty air. Pitch-black darkness suddenly enveloped his body. Yun was utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Seelha looked at him with contempt, thinking he was squandering his life with those mediocre skills. He shouted that life was meaningless, struggling to break free from his disadvantaged position. Each technique she unleashed completely overwhelmed the opponent. He realized she still hadn't used her full strength. He recklessly launched the third move of the absolute shadow sword to force her to take him seriously. All he got in response was a cold smile on Seelha's lips. She swung the blade decisively. The ground shattered under the terrifying power of the blade's art. His sword arm was severed, blood spraying into the air. The bloody blade emitted a brilliant, deadly, crimson aura. Witnessing this, the world in Legion's eyes seemed to split apart. Nine-eared demonic blade, Part 2, First Awakening, World Severing. A fatal strike ended the battle. He gaped at the missing limb, unable to accept the reality. Fragments and dust floated in the quiet night sky. Seelha sheathed the blade and slowly lectured on the weight of life. To those who do not carry burdens on their shoulders, their sword will always feel light and meaningless. Li Jin watched his mother's retreating figure, full of questions. Why had she chosen to live in seclusion all this time, despite possessing such peerless martial arts? In Li Jin's memory at 10 years old, his mother saw him off with the admonition to return as a true man. At the time, he smiled brightly and declared he would go see the world. He turned his back and walked away, unaware of what his mother had to sacrifice. The image of his mother's retreating back remained etched in Li Jin's mind. There were times he felt bitter about that distance, even a little ache. Until one day, it was the first time Yang revealed himself to him on a blood-soaked battlefield. Li Jin still remembers that conversation about his mother as if it were yesterday. The 10-year-old boy timidly asked, "Myung, does my mother not care about me?" He burst into tears in frustration, feeling abandoned even at 10. "Doesn't she worry about me?" Myung smiled kindly and explained that his mother did it to protect him. He said everyone has something they must fear. The naive boy asked, "You mean there's someone out there so strong that my mother would be afraid?" At that time, Li Jin vaguely thought that the fear was directed at some great master in the martial world. But now he understood. His parents were enemies of both the righteous sect and the demonic cult, and they only feared that he would have to be alone. They wanted him to live truly strong, even if he had to be alone. Yet harsh reality reminded Li Jin that he was still not as strong as they had hoped. Back in the present, Yun desperately reached for his severed arm. He roared, claiming that losing an arm couldn't change anything. The third technique of the absolute shadow sword, Heart Sever, was unleashed with murderous intent soaring to the sky. Seelha remained oddly calm. She immediately deployed Nine-Eared Demonic Blade, Part 2, First Form. A blazing red protective circle appeared, stopping the opponent's attack. He was astonished, realizing this was not just ordinary defensive chi. He poured all his life force into the trembling sword. He screamed, vowing to crush everything in his path. Li Jin watched his mother worriedly, fearing that 20 years of not fighting would put her in danger. He intended to rush forward to help, but she stopped him in time. Li Jin, she coldly instructed her son to focus and observe. The enemy suddenly froze, eyes wide with horror. He stammered, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Darkness enveloped the space, and Li Jin felt an incredibly terrifying power. Seelha reminded him of the opponent's earlier exhaustion. She revealed that it was all connected to the power she was about to unleash. The man trembled at the surging demonic chi, wondering what kind of fiendish martial art this could be. Li Jin froze. This was the pinnacle of all demonic arts. His eyes flared the same unified red as his mother's. Seelha declared that once he mastered its essence, he could summon it at any time. A gigantic crimson eye emerged from the billowing black smoke. It was the heavenly demon spirit, the soul of the lord of the demon realm. Seelha stood solemnly before the colossal entity awakening behind her. The man screamed in despair as he recognized the identity of this legendary power. Seelha gripped the hilt of her blade, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Demonic chi from the heavenly demon spirit poured forth like a waterfall, engulfing the entire battlefield. Gax stood stunned, a dark red streak of blood running down his face as he slowly grasped the horrifying truth about this martial art. He screamed in desperation as his body was swept away by the blazing red demonic chi called Heavenly Demon Spirit. Seelha looked at her enemy with indifferent eyes. Her face was smeared with blood but still radiated terrifying dignity. She asserted that no one who cultivates demonic arts can resist the heavenly demon spirit, and they all must kneel before that absolute power. Under the cold moonlight, Li Jin watched silently, his eyes glowing as if he were ready to inherit his mother's magnificent legacy. That Yun was neatly eliminated. Li Jin froze, stunned by the overwhelming display of power his mother had just shown. Amid the crimson killing aura, Seelha revealed that this was the true might of the nine-flame demon blade. Dark demonic energies surged relentlessly, evidence of a terrifying martial realm. Watching his mother's back, Li Jin realized this was a rung of power he absolutely had to reach. The scene suddenly shifted to a silent pavilion with purple wisteria branches drooping over the pond. Under the pavilion's poetic eaves, two figures stood conversing in an atmosphere heavy with feeling. The old steward's steps faltered as he was about to speak up to dissuade the flying swallowtail sect leader. He worried for her current state, especially since Legion's mother was also about to arrive there. With an elegant yet cold air, the flying swallowtail sect leader asked him not to oppose her decision any further. The steward could only bow his head in distress before his master's unshakable resolve. She quietly walked away down the corridor, leaving the old man standing dazed as he watched her go. In his eyes was a deep sadness, wondering whether the child from years ago had now gone too far. Memories surged back, returning him to the windy field where the flying swallowtail's leader once sat alone. "The young lady is sitting out here alone again." His voice then rang out, full of pity. The steward, younger then, stepped closer and gently asked the girl if she missed her parents. The girl turned her face slightly away, her eyes still holding an indescribable sadness. On her small finger sat a white butterfly, the only simple joy of the lonely child then. But the butterfly suddenly flew off as the old man approached, and the girl sighed with regret. Immediately, her face lit up when she saw he had brought hot steamed buns. He smiled and urged her to eat while the buns were still hot to enjoy the full flavor. The girl happily savored the buns, erasing her usual sullen look under the old man's affectionate gaze. As she ate, she said that whenever she saw meat buns in the future, she would always remember this devoted steward. The old man modestly claimed his only skill was baking, but to her, it was the best taste in the world. They sat together beneath blue skies and white clouds, a rare, peaceful moment in their lives. Tiny wildflowers swayed in the breeze, as if marking a beautiful memory gone by. The steward's face now bore the crow's feet carved by time. He always believed that deep inside that cold woman was still the kind child she once was. In the corridor's shadows, her figure faded, leaving unseen worries behind. The steward silently hoped she would stop the great ritual so things could return to how they were. Wishful thinking, really. Her steps paused for a beat at the old man's last desperate plea. His face showed worry as he begged his master to change her mind for the sake of her own safety. The flying swallowtail's leader glanced back once more before disappearing into the silent night. A whole stretch of wisteria swayed under the night wind, as if sending her off into a stormy journey. The wind whipped her long hair, carrying away the unresolved worries of those left behind. Legion was still trying to catch his breath after the fierce battle just now. "You told your mother that without her timely help, you probably would have died long ago." Seelha looked at her son and coldly insisted that it was his own will to survive that decided everything. She asked him about the feeling of being burned inside when his power suddenly erupted earlier. She explained sternly that that was the presence of the Tien Mahan, the source of power awakening within him. Looking back on those breathless moments, Legion realized that his fierce hunger for power had pushed him beyond his limits. Seelha said the earlier power seemed to have stimulated the Tien Mahan inside him. She pointed to the ground, explaining he couldn't finish him because that spirit hadn't fully awakened. With a sharp gaze, she asserted that such an early outburst of a spirit like his was unprecedented. She closed her eyes briefly to warn him that, if not careful, that very Tien Mahan would devour him. Standing amid the rubble, she told her son to train hard and focus on what needed to be done. Legion listened in silence, his mind beginning to weigh the heavy responsibilities ahead. He thought to himself that if just a fragment of his mother's spirit was this strong, the full power would be terrifying indeed. Staring into the void, he realized even those who wielded godlike power had failed when they tried to dominate the world. Legion looked at his mother and understood that the road he chose ahead would certainly be far from smooth. Seelha smiled faintly, saying old people rarely dream of impossible things the way the young do. Legion watched his mother go, as if he'd found a bit of motivation to steady his steps. She encouraged her son never to be afraid, because dreaming is the greatest privilege of youth. Facing the fathomless pit, Legion told himself to move forward firmly despite the sea of worries within him. He looked back on the path he'd taken with a mindset completely different from before. With a resolute expression, Legion vowed to always keep his mother's teachings engraved in his heart. Seeing things settled, she asked if he wanted to return now, since everyone was waiting. But Legion hesitated, his eyes flashing with determination as he said he still had one last task to do. Seelha looked at her son with meaning, quietly noting that his gaze had grown much more mature. She believed Legion would soon overcome these trials to truly become a proper man. In the end, she decided to leave Legion behind and handle the remaining matters herself. Legion watched his mother's figure fade into the distance, steeling himself for his final mission at this place. Her voice still lingered in his ears, reminding him that he would taste more bitterness and failure in the future. Mother and son looked at each other one last time before each turned down a separate path. Her red robe disappeared beyond the rocks, leaving Legion alone amid the desolate battlefield. Legion stared at the piles of corpses, his eyes heavy with infinite sorrow. The great sword was driven deep into the ground under the moonlight. He bent down, his bare hand touching the cold earth and rock stained with blood and ash. Without using martial arts, Legion dug by hand to bury the unfortunate victims of the experiment. Seen from above, his lone figure among the ruins at dusk looked small and solitary. Looking at the unlucky pets, he only wished they could soon forget this trash-filled world full of injustice. After finishing the burials, Legion trudged through the ruined heaps in silence. He looked back one last time, nurturing the hope that one day he could help build a better world for everyone. Legion's muddy feet kept moving steadily, because he knew this was only the beginning. He walked alone across the deadland, his long shadow dragging over the gray earth in the dim sunset. Legion's gaze hardened as he thought of similar tragedies still unfolding elsewhere. Suddenly, a strange purple mist appeared and quickly enveloped the surrounding space. The purple energy wrapped around Legion, creating a suffocating pressure that was terrifying. He gritted his teeth and endured, feeling an intense, murderous aura closing in from behind. A radiant purple halo burst forth, illuminating a corner of the shattered battlefield. Legion glanced back, eyes full of astonishment at the mysterious light spreading around. From within the purple mist, the flying swallowtail's leader stepped out with white butterflies fluttering magically at her feet. Legion stared at the woman who had just appeared, realizing the most terrifying new enemy had finally revealed herself. In Legion's shaken eyes, the image of a white butterfly appeared like an omen as he uttered her title, Master of the Flying Swallow Union. With proud yet dangerous beauty amid the brilliant purple spiritual force, the Master of the Flying Swallow Union looked straight at Legion with a knowing smile. Legion glanced and immediately recognized this dark magic. Purple butterflies fluttered listlessly at his feet, and Legion began to suspect this was the trick of the mistress of the Flying Swallow Union. Looking at the old man and the woman holding the fan, Legion wondered whose power this really was between the two of them. She snorted a laugh, speaking as if greeting an old acquaintance after a long time. A soul butterfly appeared in Legion's eye, looking both mystical and deathly. The master of the Flying Swallow Union appeared, radiating authority, a violet evil aura swirling around him in a rather dramatic fashion. She wondered why Legion had come alone. By her reckoning, his mother should have arrived ages ago. His face bloodied, Legion still stayed stubborn, declaring he'd handle this himself and didn't need his mother's help. Seeing Legion's mother hadn't shown, she was a bit disappointed, then added that his pitiful face was entertainment enough for now. She drilled into Legion, bluntly saying that in this breeding camp, he was nothing but a lowly shrimp with no voice. Hearing breeding camp, Legion clenched his fist in fury and a sinister aura began to flare. Staring at the ancient building under the evening sun, Legion roared, asking what the hell they'd built this place for. She explained calmly that to dominate the world, she needed an army of absolutely loyal minions, ones that would obey. Legion couldn't believe his ears, disgust clear in his eyes. Seeing the piled human bones, Legion was certain she was a demon, not human anymore. Legion tried to pierce through her power, but couldn't. One moment, she seemed feeble. The next, she felt so strong that even old Yenai Sam stood no chance. No more thinking. Legion grabbed the sword hilt, ready to spill blood. The demon's sword was drawn, black, corrupting aura blazing. Legion resolved to finish her here and end it all. A deafening explosion ripped out as Legion lunged like a tornado. The woman waved her fan to block him, saying the old man wouldn't allow anyone to ruin the grand ceremony. The house steward's eyes were icy now, completely different from his usual self. Legion poured all his strength into the slash, aiming to take the enemy's life on the spot. The old man's figure blurred as we were pulled back into his past. Back then, he had been a proper drunkard, spending his days just drowning in booze. Having lost his family, he no longer cared about anything, living like a soulless husk, until a young man came looking for him, the young master of the Fong Mong clan. The young master stood in the ruined dojo and asked why a man like him would live in such a dump. He told him he'd just seen some village kids bullying a little girl. The girl was an orphan, father and mother gone, wandering alone in chaotic times. The old man asked straight away whether the young master wanted him to take the girl in. The Fong Mong young master fell silent, as if carrying his own burdens. He said his household had too many troubles to bring the girl home, and besides his father had praised the old man a lot, which is why he came. Hearing his former reputation mentioned, the old man stayed silent, treating it as past history. The old man kept downing his wine, ignoring the young master's pleas. Seeing no interest, the young master apologized for the trouble and quietly left. As his figure receded, the old man suddenly called out to ask how old the girl was. When he heard she was 12, he froze. The cup of wine in his hand halted. Exactly 12, the same age as his daughter when she died. The image of that small girl came to mind, tightening his chest. So he went and bought a whole steamer basket of hot bao. He brought the buns to the girl, chiding her affectionately for looking so miserable, then told her to eat. The child took the bao, and that was the moment both their lives began to change. The old man stood silently watching her eat. At last he found a reason to move on. Seeing her eat heartily, the time in him, frozen since the day he lost his family, finally began to flow again. The girl looked up and smiled, praising the buns as unbelievably delicious. Back in the present, the old man glanced toward the enemy, quietly thinking of the long time they had spent together. The shadow of the ancient temple stretched long under the late afternoon sun, a testament to the passage of time. The tense air battle resumed, and Legion immediately lunged forward. Legion swung his sword in a direct attack at her. She only needed the fan in her hand to easily neutralize his strike. Legion's eyes showed astonishment as he saw his blade's trajectory completely diverted. The powerful arc of his sword suddenly became harmless under her guidance. The mistress of the Flying Swallow Union moved with the grace of a dancer, pushing Legion back without breaking a sweat. Legion couldn't believe she could alter his attack's path with such a simple motion. She sneered, sarcastically praising Legion's slight improvement while saying it changed nothing. She stamped and swung the fan directly at him. He sent Legion flying, scattering him among the broken bricks and rubble. Legion braced himself. The sword in his hand trembled violently from the recoil. They collided again and again, sparks flying through the air. Legion shuddered, feeling as if she were playing with him. How great was her true power, really? Legion's face hardened as he noticed something odd in her breathing. She had once been human, but now had become something entirely different, filled with evil. Legion roared, asking what kind of monster she really was, while preparing a full-power strike. The Lord of the Flying Swallow Union's gaze was cold and emotionless, as if he had misplaced all of his humanity, though it did make him look dramatically unamused. Legion unleashed his strongest technique, the 9-eared demon blade. First move, wind strike. A cataclysmic burst of energy erupted. Amid the dense smoke and dust, she still wore a mysterious smile. She proclaimed boldly that she would be the one to wipe this martial art from the world. Legion's face was full of resolve, unshaken by her threat. They charged at each other again in an uncompromising clash. She surged forward like an arrow. Suddenly, he felt a strange surge of power. As fast as lightning, Legion was clipped mid-stride, and syrup splattered everywhere, a comic little disaster. She showed a look of surprise. It seemed her plan was encountering trouble. The steward realized this in horror and shouted a warning that something was wrong. Her fan began to tremble. Legion realized the grand ceremony she was conducting was still unstable. Legion's eyes flashed. He had spotted a gap in the opponent's ironclad defense. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the sword. Demon Shi billowed from the blade as he prepared to end it all. Cracks began to appear on her protective layer, signaling an impending collapse. The mistress of the Flying Swallow Union looked utterly miserable. Her earlier arrogance had completely vanished. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The corrupting power was gradually destroying her body. Seizing the once-in-a-millennium opportunity, Legion delivered a fatal blow, looking every bit like a grim reaper, though slightly dramatic. With eyes full of killing intent, Legion named the leader of the Flying Swallow Union, the architect of all their crimes. Images flashed in his mind of victims suffering as she used them for experiments, their wails of anguish. She had mercilessly trampled on the hopes of countless people, and now it was time for her to pay. Memories resurfaced, reminding Legion of the blood-soaked, murderous path he had walked and was still walking. Rage exploded. He gritted his teeth and focused all his mind on a single goal: to eliminate the one behind all the crimes. "I'll kill you and end this once and for all." Legion roared within a wave of crimson killing intent. Her eyes went blank, stunned by Legion's attack. A terrible slash bearing the full power of the 9-eared demon blade lunged straight at the mistress of the Flying Swallow Union. She remained arrogant, dismissing his attack as mere trivial antics, not worth her attention. Legion shouted with determination, vowing she would have no chance to underestimate him again. Then something no one expected happened, and Legion's gaze trembled violently. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The cold blade had pierced the flesh of someone who shouldn't have died. The old man suddenly lunged between them, using his own body to take Legion's slash. He coughed up blood, smiling serenely at Legion as a final apology before dying. "I knew." Even a cold-blooded figure like the mistress of the Flying Swallow Union was stunned by this unexpected sacrifice. "No!" Legion's heart-wrenching scream. His face splattered as he watched the man collapse into a pool of blood. A burst of dark purple energy exploded earth-shatteringly, hurling every brick and stone aside. Jeek Legion was trapped in the vortex, his face draining of color under the crushing pressure. A single decisive stab rang out, ending everything in an instant. In a flash, the two of the Flying Swallowtail were gone. The sword lodged deep remained, fresh blood spraying everywhere. He gaped at the scene, speechless before the horrific sight. Under the blood-red sky, cries calling "Master of the Flying Swallowtail" echoed throughout the city. Dry leaves and petals fluttered across the field. The air was thick with the stench of death. The shadow of a powerful woman emerged amid the hazy, purple smoke. Baek Yunhua looked around in stunned bewilderment, wondering where she was. Yun Sam lay gasping on the ground, his cloudy eyes asking if she remembered anything. He recalled old memories of the days they ate dumplings together in this very place. Yunhua froze, the corner of her mouth still stained with blood. Blood from Yun Sam's wound soaked the grass beneath their feet. Yun Sam called her by the name Wu. He didn't understand why she had to be so cruel. His gaze dimmed as he looked toward the woman he once cherished. It had been so long since someone called him that name. A withered smile crossed his aged face. Memories returned. They had once been children standing before the academy gates. Yun Sam regretted not stopping her before things went too far. He knew this trail of blood was the only thing that gave her a reason to keep living. Blood flowed without cease, staining the ground red beneath them. He had even walked the dark path to be by her side and support her. Lying in a pool of blood, Yun Sam gasped, begging her for one final favor. He urged her to let go of everything, from the painful past to the raging fury. Yun Sam wanted her to try living an ordinary life, even if only once. His eyes were bloodshot from hemorrhaging, his breath ragged as he mentioned that man. He warned that the man was hiding a terrible secret. Yunhua screamed his name in despair. Yun Sam lay still on the carpet of grass, blood still flowing from his mouth. A close-up of the final face of the man who had sacrificed his life for his master. Yunhua stood motionless, darkness engulfing her mind. She stroked his face one last time, blaming herself for bringing him to this state. A tear rolled down the cheek of the man who had just breathed his last. Yunhua sat alone in the flower field under the desolate sunset. She accepted letting the past lie and ending this cruel game. But she could not agree to live ordinarily. Her eyes blazed with resolve even as tears fell. Even if her body were torn to 100 pieces, she would complete the grand ritual to rule the world. She gently closed Yun Sam's eyes, seeing him off to the Pure Land. Yunhua stood up, abandoning the last shred of her humanity. She vowed to find and kill the one who caused his death. The woman turned her back, a solitary figure amid the cold wind. She left Yun Sam's body behind, continuing down her tyrant's path. Yun Sam's face lay pallid among the grass and flowers, closing a tragic chapter of life. Under the clear sky, the Tnu Wind Manor headquarters rose majestically amid everything. Inside, the ugly bastard had his head buried in stacks of paperwork, exhaling softly now that things had finally quieted down, at least for the moment. Myong smiled, thinking that with Madame Yu's arrival, the sect master would soon return to take charge. Relief flickered in Myong's eyes. At least everyone here was safe for now. In his memory, many vassal families from the Northern Sea had decided to submit to the Azure Heaven sect just before the young master disappeared. That action would certainly ensure Chance would not let it slide and would seek revenge on the traitors. Lost in thought, a subordinate burst in with urgent news. The vassal families were being attacked relentlessly. The enemy wasn't from the northern clans, but the Yashin squad from Windcloud City. The ugly bastard immediately asked their direction. His expression hardened when he learned the enemy had split into two columns. One column was heading straight for the Jiang clan dojo, the other aiming for the Beck family's mansion. The ugly bastard decided to send the famed Right Protector, nicknamed Thunderblade, to assist the Becks. Hearing this, Myong immediately agreed. A torrential downpour began, and Jeek Myung led the Wind God team toward the Jiang clan dojo. At the dojo, screams and the metallic stench of blood mixed with the chill of the rain. The massacre was brutal. The enemy showed no mercy, not even to children. Dojo Master Yang Dujong, bloodied, shouted orders to prioritize evacuating women and children first. Watching comrades fall, he realized the gap in strength was too great and they couldn't hold out long. He wondered whether placing trust in the Azure Heaven sect had been a deadly mistake leading to this disaster. At the bleakest moment, a figure flashed through the dark rain like a cut. Myong appeared just in time, swinging his sword to fell enemies and free the survivors. He shouted that reinforcement from the Azure Heaven sect had arrived, lifting the dojo's spirits. The counterattack erupted fiercely, enemy blood spraying beneath sharp blades. Myong sensed the enemy leader nearby. He believed he could finish the fight quickly. He charged into a fierce duel at once, the clash of metal ringing harshly. Two figures grappled in the rain, their techniques unleashed with suffocating killing intent. Suddenly, Myong froze as he felt an overwhelming energy closing in. Captain Yasin appeared with a haughty grin, taunting why the strategist looked so shocked. Yasin gripped the haft of his glaive tightly, as if he'd been waiting for this moment a long time. A new clash erupted, but this time Myong was completely overwhelmed by the powerful strikes. He realized he didn't have the strength to defend the Yang family sword school against a monster like Yasin. Myong was thrown far back, vowing inwardly to call for aid from Thunderblade at once. Yasin lunged with a killing slash aimed straight at the exposed Jeek Myong. He sneered, declaring it was over, his eyes betraying clear cruelty. A terrifying blade aura swept from Yasin's weapon, carrying sand and rainwater with it. His target suddenly shifted to the gravely wounded dojo Master Yang Dujong. Myong shouted in desperation, begging Master Yang to fall back at once. Master Yang closed his eyes to await death as the blade drew within an inch. At that moment, a colossal blue lightning bolt struck down from the sky between them. Master Yang opened his eyes in shock, not yet understanding what had happened. Yasin froze too, the blue electricity reflecting in his astonished eyes. A deep crack shaped like a dragon appeared in the ground, proof of a power beyond imagination. All eyes turned to the fissure. The air fell into a terrifying silence. Seen from above, the giant dragon-shaped crack sunk deep into the rock, a testament to the absolute force that had just swept through. Yasin stood stunned. He couldn't believe the blade aura had vanished so quickly and wondered if Thunderblade had intervened. A dry clang of metal rang out as a blade was snapped cleanly back into its sheath. Hands clenched the hilt under the cold rain, and an apologetic, loaded sorry echoed through the air. Myong looked up, his face streaked with blood and his trademark scars, eyes wide in stunned surprise at the unexpected arrival. Amid the crimson miasma, Jeek Legion sat arrogantly, long hair billowing, coldly asserting his presence. No one else needed to introduce him. Jean Ryan suddenly appeared on the rooftop, standing proudly as he looked down at the scattered survivors below. The disciples cheered non-stop when they recognized their sect master had finally returned to reinforce them. Yason looked up in disbelief, thinking the kid appeared far younger than regulations allowed. Jeek Legion shot the old man a cold glance. The murderous intent he exuded seemed to freeze the air around him. Yason immediately lunged toward Jeek Legion. He dove down from above like a lightning bolt, heading straight for Jeek Legion. The sword flashed, slashing across the night sky with deadly precision toward its target. A clean cut tore through the defenses, hot blood spraying in the air. In less than a heartbeat, the old man Yason's head was severed from his body, much to his own shock. The corpse collapsed atop the rubble, bricks and stones shattering under the force of Jeek Legion's strike. Jeek Legion stood casually in the pool of blood, the sword in his hand still not yet dry. The blood rain ended, and dawn slowly brightened the sky, returning silence to the battlefield. The ruined scene after the fight appeared, and people began to gather and clear what remained. Yang Duzhong stepped forward and bowed to thank Jeek Legion for arriving in time to save the whole village. Jeek Legion asked whether there would be any more attacks from the North Sea clan. Jeek Legion awkwardly said he didn't know how to repay such a great favor, then asked permission for the sect master to discuss a private matter. Myong stood ready at his side, his face full of trust in his young sect master. Myong smiled with relief, certain that Jeek Legion would find a way back. Jeek Legion turned to look at his trusted subordinate with a pensive expression. Myong asked about Jeek Legion's condition after that recent display of power. Jeek Legion nodded and praised Myong for always staying impeccably aware of the situation. The conversation turned serious as they spoke of the cruelty of the flying swallowtail. They recalled the horrific sight of those creatures being made from human bodies. Jeek Legion knew the head of that guild had escaped, and this surely wasn't over. He told Myong that dealing with these enemies was their top priority now. Jeek Legion intended to use the North Sea clan's attack to create a new advantage for himself. Myong thought to himself that his sect master surely had a bold plan already in mind. While discussing important matters, Jeek Legion suddenly asked about Zhang Cherion's whereabouts now. Myong's face darkened and grew awkward as he prepared to answer that question. At a secluded tower overgrown with vines, the atmosphere felt haunting. Inside the tower was a dim space where only strange, ancient structures could be made out. Fresh blood splattered across the floor, evidence of a fierce battle underway. A sword stroke cut across the air in the dense darkness inside the tower. Zhang Cherian was forced to fight alone against a large number of masked assassins. The blood on her face had begun to dry, her breathing ragged from non-stop fight. She wondered how many days she had been surviving in this hellish place. The hunters continued their siege, never giving her a moment to rest or recover. Cherian tried to muster her last strength to block an attack from behind, but her body had reached its limit. A powerful blow sent her flying, and she slammed into the ground in agony. The fall made her tumble several times, leaving her almost too weak to pull herself up. Around her stood towering stone statues, silent and motionless like indifferent observers. Cherian lay collapsed at the feet of the statues, utterly exhausted amid the enemy encirclement. She forced herself to push up with her hands, but her whole body felt like a block of lead. Despairing, she thought as the sword slipped from her grip and her body no longer obeyed her. The oddly masked assassins strode closer, closing in on the girl who was completely spent. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from her hand, dispelling the tower's gloom. Cherian was stunned to see the divine gloves trembling violently, reacting with overwhelming power. She suddenly remembered Jeek Legion's words that this relic would resonate when the two were near each other. Her eyes snapped open as if his presence had poured fresh life back into her. A rush of images flooded her mind, moments of life and death when he had always sheltered and protected her. She wondered how many times Jeek Legion had rescued her, and she didn't want to remain weak forever. Looking back on the days fighting alongside him in Myeong, the desire to grow stronger rose within her. Her hand clutched a shard on the tower floor, searching for a final foothold to stand. With iron will, Cherian decided to pour her remaining strength into this decisive strike. At that moment, her gaze caught on something that made her freeze in astonishment. The whole room flared to light, revealing colossal stone statues standing solemnly around the battlefield. She was shocked to realize those statues did not hold fake weapons, but real swords. An assassin lunged in for the finishing blow, but Cherian dodged in time and began to counterattack. Her gaze turned icy. There was no fear left of the death looming near. She snatched the sacred sword from the statue's grasp, and a fierce blue key burst forth. Her small hand wrapped tightly around the hilt, feeling an ancient power surge through her. Cherian swung the sword. A blue-tinged blade, energy ripped through every obstacle ahead. Before the assassins could react, they were blasted away by the terrifying force of the new weapon. A killing stroke sent the lead assassin flying in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. Cherian stood firm amid the rubble, now surrounded only by debris and enemy corpses. The sword in her hand kept emitting resonant, powerful, and mysterious tones. Cherian realized this was no ordinary sword. Its power was truly terrifying. With the sword's might, she easily swept away the last obstructing foes with a single move. She decided to use this very sacred sword to break the encirclement and escape the demonic tower. After the battle ended, Cherian sheathed the sword, blood from her wounds still soaking her white clothes. She wearily dragged herself down the dark corridor, each breath carrying a searing pain. Her bloodied hand clung to the stone wall for balance as she hauled her heavy steps toward the exit. Cherian breathed a relieved whisper when she saw the light from the way out. She had truly pushed past her limits. Her feet crossed the tower threshold, leaving bloody prints on the cracked stone. Looking up, she saw a familiar figure standing silently, waiting for her. The sunset blazed before her, so radiant she half thought she was dreaming. She wondered if the glove's tremor earlier had been just a hallucination born of her desperate longing to see him again. But darkness began to creep into her vision, and everything around her faded hazily. Cherian's sight went black. She collapsed into the grassy field, utterly without strength to stand. She fell as dry leaves swirled in the wind, as if trying to wrap the poor girl up. Suddenly a hand caught her body. A strong, warm embrace lifted her just before she hit the ground. Jeek Legion held Cherian tightly, burying her head against his chest as if to shield her from every danger. He looked at the girl, fainting in his arms, his golden gaze both pained and resolute. Cherian's face was smeared with blood and dust, pressed against Jeek Legion's warm chest. She was so exhausted she felt nothing around her except his familiar warmth. Jeek Legion's hand tightened on her small shoulder. Night fell over the tiled roofs of the fortress, the silence unusually deep. Inside the room, Cherian's sword lay motionless on the cloth covering the table. Jeek Legion sat there, quietly watching Cherian as she slept in a coma. His eyes showed resolve, as if he had made an important decision. Zhang Cherian remained in a deep sleep, her face still bearing a few scratches from the previous battle. He stared intently at her hand, promising himself he would not let this happen again. Jeek Legion closed his eyes and took a deep breath to steady his mind. He stood up and stepped outside, leaving the quiet room behind. As he reached the door, Myeong was already waiting. Seeing him, he asked softly, "You're back?" Myeong looked into the darkness and announced it was time to depart. He reported that Bong Suchin had followed the plan, and the Yang family's martial hall was now completely sealed. Jeek Legion looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp. He said, "It's time to really stir things up." At the family gate, a branch of the North Haven clan, the atmosphere was tense. Cao Pei, the leader, impatiently asked if there was news from the Yashin unit sent to eliminate the Yang Hall. The soldier replied there was no sign yet. He began to feel that something was off. This should have been finished long ago. Cao Pei wondered whether the Yashin unit from Wind Cloud City had blown the job. He had been reluctant to involve them in the first place. Recalling a few days earlier at North Haven's main base, a secret meeting had taken place. The North Haven leader was angry that vassal families were flocking to the Azure Heaven sect. He demanded an appropriate punishment. At that moment, Elder Bong Suchin stepped forward and claimed he had a plan that served both purposes. He wanted to demonstrate North Haven's power while also stopping the Southern Peak Alliance's encroachment. He proposed, "We'll lure Wine Cloud City into the affair." The North Haven leader asked how. Suchin reminded them of the Masterless who had attacked people of the Southern Peak Alliance to create a pretext. The plan was to give the benefits meant for the Southern Peak Alliance to Wine Cloud City in exchange for them wiping out the traitors. It was a gamble to let the two monsters, Southern Peak Alliance and Wind Cloud City, devour each other over a prize, while North Haven stood aside to reap the rewards. Back in the present, Cao Pei paced anxiously. He had a bad feeling that something ominous was coming. He ordered a soldier to check the Yang Hall immediately. The soldier smirked, saying the Yashin unit had surely slaughtered everyone there already. No sooner had he spoken than a purple beam pierced the soldier's forehead. He died on the spot without understanding what had happened. An explosion erupted in the hall. Cao Pei screamed in panic, "What the hell is this?" He trembled backward, staring at the figures stepping out of the smoke. Jeek Legion, in disguise, declared himself a protector of the Azure Heaven sect, there to execute justice. He mocked that the Azure Heaven sect always welcomes those wishing to escape North Haven's stranglehold. Cao Pei froze when he realized this was the sect leader of the Azure Heaven sect. Jeek Legion shed his disguise and smiled coldly. "Long time no see, Cao Pei." Cao Pei pointed at him, stammering, "Why are you here?" Jeek Legion stamped on the corpse of the subordinate and spat, calling Cao Pei cowardly for using underhanded methods to attack his people. He glared and revealed, "The Yashin unit you're waiting for has been completely wiped out." Cao Pei's eyes bulged in shock. He couldn't believe how Jean Ryan could possibly know this secret. He shouted that it was impossible. No one could have destroyed that elite unit. Jeek Legion smirked. "Believe whatever you want. But the truth is, the ones who wiped them out were the White Tiger unit of the Southern Peak Alliance." A killer lied to sow discord among his enemies. He panicked, asking why the Southern Peak Alliance would help him. Jeek Legion coldly replied that it was none of his concern. He was only here to collect the sect's debt. Jeek Legion's eyes flared red with murderous intent. He finished, "I'll take your head right here." Cao Pei's eyes widened in horror as he watched his subordinate slain before him. Immediately, a secret mechanism beneath the floor was triggered to let him escape. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere with a loud crash, creating utter chaos. The heavy stone door swung open at once, and the group of retainers immediately lunged at Jeek Legion. Shouts of "Kill him!" rang through the hall, but Jeek Legion's killing intent overwhelmed them all. Swords clashed, sending dazzling sparks into the dark space. Jeek Legion vaulted into the air and executed a spectacular slash to break free from the encirclement. Cao Pei fled in panic, while Jeek Legion coolly declared, "You have nowhere to run." He quickly pressed hard on a brick in the wall to activate a secret escape. A passage opened, and Cao Pei couldn't hide his relief at finding a way out. Jeek Legion watched from a distance, smiling at the prey crawling into the trap he'd set. Nicely done, he thought with a wink. He swept his sword aside, deflecting the guard's suicidal attacks. The guard shouted to block his path, so their master could buy more time to flee. Cao Pei vanished beyond the stone wall, leaving behind a glare of pure hatred aimed at Jeek Legion. Beyond the wall, he sped through the pitch-black tunnel, searching for an exit. He told himself to inform the young master immediately. If what the man said was true, an all-out war was about to erupt. Jeek Legion put his weight into punching the stone door that had just slammed shut. He clicked his tongue in mock regret. Damn, this mechanism. Then he broke into a knowing smile. Everything was going according to plan. "I went to the trouble of letting you go, so do convey the message properly, will you?" he said with a playful edge. Myong stepped out of the smoke, bowing his head to apologize for not clearing the dust faster. He confirmed he'd planted Southern Peak Alliance weaponry at the scene to pin the blame on them perfectly. Myong hadn't expected such a deep ruse. Jeek Legion only smiled in satisfaction upon hearing it. He beamed as he saw every piece fall into place on his political chessboard. This two tigers fought over food strategy required a leader bold and clever enough to pull it off. Jeek Legion's gaze sharpened. From today on, Jianghu would no longer be at peace. He declared that the balance of power was about to shift dramatically. Jeek Legion told Myung to head back first, since he had to go meet someone very important. Myung asked if it was Cherian, but Jeek Legion replied it was someone else. Beneath the pale crescent moon, two figures stood silently atop the sheer cliff. The night wind slipped through the leaves, blowing the hair of the man standing at the edge. It was Jeek Surin, Jeek Legion's father. His face showed worry and hard-earned experience. At the sight of his son, he gently remarked, "You've lost a lot of weight." Jeek Legion grumbled casually that those Bai Haiyan-ho people had been feeding him nothing but bland fare. Jeek Surin smiled, warmth spreading as he heard his son still teasing. He replied softly, admitting he was eager as well to come rescue him in person. Jeek Legion's eyes looked at his father with deep respect and relief after so many hardships. He said he hadn't expected his father to speak so innocently after surviving such an ordeal. Jeek Surin smiled kindly. The moonlight revealed a relaxed look on his face. It hadn't been easy indeed. He joked that being captured as a prisoner now and then had its own charms. Jeek Legion teased back, "You're such a sly old fox." Father and son stood side by side, silently gazing at the vast night sky, savoring the precious moment of peace. Jeek Legion suddenly grew serious, saying he had something important to ask his father. Jeek Surin, slightly surprised, said, "Ask me?" Jeek Legion's eyes darkened as he got straight to the question he'd always wondered about. "It's about the Bai Haiyan society." Jeek Legion and his father were having a late-night, cryptic conversation about a mysterious woman. Jeek Legion wondered about the relationship between his father and the leader of the Bai Haiyan society. He realized she seemed to know a great deal about it. Jeek Legion's gaze grew troubled. He sensed a deep-seated grudge coming from that woman. Jeek Surin immediately denied it, insisting he had never made enemies of any woman. Jeek Legion fell silent and watched. He knew his father wasn't the sort to lie. Still, he warned his father about the danger of the Bai Haiyan society, since they had almost taken his life. Jeek Surin changed the subject, asking what his son planned to do next on the perilous path ahead. A forest of blood-soaked swords appeared in his mind. Jeek Legion understood the path he chose would be stained with fresh blood, but it was a necessary course. He turned his back and walked away, promising himself he would no longer act recklessly as before. With a resolute look, Jeek Legion vowed never to do anything that would bring shame to his father. Jeek Surin quietly watched his son's retreating figure, his mind full of thought. Images of young Jeek Legion surfaced. A boy brimming with zeal who wanted to become a hero to save the world. Father and son stood side by side under the sun, recalling the rare, peaceful moments of the past. Back in the dark present, the distance between them seemed greater now because of the burdens on their shoulders. Jeek Surin pondered. Perhaps he saw his own reflection in his son. He smiled proudly, admitting his son had truly come of age and become a proper man. Jeek Legion returned the smile lightly, taking the opportunity to prod his father once more. He narrowed his eyes mischievously, urging his father to be honest about his old flame. He even promised to keep the secret, not to let his mother find out. Jeek Surin froze at his son's joke, responding only with embarrassed silence. The scene cut to a luxurious manor where a cup of wine was raised, where man was asking about the state of the war. The young master of the North Haven clan slammed the table in anger when he heard that his night demon troops had been wiped out by the Namek Alliance. The elder SCE Pei broke into a cold sweat, reporting that the secret information had likely been leaked. The young master shattered the teacup in his hand, furious that even the Tan Tien sect knew about it. He gritted his teeth with hatred at the name Jeek Legion, the man who always thwarted him at every turn. Bong Suchin bowed his head in silence while the young master tried to restrain his rage. Elder Sae Pei suggested continuing the plan to confront the Namek Alliance with the Feng Van as originally intended. Suchin spoke up, saying this situation might even be advantageous, though he worried Feng Van might misunderstand that the clan was the mastermind. The young master ordered that the Feng Van city lord be notified immediately to avoid unnecessary incidents. While Bong Suchin agreed, another subordinate worried the situation was slipping out of control. The fragments on the floor seemed to foreshadow a larger conflict about to erupt. Among the lush bamboo grove, a figure shot through at astonishing speed. It was Jeek Legion, pushing himself and training to forge himself even stronger. Memories of the cattle pen returned, a place rife with brutality and tormented souls. A chill radiated from his hand, carrying a terrifying power that was slowly awakening. The images of innocent people losing their lives haunted Jeek Legion's mind, urging him to act. The bamboo leaves trembled violently with each of his movements and breaths. He recalled the lady of the flying swallowtail, whom he had been powerless to stop in the past. Jeek Legion pressed his lips together. The pain of the past had become a powerful driving force for the present. The image of his mother's celestial demon soul appeared, a formidable power he longed to attain. Determination flashed in Jeek Legion's eyes. He trained to protect those he loved most. In the wind that carried bamboo leaves, Jeek Legion told himself he had to grow stronger to change the martial world. Standing amid the vast bamboo grove, he understood the great weight and responsibility placed on his shoulders. Each of his steps now carried an iron will that nothing could shake. Jeek Legion's gaze blazed. He knew he needed to reach a new height of power to protect what mattered. Jeek Legion pondered the harsh path of cultivation ahead. He was still unsatisfied with the present, craving to surpass every limit of himself. Lost in thought, Zhang Cherian suddenly appeared. She smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jeek Legion proudly showed off his cooking skills, and Cherian didn't forget to thank him for the delicious bowl of porridge she had prepared, sweet, polite, and slightly suspiciously perfect. He reminded her that the formations in the Sword Demon Tomb were not simple, while praising Cherian's never-back-down spirit. Cherian looked at her hands and admitted that the feeling of fighting within that formation was terrifyingly real. Seeing her so serious, Jeek Legion advised her not to push herself too hard. He suggested there were many other ways to become strong, his eyes showing clear concern for her. Cherian expressed her desire to no longer be someone who only stands behind waiting to be protected. She wanted to be strong enough to shelter others. Jeek Legion encouraged her, affirming that she had truly become a master now, which made Cherian a little embarrassed. Despite the praise, Cherian remained humble, saying she still had a long way to go. They strolled together under the bamboo. Jeek Legion vowed to refine his martial arts and accumulate inner energy. Cherian watched him quietly, admiring Jeek Legion's striving spirit even though he was already very strong. Jeek Legion glanced at Cherian. His expression softened a bit after the tense training. Cherian smiled encouragingly, believing that meant his potential for growth was limitless. She eagerly looked forward to how far the two of them could go on the path of martial arts. A faint smile appeared on Jeek Legion's lips, and the atmosphere between them warmed strangely. Suddenly, Jeek Legion confessed that he had missed her greatly. The words made the space seem to freeze. Cherian blushed bright red from the sudden confession and stammered a reply in utter embarrassment. Jeek Legion meant to say more, but froze, making Cherian even more nervous. To ease the mood, he hastily covered his awkwardness by saying he also missed this blue sky. He smiled and praised the scenery here as wonderful, trying to hide both their embarrassment. But then Jeek Legion looked Cherian straight in the eyes and declared, "The one I miss most is you." His sincere declaration stunned Cherian. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. She smiled happily, a warm feeling spreading through her mind being beside the one she loved. Jeek Legion's gaze was full of tenderness for Cherian in this rare, peaceful moment. The scene abruptly shifted to the gloomy outskirts of Wuhan District in Fengvan at night. A pair of hands clenched a rolled-up secret dispatch, signaling impending events. Chief Steward Hong Shin hurried into the main hall, saying he had urgent matters to report to the city lord immediately. Horrific screams echoed from inside, making anyone who heard them shudder in terror. Hong Shin stood at the hall door, clearly hearing the desperate pleas of someone inside. His face remained calm as he announced his presence, though he knew something terrible was happening within. Hong Shin's cold, sharp eyes appeared. On the floor, a severed hand lay beside a pipa in a pool of blood, a horrifying sight. City Lord Sato Beck calmly welcomed Hong Shin with a mocking tone amid the wreckage. He cruelly explained that, because the musician had played a wrong note, he had chopped off the man's hand as punishment. Sato Beck coldly asked whether he should take the poor musician's head as well, forcing Hong Shin into silence. Hong Xin tried to dissuade Sato Beck, arguing that losing a hand was punishment enough for the unfortunate musician. However, Sato Beck replied coldly that the man could no longer play, which meant he had no more use. Blood sprayed as Sato Beck swung his sword and instantly ended the musician's life over an unsatisfactory answer. Ignoring the corpse, Sato Beck asked the purpose of Hong Xin's visit and learned the night spirits had been completely wiped out. He angrily crushed the dispatch in his hand, unable to believe such a powerful force as the night spirits could be defeated by the Namek Alliance. Sato Beck suspected a plot by the North Haven clan and vowed to make whoever was behind it meet the same gruesome end as the musician. As the city lord of Fengvan, Sato Beck ordered that the person responsible for this be found at all costs. Meanwhile, Jeek Legion's eyes burned with resolve, ready to face the turbulent waves soon to hit the martial world. Familiar farming tools like a sickle and a rake are neatly propped against the old wall. In a small garden, fresh green shoots are pushing up from the damp soil. A pair of bony hands nimbly digs the earth with a small hoe. The old woman praises how sturdy and well-balanced the hoe feels in her grip. Hearing footsteps, Wayang looks up and smiles when she recognizes a familiar face has arrived. Niang Li Sang, his hair white as snow, approaches. He curiously asks about the new tool, wondering where she bought such a fine-looking implement. Wayang laughs and says she didn't buy it. Cherian gifted it to thank her for bringing the girl to Ma Kim Fan. Kids these days who understand things like that are a rare breed. The old woman looks straight at Li Sang, knowing full well he wouldn't travel all this way just to chat about hoes and shovels. The old man solemnly reports that last night, Li Gun stopped by and said he wants to handle the upcoming matters himself. Seeing his slightly disappointed expression, the old woman leisurely says that at their advanced age, peace is the greatest blessing and they don't need to get their hands bloody over anything. Li Sang stands silently and watches Wayang continue her digging. Wayang mutters as she works, wondering whether that boy has finally become a man. Hearing that, Li Sang retorts that only the old woman still treats a 20-year-old like a child. He's long been a man. Wayang gazes toward the distant horizon and muses that age alone doesn't make a man. Only when someone dares to face the world with true determination do they truly grow up. In another space, a hand tightens on a sword hilt, causing a surge of green energy to flare. Cherian holds the sword, distinctly feeling a mysterious energy radiating from it. She remembers Wayang's story about its origin. It's the maiden's sword. It seems this blade has truly spoken and chosen her as its owner. Cherian is still a bit stunned, because in the training cavern this was the only sword that drew her full attention. Wayang chuckles, remarking that the way this world works is always full of amusing surprises. She insists this is a masterpiece, the greatest sword in history, the counterpart that completes the gentleman's sword. Under falling cherry blossoms, Jeok Legion sits there and calls out to Charyan. You look like you've got a heavy heart, don't you? Jeek Legion perches on a high branch, smiling down at her. He jumps down, guessing the sword is troubling her. Cherian admits she's wondering if she's worthy of owning such a treasure. Jeek Legion recounts that this pair of swords once belonged to sword god Mok Chongyang, who shared them with his lover Sao Wairang. But Sao Wairang was consumed by inner demons and used that very sword to kill the one she loved. A tragically grim end. If you're so worried, Jeek Legion suggests she test it right away to see whether she can truly master it. Cherian steps forward, ready to perform the test, as Jeek Legion suggests. She draws the sword, the steel flashing as it catches the scattering cherry blossom rain. Petals whirl violently with each movement of the treasure blade. Cherian is startled to notice something unusual happening right then. Her eyes widen as she senses a strong resonance between the two people's weapons. As if the two swords recognized each other, the air around them began to erupt violently. The blade screamed through the air, leaving sharp streaks of light that tore through the night. They lunged at each other with extreme speed. The distance between them was now measured in inches, both their gazes intensely focused. Cherian realized the test Jeek Legion mentioned was actually a real duel. Without hesitation, she decided to unleash all the power she had. A dry clang of metal rang out as their blades met once more. Their swordplay wove gracefully, creating a deadly dance amid the cherry blossoms. Although Jeek Legion was still holding back to let her get used to it, Cherian could clearly feel him growing more serious. Li Gun knew full well that even after Mok Chongyang's death, the maiden sword continued to claim countless lives in its path. "Do you even have the courage to hold that sword?" Legion challenged, probing the fear in his younger sister. Cherian stepped forward, her expression revealing hesitation before the weight of the sword's blood-stained past. She was stunned to learn this beautiful blade was the very thing that killed its former master's lover. Her hands still gripped the hilt tightly, the intricate patterns now seeming like a mysterious curse. Cherian feared she too would be swallowed by the sword's inner demon, ending like Sa Wairei. But when she saw Jeek Legion's resolute eyes, a slender thread of hope began to kindle within her. He believed the sword chose her not by chance, but because it found a soul pure enough to tame it. A demonic sword, when wielded by a true hero, can become a sacred blade serving justice. You can change this sword's fate. Legion's assurance lifted the heavy stone from Cherian's heart. He raised his sword, signaling her to cast aside her fear and resume the unfinished test. A slight smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Shall we continue?" Legion wanted to see her true mettle. Cherian looked at the gleaming blade. Her eyes were now sharper and more determined than ever. She silently vowed to herself that one day she would become a true hero capable of mastering any adversity. Legion smiled in satisfaction. He knew he had not chosen the wrong person to inherit his will. The scene shifted to Fongvan Fortress under a faint moon, signaling an approaching political storm. Sato Beck held a shattered weapon fragment in his hand, his face contorted with furious rage. He roared for an explanation upon seeing the Namek Alliance's arms at the massacre site. These shards were found embedded deep in the bodies of the fallen Shadow Squad warriors under suspicious circumstances. Strategist Hong Shin reported that the Namek Alliance had secretly reneged, attempting to seize benefits promised to Fongvan. "That bastard Mhaji, does he dare treat me like a clown?" Sato Beck clenched his fist, killing intent thick in the air. Hong Shin kept his composure and suggested further investigation, since all the evidence seemed suspiciously convenient. Sato Beck asked his strategist if he knew why schemers could never lead the martial world. Because this world never runs on the tidy logic that strategists so dearly believe in, or at least that's what he joked with a wry smile. "Wherever we strike, the end result will be total war." Hong Shin shudders as he realizes once this monster decides to spill blood, no one can stop his rampage. An order to attack the Namek Alliance allies was issued immediately, allowing no resistance. Sato Beck commanded the Fongvan Iron Cavalry, his fiercest troops, to flatten every enemy. The thunder of hooves began to pound through the fortress, ripping the night's stillness apart. The war horses burst out of the main gate, carrying the Lord of Fongvan Fortress's will to destroy. From the main hall, Sato Beck coldly watched his troops set off, their spirits blazing. Hong Shin tried one last time to dissuade him, warning that such haste could cost them dearly. But to Sato Beck, hesitating when the moment is ripe is the stupidest thing a leader can do. Suddenly, the sound of a stranger's footsteps approached. Both Hong Shin and Sato Beck were startled by the arrival. Sato Beck spoke up on guard. The stranger's boots kept advancing into the study, where Sato Beck had left a trail of slain bodies. Feeling the incoming surge of killing intent, Sato Beck raised his weapon in silence. Then the man hurled it with blinding speed toward the scene. Hong Shin watched in horror, not yet understanding what had happened. The weapon embedded in the door did not even scratch the assassin. The appearance sent both men into a panic. The assassin, sword in hand, spoke up if his identity was exposed. It was none other than Jeek Legion, who delivered one final question that pierced strategist Hong Shin's mind. Did Bamyang truly use a poisoned sword? Legion stood alone in the vast main hall, the pitiful screams from outside still showing no sign of stopping. Hong Shin broke into a cold sweat when he realized Legion was not alone. He had calculated perfectly, striking just as the main heavy cavalry had left. Everything had been a trap to lure the heavy cavalry outside, leaving Wind Cloud Fortress little more than an empty citadel. He glanced at his master, wondering what force could be behind such a bold plot. Sato Beck fell silent with a murderous look, guessing whether this was the work of the Namak Alliance or the Northern Sea Supreme, or perhaps the Black Sword sect. Legion remained silent, his cold gaze behind the mask revealing no hint of weakness. Sato Beck asked bluntly, if he wasn't one of the four overlords, what would make Legion dare to storm all the way in here alone? He stepped forward slowly, the sound of his shoes echoing steadily through the silent hall. The old man began listing the major powers tearing the martial world apart, try to uncover the true identity of the opponent. From the Black Sword sect to this Wind Cloud City authority, he thought Legion was merely another greedy soul wanting to seize everything. I will swallow them all. Legion's arrogant declaration left Sato Beck stunned. He sneered, thinking such ambition would soon cost Legion his life. You'll blow to pieces, Sato Beck ordered, and the Seven Wind Guard immediately closed in around Legion. Legion leapt high, dodging the razor-sharp swords that lunged in unison from every direction. Even in midair, the guard's blades tracked him like shadows, forming an inescapable net. With a sharp look, Legion focused intensely to find a gap in their coordination. Weapons clashed with a harsh clang, sparks flying across the room as Legion repeatedly deflected the attacks. Outnumbered, Legion still moved with extreme speed, preventing a single blade from touching him. He landed in the midst of the ring, flinging several soldiers aside to create space. His footwork shifted like a trick. Legion moved constantly, so no opponent could fix his position. His golden eyes blazed as he began to discern the pattern in the opponent's coordinated strikes. The Seven Wind formation moved rhythmically like a machine, not a single wasted motion. Sato Beck confidently asserted that no one could survive facing the tactical formation of these elite guards. He propped his chin, watching to see just how capable this reckless challenger truly was. He wanted to know whether Legion's skill matched the guts that had barged in to cause trouble. The guards surged again, this time sealing off every escape with sinister sword lines. Legion crossed his sword to block, feeling the immense pressure from the continuous strikes. The battle raged at breakneck speed, sparks flying with every clash. Legion maintained a terrifying calm even while trapped in the deadly ring. He noticed an important detail in the synchronized movement of his opponents. These men weren't merely coordinating. They were acting according to a specific procedure. Legion thought to himself that they moved so smoothly, it was as if they were sharing one body. If that's the case, there must be a head controlling them. He began to shift to the offensive. Gripping the sword hilt tight, Legion prepared for a lightning-fast counterattack. He darted his eyes constantly over the mask, trying to pinpoint the true leader in this formation. One of the group roared fiercely, swinging his sword down with full force to overpower. Not him. Legion easily pushed that blade aside. He continued to scan other targets, his gaze still searching for the brain directing the formation. The guards kept charging madly, trying to use numbers to crush Legion's resistance. One by one, they were knocked back, yet their coordination remained extremely tight and seamless. Legion watched patiently, his eyes sweeping over every tiny gap in the enemy formation. A heavy clash erupted. Legion lunged straight into the storm's eye, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Legion fixed his gaze on the controller, thinking to himself, so it was you. The formation's leader panicked when he saw Legion suddenly close the distance in the blink of an eye. A flash of steel, blood sprayed as the most important target was cut down. He realized that every smooth movement of the guards originated from this very man. Legion swept through, sending the surrounding soldiers flying as the crucial link was broken. Hong Shin stood gaping, trembling as he witnessed the horrific scene before him. Sato Beck narrowed his eyes, full of killing intent, surprised that the elite formation had been dismantled so easily. Legion stood tall and coldly declared, "Limbs without a head are nothing but scrap." Sato Beck admitted he had underestimated his foe, both admiring the martial skill and wary of his cunning. Legion named Sato Beck, the Lord of Wind Cloud City, with a tone thick with contempt. He listed clearly each crime the old man had sown across the 4 districts of Shanxi province. Horrific images surfaced. He had extorted merchants under the guise of a protection fee, squeezing their flesh and bone. If anyone missed even a single coin, he would cut off ears or noses to make an example. He even chopped off legs and arms, turning honest people into cripples just to feed his greed. He curled his lip in a mocking smile, arrogant and utterly unrepentant. Sato Beck deceitfully claimed he was the wronged party, blaming the common folk for belittling his kindness. The strong rule, the weak obey, he said as a red aura gathered in his hand. Legion looked at him with disgust, refusing to debate that mad logic. The old man bellowed about so-called martial world rules and unleashed a 1,000-pound punch. A shocking explosion detonated in the main hall, tearing bricks and stones apart. The terrifying force left the chamber shrouded in smoke, dust, and ruin. But to everyone's surprise, Legion stopped that mighty punch with one hand. Sato Beck's eyes bulged in shock, unable to believe his strongest move had been parried so easily. He snapped back, insisting Legion was no different from him, using force to seize what he wanted. Legion softly repeated the phrase, "martial world morality," with a sarcastic laugh. Childhood memories flooded back. Young Legion had excitedly told his father about a master he'd met on the road. Back then, just seeing a sword at someone's hip was enough to make the boy's heart race. But what about reality? The martial world is full of petty schemes and filthy tricks now, a place where friends are ready to sell each other out. Sato Beck hurled himself forward in a frenzied attack, cursing nonstop. Legion dodged the blow, wondering if he should just close his eyes to this filthy world. The pressure of Legion's internal energy cracked the ground, shaking it violently. He sprang into the air, thinking to himself, "Must I plug my ears, shut my mouth, and bow my head like everyone else?" Sato Beck gathered his power again, insulting Legion as an arrogant fool who knew nothing of heaven and earth. "Even so, I will take it all back," Legion affirmed, his resolve firmer than ever. The image of his gentle father, Jeek Surin, appeared, from when young Legion asked him to name the future sect. His father looked up at the vast sky, a strangely peaceful scene. In Legion's eyes now, the deep blue sky of memory seemed to come alive. He told him that that light was something filthy men like him would never see. His father's face appeared warm, reminding him of Legion's original dream. In a steely confrontation, Legion did not yield to Sato Beck's strength. The name Azure Sky rose with his father's image, becoming Ryan's greatest motivation to fight. With eyes burning with faith, Legion vowed to use his sword to cleanse this martial world. Jeek Legion's sword collided head-on with Sato Beck's fist. The moment the two attacks made contact, a blinding flash instantly erupted. Right after that came a deafening explosion that shook the entire area. The entire room was blown apart by the destructive force of both fighters. Everything scattered violently in every direction. Neither of them was willing to take a single step back. The four eyes of the two men locked onto each other, each filled with their own thoughts. The earth-shaking explosion instantly blew apart the rooftop of the building. Outside in the courtyard, the two groups were still fiercely fighting each other. The moment they heard the massive explosion, everyone immediately stopped. Someone loudly shouted, "What the hell is happening over there? Look over there." Everyone immediately focused their attention on the building that had just exploded. Two figures appeared in the sky above. The people below immediately began shouting in shock. "That's the Fortress Lord, but who exactly is that guy? Could he possibly be connected to those intruders?" Sato Beck had already discovered Jeek Legion's identity at this moment, and he smirked while saying, "So you truly intend to stand against me?" The leader of the Azure Sky. After hearing those words, Jeek Legion calmly replied, "That was never important to begin with, because no matter what, today will still become your death anniversary." The moment Jeek Legion finished speaking, another explosion suddenly erupted. Sato Beck launched a palm strike toward him. As he charged forward, he loudly shouted, "I was planning to say those exact words to you instead." The moment he finished speaking, Jeek Legion immediately swung his sword upward. His hand speed was unbelievably fast at this moment, and with a single slash, he instantly clashed against Sato Beck's palm strike, creating an overwhelming pressure. The two floated in midair while the destructive force from their clash became absolutely terrifying. A blinding light burst forth, and everything in the courtyard seemed to shatter apart. The others hurriedly shielded their bodies with their arms while loudly shouting, "Everyone retreat immediately! Strategist, Are you all right? Hong Shin stood below, while staring into the sky, thinking to himself, the sect master of the azure sky, how can he directly confront the fortress lord without falling behind it all? The Stormwind Iron Cavalry is returning far later than originally planned. Could it be because of that White Tiger squad captain from the Southern Peak Alliance? The scene shifted elsewhere, where another brutal battle was taking place inside a courtyard, fresh blood spraying everywhere alongside endless screams. Amid this chaos, nobody could even distinguish friend from foe anymore, and only a loud shout could be heard. Captain, who exactly are these people? The man who had just sliced off the head of an enemy thought to himself, damn it, did they dare ambush us because they knew the White Tiger squad's forces here were extremely thin? The gap in strength between both sides is simply too massive. If this continues, they will all be driven into a dead end. While the man was still thinking, a sword suddenly pierced straight through his chest, instantly spraying blood everywhere. The man glanced over while tremblingly saying, "You people are actually—" Right after that, he loudly roared. The commander of the Stormwind Iron Cavalry. The man who had just thrust the sword forward revealed a sinister gaze while saying, "Even great General Mac, why the White Tiger squad is destined to die in this place?" After speaking, he immediately pulled his sword back. The man instantly cried out in pain before saying, "Why would Stormwind Fortress?" The moment he unsheathed his sword, the man dressed in black seized the opportunity to swing his blade while loudly shouting, "This is the punishment all of you deserve to suffer." After hearing the words spoken by the man in black, the man frowned while thinking, punishment? What kind of nonsense is this bastard talking about? Why? At this very moment, I suddenly remembered the words the Alliance leader once said. He recalled a conversation from several days ago inside a room with a silver-haired old man. The old man stood with his back facing him while looking out the window before speaking. I heard that young man also appeared at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. After hearing that question, the man immediately replied, "Are you referring to that Jeek Legion fellow we encountered at the inn before?" Upon hearing the name Jeek Legion, the old man nodded and said, "Precisely Jeek Legion. For some reason, deep in my heart, I have a strange feeling that somehow he is connected to this incident." Returning to Jeek Legion's side, he was currently staring at Sato Beck with a sharp gaze. His sword swung upward before slashing downward. Yet Sato Beck instantly caught the blade tightly between both of his hands. Sato Beck tightly gripped Jeek Legion's sword before mockingly saying to him, "Looks like you're not only good at running your mouth." Jeek Legion merely coldly replied, "Let me see what other tricks you still haven't revealed yet." The very next second, an explosion erupted from the rooftop. At this point, everything around them had practically turned into nothing but rubble. Jeek Legion and Sato Beck landed on the ground at the same time, with nothing but dirt and shattered rocks beneath their feet. Jeek Legion suddenly froze in place, as if he had seen something. At first, it was a human ear that fell right beside his feet. Jeek Legion raised his head to look upward, and inside the wooden boxes flying through the air, countless body parts from different people were falling out. After seeing that, Sato Beck clicked his tongue before looking at Jeek Legion and saying, "All of my priceless collections have been completely destroyed." Standing atop the wreckage, Jeek Legion immediately spoke after hearing that. "So, you actually enjoy collecting disgusting things like these?" Hearing that, Sato Beck merely smirked before saying again, "It's because I was too merciful that I brought trouble upon myself." While looking at the ears scattered across the ground, he loudly declared, "I even gave those ungrateful bastards who tried to avoid paying taxes a path to survive. As long as I let them personally witness these things, they would kneel down while desperately gathering enough money for me. As for the ones who still stubbornly resisted, their lives have already been added into this pile of corpses." Thinking about the innocent people he had harmed whom he personally encountered before, combined with those words of his, nothing remained within Jeek Legion's eyes except overwhelming rage. At this moment, Sato Beck crazily charged straight toward Jeek Legion while loudly shouting, "And you will become the next addition to that collection." Immediately afterward, the sword in Jeek Legion's hand swung upward and sliced past Sato Beck's head. One of his ears was severed by Jeek Legion. After witnessing that, the old man seemed completely unable to believe it, and could only stand there in a daze. Seizing the opportunity before he could react, Jeek Legion swung his sword once more and severed the man's remaining ear as well. Both of Sato Beck's severed ears consecutively fell onto the ground. Upon seeing that, he instantly flew into a furious rage while roaring, "A mere insect like you actually dares. How dare you do something like this to me?" He crazily charged forward while continuously unleashing attacks toward Jeek Legion. At this moment, Sato Beck had completely lost control. He loudly roared in madness, "I will crush you to death beneath my feet and erase your entire azure sky from the martial world forever." Just as Sato Beck's fist was about to smash down once more, Jeek Legion was no longer standing on the ground. From the sky above, something suddenly flashed brightly, as fast as lightning, within a single instant. All four limbs of Sato Beck had been completely severed by Jeek Legion. An extreme coldness was hidden within his eyes at this moment. After Sato Beck's body was cut apart, even now he still seemed unable to believe what had happened to his severed limbs. In that moment between life and death, all he saw was a flash of light across the sky. Sato Beck's limbs flew through the air while blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone else in the courtyard who witnessed this scene immediately stopped and stared toward that direction. Sato Beck's body soon afterward collapsed onto the ground beneath a massive pool of blood. At this moment, he could no longer resist and could only let out a sigh before revealing a smile. He looked up toward the clear blue sky while warm sunlight shone down upon him. Then he turned to Jeek Legion, standing nearby, and used the last bit of his strength to say, "The azure sky? You truly possess some skill to nurture such a foolish illusion. However, this martial world has never been as simple as you imagine." Before he could even finish speaking, he breathed his last breath, and even in death, he still could not close his eyes. Jeek Legion stood there while looking down at Sato Beck's corpse from above. He merely stared at him expressionlessly, and only after a long while did he quietly mutter, "I understand that better than anyone." The scene shifted elsewhere while the battle was still continuing. The man dressed in black was currently swinging his sword to attack. Both him Chance and Sato Beck had neglected their martial arts training for a very long time already. However, that person existed on an entirely different level. At the critical moment, Yang In-myung suddenly appeared. He emerged from behind while extending his hand toward the man dressed in black. Using only his bare hand, he pierced straight through that man's head, causing blood to instantly burst everywhere. The very next second, the man dressed in black immediately collapsed onto the ground. The white-haired man, whose entire body was surrounded by an overwhelming aura, was none other than the leader of the four great villains, Yang In-myung, the alliance leader of the Southern Peak Alliance. The others within the Southern Evil Alliance immediately shouted in unison after seeing him, "The Alliance leader has arrived. You bastards no longer have any path to survive." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jeek Legion had already anticipated this outcome, and with determination filling his eyes, he declared, "At this very moment, the true bloodbath had finally begun." The scene shifted again, and after Yang In-myung arrived here, he brutally slaughtered all the remaining people who did not belong to the Alliance. Within the surroundings, nothing remained except endless screams. On Jeek Legion's side, after calculating the timing, he thought to himself, "By this hour, the Stormwind Iron Cavalry has probably already been completely annihilated. In order to confront him, I still need greater confidence and experience. More importantly than that, I need an overwhelming source of power that cannot be stopped." At that exact moment, a voice suddenly echoed out together with a crimson-red hand. "Do you desperately seek power? Uviak mortal." That hand reached toward Jeek Legion, and an icy aura instantly ran down his spine. As if sensing something terrifying, Jeek Legion immediately widened his eyes while asking himself, "What exactly is this horrifying feeling?" A massive hand with enormous claws stretched toward him as that voice echoed out once again. "I shall grant you that power." Jeek Legion glanced toward the hand behind his back before asking, "Who are you?" He remained standing completely still while an icy sensation suddenly ran down his spine and wrapped around his entire body. Deep inside, Jeek Legion was unable to understand what exactly was happening. Then suddenly, The entire space before his eyes became filled with crimson red light. Jeek Legion was greatly shocked, and it seemed as though a certain change had occurred within his pupils. The illusion from moments ago had completely vanished. Suddenly, a voice calling for Master sounded out from behind him. Myung stepped closer and gently asked, "Are you experiencing some kind of problem?" Jeek Legion softly replied, "Myung, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm simply feeling a little exhausted." He revealed a smile before ordering, "First, completely settle the situation at Stormwind Fortress." After the battle, entire rows of buildings had been severely destroyed. Corpses were scattered all across the ground. Sato Beck's eyes had already turned completely pale, and there was no longer any sign of life remaining within him. One disciple exclaimed in admiration. With only a single move, he managed to defeat the fortress lord. The person standing beside him also could not stop praising him. "I truly never imagined the sect master's cultivation would reach such a profound level." At this moment, a man dressed in blue robes knelt beside Sato Beck. That person was Hong Xin. Deep inside, he was overwhelmed with shock. It was difficult to believe that our fortress lord had been defeated so quickly. Seeing Jeek Legion slowly walking toward him, Hong Xin coldly asked, "So how do you people intend to deal with me now?" "Sect Master of the Azure Sky," Jeek Legion seriously replied. "Hong Xin, Chief Strategist of Stormwind Fortress, I value your talent very highly. It was precisely because of your assistance that the Stormwind Iron Cavalry was able to grow strong enough to stand alongside major powers, such as the Southern Peak Alliance and the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Why don't you use that intelligence to support us instead?" Hong Xin stared directly at Jeek Legion before questioning him outright. "You want me to beg for my life by betraying my deceased master?" Although he spoke those words aloud, Hong Xin secretly thought to himself, "But I already understood long ago that the day the fortress lord fell would also become the end of my own journey. Furthermore, this man is ruthless enough to personally hunt down the leaders of the four great powers. The moment I lose my value to him, he will definitely eliminate me without mercy." At that very moment behind him, someone holding a sword was preparing to execute a disciple of the Stormwind Iron Cavalry. The young man shouted, "Wait, I was only following orders." The other person firmly replied, "Take those excuses with you into the underworld. In the end, death is still the final fate awaiting all of us." Suddenly, he heard Jeek Legion's voice giving an order. "Stop right there. Leave a path to survive for those who have already surrendered. Minimize additional casualties as much as possible." The disciple of the Azure Sky immediately responded, "Understood, Sect Master." This action left Hong Xin utterly shocked as he exclaimed, "Everyone, are you truly planning to spare our lives?" Deep inside his heart, a certain realization suddenly emerged. To a martial artist, the strength of the leader is their greatest pride. I once believed that was the most important thing of all. But at this moment in front of Hong Xin, Jeek Legion was instructing Myung to quickly go treat the injured and not abandon even the martial artist belonging to Stormwind Fortress. He immediately obeyed the order. "Understood, Sect Master." After pondering for a long while, Hong Xin slowly stood up. He straightforwardly asked, "What exactly do you want me to help you with?" While looking at the young man standing before him, a thought suddenly appeared inside Hong Xin's mind. If this man truly possesses capability, then perhaps that proposal is worth considering. Jeek Legion turned his head to look at him before replying, "I will tell you at the appropriate time later. I will definitely make far better use of your abilities than that old Sato Beck ever did." Those words sparked curiosity within Hong Xin. I am beginning to wonder exactly how this man intends to reshape the martial world. His face remained ice-cold without revealing the slightest emotion. One blood-covered hand hung downward while drops continuously dripped onto the ground below. Yang In-myung stood amidst the battlefield with an extremely cold expression. He slowly said, "The losses this time are simply too great." The man standing opposite him slightly lowered his head before quietly replying, "I truly do not know how to excuse myself. As the captain, I am willing to bear all responsibility myself." Suddenly, Yang In-myung raised his hand to stop him. He firmly stated, The fact that all of you are still alive is already the greatest blessing. The captain could not help but feel shocked inwardly. Alliance leader, even in such desperate circumstances, he still places the safety of his subordinates above everything else, and that is precisely the reason why Immediately afterward, he reported the situation back to Yang In-myung. Thanks to the Alliance leader's timely reinforcement, although several people managed to escape, I am satisfied that everything ended this way. Yang In-myung immediately replied, "No, because Yu Geometry has already gone after them. Nobody will escape alive." The captain agreed. If it is Yu Geometry taking action personally, then those people are already nothing more than walking corpses. But how did you receive the information and come here, Alliance leader? Hearing that question, Yang In-myung sternly replied, "I received a secret report stating that all of you had become targets of an attack. There was also information claiming that the Northern Heaven Supreme family transferred the benefits they promised us over to Stormwind Fortress." The captain instantly realized there was something extremely abnormal about this matter. "I feel like the purpose behind this was to make us develop hostility towards Stormwind Fortress." Yang In-myung also believed that was certainly the case. However, I have absolutely no intention of being dragged around by such a petty scheme. Ever since Chance died in battle, the balance among the four great powers has completely collapsed. At this moment, the only remaining line is the difference between victors and losers. Since the situation has already become this way, gather the entirety of our military forces at Wuhan. After hearing those words, the captain was shocked, and the astonishment within his eyes could no longer be hidden. Yang In-myung's expression became incomparably resolute. He loudly declared, "We will launch a full-scale assault against the Buxian hegemony." At this moment, inside the headquarters of the Azure Sky, the sky had already grown dark. Chugo continuously flipped through a stack of papers in his hand. He continuously muttered to himself, "The forces of the Azure Sky still have not suffered any significant losses, and that result comes entirely from the leadership of Myung and the chief instructor." While Chugo was completely focused on his work, Jeek Legion suddenly appeared from behind and leaned close to his ear while saying, "You truly have become a real strategist now." Chugo was startled out of his wits, his soul nearly flying out of his body. And when he saw Jeek Legion happily crossing his arms with a smug smile while walking forward, Chugo angrily snapped, "Why do you always suddenly appear from behind like that?" After that, he coughed once before regaining his composure and getting straight to the main topic. "You came at the perfect time. I have something important to discuss. From this moment onward, our first priority is information secrecy, and the second is speed of action. Soon, I will begin closely monitoring those who surrendered from Stormwind Fortress." Jeek Legion curiously asked, "The reason we are not prioritizing an attack on the Buxian hegemony yet is because we are wary of the Southern Peak Alliance, correct?" Chugo firmly confirmed. "Exactly, there is no reason for us to compete over the same target as the Southern Peak Alliance." He carefully analyzed the situation. Yang In-myung is a cunning man, and by now he has likely already realized the existence of a third party. Therefore, instead of allowing himself to be thrown into chaos over this matter, he will still choose his original target, the Buxian hegemony, to attack. During that time, we can take advantage of Stormwind Fortress's strategists to recruit their former subordinates. I heard that he once tried to stop the cruel actions committed by Sato Beck's faction, correct? Because of that, I heard there are still quite a few loyal followers willing to continue following him. However, we must also prepare ourselves for enormous sacrifices. After all, this is a real war. Jeek Legion softly replied, "I understand that clearly. Weak compassion and hesitation will only cause us to pay an even heavier price." Chugo suggested, "We need to continue observing the situation for a while longer. And once everything has been settled." Suddenly, Jeek Legion interrupted him. "What will the next step be?" Chugo looked at him with an extremely serious expression before suddenly changing the topic completely. "Please teach me how to win a woman's heart. I heard the relationship between you and that young lady has been progressing quite well." Jeek Legion glanced at him with a complicated expression. "Chugo, regarding that matter," he let out a sigh before suggesting, "there is someone far more knowledgeable about this than I am." The scene shifted as Jeek Surin slowly turned around, his sculpted, handsome face filled with tenderness in his eyes. A slender hand gently rested upon his hand. Jeek Surin sat at the edge of the bed and warmly said, "You must already be exhausted. Go back to your room and rest." Yusilha tilted her head against the pillow and gently asked, "What about you? Aren't you planning to rest a little as well?" He quietly replied, "There are simply too many thoughts inside my head right now." Yusilha slowly sat up before moving closer toward Jeek Surin, her voice unable to hide her curiosity. "What exactly is troubling your mind so much?" He looked slightly worried. "Your father is surely hoping to reunite with both you and Jeek Legion. But it seems Jeek Legion currently cannot spare even a little time." Yusilha leaned her head against Jeek Surin's shoulder before sighing, "Perhaps it would be best to postpone that meeting until another occasion. That child is currently facing a trial he must overcome on his own." She suddenly recalled previously asking Jeek Legion, "Don't you feel it? A sensation as though your entire body is burning." Looking at her son's shocked expression, Yusilha directly answered, "That is the heavenly demon soul." Knowing that this was not the appropriate time, she said, "I can sense that involving father right now would only make things even harder for him." Jeek Surin blamed himself. "I feel truly useless when all I can do is stand and watch during times like this." Jeek Legion said that he had something he wanted to talk to me about. "I truly wish I could help that child somehow, no matter what it may be." The scene shifted as Jeek Legion was violently slammed, rolling across the ground. He struggled to climb back onto his feet while painfully groaning under his breath. A man stepped in front of Jeek Legion before calmly saying, "Shouldn't you be the one responsible for your own words?" A cold sword tip pointed directly toward his head. Jeek Legion frowned while clear irritation appeared across his face. Jeek Surin calmly looked at him before saying, "Stand up." 2 hours earlier, Jeek Legion had been leaning against an ancient tree while staring off into the distance with wide eyes. Deep inside, he thought to himself, now that the Storm Wind Fortress Lord has passed away, the next battle will most likely be between the Southern Peak Alliance and the Buxian Hegemony. But why did it have to happen right now? That feeling from earlier, I have experienced it before as well. The sensation of my entire body blazing like a giant fireball. While sinking into endless thoughts, Jeek Legion suddenly sensed a disturbance. He immediately raised his hand and caught a wooden sword flying toward him. The moment he saw that familiar figure, Jeek Legion immediately said, "So you finally came." Standing beneath the moonlight, Jeek Surin softly replied, "After all, it was still the request of my own son." The eyes of this father and son pair looked exactly alike, both firm and carrying a slight coldness within them. Jeek Legion suddenly asked, "But how did you know your son would ask for your guidance?" Jeek Surin replied with a curious tone, "Is there even any other possible reason?" Jeek Legion revealed a cheerful smile before suggesting, "There are countless reasons, for example, simply drinking together." He gently closed his eyes. If only they were truly possible. In truth, Jeek Surin knew his son was not that simple. He directly asked, "Do you want to master both types of martial arts?" Jeek Legion also did not hide his true purpose at all. "Yes, that is the only path to dominate the world. Your son has already drawn his sword from its sheath, and many people have lost their lives because of it. For the sake of their wandering spirits, your son must absolutely succeed no matter what. I will endure every form of training, no matter how harsh it may become." After hearing those words from his son, Jeek Surin exclaimed, "I see. So you are truly serious about this." Jeek Legion firmly confirmed it once again. "Yes, your son is completely serious." Before he could even finish speaking, Jeek Surin suddenly launched an attack, the sword tip aiming directly toward the other's throat as it thrust forward. Jeek Legion immediately tilted his body to dodge, but he was too slow, and a tear wound instantly appeared. Blood sprayed outward while a metallic scent filled the air. He retreated several steps backward before asking, "So sudden?" Jeek Surin continued attacking like a raging storm. The sword in his hand continuously swung forward while he loudly questioned, "Do your enemies notify you beforehand, before trying to kill you?" Just his swordsmanship alone was already this overwhelming, making it extremely difficult for Jeek Legion to hold on. Jeek Surin declared, "I will not use even the slightest amount of internal energy. Therefore, Struggle with everything you have. A sword slash descended directly from the front. Jeek Legion raised his wooden sword to block. Deep inside, he's secretly worried. This sword is far too heavy. Every time I block one attack, my wrists ache all the way to the bone. On the other side, Jeek Surin continued launching attacks with an extremely calm expression. Even without using internal energy, he could still unleash such monstrous strength and movement techniques. If he were to actually use internal energy, just imagining it alone was enough to terrify anyone. Afterward came a continuous chain of sword strikes, and Jeek Legion managed to block 3 consecutive attacks. This slightly surprised Jeek Surin. Then suddenly, an incomparably powerful force burst forward. Jeek Legion was completely unable to resist and was blasted backward over 30 feet away. His entire body rolled violently across the grass with a loud thud. The wooden sword fell right beside him. He supported himself with one hand while struggling to stand up, secretly thinking, "This feels exactly like being struck by lightning. This is absolutely nothing like the training sessions from childhood." Jeek Surin slowly walked closer before coldly asking, "Is this truly the limit of your abilities? Are you not planning to take responsibility for the words you spoke?" He harshly ordered, "Stand up." Jeek Legion grabbed the sword hilt tightly before declaring, "Your son is already standing back up right now." As he spoke, he charged toward Jeek Surin and launched another attack. A sword strike slashed directly from the front with incomparably fierce power. Yet, Jeek Surin's expression still did not change in the slightest. He coldly counterattacked with an overwhelmingly powerful slash, forcing Jeek Legion to bend backward to avoid it. He landed on the ground while letting out a faint groan. Even though he was in pain, the sword in his hand never stopped moving, blocking attacks with incredible flexibility. While attacking, Jeek Surin simultaneously guided him. "Your strikes must be decisive. Regulate your breathing properly." "That's right. Continue moving. Maintain your breathing rhythm." The two sparred with swords throughout the entire night until dawn brightly arrived. At this moment, inside the Wuhan branch of the Southern Peak Alliance, a pair of sturdy feet stood upon the floor while radiating an incomparably dense aura. Yang In-myung was currently training, and countless scars crisscrossed all across his body. Suddenly, his internal energy erupted and caused thunderous explosions to ring out. A moment later, the aftershock gradually faded away, while traces of smoke still lightly lingered within the air. Yang In-myung still maintained his attacking stance without lowering his hand. At that moment, Yang Duan arrived outside the door and respectfully cupped his fists while saying, "Grandfather, your grandson has arrived." Very well. After seeing Yang In-myung's training appearance, Yang Duan secretly thought to himself, "Grandfather truly possesses extraordinary presence." The other rulers among the 4 great overlords only know how to sit back and enjoy success once they seize power. But Grandfather has never missed a single day of training, and he always personally charges into the front lines. Because of that, you once again managed to protect the White Tiger Division. Upon seeing his grandson arrive, Yang In-myung circulated his energy with one hand. The long robe hanging on the wooden rack instantly flew toward him. He grabbed it and wore it over his body. Yang Duan curiously asked, "Why did Grandfather summon me here?" Yang In-myung calmly replied, "It concerns the incident that happened at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. You said there were only 4 people, including yourself, who were controlled by the Een demon parasite." Yang Duan firmly confirmed, "Yes. Miss Seol from the Blue Water Mountain Manor, Miss Zhang from the Righteous Sword, along with a man named Jeek Legion." Yang In-myung frowned while quietly muttering, "Jeek Legion." Deep inside, he secretly thought, from the very beginning, that man displayed an aura completely different from the other young talents. Yang Duan suddenly spoke, "Grandfather, you already know it, don't you? That I was not the one who defeated the Een demon parasite." After that, he lowered his head and fell silent for a brief moment. Seeing that Yang In-myung did not speak a single word of blame, Yang Duan continued, "I know I have disappointed your expectations, but one day I will become a man worthy of those expectations, and I will make the Southern Peak Alliance grow even more glorious." Seeing his grandson thinking so positively, Yang In-myung immediately encouraged him. Then work hard toward that goal. Yang Duan replied, Yes, grandfather, I will give it everything I have. Deep inside, Yang Imyung fully understood that the Een demon parasite was never an opponent Suchong could defeat in the first place. Jeek Legion was also present there, so it was highly likely that he was responsible. The person who saved Manhwa when he nearly died after the failed assassination of Imhagi was also that same man. This person carries countless suspicious points, but the day his true identity is exposed is not far away anymore. At the same time, Jeek Legion was sitting beneath an ancient tree while cultivating his energy. His face was covered in scratches while both eyes remained tightly shut as he focused his mind. Jeek Legion secretly thought, My entire body feels exhausted after just one sparring session. I knew father was extremely powerful, but while still sinking within his wandering thoughts, an unexpected force suddenly struck toward him. He immediately grabbed his sword to defend himself. Yet in the end, he could only let out a scream, filled with despair. Jeek Surin walked over and calmly said, You're already whining after only this much? Jeek Legion used his sword to support himself against the ground as he sat up and exclaimed, Whining? This is not internal energy at all. What exactly is this kind of power? He replied, That is true origin energy. His eyes could not hide their shock. True origin energy, the fundamental source energy of a martial artist. Seeing his son's absent-minded state, Jeek Surin immediately reminded him, You still have a mind to stand there in a daze? Fix your posture immediately. Soon afterward, the sound of swords clashing continuously echoed once more. The scene shifted, and after the battle, Jeek Legion once again sat beneath the ancient tree, regulating his breathing. He guessed true origin energy is not something that can casually be unleashed, yet father. Suddenly, Jeek Legion abruptly widened his eyes while blurting out, Wait, don't tell me. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that he truly wants to punish me that severely? I have not even informed Mother yet about the alliance leader of the Flying Swallowtail. So why? Right at this moment, a voice echoed from above the dense treetop canopy. You look absolutely miserable. Jeek Legion immediately raised his head and asked, You are? The moment he saw the other person's age-pale face, he was truly shocked. You Geometry, the #1 expert of the Southern Peak Alliance. I was far too careless. Even if he concealed his aura, I still should have noticed him. You Geometry looked at Jeek Legion's injuries before remarking, Across the entire martial world, there are not many people capable of reducing a martial artist of your level into such a state. Who injured you? Jeek Legion slowly replied, A terrifyingly powerful expert. You Geometry asked again, Powerful? He lightly leaped down onto the ground. The sound he made was incredibly faint. Afterward, he looked toward Jeek Legion and said with slight interest in his voice, I am becoming increasingly curious about you. Jeek Legion stood up before calmly replying, while looking at him, It seems you hold quite a great deal of interest toward me. Yet, deep inside, Jeek Legion was secretly lamenting, What rotten luck to run into this guy at a moment like this. You Geometry suddenly said, If one underestimates a tiny spark. His tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped wide open. A terrifying force erupted and shook the surrounding space as You Geometry harshly roared. One day it will burn down the entire forest. Facing the overwhelming pressure emitted by the other side, Jeek Legion revealed a proud smile, while secretly sighing inwardly. Damn it, his pressure is unbelievably oppressive. In only an instant, the atmospheric pressure around them sharply increased. The giant tree canopy continuously rustled without stop. To reach such a realm merely by standing still and circulating energy, there truly are not many people capable of doing this. Jeek Legion carefully observed the internal energy radiating from You Geometry's body before secretly concluding, He is completely different from every expert of the 4 great heroic sects that I have encountered until now. He absolutely could not lower his guard, and Jeek Legion's hand tightly gripped the sword hilt while preparing himself for battle. But why has he still not drawn his sword? Looking at You Geometry's silent appearance right now, it truly seemed as though he had no intention of attacking the other side. Jeek Legion asked in surprise, What are you doing? Aren't you planning to make a move? Yu Geometry remained silent for a long while without answering. Afterward, he withdrew his aura, then coldly said, I also wish to fight against you. However, my orders are merely to observe you. Jeek Legion curiously asked, Isn't that something you should be doing from the shadows? Yu Geometry explained, Against an expert like you, even if I conceal my aura, you would still notice me anyway. Furthermore, the azure sky possesses a formation even more formidable than the main headquarters of the Southern Peak Alliance. Even I am not foolish enough to recklessly charge into this place. He suddenly questioned him. What exactly are you plotting by hiding yourselves within a fortress like this? Could you possibly have some connection to the incident at Stormwind City? Jeek Legion lightly laughed before casually replying, If you are that curious, why not investigate it personally? Yu Geometry threw Jeek Legion a cold and sharp gaze. You truly are still arrogant. Deep inside, he secretly thought, even so, I should not judge him merely based on this sloppy appearance. I can clearly sense a mysterious aura radiating from him. Jeek Legion also did not wish to waste more time with this man and immediately asked, Are we finished here yet? If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Don't tell me you are planning to stand there waiting for me all night. Receiving the attention of an old man feels a little strange. Yu Geometry irritably snapped back. I am not that free. Jeek Legion carried the wooden sword over his shoulder before turning around and leaving while quietly muttering how relieved he felt. Suddenly, Yu Geometry warned him, You had better stop these foolish games immediately, if you still value your life. Hearing those words, Jeek Legion merely responded with a silent smile. Afterward, he casually walked away, leaving Yu Geometry standing behind him. The scene shifted. The weather today was extremely beautiful, with sunlight shining through the green tree canopy. Beneath it, the sounds of weapons constantly colliding endlessly echoed out. A sharp sword slash instantly cut a tree trunk completely apart. Jeek Surin and Jeek Legion continued their sword duel. Both sides were completely focused on each other's most dangerous attacks. Deep inside, Jeek Surin secretly thought, It has already been 10 days since this brat began his special training. When I first performed this training exercise, I could not even endure it for more than 5 days. Yet this brat, Jeek Legion's footing had already become far more stable. His blocking speed had become much faster, and his counterattack rate had significantly increased. He could completely feel this boy's fighting spirit growing stronger and stronger with each passing day. Jeek Surin happily said, You have improved greatly. However, there is still a long road ahead that requires more effort. The moment those words ended, he unleashed an extremely powerful sword strike directly toward the top of Jeek Legion's head. He could sense that this attack would not be easy to block, and he could not help but feel worried inside. Jeek Legion tightly gripped the sword hilt before pouring all of his internal energy into it. I cannot let it end like this. He quickly slashed directly toward Jeek Surin's sword blade in order to stop it head-on. With a sharp swoosh, an object suddenly shot high into the air, piercing straight through the tree canopy above. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of leaves rustling as they fell to the ground. Jeek Surin could not help but feel shocked. Jeek Legion himself was equally stunned. His sword blade had been shattered apart and flew high before stabbing deeply into the ground not far away. Jeek Surin stopped his sword directly above his son's head before asking, Since when did you discover it? The method of infusing true origin energy into your sword. Jeek Legion looked somewhat confused and asked back, True origin energy? Inside my sword? He replied, Correct. Your sword could no longer endure the power of the true origin energy flowing into it anymore. Jeek Legion stared fixedly at the broken sword before explaining, I did not do it intentionally. I was merely training while trying to comprehend what true origin energy actually is. Deep inside, Jeek Surin felt extremely shocked. Something I have not even taught him yet, and he already comprehended it on his own without even realizing it. This talent truly deserves to be called the bloodline of that person. He lowered the sword tip against the ground before slowly saying, The time has finally come. After being used, true origin energy is extremely difficult to recover, and sometimes it is completely impossible. Jeek Surin circulated his energy, and his internal energy immediately began radiating out with terrifying intensity. He began guiding him. To truly master the heavenly river shooting star sword, you must learn how to use this power without exhausting. From this moment onward, your training process will become many times harsher than everything you have experienced until now. Are you prepared for it? Jeek Legion looked at his father with incomparably determined eyes. That is exactly what I have been hoping for. The scene shifted, and beneath the waterfall, a sharp scream suddenly echoed out. Jeek Legion lay sprawled across a large rock while continuously groaning in pain. He frowned tightly while gritting his teeth in frustration. Once again, another failure. Jeek Legion reflected inwardly. The core martial art of our family inherited from father is the release of true origin energy throughout the entire body. The first step is guiding the true origin energy accumulated within the dantian to flow into the meridians. Yet no matter how many times he tried, it simply refused to leave the dantian. Jeek Legion could not hold back and let out a furious roar. Every time I try to forcibly circulate the energy, an unbearable pain pierces straight into my bones. And whenever it feels like I have finally advanced another step forward, the memories of that old straw hut immediately come flooding back. It feels as though a hand is tightly choking my throat, making it impossible for me to breathe. Jeek Legion felt extremely curious. With this constant obstruction, it truly seems as though something is trying to prevent me from comprehending this martial art. He sat cross-legged atop the rock beside the waterfall, while silently telling himself, "It does not matter. I will continue challenging myself endlessly today, tomorrow, and even far into the future." Jeek Legion diligently trained day and night. Winter passed, and spring arrived once more, persisting tirelessly without stopping. Time continued passing like that until one particular day, when a small leaf drifted down onto the water's surface, creating gentle ripples. Jeek Legion sat atop the rock, cultivating beneath the brilliant golden sunlight. He could sense that something felt very different today. The five senses throughout my body seemed far sharper than usual, and the movement of the true origin energy is the same. Compared to before, when everything felt vague and unclear, this sensation is completely different. Now, if I simply guide this power into the meridians. Suddenly, Jeek Legion frowned while clear discomfort appeared across his face. He secretly thought, "Not again. That sensation has appeared once more. Do you really think I will surrender because of this?" Jeek Legion pressed his lips together while silently telling himself, "I must protect my mind. The sound of the waterfall, the scent of heaven and earth, even my own existence seems impossible to perceive clearly. Deep and silent meridians. I must isolate myself within this stillness and maintain my consciousness." Suddenly, he felt an enormous shock erupt within his consciousness. What is this? A massive streak of light suddenly flashed forth as if tearing apart the endless darkness. Jeek Legion had never before witnessed a crack like this appear. Afterward, he felt as though he had fallen directly into the crack, his entire body floating within the air. Jeek Legion's eyes became slightly panicked as he could not understand what had just happened. The very next second, he cried out, "I'm falling. What kind of place is this?" Suddenly, Jeek Legion slightly frowned. The crimson heavenly demon soul appeared directly before him, while emitting an incomparably arrogant voice. "Do you truly think you will become stronger with that pathetic martial art?" Jeek Legion immediately asked back, "Are you planning to repeat those same words again?" He extended his hand forward before calmly saying, "Do not be so impatient. I will also use your power whenever I feel interested enough to do so." The heavenly demon soul immediately revealed its anger. "Elegant brat, let me show you." After speaking, it fired a pitch-black blood spear directly toward Jeek Legion. He felt completely shaken and could not dodge the attack in time. The blood spear pierced directly through Jeek Legion's chest. The heavenly demon soul slowly growled each threatening word. "Who is the true master of this body?" Blood continuously poured from Jeek Legion's mouth while he suffered unimaginable agony. The blood within my body. In only a brief moment, Blood had already flooded down to his heels, dripping endlessly downward. Jeek Legion's body was pierced everywhere by countless blood spears, and his life force felt as though it was being completely drained away. Even though he knew this was merely an illusion, the pain felt incomparably real. My consciousness is gradually fading away. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the words his mother once said before. You said that you heard the voice of the heavenly demon soul. Jeek Legion replied, yes. And every time your son attempts to circulate true origin energy, it creates a backlash. Yusilha let out a sigh. I originally believed the proper time had not yet arrived, but in the end, this day still came. Jeek Legion felt somewhat curious when she mentioned the proper time. She explained everything to her son. Originally, the heavenly demon soul could only be summoned after cultivating the 9 flames demonic art to the stage of great completion. But even after reaching great completion, if you cannot control it, you will be completely manipulated by it. Now that it has already awakened, engrave this one thing deeply into your heart. Yusilha paused briefly. Then she turned to look at her son with serious eyes before warning him, you absolutely must not fear it. Even if the entire world trembles in terror before it, you absolutely must never allow fear to grow within your heart. Returning to the present moment, amidst his agony, Jeek Legion finally realized that, once the heavenly demon's soul awakened, it became a destiny he could no longer escape from. He tightly clenched his fist. If that is truly the case, then I will show you who the real master is. After speaking, he gathered true origin energy into his dantian. Jeek Legion gritted his teeth while both eyes overflowed with killing intent. I absolutely must suppress the heavenly demon soul. He let out a furious roar. Of this body, true origin energy violently erupted outward, and the pressure released shook the surrounding space itself. The blood spears embedded throughout Jeek Legion's body began violently trembling, and within only an instant, they shattered apart into countless fragments. The heavenly demon's soul immediately exclaimed, your spiritual power is truly impressive. However, this matter is still not over yet. The moment those words ended, the illusion completely disappeared, and Jeek Legion returned to reality. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, while traces of lingering fear still remained upon his face. I tried my best to drive away the fear, yet that horrifying sensation as though my entire body was being crushed apart still remains deeply engraved within my mind. What exactly is that demonic power? However, after finally calming himself down, Jeek Legion suddenly felt a strange movement appear within his body. He stood frozen for a moment, this feeling. Jeek Legion slowly raised his head while carefully sensing the aura flowing throughout all of his internal organs. He burst into loud laughter before falling backward onto the ground, his hand comfortably stretched out across the earth beneath him. At long last, true origin energy had finally begun circulating. Jeek Legion stared toward the blue sky while brilliant golden sunlight illuminated the vast heavens. After such a long period of effort, he had finally achieved success. Jeek Legion could not hold himself back and burst into long, refreshing laughter. At the same moment, within a deep and desolate mountain region, inside the headquarters of the Southern Peak Alliance, Geometry stood alone within a silent corridor while deeply lost in thought. He felt extremely curious. The sect master of the Azure Sky. Who exactly is that man? I possess absolutely no intelligence regarding him, and we do not even know how deep his true strength really is. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly echoed from ahead. So you returned empty-handed after all? It was none other than the Sword Breaker, the supreme leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, leaning against the wall while speaking in a mocking tone. The peace between the 4 great overlords in this land has lasted far too long. Has it dulled your sword as well? As Geometry slowly approached, he calmly replied, if you are referring to my trip to the Azure Sky, I order retreat only because that place possessed an extremely powerful formation. Suddenly, Sword Breaker slammed his fist heavily into the wall. He firmly declared, that way of thinking is exactly the root of the problem. Regardless of whether there was a formation or not, you should have shattered everything and charged straight in. Geometry's expression did not change in the slightest as he continued. And afterward, the martial world would descend into a bloody storm of chaos? Do not forget that Niang Li Sing is currently within the azure sky. Sword Breaker mockingly replied, You truly fear an old man who is nearly at death's door that much? Yu Geometry did not avoid the question at all. Correct. I fear him so much that I cannot even sleep peacefully. Sword Breaker loudly roared. Fine then, continue living that peaceful life of yours, because one day you will die beneath my blade. I absolutely will not hand over everything I struggled so hard to obtain to some snot-nosed brat. After hearing those words, Yu Geometry secretly thought, a snot-nosed brat? We shall see where everything ultimately leads. The scene shifted, and on the ground lay a wooden sword broken into 3 pieces. Jeek Surin and Jeek Legion continued their special swordsmanship training. He warmly asked, You have already become accustomed to controlling true origin energy, correct? Jeek Surin carefully observed him before concluding, Your blood vessels have become much more resilient, and your extraordinary meridians have also fully opened. Furthermore, judging from how the demonic markings upon your body have darkened, your internal energy has also become far more refined. During this period of time, Jeek Legion had truly improved tremendously. He said to his son, At this point, your training process has finally been completed. Jeek Legion's gaze had now also become far calmer and steadier. Yet the training began once more, and it truly felt like moments worse than death itself. Jeek Legion was once again blasted into a corner by his father's sword. Deep inside, he secretly thought, Every time the wooden sword strikes my body, it feels as though every bone and piece of flesh within me is being completely crushed apart, and merely remaining standing upright alone already feels like a desperate battle. Jeek Legion tightly gripped the wooden sword within his hand, then charged directly toward Jeek Surin to continue attacking. He understood that despite this, Father must have endured hundreds, no, thousands of times more suffering than I ever have. If the flow of true origin energy deviates by even a tiny amount, I will certainly explode and die instantly. Therefore, just imagine how enormous the burden weighing upon Father's mind truly is. After the training session, Jeek Legion had comprehended many things. He respectfully cupped his hands before him and bowed deeply while saying, Thank you, Father, for guiding your son. A faint smile appeared upon Jeek Surin's face. His son had matured greatly. He gently replied, There is no need to thank me. I merely did what a father should naturally do. At this moment, the sun had already begun setting beyond the horizon. The sunset dyed one corner of the sky crimson red as Jeek Surin said, Follow me. There is something I want to show you. Jeek Legion's voice carried a trace of curiosity. You have something you want to show your son? The two of them walked toward the back mountain, while the wind gently rustled through the green leaves above. Jeek Surin led his son toward a massive ancient tree trunk. Jeek Legion curiously asked, What kind of tree is this? Your son has never seen a spiritual tree like this before. While touching the tree trunk, Jeek Surin warmly explained, It is a type of tree known as huyang. While alive, it stands tall for 1,000 years without falling, and after dying, it remains for another 1,000 years without rotting away. Jeek Legion felt somewhat amazed. Its life force is truly incredibly tenacious. Jeek Surin continued speaking. I want you to live like this tree. Just like it, live a long and fulfilling life. And when your life finally comes to an end, leave behind a legend that will continue spreading forever afterward. He turned back to look at his son, his gaze and words both filled with hope. You should live such a life. Jeek Legion stood frozen for a brief moment. He fell silent for an instant. His head slowly lowered while leaves continuously drifted down through the air. Deep inside, he always believed that it is not only great achievements that move people's hearts. Just as every great thing begins from tiny grains of sand, the moments that truly touch the human heart are born from such small things as well. What I learned from Father was not merely martial arts alone. He always taught me to remain resilient like this tree and to live an upright and honorable life without shame in my heart. Jeek Legion pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Your son does not dare guarantee it with certainty, but I will give everything I have to accomplish it. Jeek Surin softly smiled as he looked toward his son and said, That alone is already enough. The sun has already set. Let's head back inside. Jeek Legion immediately replied, Father should head in first. Your son still has a place that I need to visit. Jeek Surin asked again, a place you need to visit? Jeek Legion respectfully answered yes. Afterward, he honestly revealed his purpose. Your son needs to go raid the treasury vault. Jeek Surin looked at Jeek Legion in silence while respecting his son's decision.